Chapter 51, let's see how you are going to explain this. Fang Yuan didn't come to class today. Look guys, his seat is empty. He's so bold. Today's lesson is taught by the Academy Elder, yet he dared to not show up. This is bad, the Elder's expression is ugly, it seems that Fang Yuan is in trouble. He. In the academy, the youngsters discussed softly. A few glanced towards Fang Yuan's empty seat, as well as the Academy Elder's darkening expression. Ever since he started the extortion, Fang Yuan stood against everyone in the class. Seeing him in trouble, all the students were excited for what was to come. The Academy Elder's expression was stiff as he explained the crux of nurturing the aperture while secretly staring at Fang Yuan's seat. He laughed coldly in his heart, Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan. I was still worried about not being able to catch your weak point yesterday, and here you give it to me today. You are after all a 15-year-old teenager, I have overestimated you. His ugly expression was mostly fake. His motive was to use this opportunity to find trouble with Fang Yuan and punish him, eliminating his increasing dominance in class. Undeniably, as time passed, Fang Yuan's dominating presence was getting stronger, causing the other students to be barely catching their breaths. A one-sided dominance was not what the Academy Elder wanted to see. He wanted to see the entire class shining. Men. The Academy Elder raised a finger and knocked lightly on the table. Elder, your subjects are here. The two guards standing outside at the door entered. The Academy Elder snorted in public, this Fang Yuan is getting out of hand, being so lazy and skipping classes right under my nose. Go to the hostel and bring him here for me. Yes, Elder. The guards went on their way. Seeing the guards disappear outside the door, the academy burst into discussion noises. Numerous students joined in the conversation. Fang Yuan is in deep shit now, someone said with his eyes shining brightly. We have a show to watch later. Another laughed in pleasure towards Fang Yuan's misery. Brother, you are too arrogant. This is challenging the Elder's authority. No matter what punishment it is, you had it coming. Do you? Fang Zheng looked at the empty seat, sighing internally. Bam, bam, bam. The Academy Elder with a strict expression, slammed the desk thrice, silence, no talking in class. His aura at this moment was like a volcano about to erupt, causing fear in others. Immediately, the academy fell into pin-drop silence. The students fearfully shut up, quickly getting into position. Except, although their expression was so, their thoughts were already deep into this matter. The class continued, the youngsters not concentrating at all. A few students by the window looked out constantly. As time passed, after a while, footsteps could be heard at the door. Instantly the students' ears twitched, tens of eyes showing bright expressions. Arriving. The Academy Elder heard the footsteps too and narrowed his eyes as a result. He had already thought of how to deal with Fang Yuan. He'll punish him to stand outside for 3 hours. Although the punishment was not heavy, it was enough for him to be humiliated. Throughout lessons, students entering and leaving would see Fang Yuan standing there. This way, it would ruin Fang Yuan's image of invincibility. When the students realized that Fang Yuan was nothing special, the impact he has on them would be greatly reduced. This would result in them gaining courage and stir their competitive spirit. The great part was, since Fang Yuan's punishment came from the academy, this would improve the academy's reputation. Only with reverence will they obey. Thus, while the method is simple, it has deep intentions underneath. The footsteps got closer, and finally someone stood outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knocking sounds could be heard. I will open it. The student near the door volunteered and enthusiastically went to open the door. The academy quietened down, numerous eyes staring at the door. Crack. The door was easily opened by the student, exposing a gap. Sunlight infiltrated from the gap. The student opening the door suddenly froze, shuddering suddenly. Ah! He was stunned for a second before suddenly screaming, subconsciously taking a large step backwards. His body knocked onto the desk and he instantly lost his balance, falling with the table onto the ground. The boy's face was pale, his expression horrified, limbs trembling and unable to exert strength. Lying on the floor, he frantically tried to get up, but fell back down again and again. What's wrong? In a moment everyone was astonished, all of them frowning deeply. Numerous gazes curiously looked towards the door. The door was slowly pushed open by the person outside. The academy elder stopped his lecture out of reflex. What everyone saw first was a hand on the door. A teenager's left hand. A left hand with dripping blood. A bloody hand. Seeing this bloody hand, many of the female students covered their mouths and screamed in terror. The door slowly opened fully. The brightness of the sunlight pricked everyone's eyes, causing them to squint. With the bright sunlight as his background, a dark shadow attached to a thin teenager appeared before everyone. He didn't know why, but the academy elder felt a strong feeling of unease in his heart. It's Fang Yuan. Someone screamed out loudly. Everyone who had gotten used to the sunlight could clearly see who the person was. What met their eyes was Fang Yuan, bathed in blood, standing outside the door as if he had gone through an intense battle. His left hand slowly retracted, his right hand grabbing onto some hair, dragging along a person. The person's left arm was entirely detached from the base. He was lying there motionless, evidently unconscious. Blood on his left shoulder gushed out. It's one of the guards who went to look for Fang Yuan. Someone recognized the person's identity. What exactly happened? Someone was going berserk. He murdered again, this time he killed the guards. Someone pointed at Fang Yuan, screaming in horror, getting louder and louder, as if it would purge the terror and fear in his heart. At once, the academy was rowdy. Many students forgot the rules at this time, and stood up from their seats. They looked towards Fang Yuan with fear, shock, and nervous expressions. In their imaginations, Fang Yuan would be dragged here by the guards left and right. But the truth was, Fang Yuan bathed in blood, his expression cool like a devil approaching. The two guards, one missing while the other lying motionless, blood oozing from his body quickly forming a puddle. A thick scent of blood permeated the academy. The academy elder was stunned, he did not anticipate such a scene. After his shock, came intense rage. The two guards were merely external martial artists. So what if they died? The academy elder did not really care. But the crucial point was their identity. They were the academy's guards, representing the academy's prestige. Representing the academy elder's face. This Fang Yuan was simply too bold. Not only did he kill Gao Wan, now he even went and murdered the academy's guards. No, this isn't just being bold. He was practically provoking, challenging the clan academy's prestige. The academy elder flew into a rage, pointing at Fang Yuan, screaming, Fang Yuan. What is this? You have to give me an explanation, a good reason to spare you. If not, with the crime of murdering the guards, you will be thrown in jail, awaiting the clan verdict. The students all shuddered. Even the windows trembled, the entire academy reverbing with the academy elder's screams. Only Fang Yuan was calm-looking, his eyes dyed a deep miasma, behaving like usual, unable to see any change in his emotions. After looking around, Fang Yuan let go of his right arm, and with a plop, the guard's head fell into the puddle of blood, splashing onto Fang Yuan's pants. He cupped his fists towards the academy elder, his calm voice echoing throughout the silent academy, Academy elder, I truly have something to report. Speak. The academy elder spoke with both arms behind his back, arching his head as he looked at Fang Yuan, his expression ice cold. Laughing coldly in his heart, he thought, Fang Yuan, you're making more and more mistakes, increasing the severity. I'll see how you're going to explain yourself. Chapter 52, You have no choice but to accept my explanation. Inside the academy, everyone's attention was on Fang Yuan. Their expressions showed shock, fear, mockery, and callousness. Fang Yuan paid no attention to these people. He looked at the academy elder with a stern expression, with his finger pointing towards the fainted guard. Elder, these two guards had impure motives, devious intentions. They broke into my room when I was at the crucial moment of breaking through into the middle stage. As everyone knows, a Gu master cultivating cannot be interrupted. Especially so when one is trying to break through into higher realms. A moment of distraction would not only cause the breakthrough to fail, but their aperture would also get damaged. Thankfully my luck was good, because at the moment where they barged in, I had already stepped into the middle stage. However, before the masses had reacted, Fang Yuan continued, these two did not admit their mistakes earlier. To my surprise, they boasted shamelessly about wanting to get rough with me, even scolding our clan's ancestors, lying that the act of disturbing my cultivation was the esteemed elder's decision. Your student did not believe so, and resisted furiously. These two had strong martial arts, and I had to fight for my life before finally defeating these two people. But seeing as they were the academy guards, I didn't kill them. I merely cut off the arms of one and the legs of the other. Although there was quite some blood loss, they are still alive. That is my report for this matter. Please uphold justice for me, esteemed elder. Having said so, he cupped his fists towards the academy elder. His tone was urgent, saying a ton of information, and leaving no room for others to interrupt. After he finished, the surrounding people slowly started to react. What did Fang Yuan say earlier? I did not catch it. I think he said he advanced to the middle stage. How is that possible? He is just a C-grade trash. To think that he actually advanced to the middle stage first. He definitely lied. He is afraid of the academy's punishment, thus he lied. The students discussed loudly. When compared to Fang Yuan's advancement to the middle stage, the two guards' lives no longer mattered. They were not Guyu clan members, who cared if they were dead or alive. You said you advanced to rank 1 middle stage? The academy elder's voice was ice cold, his expression unforgiving. Fang Yuan, this is not a laughing matter. If you admit your wrongdoing now, I can still take into account that this is your first mistake and deal with you leniently. If you want to continue lying and attempting to cover up your mistakes, then I can tell you now, lies are easily seen through. Fang Yuan did not explain himself further, he laughed lightly and said to the academy elder, please inspect, elder. Even without his words, the academy elder had already moved forward. He placed his hand on Fang Yuan's abdomen, placing a trace of his spirit into it. Immediately he saw the inside of Fang Yuan's aperture. Within the aperture, there was no goo. The spring-autumn cicada had already hidden itself. A rank 6 goo was way superior than a rank 3 academy elder, so if it wanted to hide, it would not be found easily. As for the liquor worm, Fang Yuan had placed it into the dormitory's wine reserves, and did not bring it along. The academy elder with his eyes shut, could see a green copper primeval sea, calm as still water. Drops of primeval essence inside were all emerald green colors of middle stage primeval essence. Seeing the aperture walls, the white-colored aperture walls were glowing with reflected light as if they were all made of water. Gushes of water flow rapidly moved along the wall. Water wall. He really advanced to the middle stage, how is this possible? The academy elder shouted in his heart, a sign of shock under his calm expression. But he tried to hide it to the best of his ability, his face still expressionless. A moment later, after he had digested this fact, he drew back his hand, speaking in a solemn voice, it is indeed the middle stage. The students had been holding their breaths, awaiting the results. The academy elder's verdict caused a huge commotion in the academy. The students were full of bewilderment and shock, each of their faces showing immense disbelief. Fang Yuan was only a C grade, but yet he was the first to break through into the middle stage. This was against common sense. For a Gu master's cultivation and breaking through realms, the most important aspect should be talent. How was this possible? A C grade was the first to advance. How would this make those A grade, B grades feel? This. Fang Zheng's face was pale. He was still confident last night, but now that reality sat in front of him, he was unable to accept such a fact and fell to the ground. Guyu Imobe clenched his fists, and Guyu Chichin hatefully gritted his teeth. The academy elder could not be easily fooled, so how did Fang Yuan manage to do it? At once, all the youngsters stared at Fang Yuan, having one question in their hearts: with that C-grade talent, how did he advance? The Academy Elder's heart was similarly full of doubt. Under such great empuzzlement, he ignored the idea of suppressing Fang Yuan and asked directly, "Fang Yuan, I hope you can explain this. How did you manage to advance to the middle stage?" Fang Yuan laughed silently. "Heaven rewards the hardworking, and as a result of students' persistent training, I managed to advance smoothly." Lies. Tisk, if heaven rewarded the hardworking, I'd be first long ago. Diligently studying and training? Some time ago, I still saw him strolling around the shop district. The students were evidently not satisfied with such an answer. Is that so? The Academy Elder replied neutrally, his gaze staring at Fang Yuan, emitting pressure. Fang Yuan's expression was candid, making eye contact with the elder without fear. His body was bathed in blood, his linen shirt messy, as if he had gone through an intense battle. A pair of black abyss-like eyes, showing a kind of peacefulness, indifference, and even hiding a hint of amusement. Seeing such a gaze, the Academy Elder's heart wavered. This Fang Yuan, he is not afraid, not fearful, not threatened, and not shocked. How can he be interrogated by me right here? With his C-grade talent, being the first to advance to middle stage, there has to be a secret. But since he does not want to say it, as the Academy Elder, I cannot forcefully interrogate him. It seems I can only investigate this privately. Thinking of this, the Academy Elder retracted his gaze and his cold expression became milder. Fang Yuan, however, did not let the matter go. Your student is frightened, esteemed elder. How are you going to deal with these two guards? They have lost a lot of blood. If they are not treated soon, they might die. Frightened? You? The Academy Elder retorted in his mind. His brows frowned deeply. At this point, as the person in charge of the Academy, he had to step forward and settle this. But how should I resolve this? The Academy Elder could not help but feel troubled. He silently began to think. Fang Yuan took all of the Academy Elder's change in expressions into consideration. He laughed internally. The Academy Elder must be really troubled now. These two guards, they were merely outsiders, their lives cheap as grass. In normal times, no one would care if they died. But now the situation was different. They were sent out by the Academy Elder. If they really died, the Academy Elder would lose his reputation. Thus, the guards could not die. The Academy Elder was going to save them. The part that truly troubled the Academy Elder was Fang Yuan's verdict. In his original plan, Fang Yuan first played truant, and then killed the guards. This could be said to be defying his teachers, being arrogant and self-centered. According to the clan rules, he'd be thrown into the clan jail, reflecting upon his mistakes inside. But when adding in the matter of Fang Yuan's advancement to the middle stage, these wrongdoings became very different. Fang Yuan played truant and killed the guards because he was cultivating. This was reasonable. The crucial part was, he was successful in advancing to the middle stage, and became the first in this class. This allowed him to be on the side of reason. Just what did Fang Yuan rely on to advance to the middle stage? This secret would be discussed later. Winners win all, losers lose all. The world only cares about results. No one would reprimand such an outstanding junior. The Academy Elder could not execute any punishments on him. What was the Academy for? It was to nurture outstanding Gu masters, and inject fresh blood into the clan. Now that we have such an aspiring young man, you as the Academy Elder still wants to find trouble with him? That would be neglecting your role. Just like a student who got good results, as a teacher he should be encouraging and praising him, instead of punishing and criticizing. A teacher who punished and scolded a student for his good results was not one that would ever be recognized. Perhaps the other elders would secretly cause problems for Fang Yuan because they fear Fang Yuan's future prospects, or because of grudges and past grievances. But him alone, the esteemed Academy Elder, cannot do such a thing. Because he was in charge of the Academy, he has to be impartial, at least on the surface. These are the rules. Do I just let him go like this? It was not easy finding a weakness of his. The Academy Elder was indignant. He knew in his heart that all the youngsters in the academy were merely spectators of this matter. They can only look at the matter as entertainment, but are unable to see the crucial point in this. They are unable to experience the excitement in this battle. The truth is, this was the one time where he, as the academy elder, was battling against Fang Yuan the student. First he grabbed hold of the rules, and was bent on punishing Fang Yuan, removing his strong image in front of the other students. Next, Fang Yuan retaliated. His actions may seem rash, but it hit the matter on the point, and with the excuse of advancing to the middle stage, he got back his argument. As for those two unlucky guards, they were merely sacrificial pawns who were implicated by the two's battle of wits. This Fang Yuan, he is too cunning. If he had really killed the two guards, I can still retaliate against him with this reason. Although his talent is lackluster, with such a meticulous and experienced method, it is hard to believe that he is just a 15-year-old. The worst part is, I cannot retaliate. No wonder back in those days, the clan had rumors about his early awakened intelligence. The academy elder suddenly realized he had lost. His loss was due to his status, he was the elder in charge of the academy. This was both his strength and weakness. One's strength was also one's weakness. Fang Yuan had understood this logic long ago. The academy elder was both helpless and frustrated. He had asked Fang Yuan to explain, and in actuality Fang Yuan's explanation was full of loopholes and easily exposable. These guards were chosen by the academy elder himself. They would not be so rash and retarded to scold the Guyu ancestors. Fang Yuan's words were on purpose, it was blatant accusation, framing and laying a trap in front of the other party. The academy elder was clear of this, but he knew that he could not pursue the matter. This was a trap. Once he looked into it, the truth would be revealed, and how would he handle this matter? If he did not punish Fang Yuan, the two guards would be pitifully framed, and as the academy elder, if he does not handle things impartially, how can anyone trust him? If he punished Fang Yuan, that would be suppressing and displaying jealousy of the talented. To suppress a junior of the clan for two servants who were not part of the clan, this matter would trigger the unhappiness of the clansmen. Thus, the best way to resolve this was to pretend to not see anything, and treat these two guards as discarded pieces. Admitting that they had performed a huge mistake, as well as praising Fang Yuan. This way, the clansmen would be satisfied, and the deceived guards, without additional information, would think of this as being impartial. If he handled the matter like this, it would give the academy elder the largest benefit. Logic told the academy elder that this was the way to handle it. But emotionally, he could not take it lying down. This Fang Yuan was too devious. The academy elder not only failed to suppress Fang Yuan, but he himself became the stepping stone for Fang Yuan, getting humiliated in public. Fang Yuan did not show the slightest respect for him and dared to oppose him like this in public, causing this esteemed academy elder to suffer such humiliation and frustration. The point was, in future if these two guards felt indignant and wanted to reveal the truth, as the academy elder, if he wanted to maintain his image and position, he would have to be the first to step up and suppress them. But this was all caused by Fang Yuan. What sort of feeling was this? For example, it would be like Fang Yuan pooping on the academy elder's face, but the elder himself still has to praise him and at the same time, clean his butt for him. If anyone wanted to point out that there was poop on his face, he has to be the first to shut that person up. This feeling of grievance, it was almost unbearable for the academy elder. There was a growing urge in his heart to give Fang Yuan a few tight slaps. But finally, the academy elder stretched out his arm and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Good lad. The academy elder's face was dim like still water, forcing the words out of his mouth. It is all thanks to the academy's nurturing, Fang Yuan replied plainly. The corner of the academy elder's eye twitched. Chapter 53, Fang Yuan, you are appointed as class chairman. Everything was going according to Fang Yuan's calculations. Thereafter, the academy elder ordered the healing goo master to save the two guards. The guards were saved, but they had suffered heavy injuries and were almost crippled, ending up getting fired from the academy by the elder. Fang Yuan did not receive any punishments, on the contrary he received compliments thoroughly. This result caused much fear in the other youngsters. But this issue was far from over. As time flowed, the commotion spread to the rest of the clan. Fang Yuan, being the first to advance to the middle stage with his C-grade talent, became the after-meal gossip of the entire clan. After meals and tea breaks, everyone was discussing this matter. Subsequent to the initial peculiarity, everyone started to guess the secret behind Fang Yuan's quick advancement. Actually, with a C-grade talent, surpassing A grade and B grade to advance first into middle stage is not something that strange. True, there are many methods in this world that can achieve such a thing. Take the relic goo for example. Once this goo is used, the aperture walls would be enhanced and it will assist the cultivation to rise by a small realm, being the easiest method of breaking through. At once, the crowd's discussion evolved into all sorts of possible answers and methods. As for theories about liquor worms and external sources of primeval essence, these ideas were also naturally brought up by many people. If Fang Yuan revealed the existence of the liquor worm at the start, there would not have been such a commotion. But because he hid it, this resulted in the curiosity of many people being raised. Although it appeared peaceful, Guyu village had an undercurrent brewing. Numerous eyes were watching the academy elder, all waiting for his explanation. As the academy elder, if he did not know how a student that he had taught himself had advanced, that would be negligence of his role. Thus, the academy elder had to give an explanation. Days passed by. The second youngster to break through the initial stage and advance to middle stage appeared. It was Guyu Mobe. Soon after, with just a 3-hour difference, Guyu Fangzheng advanced too. He was after all, dragged down by the lack of primeval stones. Of course, there was also the reason of him being traumatized by Fang Yuan. The third was Guyu Qichen. Even if he had Guyu Qi Lian's infused primeval essence, the method's effectiveness was not very high and could only be performed once every 3 days, adding to the fact that it was very risky. But with his C-grade talent, getting third position was already a success. On the 5th day, the academy elder once again handed out subsidies. Guyu Fang Yuan. He stood at the front, calling out Fang Yuan's name first. Fang Yuan stood up and walked towards him with a plain expression. The youngster's attention was on him as he moved, revealing all sorts of envy, jealousy, inspection, and hatred. Not one was the same. Today, the elder is not only handing out resources, he is also appointing the chairman and vice chairman positions. As expected, the first to be called up was Fang Yuan. He is the first to advance, the title of chairman belongs to him. It is hard to imagine that this would be the result. Before this, I thought it would be Fang Zheng who would come first. He was the first to advance to middle stage. It is so peculiar, there has to be a huge secret, but he refuses to tell us. Hehe, if it was me I wouldn't tell anyone either. Keep quiet and prosper. As the students conversed, Fang Yuan arrived in front of the academy elder. Guyu Fang Yuan, you are the first Gu master to reach rank 1 middle stage in this class, so this is your reward. Saying so, he handed him a white and blue money bag. Fang Yuan received the money bag and opened it in public, peeking inside. Be rest assured, there's a total of 30 primeval stones inside, the academy would not shortchange you. The academy elder smiled. Frankly speaking, he would never have expected that the first youngster to advance to middle stage would be Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan did not listen to the academy elder. He rarely trusted others, and only believed in himself. He checked carefully and found that it was indeed 30 primeval stones, not one less. He then placed the money bag into his bosom pocket. The academy elder, upon seeing this action, thought that his finances were tight, and could not help but smile even more brightly. I guessed so, he is after all a C-grade talent. Rushing to the middle stage, his primeval stone expenditure had to be huge. He has no funding from anyone as well, thus he has to be tight on primeval stones. As long as he has a need for primeval stones, will not be afraid of him leaving the control of the clan. Once he enters the clan system, he would not be able to keep that secret, so even if we can't investigate it, one day, he will tell us. Towards this, the academy elder was full of confidence. The truth is, after that day, he had sent people to investigate Fang Yuan in secret. Almost every day there would be progress in the search. But evidently, those people had not found out that Fang Yuan has a few hundred primeval stones in his possession, and was actually rather rich. The Academy Elder continued and said, Fang Yuan, you are the first to step into rank 1 middle stage, and according to the Academy rules, you not only will receive 30 primeval stones as reward, but you will also gain priority in choosing your second gu soon after. Right now, I shall appoint you as class chairman. Fang Yuan was appointed as chairman after all. Upon hearing this, a few students sighed. Damn it. Gu Yumobe gritted his teeth, feeling indignant. Humph. Gu Yuqichen crossed his limbs, staring at the scene coldly. The one that was affected the most was Fang Yuan's brother, Gu Fang Zheng. His face was pale, and his expression looked uncertain, a dark cloud looming over his head. Ordinary students, upon seeing the chairman and vice chairman, have to bow and pay respects. With my results, I will definitely be a vice chairman. But from now on when I see brother, I'll have to pay my respects to him. Hold on. But at this moment, Fang Yuan spoke. He smiled faintly to the Academy Elder and said slowly, Esteemed Elder, your student here is not gifted and does not have high wisdom, hence being unable to properly take on the role of chairman. This role should be given to talented people. What? You mean you do not want to be chairman? As the chairman, you'll get 10 primeval stones every time. Are you sure you want to reject it? The Academy Elder frowned deeply as he spoke. For the last tens of years of teaching, he had not seen anyone reject this position. Actually, he had already given much thought about this matter, and letting Fang Yuan be class chairman had its merits. Once he was the chairman, he would be inside the clan system. Fang Yuan will have to carry out his duties at the same time while enjoying his treatment. No matter what the chairman's role was, the least he had to do was to stop extorting his classmates. This was definitely not something a class chairman can do. This is like before, even though the Academy Elder was humiliated by Fang Yuan, he still had to praise him for his excellent cultivation results. As someone bound by the system, he would not be able to do as he pleases when handling matters, and many times he'd be left with no choice. Of course, this was not because the Academy Elder was displeased with Fang Yuan extorting so many primeval stones every time. He was thinking for the entire board of students. Once Fang Yuan becomes chairman and stops extorting, this would allow the other teenagers to have a breather under Fang Yuan's pressure. Next, with some push of a hand, it would result in a multi-way competition among the families. As long as he can nurture the clan's hopeful seeds, Fang Zheng, Mob, and Qi Chen, what is the cost of sacrificing a small role of a chairman? And yet, although he had a good plan, the truth was very different from what he expected. Fang Yuan rejected it. He actually rejected it. Although this position is small, it is the first representation of honor among these hot-blooded youngsters. Besides honor, as the chairman, they get 10 primeval stones as resources each time. This temptation, no youngster has ever resisted it before. But Fang Yuan actually rejected. Fang Yuan looked at the stunned elder, and asked him back, did the Academy rules state that the first has to be chairman? The position of chairman, is it irrefusable? The Academy Elder replied with a cold expression, of course there are no such heartless rules. Fang Yuan laughed, thank you Elder for your understanding. Saying so, he cupped his fists and walked back to his seat. The students who saw this scene with their own eyes all flew into a commotion. At once, the Academy was lively. Fang Yuan actually rejected it? Are you kidding me? Is he sick in the head? Not sure why he's acting crazy, but he's gonna regret this later. Fang Yuan gave up on being chairman, this means I am the chairman? Happiness came too quickly, and the second place Mob could not react in time. Qi Chen showed a look of disbelief, he was unable to comprehend that someone actually gave up the spot of chairman, he has to be beyond stupid. Brother. Fang Zheng stared with huge eyes as he looked at Fang Yuan disappointedly. According to his results, Fang Zheng was assured to be vice chairman. But when Fang Yuan gave up the position, Fang Zheng felt that this position no longer had any meaning. The academy elder's face was dark this time, really dark. The last time when Fang Yuan skipped class, although he looked angry, it was just an act for the others to see. But this time, he was in a bad mood, worse than before. Fang Yuan gave up the position of chairman. This means he is rejecting the clan system. The elder had governed the academy for tens of years, but this was the first time he saw such a student, rejecting this huge temptation. He wanted to invite Fang Yuan into the trap, but since he wouldn't enter, the academy elder was helpless. The giving out of subsidies ended. Mo Bei claimed the position of chairman with his result of being second. Fang Zheng and Qichen each became vice chairman. The class chairman was given 10 primeval stones. The vice chairman got 5. A few students who were not from well-to-do families were so envious that they almost drooled when seeing the 3 students' primeval stones. Chapter 54, But I am the class chairman. The wheel of red fire, the sun slowly sank down on the west side of the mountain range. Its light was not eye-piercing, but it was a sort of bright and gentle ray. The west sky was dyed a shade of blushful red, the sunset glow continuously spreading out. It was just like an imperial concubine who had just been rewarded, happily crowding around the emperor, wanting to sleep together with him. 1. Qingmao Mountain was engulfed entirely in a sea of rose-red color. Each of the tall pillared buildings and houses were also draped over with a layer of golden yarn. The surrounding forest planted around the academy seemed like it was wiped with a faint stratum of oil. The wind blew slowly, and as the students walked out of the classroom with their bosoms carrying the primeval stones that were just passed out, they were in a relaxed and calm state of mind. I really don't know what Fang Yuan is thinking, to actually give up on the role of class chairman. His brain is fried. I bet he thinks of killing people all day. Let's not concern ourselves with this kind of crazy guy. Come to think of it, that day when he burst into the academy I was really freaked out. It was just so terrifying, I had a nightmare on the day itself after I went home. The students were in groups of 2s and 3s as they walked. Good day, class chairman. Greetings, class chairman. Mo Bei swaggered around as he walked, and wherever he went the students would bow and greet him without exception. His face was unable to stifle the expressions of excitement and infatuation. This was the fascination of authority itself. Even if it was just a tiny bit of difference in status, it could also make a person even more confident in his own self-worth. Right now, as the dying sun looked as red as blood, Mo Bei watched it while his heart sang, "How is it that I have never realized before? This sunset's rosiness sure is adorable." Going head over heels just because of becoming a chairman, as if it's so amazing. Guyu Qichen purposely walked behind, since he just didn't want to greet Mo Bei at all. I really have no idea what Fang Yuan is thinking about, to think he actually let go of the position of chairman. However, it's also a good thing, or else me as the third, how could I have been able to obtain the role of vice chairman? Guyu Qichen was confused in his heart, but he also felt happiness and relief. Good day, vice chairman. At this moment a normal student walked past him and immediately bowed to greet him. Good day to you too. Guyu Qichen instantly nodded, his face full of smiles. Once the student was gone, Qichen naturally thought, the taste of vice chairman is rather pleasant. I'm sure the feeling of being the class chairman is even better. If only I was not the vice chairman, but the chairman himself, how good that would be. The Qichen who had just been rejoicing earlier was now already filled with insatiable greed, starting to amass expectations for the role of class chairman. Under the system of the clan, each rank that was higher than the last was just like a carrot getting bigger than the previous one, deeply enticing him. Although I am only a C-grade talent, but I believe that everything will get better and better. Guyu Qichen was full of hope for his future. However, right now, the other vice chairman Fang Zheng was feeling very much terrible in his heart, his facial expression also quite unsightly. Brother, you. He looked wide-eyed with disbelief at the academy's gate entrance, where a lone figure stood. Old rules as usual, every person one piece of primeval stone. Fang Yuan stood while hugging his arms, his tone dull. Fang Zheng's mouth opened and closed a few times, then after some moments of effort he finally said, "Brother, but I am the vice chairman now." "That's true." Fang Yuan was expressionless as he nodded, giving Fang Zheng an indifferent look. "The vice chairman receives an allowance of 5 pieces each time. So you should give up 3 pieces instead." Fang Zheng was flabbergasted, and for a moment he was unable to say a word. A group of teenagers were crowding around Guo Bei as they walked over. When they saw Fang Yuan blocking the school gate entrance, Guo Bei flew into a rage, his finger pointing towards Fang Yuan. "Fang Yuan! You sure have the guts to actually still dare hold us back. Right now I am the chairman, and as a normal student when you see me, you should first bow and greet me." What answered him next was Fang Yuan's fist. Guo Bei was caught unexpected. After being hit by the fist, he could not refrain from retreating a few big steps backwards, his face full of disbelief. "You hit me, you actually dared to hit me? I am but the chairman." What answered him again was still Fang Yuan's fists. Bang, bang, bang. After a few rounds of exchanging offensive and defensive blows, Guo Bei was knocked down to the floor by Fang Yuan, and he fell unconscious. The surrounding youths were all wide-eyed as they watched, all of them unsure of how to react for a moment. This was totally different from their imaginations. The guards at the gate entrance had also been watching everything that happened under their eyelids. They could not help but whisper among themselves. "Fang Yuan just knocked down the new class chairman, what do we do?" "Salad dressing, too." "What do you mean?" "It means just watch them, then call some other guys and tidy up the place." "But..." Hey, you want to provoke a person like Fang Yuan? I hope you remember what happened to Wang De and Wu Er." The questioning guard immediately quivered and stopped saying any more. The 2 guards at the huge gate entrance stood perfectly straight and upright. To let an incident happen right beside them, it was as if they were deaf and blind, unable to hear or see anything. After Fang Yuan sorted out Guo Bei, he also dealt with Fang Zheng and Qiqing. It was then that the other teenagers realized that nothing had changed. Fang Yuan was still the same old Fang Yuan, and the extortion would still continue as always. "Each of you hand over 1 piece of primeval stone, vice chairman 3 pieces, class chairman 8 pieces." Fang Yuan announced the new rules. The youths could only sigh and obediently fish out their primeval stones. When they walked out of the school gates, suddenly someone slapped his head and exclaimed loudly, "I've thought of it, no wonder Fang Yuan did not want the position of class chairman. He wanted to continue extorting us." "That's right. Every time he does it he would get about 59 pieces of primeval stones, and right now it's gone up to about 68 pieces. If he was the class chairman, he'd only get 10 pieces." Quite a few of them were enlightened. "He's too treacherous, too cunning, too savage." Some of them were slapping their thighs, full of hatred and resentment. "Sigh, this way it means that there's nothing extraordinary about the position of class and vice chairman. They'll also be extorted and be left with 2 pieces, just like the rest of us." It was unknown who just spoke, but when the youngsters heard it, they all could not help but turn silent. Bang! The academy elder slapped the table fiercely, feeling extremely furious. This Fang Yuan is just too absurd. What is he trying to do? To go as far as to continue extorting, taking 8 pieces from the class chairman and 3 pieces from the vice chairman. With this, what is the difference of being a class and vice chairman in comparison with the other normal students? The academy elder tried his best to suppress his voice, but his tone was filled with fury. When Fang Yuan rejected the position of class chairman, it meant rejecting his own integration into the clan system. In strict terms, this was a sort of betrayal towards the clan itself. This was enough to make the academy elder very angry. Immediately after that Fang Yuan had gone to extort his fellow classmates. His hand reach was getting further, and this had already gone beyond the academy elder's bottom line. After the extortion this time, the influence of class chairman and vice chairman would be completely weakened. Over time, the normal students would lose their respect and interest for these 2 positions. While Fang Yuan's actions this time seemed small, the meaning behind it was rather heavy. It was pretty much using one's own strength to challenge the clan's system. This was something the Academy Elder totally did not wish to see. He was raising the clan's fresh new hopes, not the clan's traitors. Yet despite knowing Fang Yuan had gone and challenged his baseline, he knew that he was unable to do anything to handle the matter. If he really did, the first one who would not let him go would be the clan head. The second and third person to have opinions against him would be Guyu Qi Lian and Guyu Mo Chen. The clan head put in all his hopes onto Guyu Fang Zheng, for Fang Zheng was the only A-grade talent in 3 years. The clan leader needed a tenacious and independent genius, not a fragile and delicate flower who was cared for. At the same time for Qi Lian and Mo Chen, they also had placed their hopes onto their own respective grandsons, hoping that their grandchildren would grow in the midst of setbacks and frustrations. If the Academy Elder acted and replaced the students in punishing Fang Yuan, once word got out, then there would be the sayings of Mo and Qi family's future successors could not beat Fang Yuan and could only let the elders help them out. How unpleasant that would be. This would inevitably be a huge blow towards the fame and honor of the Mo and Qi family. Of course the Academy Elder was not afraid of a small little Fang Yuan, but he was instead worried that his intervention would attract pressure from 3 sides, the clan head, Mo, and Qi bloodline. They pretty much made up of almost the entire Guyu high authorities. As a lowly elder, how could he possibly endure? The root of this matter still goes back to Fang Yuan's secret. What in the world did he rely on to break through to the middle stage? The Academy Elder restrained the fire in his heart and shot his gaze at the 3 investigation reports on his table. The first report showed extensive info about Fang Yuan's family background. Fang Yuan was born into a good family, there was nothing strange about his identity, and his life experience was perfectly clean and spotless. Both his parents had passed away and he was taken in by his uncle and aunt. However, they did not get along, and ever since he attended the academy, Fang Yuan had always stayed in the academy hostel. The second report was about Fang Yuan's life records. He had shown early intelligence during junior age, and was seen optimistically by the clansmen, predicted to be a possible A-grade talent. Yet after the awakening ceremony, he was tested to be a C grade, greatly disappointing the clan. The third report was on Fang Yuan's recent trail. His everyday life patterns were very simple, and he had a rigid schedule. During the day he would always be attending lessons in the academy, and in the night he would always sleep in the dormitories. He was extremely hard-working in his cultivation, and would always enter a Gu master's cultivation every night, nurturing his aperture. There were times he would go out to the village's only inn to have better meals and buy wine to drink. He had a special affection towards wine, and loved to drink the green bamboo wine. Under his hostel bed, he kept tens of pots of green bamboo wine. The academy elder looked carefully again at the 3 reports, his heart forming a deeper impression of Fang Yuan again. Both his parents died early, and he was unable to get along with his uncle and aunt. No wonder this brat Fang Yuan does not have a sense of belonging towards the clan. He was personally crowned as a genius among all by the clansmen, yet they also personally plucked him out of the sky and threw him down to the earth. No wonder he is so wild and unruly, and so peculiarly cold and detached. His life is so simple and he is assiduous towards cultivation. This is him holding back his breath, unwilling to concede, he wants to prove his ability to the clan. Thus that is why when I suppressed him, he retaliated so fiercely. Once the academy elder carefully thought until this point, he could not help but heave a sigh. The more he learned about Fang Yuan, the more he understood Fang Yuan. Of course, understanding does not mean forgiving. Fang Yuan went against him, offending his dignity, rejecting to be class chairman, and even extorting his classmates. These were things he could not tolerate. Shaking the information in his hands, the academy elder frowned again. Although these reports are detailed, they have nothing to do with Fang Yuan's advancement secret. It has already been a few days, these people are atrocious. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, knocking sounds were heard on the door. Come inside, the academy elder said. The door opened. It was the clan head, Guyubo's personal guard. The clan leader has orders, esteemed elder, please hurry to the main family pavilion, there is a matter to discuss. Oh, what's the matter? The academy elder stood up from his seat. He had felt the severity of the issue from the guard's tone and expression. The rank 4 Gu master Sir Jia Fu has come back, his brother Jia Jinxing has gone missing. The guard answered. Hiss. The academy elder instantly drew a mouthful of cold air. 1. This analogy is unique to the author. I translated as closely as possible, yeah. Something about how basically two colors in the sky blend together like an emperor sleeping with his concubine. Back, 2. Salad dressing is a Chinese wordplay that is very hard to contextualize. Zhenmi ban and Liang ban are homophones with the character ban, so it is a phrase commonly used when people don't know how to reply to the how question. Back. Chapter 55, exactly the words I wanted to hear. The moon, round like a wheel, was faintly discernible among the floating clouds. The academy elder hurriedly walked on the road, his face barely visible under the flickering moonlight. It was hard to survive in this world, and Gu masters going missing was a common thing. With his extensive life experience, the academy elder knew that under normal circumstances, these sort of sudden disappearances often spelled death. Anyone can die, but Jia Jinxing cannot. Especially not dying in the Guyu village. His identity was special, his father being the Jia family head, his brother being the rank 4 Gu master Jia Fu. A rank 4 Gu master has yellow gold primeval essence, and they have absurd fighting power. Within the Guyu clan, only the clan leader is rank 4 and can match up to him, while the other clan elders were all rank 3. The Jia family head was at an even higher cultivation level. He was a rank 5, and under his lead the Jia family rose to prosperity, becoming a large-sized clan and possessing the resources of an entire mountain, with a large number of clansmen. Compared to them, Guyu clan was just a middle-sized one. If the two clans fought, Guyu village would definitely have the disadvantage. The most crucial part was, if this matter was spread, the Guyu clan's reputation would be tarnished. Many merchants are vigilant in choosing their routes. Without the interaction with merchants, the Guyu clan's surplus local resources would not have an avenue to sell, and the external resources they required would not be purchasable. As time passes, they would definitely weaken. This matter is severe. If we do not handle it well, it would be a disaster. The academy elder worriedly rushed towards the clan head's pavilion. Once he stepped into the conference hall in the clan head's pavilion, the academy elder felt the solemn and serious atmosphere. The main seat was occupied by the current clan leader Guyu Bo. The fat and short Jia Fu brought along 5 to 6 followers with him and stood at the center of the hall, adopting an accusative stance. Under the bright light of the lamp, the solemn faces of the elders who were standing at side of their chairs were evident. Jia Fu was a rank 4 Gu master, and since he was not sitting, these rank 3 clan elders naturally did not dare to sit. This was the deterrent force of a rank 4 Gu master. It was also a form of respect for power. Greetings. The clan elders were about to pay their respects, but they were stopped by the clan leader Guyu Bo's hands. Guyu Bo, who had grizzled white hair, was using his finger to rub his temple, a look of distress on his face. I'm not going to say more about the matter, the clan academy is always under your supervision. Let me ask you, where is Guyu Fang Yuan? The academy elder was shocked. Internally he thought, how does this have to do with that brat Fang Yuan? He answered politely, at this timing, he should be cultivating in the academy hostel. The clan leader sighed, Brother Jia is very suspicious now, he thinks that his brother Jia Jinxing's disappearance has something to do with Fang Yuan. I order you to go and bring him here immediately. The academy elder shuddered in his heart. Yes. He understood the severity of this issue, and hurriedly paid his respects before he turned around and left. Brother Jia, that Fang Yuan will be brought here immediately, have a seat. Guyu Bo pointed at a seat near him and said to Jia Fu. Jia Fu laughed bitterly, cupping his fists at Guyu Bo. I apologize to Brother Guyu. I was really anxious then, it has already been days since I've seen my brother, I fear for the worst. I really cannot afford to wait. There are some things that, only after losing them can they be understood. Jia Fu only realized it in these few days, the reason why his father paired him up with the burdened Jia Jinxing for the caravan. It was to test his nature. Seeing if he could, while suppressing his brother, remember their kinship, and at the same time take care of this little brother. If Jia Jinxing was dead now, how would his father view him? When he realized this point, he immediately held investigations in the caravan, and quickly set his target on the Guyu village. He rushed back without a single break. Now that he was standing, reluctant to sit, it was to create the impression that he was determined to get the culprit. This was both emitting pressure on the Guyu clan as well as giving his father a form of assurance when he returned to the Jia family. Reporting to clan leader Sir, Fang Yuan has been brought here. Quickly, the academy elder brought Fang Yuan to the hall. Guyu Fang Yuan pays his respects to clan elder, Sir Jia Fu, and the various clan elders, Fang Yuan said with an expressionless face. It's him? Jia Fu coldly observed Fang Yuan, at the same time asked a female Gu master. This female Gu master was the one who Fang Yuan bought the purple gold rock from at the gambling den. Yes, it's him. There is no mistake, the female Gu master stared at Fang Yuan, saying confidently. Jia Fu nodded. Immediately his gaze was like two steel blades, slashing at Fang Yuan. But he did not interrogate openly, for this was the Guyu village, thus he had to give the Guyu clan leader some respect. Thus he looked towards the Guyu clan leader. The Guyu clan leader had a serious expression. He knew that Jia Fu purposely conversed with the female Gu master loudly. It was not only to confirm Fang Yuan's identity, but also to assert his motive. He was implying to the Guyu clan head that he had the evidence in his hands. I have sufficient confidence, so you better not overly defend your own clansmen. This caused some displeasure in the Guyu clan leader's heart, thinking, you Jia Fu lost your brother, it was your mistake to begin with. Now you come here to our Guyu village with an accusative stance. Do you think my Guyu clan can be easily bullied? My Guyu clan is impartial and works around based on logic, but don't be mistaken that this is a weakness. Thinking of this, he did not interrogate Fang Yuan immediately, but fiercely said to the female Gu master, did you see clearly? I'm not afraid to tell you this, but Fang Yuan has a twin brother who looks extremely identical to him. Are you really sure it's him? The female Gu master was just a rank one, and under Guyu Bo's pressure, she instantly showed a hesitant and nervous expression. Jia Fu frowned and took a step forward, blocking her from Guyu Bo's sight. Cupping his fists, he said, Brother Guyu, I've always respected the Guyu clan. Especially the Guyu clan's first and fourth clan leader, these two were rank 5 powerhouses. One built the clan from scratch, where he went through tough times and created the Guyu family's 100-year foundation. Another was a benevolent hero, for to protect his clan he sacrificed himself, and is worth respecting. Brother Guyu, as the clan leader, I believe you will act impartial. Please interrogate this Fang Yuan. Hearing that his tone had softened, Guyu Bo nodded, but his heart had already decided. If this Fang Yuan was the culprit, then he would hand him over. After all, he was just AC grade, there is no loss in losing him. As long as it is able to settle this dispute. If Fang Zheng was the one who did it, Fang Yuan also has to take the blame. Fang Zheng is an A-grade genius, the only one in 3 years. The clan higher-ups still expect to nurture him greatly to go against that Bai Ning Bing from the Bai clan village. Fang Yuan, don't be nervous. Guyu clan leader smiled benevolently, using a gentle tone towards Fang Yuan. Let me ask you, do you know any information about that Jia Jinxing? Who is Jia Jinxing? Fang Yuan looked up and said calmly. He's lying. The female Gu master from the gambling den shrieked right as Fang Yuan finished his question. The people in the discussion hall, upon hearing this shrieking, frowned and all looked towards her. The female Gu master pointed at Fang Yuan, showing an agitated expression. It's him, it's him. At our gambling den, he bought 6 purple gold rocks, and the 5th was a mudskin toad. Young Master Jia saw it and tried to use 500 primeval stones to purchase it. This left a huge impression on me. Even if a year or 2 passes, I will not forget. Not only me, but the other Gu masters at the gambling den saw it too. Is that so? The Guyu clan leader's smile disappeared, showing a stiff expression and dragging his question towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan only nodded now, showing a hint of nervousness, and pretended to suddenly realize, oh, it's him. Alright, if he's Jia Jinxing, then I do know him. But after the gambling den incident, I did not see him ever again. He's lying again. This time, it was not the female Gu master, but a male Gu master who called out in public. Fang Yuan looked towards him, and as if he had recognized him, showed an expression of shock, but quickly tried to hide it. His expression changes were reflected in everyone's eyes. Everyone started to ponder. Esteemed sirs, I am an employee at the wine shop. The male Gu master first cupped his fists to everyone, and then vigorously pointed at Fang Yuan. That night, I saw clearly at the wine shop, he was sitting with young master Jia Jinxing, and the two secretly conversed for a long time. Once he said so, the hall erupted into a clamor of soft discussions. The academy elder used a cold gaze and looked at Fang Yuan. The Guyu clan master moved backward slightly, slowly leaning on the large chair. How can that be? Fang Yuan showed an obviously frantic expression, hurriedly saying, the wine shop had so many people, how can you recognize me just like that? You might be mistaken yourself. Haha, I am definitely not wrong. The male Gu master smiled, his gaze staring at Fang Yuan. At this moment he felt extremely confident. Not to mention it was young master Jia Jinxing who coming to our wine shop, we have to take care of him carefully. Even if it was not him, I would still have had recognized you, as you had given me a strong impression. Saying so, he raised his eyebrows, saying smugly, do you still remember? That day you came to our shop, wanting a cup of monkey wine. But you only drank a mouthful. After that you released the liquor worm and fed the remaining monkey wine to it. I saw the liquor worm and was very agitated, wanting to purchase it from you, but you refused to sell it and walked away immediately. Good, exactly what I wanted to hear. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but showed an expression of shock on his face, subconsciously taking a step backwards. Liquor worm. The eyes of the academy elder behind Fang Yuan shone. But quickly he frowned again, and could not help but ask, Fang Yuan, where did you get that liquor worm? Fang Yuan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, but refusing to answer. The surrounding clan elders flew into a rage, starting to scowl. Fang Yuan, do you know the trouble you've caused? Talk, exactly what happened. Tell us of what you know, own up. This liquor worm, is it Jia Jinxing's? How can it be his? The liquor worm is obviously obtained by myself. I opened it. Fang Yuan raised his head suddenly, his expression worked up, as if he could not stand such a slander, and shouted loudly with an indignant emotion. Chapter 56, Dispelling Suspicion. You opened it? Guyu Bo frowned deeply. That's right, at this point, I shall not hide it any further. Fang Yuan acted as if he was risking everything, speaking urgently. I bought 6 pieces of purple gold rock at the gambling den, but because I did not have enough primeval essence, I only opened 5 on the spot. The last one, I brought back to the hostel, and after opening it, I found a liquor worm inside. I was overjoyed as I had searched up information on it before, and knew that the liquor worm is a rare goo worm that could supplement my lack of talent, thus I refined it on the spot. Wait, you said that you bought 6 gambling rocks and opened a mudskin toad as well as another liquor worm? The clan elders upon hearing this, could not help but ask in an unbelievable tone. So what? Fang Yuan answered as a matter of fact, then pointed at the female Gu master, shouting, she can be my witness. Everyone on the scene were momentarily stunned before turning to look at the female Gu master. The female Gu master felt the pressure from all the gaze and did not dare to lie, so she honestly said, it is indeed true, Fang Yuan bought 6 rocks and opened the mudskin toad on the 5th. He brought the 6th piece away, but I do not know what he opened inside. Buying 6 purple gold rocks and getting 2 goo worms consecutively, isn't this luck way too good? The clan elders mumbled. What's so hard to understand? It's luck, who knows, heh, back in the days when I gambled rocks I also. Wait, goo worms are hard to refine, why did it sound like Fang Yuan easily refined it? Some of the family elders asked suspiciously. You're muddled. Don't you know that when a goo is extracted from a fossil, they're extremely weak, teetering on the brink of death? Even refining then from a lower rank is possible. What's so peculiar about him refining the liquor worm? Someone immediately answered. Fang Yuan continued, I refined the liquor worm and went to the stores on the second day. I indeed went to a wine shop in the afternoon and bought a cup of monkey wine. At night, I went again and witnessed a scamming scene. Jia Jinxing was selling a smelly fat worm as a black boar goo to someone in my clan. Next, Sir Jiafu appeared and resolved the dispute. I went to the wine shop again, but I did not expect to see Jia Jinxing drinking wine in a poor mood. I had just obtained the liquor worm and was extremely happy, so I asked him how many primeval stones I could sell it for. Who knew that Jia Jinxing, upon hearing my liquor worm, wanted to forcefully buy it? I obviously rejected him. I had no intentions to sell it, only wanting to know its value. Even if I wanted to sell it, that would have to be after I am rank 2, thus I left on the spot. Fang Yuan's words had brought out the matter of Jia Jinxing and Jiafu's conflict, causing the clan elders to see Jiafu in a different light. Under these pressuring gazes, Jiafu coughed and asked Fang Yuan with shining eyes, then did my brother chase after you? Fang Yuan nodded, half lying, he not only chased me, but also added an extra 50 primeval stones. But I did not want to sell it, so he was furious, claiming that the Guyu clan was no big deal, asking me to watch out. After saying that, he walked away. I never saw him again. Jiafu nodded internally. With his understanding of Jia Jinxing, he definitely would have chased after Fang Yuan and gave threats as that was his style. If Fang Yuan said he did not chase after him, that would be a lie. But since Fang Yuan said so, this led Jiafu to a predicament. His investigations led up only to this clue. Did Jia Jinxing really not search for Fang Yuan after that? Maybe he found Fang Yuan again afterwards, and as the two could not agree on the matter, he was killed by Fang Yuan. This is entirely possible. Speak, was Jia Jinxing killed by you? Thinking of this, Jiafu interrogated fiercely, attempting to pressurize Fang Yuan with his aura. Fang Yuan denied once again, claiming that he did not see Jia Jinxing anymore. Jiafu had no other evidence, and while one side questioned intensely, the other denied. At this point, it had become a stalemate. As Guyubo listened to their conversation, he turned displeased. That Jia Jinxing actually dared to threaten the Guyu clan on Qingmao Mountain. This was not giving the Guyu clan any respect. Now this Jiafu dared to interrogate a Guyu clan member so intensely in front of all the Guyu clan higher-ups. Never mind if he had evidence, but now that he has no evidence or proof, if this matter spread out, what would happen to the Guyu clan's honor? Brother Jia, it's not that I want to speak out of turn. The clan leader interrupted his interrogation and continued, Jia Jinxing has gone missing for so many days, hope is bleak. The culprit who caused this crime definitely left behind some traces. Did brother find anything yet? Jiafu stared fiercely at Fang Yuan before raising his head and sighed, I understand brother's words. If there were any traces, I would not have come here to find the culprit. That criminal is obviously experienced with vile methods and meticulous handling. To speak the truth, all the clues are at a dead end, and on the day we left, there was a huge rain that could have washed away all the possible blood traces. Guyubo smiled faintly. Brother Jia, I heard that your Jia family has a tracing goo worm called the underworld path butterfly. It can emit soul fragrance and be implanted on goo worms. The scent is colorless and odorless, and never fades. Your Jia family members' goo worms all have this scent. As long as you use the underworld path butterfly, following the fragrance, you'll be able to find the goo worms and thus your brother. Jiafu solemnly said, I used the underworld path butterfly long ago, but there was no effect. I'm sure you've heard that once the goo worm dies, the fragrance dissipates. Evidently the murderer killed all of the goo worms in my brother's possession. Guyubo's words turned, that's strange. The murderer harmed your brother, but he did not go for the goo worms, or for extortion to get primeval stones. The murderer killed this tiny rank 1 goo master, what was the motive? Indeed, what was the motive? Regardless of whether Jia Jinxing was dead, there had to be a motive, right? If not for goo worms nor primeval stones, then was it for love? But if it was a crime of passion, it had to be a long-term process, and Jia Fu would not have come to the Guyu clan. The caravan members and clansmen would fall under greater suspicion as they have a long relationship with him. At once, the hall fell into silence. Fang Yuan followed everyone's gazes, and suddenly said to Jia Fu, "Maybe Jia Jinxing was killed by you. I heard before that your family is splitting assets. Now that one brother is dead, wouldn't you get more inheritance?" "Shut up. Baseless accusation, do not slander Sir Jia Fu." Immediately the family elders erupted. Fang Yuan kept quiet immediately, his gaze shining obscurely, but his objective had been reached. His earlier words were like a pebble that was thrown into the elders' sea of thoughts, causing waves of ripples. The clan elders followed this train of thought, and started to think, Jia Fu cannot kill Jia Jinxing, this causes more harm to him than reward. Wait, even if he won't do it, that does not mean others won't. The Jia family's internal dispute. A certain elder had a flash of inspiration and lightly muttered. His volume was not high, but in the silent hall it could be heard clearly. At once, the elder's gaze shone. Finally, they have thought of this. Fang Yuan's mouth twitched, his eyelids drooping, hiding away his cold gaze. The Jia family's clan leader wants to split the assets and impart the role of clan leader, and because of this his children underwent intense competition, especially Jia Fu and Jia Gui, both being rank 4 Gu masters and having their own supporters. In these few years, the Jia family situation is somewhat known by many of the mountain villages. Jia Jinxing's misfortune was too strange. Currently there was no evidence showing that Fang Yuan was the killer. It was obvious that the motivation for murder was not enough just based on the theory of killing just because of a liquor worm. At the same time, the murderer's actions and methods would not be so meticulous and secretive. But if Jia Gui was the one acting in the shadows, then it could be explained. Everyone present was a higher up, and as someone in a position of power, there had to be something capable about them. At least for political schemes, they had great intuition and perception. The Jia family dispute, this gave everyone's imaginations a pair of wings. The Jia family clan leader had arranged Jia Jinxing to join the caravan. One reason was to test Jia Fu's nature, to see if he was a good brother, and only suppressed but not bully his brother. Now that Jia Jinxing was in trouble, Jia Fu would be implicated, and who is the true winner? Obviously Jia Fu's greatest competitor, Jia Gui. The criminal's actions were so fluid, causing all clues to come to a dead end. This showed how experienced the criminal was. How could this be done by a 15-year-old like Fang Yuan? All the answers were revealed at once. The discussion hall was still silent, but the elders exchanged gazes full of meaning. To make someone believe in something wholeheartedly, it is not through convincing, but directing. Fang Yuan's keen observation allowed him to see these glances, and he laughed coldly in his heart, but his face still showed an expression of indignance and stubbornness. Jia Fu's face was so dark and gloomy it could drip water. The matter of the Jia family internal dispute caused him to think of Jia Gui. At that moment, his soul shook. Who else had a greater motivation than Jia Gui? No one. I understand now, I understand everything. The academy elder stood behind Fang Yuan, looking at him. His eyes shone. Fang Yuan is both lucky and unfortunate, meeting Jia Jinxing at the last moment. With his age of just starting to attend school, how can he get rid of all the evidence? If he had such scheming abilities, how can he show this expression of indomitability? He denied it earlier just to hide the existence of the liquor worm. At this point, everyone had dispelled their suspicions towards Fang Yuan. Getting rid of the suspicions on me is just the first step, what happens next is crucial. Fang Yuan was in grasp of the situation, and at this point, everything was going according to plan. He sighed internally and looked at Jia Fu. Jia Fu looked at him too, the unfriendliness in his eyes growing obviously more intense. Chapter 57, A Gentleman's Lie. Jia Fu was conflicted. He had dispelled his suspicions of Fang Yuan and was certain that Jia Gui was the mastermind, but yet, so what if I know the truth? Jiafu felt anger and sadness surging. I have no evidence at hand, so if I accuse Jia Gui in front of father without any proof, father might even think I am trying to frame him. Jiafu was smart, and he looked at Fang Yuan, a light flashing in his eyes. Jia Jinxing had journeyed with him together, and now that he was missing, it was Jiafu's fault for not taking care of him. Since he could not accuse Jia Gui, he had to give his father some answers. And this answer was in front of him. That's right, if Fang Yuan is the scapegoat, it would at least help me get through this crisis. Once I get over it, I can get back at Jia Gui with twice the payback. Jiafu thought deviously. He raised his pitch, interrogating Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, how do you prove that you did not harm Jia Jinxing? The clan elders were stunned. This is obviously your internal dispute, why are you still grabbing onto my clansmen? Only the Guyu clan leader looked grim, his expression turning sharp as he stared at Jiafu. Fang Yuan, what proof do you have to show that you were not present at the time and did not harm Jia Jinxing? If you can't prove it, you are the murderer. Jiafu pointed at Fang Yuan, his gaze furious as he threatened with his aura. He's trying to push our clan's Fang Yuan into being the scapegoat. How atrocious. At this point, the clan elders had reacted and their expressions all turned unkind. They had been fighting and scheming against each other for a long time, so if they thought about it, they would know easily about Jiafu's standpoint and intentions. Witness? Of course I do. I prepared it long ago. Fang Yuan smiled internally, but showed an expression of shock, as if he wanted to speak but couldn't. No need for others, just tell me if you do or not. Jiafu raised his voice again, forcing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan showed an indignant expression, but finally gritted his teeth and said helplessly, no. Haha. Then you are, Jiafu was about to declare his verdict but at that point. Halt. The academy elder took a step forward and stood in front of Fang Yuan with a solemn expression. Of course he has a witness, that would be me. You? Jiafu asked in shock. That's right, me. The academy elder, facing rank 4 Jiafu, was slightly overpowered. But seeing Guyu Bo's encouraging gaze, he gathered his courage and raised his head. These days when Fang Yuan unexpectedly became the first to break through the middle stage, I sent my men to investigate him. His everyday activities and actions are recorded down, there was no time for him to harm Jia Jinxing. Yes, this is it. Fang Yuan hid behind the academy elder's back, where no one could see his curled lips, revealing a smile. Jiafu's expression was dim, he did not expect the academy elder to stand out and protect Fang Yuan. The crucial point was, the Guyu clan leader did not object. This had a great meaning, for it meant the Guyu clan was going to protect Fang Yuan. I get it. I wanted to get Fang Yuan to become the scapegoat, but that was from my perspective, and I did not consider their perspective. Indeed, once Fang Yuan is criminalized, the Guyu clan has to bear the evil name of harming a Jia family member. From then on they will have to face the Jia family's retribution as well as losing their own reputation. Furthermore, future caravans would not dare to come here and trade anymore, the loss is too great. Thinking of this, Jiafu was anguished and wanted to slap his own head. The Guyu higher-ups did have such considerations. Fang Yuan was AC grade, so if he really harmed Jia Jinxing, handing him over was nothing. But the point was, now that his suspicion had been cleared, if he was handed over, wouldn't the Guyu clan suffer a great injustice and lose out greatly? Knowing that this conflict could not be resolved, Jiafu gritted his teeth, determined to get his way. He said, if so, why don't you let me use the footprint goo? Once this goo is used, it will show us his last 30,000 footprints on the floor. The academy elder scoffed in displeasure. Jiafu's words meant he did not trust them. But he has no reason to stop him, thus he let Jiafu through. Come and test. Fang Yuan laughed coldly at Jiafu, walking towards him with his head lowered. He was confident, having predicted this. Thus, these few days he kept his activities within the village and did not go to the secret cave. Under the Guyu higher-up supervision, Jiafu did not play any tricks. The footprint goo was very peculiar, it was shaped like a person's foot. Its material was like a translucent yogurt, giving others a feeling of smoothness, and the surface had a yellow-green luster. Its size was small, being only palm size. Jiafu held it in his hands, sending primeval essence into the footprint goo. The footprint goo became brighter, and then suddenly with a bam sound, exploded into a cloud of yellow-green powder. The powdery cloud enveloped Fang Yuan and spun around him before flying out of the discussion hall. Where the powder cloud passed through, the floor would show a series of footprints. These footprints glowed in a yellow-green light around the same size as Fang Yuan's foot. They were Fang Yuan's footprints when he entered the discussion hall. The footprints extended from the family head pavilion into the academy hostel and then to the academy and circulated. Other than that, it reached the mountain villages in. The powder cloud became smaller as it flew, and finally at the 30,000th step, it vanished. The results were clear, everyone had checked and they knew that Fang Yuan was innocent, there was nothing suspicious. Jiafu sighed, taking out a small jade box. He opened the jade box, where there was only a jade piece inside. The jade piece was a translucent emerald color, and there was a goo sealed inside. This was a phasmid's one, its body long and slim, with the color of jade, its entire body looking like a bamboo tube. The phasmid's was normally longer than a palm, but this one wasn't, being only the size of a fingernail. On its surface, it emitted a white glow. Green jade as its body, white light enveloping its form, this is the bamboo gentleman. At once, some of the elders recognized this goo worm and exclaimed. Even Guyubo was moved. He could not refrain from advising, Brother Jia, this bamboo gentleman is a rank 4 goo, it is not easily refined. Why waste it here? Jiafu shook his head, looking at Fang Yuan, this bamboo gentleman was obtained through gambling rocks when I was young. The rock was only opened halfway before it could no longer be extracted. As everyone knows, this goo worm is fed honesty as food, being able to detect lies from birth. Only an honest gentleman who has never lied can refine and feed this goo. Fang Yuan, you just have to open this rock and keep the bamboo gentleman in your aperture. Whatever I ask you, you will answer. Next, we will take out this goo and let everyone see if it changed color. If the goo changes color, you're lying. No problem. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He immediately opened the jade piece and did as Jiafu instructed. The bamboo gentleman appeared in his aperture and emitted a faint green glow, covering the primeval sea. Fang Yuan felt that if he said a single lie, the bamboo gentleman could detect it and turn its body from green into another color. But he only accepted it because he had his trump card. Spring-autumn cicada. With a thought, the spring-autumn cicada awakened and let out a trace of its aura. This aura was overpowering, and it immediately suppressed the bamboo gentleman. The bamboo gentleman emitted a green glow and immediately shrunk its body. Its entire body was curled up, trembling in fear. How could it have the excessive spirit to detect lies? Jiafu began interrogating, with his first question hitting home, Fang Yuan, did you harm my brother Jia Jinxing? No. Fang Yuan affirmed. Jiafu asked, do you have any other information about him? Fang Yuan shook his head, no idea. Jiafu asked again, did you say anything dishonest to us earlier? Fang Yuan shook his head again, no. Alright, you can take out the bamboo gentleman now. After finishing with 3 questions, Jiafu instructed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took out the bamboo gentleman, and everyone saw that it was still an emerald green color with no changes. The clan elders heaved a sigh of relief. Jiafu's expression became milder as he kept the bamboo gentleman, cupping his fists towards Guyu Bo. Much offense this time, brother Guyu. No matter, the truth is what we wanted to see as well. Guyu Bo waved his hand, then sighed, but what a pity for this bamboo gentleman. The bamboo gentleman had the ability to detect lies and was a rank 4 goo, thus it was very valuable. But feeding and refining it was not easy. It had to be refined by an honest gentleman. If any other goo master had said a single lie, the refinement would fail and the bamboo gentleman would die on the spot. Its food was honesty. It would reside in the aperture of an honest gentleman and consuming the gentleman's honesty as food to survive. Now that the bamboo gentleman had been opened, it was extremely weak, but it had no food to restore its strength. After being treated so harshly by Fang Yuan, its death was set in stone. Jiafu shook his head, looking at the bamboo gentleman in his head, not feeling any pity. He said solemnly, I have already done my best to investigate, but I received no results. This time, when I get back to the family, I will employ the divine investigator Tai Shueleng, too. It would definitely get this matter cleared up. Goodbye. Saying so, he cupped his fists towards Guyubo and left, crisp and quick, with a certain elegance to it. Seeing Jiafu and the rest leaving, Guyubo heaved a sigh of relief and said, You can all leave now. He waved at the clan elders, but suddenly thought of something and said, Academy elder, please stay back. Without losing a single drop of sweat, Fang Yuan walked out of the family head's pavilion safe and sound. 1. Phasmids, stickbugs. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/phasmatio. 2. Tai Shueleng. Tai means metal and is the name of the Tai clan. Shueleng means cold blood. This name will be important. Back. Chapter 58. The clan does not only have rules and regulations. Clan leader, what is the matter? The academy elder respectfully stood at a corner. It's nothing much, take a seat, I have a story to share with you. Guyubo squinted his eyes and said slowly. Your subordinate shall listen with full attention. Academy elder chose to sit at the seat closest to the clan leader. Clan leader Guyubo began his story on Renzu. Some say. Ever since Renzu was able to get their names and subdued the rules and regulation Gu, his first order was for them to capture a longevity Gu. Rules and regulation Gu, one round and other square, worked together and could capture all the Gu in the world. A longevity Gu was nothing difficult. Renzu used the longevity Gu and got back his youth, becoming 20 years old again. But now the rules Gu said, human, although you subdued us, every time you command us, it will add a rule and regulation. Regulation Gu continued, we can catch the longevity Gu for you, this is the first order. Our new rule and regulation is, we will not repeatedly catch the same Gu for you. That means, if Renzu wanted to catch a longevity Gu again, the two rules and regulation Gu would not help. Renzu nodded, having no choice but to accept. He gave his second command, then, other than the longevity Gu, please capture all the other 10,000 Gu in the world for me. Rules and regulation Gu got this command and rules Gu turned into a giant circle, encompassing the universe. Regulation Gu turned into a giant square, covering the large world. One square and one round formed a giant net together, enveloping the entire world. When they shrunk again and returned to Renzu, all the Gu in the world other than longevity Gu were captured. Renzu was overjoyed, with this all the Gu belonged to him, from now on he was the ruler of the world. But once he opened the net, with a swoosh, a large number of worms flew outside and the Gu that rules and regulation Gu worked hard to catch, all escaped fervently. When Renzu closed the net, only 5 Gu were left. Why is this? Renzu was astonished. Rules and regulation answered him, human, the world has over 10,000 Gu with all sorts of abilities. You have no strength or knowledge, how can you subdue them? We can only capture Gu for you, to subdue them, you have to rely on yourself to get them to work for you. Next they added, this is your second order, so we'll add a second rule and regulation, from now on, we can only catch 1 Gu for you at a time. Renzu could only nod, and carefully opened the net, only showing a small gap. The remaining 5 Gu contained the strength and wisdom Gu. Seeing this, Renzu was overjoyed. He said to Strength Gu, you left me back then, do you have any regrets? If you succumb to me now, I will return you your freedom. Strength Gu said, human, you are wrong. I didn't leave not because I couldn't, but because I wanted to stay. You want to subdue me but that's impossible. I only succumb to those stronger than me, but you are out of the question. However we can deal again, give me your youth and I will temporarily obey you. Renzu was reluctant upon hearing this, he had just gotten back his youth, Was he about to lose it again? But he desired strength. He knew that with strength, he would get stronger and life would get easier. Moreover, with strength, he could subdue more goo. Thus, Renzu accepted, and formed a second deal with it. Renzu became middle-aged at once, and the strength goo flew out of the web and landed on Renzu's shoulder. Renzu had strength, and was full of confidence. He said to Wisdom Goo, you left me back then, do you have any regrets? If you succumb to me now, I will return you your freedom. Wisdom Goo said, Human, you are wrong. I did not leave not because I couldn't, but because I wanted to stay. You want to subdue me, but that's impossible. I only succumb to those smarter than me, yet you are not smarter than me. But we can deal again, give me your middle age and I will temporarily obey you. Renzu upon hearing this, refused to do the same deal again. He treasured his life more, and he also knew that once he sold his middle age, he would be left with old age. Before long, the strength and wisdom goo would leave him again, just like last time. Renzu refused to deal, but did not want to let go of the wisdom goo. Wisdom Goo was anxious, reluctantly giving in. All right, human, you win. I lost to you this time. As long as you tell me what method you used to capture me, I will admit defeat and not take anything from you, being at your disposal. Upon hearing this, Renzu was overjoyed, and before the rules and regulation goo could stop him, he said, I used the rules and regulation goo to capture you. Wisdom Goo laughed upon hearing, I remembered it, so these goo are called rules and regulation. Haha, now that I know your names, you can no longer capture me. Saying so, it turned into a flash of light and flew away, vanishing into thin air. Rules and regulation goo began to complain, Human, we told you long ago that our name should be known by you alone, and not others. Otherwise, we would be used by others. Look what happened, now that Wisdom Goo knows our names, it spells trouble. Only then did Renzu realize that he was tricked by Wisdom Goo. He was anguished, for he knew he lost the only chance he had of capturing the Wisdom Goo using rules and regulation. Saying so, Gyubo's story came to an end. He looked at the Academy Elder with a meaningful gaze. Academy Elder jumped from his seat. He had heard of Renzu's story long ago, but from Gyubo's mouth, it had a greater meaning. His gaze shone and his heart understood. He bowed slightly at Gyubo, respectfully saying, Clan leader, you are using this story as an analogy? Fang Yuan as the Wisdom Goo and the clan as Renzu. Although Renzu used the rules and regulation goo to capture Wisdom Goo and managed to trap it, the Wisdom Goo eventually escaped. Saying so, the Academy Elder paused and thought about it for a while, before looking at Gyubo. Sir Clan leader, you want me to let go of Fang Yuan and stop pressuring him? But he's getting more and more overboard. Gyubo stopped the Academy Elder's words, holding out his hand, indicating for him to sit and speak. The Academy Elder sat and heard Gyubo sigh, your comprehension is still superb, being an intelligent person, easily getting my point. Unfortunately your grasp of the situation is still too small, you can only see that tiny plot of land in front of you. Let me tell you, the Academy is a small matter, and the clan is really the important one. I know what you are worried about, afraid that the other students are heavily suppressed by Fang Yuan, eventually losing the fire in their heart. He. Gyubo shook his head, pointing at Academy Elder, you're overthinking it. What do you think the clan is doing? Just relying on your academy to nurture new people? Of course not, behind every student, there's their parents, elders, and friends. Only with these people's support, encouragement, expectations, our Guyu clan's new generation can have the confidence and motivation in their hearts. Fang Yuan has indeed repeatedly exceeded my expectations, he has a hint of outstanding excellence. I have been observing Fang Zheng secretly and I have long known about Fang Yuan's extortions, just let him continue. Use him to train Fang Zheng, Mo Bei, and Qiqing, these rough jades. There are many advantages in this matter. At the very least this round of students have the best fighting skills among all the previous seasons. Academy Elder was worried, but clan leader, excessive hurdles isn't a good thing either, it will crush the Jade. Especially that Fang Yuan has the liquor worm now, this worm provides great help to a rank 1 Gu master. I'm worried that at the rank 1 stage, under Fang Yuan's suppression, no one can overturn the situation. Then let them be unable to turn over the situation. Gyubo snorted, showing the grace and callousness of a person in power. This tiny setback, what does it matter? Is it scarier than death? With their family elder's support, if they still lacked motivation, then they are not even Jade to begin with and have no value to nurture. The clan has tons of new students into the academy each year, so if this season doesn't succeed, there's always the next. As for Fang Zheng, starting tomorrow night, I will teach him in secret. With the clan leader's personal teaching, that is really Fang Zheng's fortune. Academy elder licked his boots at the appropriate timing. 1. Gyubo's expression softened as he looked at Academy elder, instructing, do you know the reason why after so many decades, you are still the Academy elder? Have greater tolerance. I know Fang Yuan infringed your dignity and made you humiliated, but do you really have to be so calculated with a junior from a younger generation? I know that Fang Yuan has some earlier wisdom, but he is still a youngster and tends to be rash. If not, he would not have hurt the guards in public and caused you to be in a predicament. He was furious internally back then, and that is understandable. From being hailed as genius to a commoner, it is normal to be angry at the clan. He is actually very childish, you can tell from him trying to hide the liquor worm. How can the liquor worm be hid? He is not mature yet and is still innocent, don't think of him as a scary being. Comparing him to the wisdom goo, I am thinking too highly of him. At most, he has some small intelligence, but lacks true wisdom and knowledge. If he hid the fact that he rose to middle stage silently, or accepted the class chairman position without any displeasure, that would truly be deep scheming. Clan leader, your meaning is? Academy elder raised his eyebrows. What I'm trying to say is, Fang Yuan is discontented with the clan, thus let him go vent his anger. An ant spitting at an elephant, will the elephant care? Emotions are meant to be let out and not bottled inside, so once he's done venting, he will naturally fuse into the clan. Our Guyu clan has been around for nearly 1,000 years, ever since the first generation founded it. There has been countless of people who were discontented with the clan, but eventually did any of them manage to overturn the clan? A clan is not just about rules and regulations, there's also blood relation and kinship. Renzu wanted to use the rules and regulations to capture wisdom. Yet not only did he lose, but he also informed wisdom of the rules and regulations. There is profound meaning in this story, the rules are dead, but people are alive, and relationships are deep. If you only know how to use rules and regulations to catch people, it will only increase resentment and cause Fang Yuan to be more dissociated with the clan. Fang Yuan is only a C grade, if he's lucky, after tens of years he'd still be a low-ranking clan elder. But he is still Guyu Fang Zheng's twin brother, do you understand now? Understood. Hearing Gyubo's final sentence, the academy elder realized at once. If a family only has rules and regulations, then the family is a pile of dead objects. But if you add in blood relationship, it'll be alive. Gyubo nodded, and one more sentence, I want you to remember. Please admonish me, Sir Clan Elder. Gyubo, with a distant gaze, looked out of the window towards the moon. The sea can hold the water from thousands of rivers, it's big because of its capacity. A person is great when he can be tolerant and forgiving to many other people. Remember this, and leave. Yes, clan leader sir, your subordinate takes his leave, said the academy elder as he left the hall. 1. Bootlicking basically. Chapter 59, regardless of rank 3 or 4, you're all monkeys. Tonight's moon was especially round. The moonlight shone splendid and like muslin, draping over the Qingmao mountain. The treasure brass toad would travel 100 meters with every hop. Due to its leaping method to move forward, the precipitous and narrow mountain path was unable to serve as a limitation or hindrance to it. Jiafu and his crew sat on the back of the treasure brass toad. After exiting the Guyu village, they once again headed towards the merchant caravan's direction. The wind blew past their ears, and their view followed the treasure brass toad as it moved up and down. The moonlight shone on everyone's faces and they all looked solemn, while Jiafu's face was cold as ice. After a while, a close subordinate could not stand this atmosphere and asked Jiafu, "Master, what are we going to do now? Jia Jinxing's death, once master returns, how will you answer to old master? Should we find a scapegoat first?" Jiafu shook his head, but avoided the question. "Do you know the story of Renzu?" The subordinate was stunned, not expecting this answer. At once he did not know how to reply. Jiafu continued, "Renzu had the rules and regulation gu, and could capture all the 10,000 gu in the world, obtaining strength but losing wisdom. At that point his net still contained 3 gu. He opened and saw that they were the attitude gu, belief gu, and suspicion gu respectively. Renzu was unwilling to let them go, thus the 3 gu could only bet with him. Once Renzu opens the net, they would run out in 3 different directions, and whoever is captured by Renzu would be subdued. Guess, who did Renzu capture in the end? The trusted aide thought, and answered, "It's the attitude gu." "Do you know why?" Jiafu asked. The loyal subordinate shook his head. Jiafu laughed, "Because attitude means everything. No matter if father believes or suspects, I have already displayed my attitude. Jia Jinxing went missing, and I immediately conducted investigations in the caravan. Once I had a clue, I rushed towards the Guyu clan without stop. At the village, I risked the danger of being attacked by them and interrogated them on the spot. I did not even sit down, and to prove Fang Yuan's words, I went as far as to use the rank 4 bamboo gentleman. Once I get back, I will even spend a ton of money to employ the divine investigator, inviting Tailung Shui to investigate this matter. Regardless of whether Jia Jinxing is dead or alive, as his brother I have already done all that I should, my attitude shows everything. I have thought it through earlier, we do not need a scapegoat. We shall go back in this honest state, because I was not at fault for this matter. Finding a scapegoat, that might just be a trap by Jia Gue. If I can find a scapegoat, he can also find someone to overturn the case." His subordinate was shocked and said, "Master, you really suspect that young Master Jia Gue was behind this?" "Humph, who else but him can do something so perfectly?" Saying so, Jiafu's face distorted, anger bursting from his eyes. "Before this, I was thinking about our blood relationship and did not do such a thing to him. But since he is so devious, I will have to pay him back an eye for an eye. Don't blame me for being unscrupulous." He did not know that far away in a distant place, there were a pair of eyes sending him off. Fang Yuan stood on the hillside as he silently watched. The view tonight was truly spectacular. The golden yellow, round moon was high up in the night sky, shining so brightly that the entire earth was lit bright. The nearby green mountains were verdant and lush, all kinds of flora growing about. The Man Mountain's pine and cypress trees, as well as the Qingmao Mountain's distinctive green spear bamboo grew in continuous clumps, cluster after cluster. A wide expanse of dark green color poured down in torrents from the mountaintop and flowed down to the foot of the mountain. Faraway mountains ranged endlessly, forming a muddled heavy black shadow under the moonlight. The tortuous and entwined mountain road resembled goat intestines as it meandered into the distance, occasionally sheltered away by the forest, stretching out all the way. Jiafu and his group sat atop the treasure brass toad, following the mountain road as they moved forward. As they continued on the leaping toad, their figures were finally covered away by the trees. Although the mountain terrain could not affect the treasure brass toad's speed, Jiafu did not dare to recklessly cut through Qingmao Mountain, for if he barges into a monster horde, even with his rank 4 cultivation he would still not come out unscathed. Hence following the mountain trail and moving forward is the best path. Not long ago, Fang Yuan was standing on the hill holding an umbrella, sending the caravan off. But now he was here again, watching Jiafu leave. The trouble from killing Jia Jinxing is finally settled. His eyes were dark and remote while his heart was calm, about of peacefulness. Even since he killed Jia Jinxing that night, he had been considering how to tie the loose ends. He was clear that without base or support, if the truth was revealed, the Guyu clan would definitely sacrifice him. But if he just hid it blindly, the truth was bound to get exposed one day. A smart way to lie is to have truth and lies, some truth in his lies, and some lies in his truth. He had to direct the trouble elsewhere. This incident was like a chess game with two sides against each other. One side is Jiafu's caravan, while the other is the Guyu clan. In this incident, be it Guyu Bo, the academy elder or Jiafu, they were all pawns, heck even Fang Yuan himself was just a pawn. To protect the pawn that represents himself, he had to use the two opposing sides and find a chance in between. Few days ago, Fang Yuan had already started plotting. He first made use of those two guards to come up with a good show with the academy elder at the academy. Next he hid the existence of the liquor worm and stirred the curiosity of the clansmen, gaining great attention, attracting the higher-ups. Simultaneously, he allowed the academy elder to hold private investigations. Next, he extorted his classmates and expressed his rashness, wildness, and displeasure towards the clan, showing weakness to the Guyu higher-ups. Then he counted the days and waited for Jiafu. During the interrogation he displayed his immaturity and fear, which allowed him to lead the others' thoughts by the nose, letting them find out the truth. Lastly he made use of the Guyu clan and Jiafu's opposing interests, and turned the academy elder who was suspicious of him and held investigations, into his eyewitness. The bamboo gentleman was a small unexpected accident, but it was still a rank 4 Gu, and under the spring-autumn cicada's aura, the bamboo gentleman ironically became Fang Yuan's greatest evidence. Finally, Fang Yuan not only explained perfectly where he got the liquor worm, but also pushed the blame to the innocent Jia Gue, while he himself got out of this incident without losing a hair. Academy elder was asked to stay behind. It seems that Guyu Bo is going to interfere in the academy's matters and get rid of the plan to pressurize me. With his nature, he does have this tolerance. But his real motive isn't me, it should probably be Fang Zheng. One of my motives for blowing up the matter was to stir a commotion and make the higher-ups notice. If Guyu Bo doesn't show up, there will still be Guyu Mo Chen and Qi Lian who would come out to defend their reputation. As for Jiafu, he should be certain that Jia Gue is the culprit now. With the flames of revenge burning in his chest, I am looking forward to it. With my interference, their sibling conflict would be elevated. I wonder if that Gu Master competition would be brought forward? Oh yes, there is still that divine investigator Tai Lung Shui. Tai Lung Shui, humph. Fang Yuan repeated this name, and after half a beat, lightly smiled. Among the righteous path, this is indeed a character. Unfortunately he is riddled with official business and has a tight schedule. For this matter, it is not easy to get him to come. Jiafu wants to show his attitude, thus he has to invite him, but the time is hard to gauge. At the very least it should be arranged in 2 to 3 years' time. In 2 to 3 years, he would have rank 2 or 3 cultivation. By then, life would be in a completely different sight. The night wind blew over with the fresh cool air of the mountains, penetrating with a kind of fragrance. Fang Yuan breathed in, feeling more refreshed. He looked into the distance, his field of view wide. The unrestrained mountains were picturesque, looking tranquil and auspicious under the moon. The bright moon illuminates among pines, the clear spring flows upon stone. Fang Yuan lightly recited, he could not help but think of a verse from a fable from Earth. There were a group of monkeys that pursued the moon. They saw the moon in the well, and they wanted to fish it up. The monkey from behind grabbed hold of the tail of the monkey before it, and the monkey before it grabbed a hold of the monkey in front of him. Thus this went on repeatedly until the first monkey was able to touch the water surface of the well. Once it stretched out its hand, the water rippled and the moon disappeared. People in this world were like this. They would see the reflection of the moon, and think that it is the real thing. Not knowing it was just the moon in the well, the moon in their eyes, or simply the moon in their hearts. In this life I hope to become the real moon, rising above the mountains and heavens, toying with the clouds and seas, following the ancient times and walk in the darkness above the various heavens. Fang Yuan's eyes were crystal clear, and the beautiful green mountains were reflected on his pupils. On the hill, the thin body of a teenager stood silently. A golden moon well-shaped like a disc suspended high in the night sky. It has existed since ancient times, traveling through the night sky, casting the small shadow of the teenager faintly onto the limestones. Chapter 60, Passage Behind the Broken Wall. How can the legacy be easily obtained? The night sky of early summer is beautiful. There was not a single cloud floating in the sky, and the stars flickered like crystals, shining with emotionally moving radiance. Sandalwood crickets appeared on stage to take over the place of the dragonpill crickets, and they sang their emotional songs in the grassy bushes, creeks, and tree branches. The Guyu village was radiantly lit, as if it was reflecting the bright starry sky. One by one the dark green bamboo houses stood in the night wind, and beneath the star dome it had a tranquil and peaceful ambience. Fang Yuan was not in the village now, but he had snuck into the secret cave among the rock cracks. He half-kneeled on the ground, his hand caressing the image wall, his palm emitting a lump of blue-colored moonlight. On the image wall, the original scene was already gone, and it was now no different from the other surrounding stone walls. If Fang Yuan did not remember this position, who else would know that hidden under this image wall was Flower Wine Monk's strength inheritance? On a night over a month ago, the image wall transformed and the Flower Wine Monk's secret hideout appeared. The image wall first showed a video of Flower Wine Monk bathed in blood, but proclaimed he was leaving his inheritance. Next was a line of bloody words, hinting for the discoverer to break the image wall and the cave opening would appear. Then the words vanished, and the image wall's photo-audio-goo's strength was depleted, and the image wall went back to being an ordinary wall. Although he knew about the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance, Fang Yuan did not have the time to explore it. As it was an unexpected occurrence, he had to kill Jia Jinxing on the spot and was busy that night getting rid of the evidence. Towards the impending interrogation, he had to plot carefully and had restricted his activities inside the village. Until when Jiafu left and after the academy elder stopped his investigations, about 10 days later, the attention had waited and Fang Yuan could finally sneak back into the cave. In the aperture, the green copper sea was reducing as Fang Yuan deployed his primeval essence into the moonlight goo on his right palm. The moonlight goo emitted a gentle moonlight and flickered continuously. Under its effect, the rock wall was shaved off slowly, and large amounts of rock powder fell on the ground. This was Fang Yuan's extensive control of the moonlight goo, the same method he used to open the gambling rocks. Compared to opening rocks, this method was more coarse, but in breaking this thick rock wall, this method seemed a little too gentle. This was the 6th day that Fang Yuan was using the moonlight goo to shave the rock wall. On the floor was a thick pile of dark red-colored rock powder. Logically speaking, Qingmao Mountain soil was all green-colored. But here, the soil were strangely bright red and emitted a dark glow. But fortunately so, because of this source of light, Fang Yuan did not need to prepare a torch. In order to avoid being suspected, Fang Yuan did not use any tools. Steel hammers and pickaxe were undoubtedly better for breaking the rock wall, but if he did, the sound of the wall breaking would reverb all over the area. Regardless of whether the outside world would hear a faint or loud noise, Fang Yuan wanted to eliminate all such possible suspicious points. Fine details often decided in one's victory or defeat. To Fang Yuan, being cautious is not just his good point, it was more like a habit to him. In his past life he had been careless and carefree, but he quickly paid a hefty price. There is a saying that goes, people get more cowardly when they age. Yet actually this is not cowardice, but patient cautiousness. 500 years of experience ingrained the word caution into his soul. Puff. Taking in a deep breath, Fang Yuan slowly stopped the transmission of his primeval essence. He plopped onto the ground, extremely exhausted. He had dug around 3 inches of thickness out of the entire slab of image wall that was the height of half a man. Fang Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead while exercising his shoulders and stretching his legs. Due to long hours of squatting, a sense of numbness was felt from his legs. Knock, knock, knock. Fang Yuan bent his fingers and knocked on the rock wall. Hearing the sound, he was slightly happy in his heart, as he could tell the wall was getting thinner. Closing his eyes to meditate, he checked the situation inside his aperture once again. The green copper primeval essence had less than 20% left. Continue working hard. Fang Yuan grit his teeth and stretched out his right hand again on the rock wall. The water blue-colored moonlight sustained a glow for around 15 minutes, then Fang Yuan suddenly halted his actions. He took out his right arm and found out that the rock wall had a small hole in it already. He immediately stood up and kicked. With a thunderous noise, the hole expanded and became as big as a bamboo basket. Fang Yuan cautiously took a few steps backwards. He felt a sense of staleness emitting from the hole and permeating into the secret cave. The secret cave's ventilation was not good. Fang Yuan thought about it for a moment and decided to leave the rock crack, returning to the outside world. Only after a while did he return. The stale feeling in the cave was slightly better than earlier, and Fang Yuan continued to expand the size of the hole, sometimes using the moonlight goo, and at other times using his hands to dig, or his legs to kick. After a while, he finally expanded the hole into a size that he could fit into. Looking from the hole, there was a diagonal path downwards. The path was initially narrow, but the deeper it was, the wider it got. A person must lower their head when entering at first, but towards the latter half of the path, they are able to take large strides with straightened backs. The cave's walls were a weird red soil color, emitting a faint red glow. This caused the passage's interior to be visible. But the path was very long and extended beyond what the eye could see. Due to the angle, Fang Yuan could not see what was at the end of the path. He stood at the cave entrance and did not immediately step in, instead squinting and standing on the spot. A strength inheritance was not like a legacy inheritance. Legacy was when a Gu master died and left behind his belongings. Those who find this legacy can find the items on the corpse. A strength inheritance is when a Gu master who is on the verge of death and reluctant to let his legacy go extinct, or to benefit the future generations, or wants to leave behind his last trace of existence in the world, purposely set hurdles to test the people who arrive. Taking the flower wine monk for example, he set up this inheritance with a clear objective: it is to nurture an avenger, to take revenge on the Guyu clan. If the person who comes along is able to pass these trials, she would obtain all sorts of benefits. The person who gets through the final test would obtain the entire strength inheritance. According to the two factions, strength inheritance is split into the righteous inheritance and the demonic inheritance. Righteous inheritances often had exquisite design, to test the nature and character of the person. Those who fail midway would not be in any mortal danger. Demonic inheritance was more complex. Those demonic cultivators were often insane and persistent, cold-blooded, or a mass murderer, unable to be assessed by normal standards. Some demonic inheritances had trials that tested the mind. With lots of mind-boggling decisions to make, a lot of people would fall into deep and painful thoughts without getting a single result. Some demonic inheritances were extremely simple, being a secret room with goo worms and primeval stones inside. Some demonic inheritances were extremely cruel, and failure midway often spelled death. Some were more extreme. A few demonic cultivators' inheritances were a huge lie, being a giant trap itself. They followed the rules of bringing someone down with them, and even right before dying, they would set up this trial and trick others. Which type does flower wine monk's inheritance belong to? Fang Yuan thought deeply. With his previous life's memories, he was clear of any future famous demonic inheritances. But this one in particular, no one discovered it in his lifetime, and Fang Yuan was left unaware of the details. By right, the chances of a trap isn't high. Otherwise the flower wine monk would not design this image wall. But is there a hidden mechanism? Fang Yuan picked up a rock and threw it into the cave. The rock rolled in the path and quickly rolled out of Fang Yuan's sight. He could hear a series of colliding sounds echoing in the cave. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. The rock testing results showed that it was safe. But he did not enter the path yet, and instead took out some rock powder and spread it around the entrance of the secret cave. At the same time, he spread a layer on the rock crack entrance. Next, he squeezed out of the narrow rock crack and left the place. Around a few hundred meters from the river in a hidden bush, he found the green bamboo wine that he had brought along this time. Opening the seal, he drank a huge mouthful and purposely spilled some of the liquor, getting it on his clothes and making him smell of alcohol. Carrying the wine, he went back to the village, and upon reaching the school hostel, it was exactly midnight. If he did not return at night often, people would get suspicious. This was better, going out early at night and returning late at night. When finding the liquor worm, Fang Yuan already did this, and with that background, such behavior was not peculiar. The stars fade and the sun appears, a night of silence. Chapter 61, Life hanging on a grass rope. The bright morning sun shone on Qingmao Mountain. In the academy, the elder spoke about important details. Tomorrow, we are choosing the second gu worm for refinement. Everyone here has experience in successfully refining gu worms, and this time you can solidify your experiences. For the selection of the second gu worm, consider it carefully. With the experience of cultivating these few days and understanding of your own body, consider it as a whole. Normally, it is best if you pair the second gu well with your vital gu. A gu master's first gu was known as the vital gu, and once it was chosen it would be the footing stone of their development. After that, the second and third gu worm would be nurtured upon this footing stone and decide the gu master's cultivating direction. After hearing the academy elder's words, the youngsters began to ponder, and only Fang Yuan was sleeping soundly on the table. He had worked hard for half the night yesterday, and after returning to the hostel, he still continued in his gu master cultivation, nurturing his aperture. When the sun had risen, only then did he sleep. The academy elder looked at Fang Yuan and frowned, but did not say anything. Ever since the clan leader spoke to him, he had adopted a let Fang Yuan do as he wishes, I am not going to give a care attitude. Which gu worm should I choose? As the students thought about it, they subconsciously looked towards Fang Yuan. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan already has his second gu worm. Yeah, that is but a liquor worm. To actually get a liquor worm out of gambling rocks, his luck is off the charts. If I had the liquor worm, I would advance to middle stage first too, huh? The students' thoughts varied, having admirers and jealous people among them. Ever since that day after the interrogation, Fang Yuan's liquor worm was successfully exposed. The origins of the liquor worm did not raise suspicion. The clansmen were both enlightened and also exasperated at Fang Yuan's luck. Why don't I have such luck, sigh. Guyu Qiqing, who was also a C-grade talent, sighed deeply in his heart. Quite a while ago, his grandfather had asked around and tried to procure a liquor worm for him. To think that even as a family branch's inheritor, he was not able to have one, to think Fang Yuan managed to get the liquor worm before him. Compared to Qiqing's envy and depression, Vice Chairman Fang Zheng was full of spirit. Brother, I will definitely surpass you. He looked at Fang Yuan and said in his heart before looking away. These days his eyes were shining with light, and he felt a sort of excitement towards life. His face was flushed red and his forehead was glowing, even his steps were quicker and lighter. The academy elder saw all of it, and immediately understood that the Guyu clan leader had started secretly teaching Fang Zheng. These underhand methods were obviously not for the public to know. The academy elder turned a blind eye to this. Soon it was night once more. Fang Yuan entered the secret cave again. Ring ring ring. In his hand, a wild rabbit was struggling, and there was a bell on its neck. This was a wild rabbit that Fang Yuan caught on the mountain, the bell was naturally attached by him. After a day, the stuffy smell in the secret cave has dissipated, and the air was fresh. The cave's passage entrance was open, it was silent inside. Fang Yuan half-kneeled on the floor as he inspected the floor. Yesterday he had sprayed rock powder all over the area, and this thin layer of powder was inconspicuous. The passage entrance's rock powder is intact, thus it seems that during my absence, nothing strange has crawled out of it. The rock crack entrance does have a footprint, but that's mine, so evidently no one else had come here. Fang Yuan felt at ease after his inspection. He stood up, using his hands to pull the dead vines from the wall. Next he sat on the ground and his leg was used to hold the wild rabbit in place, leaving his two hands free to weave the vines. This was work that normal gu masters wouldn't know, but Fang Yuan had too much life experience. In his past life, many a time was he so poor that he couldn't afford to feed his gu worms, leaving them to starve to death one by one. For a time, he had primeval essence but no gu worms, he became just like a mortal person, even living was difficult. Having no choice, he learned to weave the grass ropes into straw sandals, hats etc. and sold them in exchange for primeval stone fragments to feed himself. While twisting the grass ropes in his hands, Fang Yuan's memories resurfaced. The anguish and suffering from back then had transformed into his soundless laughter now. The rabbit underneath his foot continued to struggle, the bell ringing non-stop. A pair of two strings touch for long, 10,000s of twists and thousands of returns make their inseparable love numerous, 1. Delicately and slowly, with the passing of years, letting them converge. Complications, entanglements, and turns present. Weaving the grass ropes, isn't it just like experiencing life? In the secret cave, the red light shone onto Fang Yuan's face, showing his youthfulness and experience intertwining together on his face. Time seemed to have stopped too, silently appreciating the young man weaving his ropes. Ring ring ring. An hour later, the wild rabbit rapidly entered the passageway, the bell on its neck ringing continuously. In a few breaths it left Fang Yuan's field of vision. Fang Yuan held on to the improvised grass rope that he wove temporarily, and on one end of the rope was attached to the rabbit's hind leg, dragging into the tunnel with it. After a while, the rope stopped all movement. But this did not mean the rabbit had reached the end of the tunnel. It could have been killed by a trap or just decided to take a rest midway. Fang Yuan began to pull at the rope, retrieving it. The rope gradually tightened as he tugged. On the other end, a force of strength suddenly tugged back as the rope started to move towards the cave again. Evidently the rabbit on the other side had felt the tugging force and in its fluster, started to move deeper into the cave. After many attempts, the rabbit finally reached the end of the path, and no matter how Fang Yuan tugged at the rope, it only tightened and relaxed. Maybe the rabbit had reached the end of the tunnel, or maybe it had fallen into a trap and got stuck. It was simple to test and find out the answer. Fang Yuan started to retrieve the rope. His strength surpassed the rabbit by a mile, and eventually he dragged the rabbit out by force. The rabbit struggled at the other end, but the rope was made from materials acquired from the wine sack flour goo and rice pouch grass goo. Although it had been dead for years, it remained sturdy unlike normal grass. The wild rabbit was once again in Fang Yuan's hands jumping about. Fang Yuan inspected the wild rabbit and saw that it had no injuries, then he finally breathed out in relief. For now, it seems that this segment of the passageway is safe. With this result, the rabbit thus lost its value and Fang Yuan killed it instantly, throwing the corpse on the ground. He could not let the rabbit go, for animals also had memories. If it came back again, and like the liquor worm attracted outsiders, that would be very bad. He breathed in deeply. After several tries and probes, he finally stepped into the passageway carefully. Even with the wild rabbit exploring, there were many traps and mechanisms that specially targeted only humans. A small animal like the wild rabbit would be unable to trigger it. Thus, Fang Yuan still had to be careful. The tunnel was straight, diagonally slanting towards the bottom. The deeper it was, the wider and taller the passage became. Fang Yuan had to lower his head when entering at first, but after more than 50 steps, he was able to take large strides with a straightened back, and after 100 steps, he could walk while lifting his upper arms and brandishing them left and right. The tunnel was not that long, it was only around 300 meters. But Fang Yuan spent around 2 hours venturing before he finally reached the end of the path. On the way, he was vigilant and explored step by step. At the end of the path, he was already sweating profusely. It is so troublesome without a detection goo worm. Fang Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead and after confirming his safety, calmed down and inspected the area. This time at one glance, he was stunned. At the end of the tunnel, there was a huge rock. The rock's surface was smooth and protruded towards Fang Yuan's direction, resembling Jiafu's belly. This rock alone halted Fang Yuan's progression. Other than this huge rock, there was nothing around Fang Yuan. Is it because of an accident that the tunnel path was blocked, causing this? Fang Yuan squinted as he thought about the possibilities. Before the flower wine monk died, he was eager to set up the inheritance. He used the thousandly earthwolf spider and created a tunnel path. the path led deep within the mountains and to guide the inheritor in. After hundreds of years, the passage was unable to withstand the corrosion of time, and at one point, one of the areas collapsed due to lack of maintenance. All sorts of accidents often happen in life. If this is the case, won't I be stuck at this point? He went forward and touched the rock. This rock was halting his progression. Its size was like a door, one could only imagine its overall thickness. Fang Yuan could use the moonlight goo to carve away at the rock wall, but if he wanted to grind off this huge rock, it would take at least a year or two. It seems like I'm forced to use tools. I'll need to use spades and pickaxes to break the rock. Except if I do this, I might reveal some traces. The construction sounds might also travel out. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was weighing the pros and cons. If the risk was too huge, he would rather give up this strength inheritance. After all, if others found out this secret, all the plotting and acting that Fang Yuan had done would go to waste, and his life would even be in danger. 1. Seems to be a line from a poem. Back. Chapter 62. Choosing goo again. In the goo storage room the sun rises, signifying the arrival of another day. The students lined up properly, faces flushed with excitement as they stood before the academy goo storage room. Today was the day where they would pick their second goo. As the first to advance to middle stage, Fang Yuan had the priority in choosing, thus he stood at the front of the queue. Behind him was Guyu Mo Chen, Guyu Fang Zheng and Guyu Qi Qing. Creak. The goo storage room's door was opened by the guards, and Fang Yuan was the first to set foot into it. The goo room was not big, but was a sight to behold. The surrounding walls had square holes in them, some were big but others were small, holding all sorts of containers in them. There was rock pots, jade pots, cages made of woven grass, and some porcelain ware. All sorts of goo worms, being all rank 1, were stored in these containers. The academy probably spent more than 1,000 primeval stones every day just to feed these goo worms. Fang Yuan glanced through and found that in many containers, they were already empty, having no goo worms inside. The goo worms in the storage room were replenished once a year. Previously, when they were choosing their vital goo, most of the youngsters chose the moonlight goo, thus the storage room had no moonlight goo left at the moment. The storage room had no windows, there was only a small skylight at the rooftop. The sunlight shone in from the skylight and formed a rectangular golden image on the ground. The first time when he entered the goo room, Fang Yuan already had an objective and chose the moonlight goo immediately. But now, he had several possible targets in his mind. Yet these targets also depended on whether there was stock in the storage room. Fang Yuan moved along the left wall and strolled inside slowly while examining the catalog. 5 steps later, he paused. A square box frame near his shoulder had a bronze bowl inside, and within it was a goo worm. This goo worm was like a bedbug, flat and wide with a small head, having an oval body. It was yellow-orange throughout, and emitted a faint bronze-like glow. This was the bronze skin goo, the choice for most close combat goo masters. The Academy's martial arts instructor raised such a goo, and once activated, causes the body to glow yellow, greatly raising defense. Fang Yuan's knowledge was deep and broad, so of course he did not have any urge for this goo. He continued forward and saw a stone skin goo. The stone skin goo and bronze skin goo were similar in appearance, but the stone skin goo's body was gray instead, like an art piece made of rock. After 6 stone skin goo, there was the iron skin goo. Iron skin goo and bronze skin goo were outwardly similar but with only a tiny difference. It was silently staying in an iron bowl, unmoving. It emitted a black iron-like glow around its body. As humans have clans, so do goo. The 3 goo that Fang Yuan saw simultaneously were all from the same series. They were similar in appearance and had similar effects. Iron skin, bronze skin, rock skin, jade skin goo. If there is a jade skin goo, I might as well choose it. Fang Yuan mumbled as his heart felt a tiny flicker of expectations rising, and he continued walking. However, he was destined to be disappointed, for after the iron skin goo, he saw the beast skin goo. The jade skin goo and beast skin goo belonged to the same series as the bronze skin goo, etc. But they had a great difference in value. The beast skin goo was the most common, even cheaper than the rock skin goo, but it had more evolutionary lines and could fuse with more varieties of goo. The jade skin goo was the most rare goo in this series. Its market value was only second to the liquor worm, and at times the price would fluctuate and rival with the liquor worm itself. Fang Yuan took a look, but he did not find a jade skin goo. He was not disappointed, but laughed in relief. Guyu village is just a middle-sized clan, the academy goo storage room is only of middle-tier quality. To have a jade skin goo, that is rather impossible. The left side of the wall had already been inspected, so Fang Yuan swapped to another wall and continued strolling. On this wall, there was mostly the longhorn beetle goo. Similar to the skin goo series, longhorn beetle goo was a large clan among the rank 1 goo worms. Their outer appearances were similar, they had long and circular cylinder figures, the back area having many outlines. A large part of the body was a black color, giving out a metallic luster. It had a pair of feelers that were long and exceeded the body size, its chin was strong and it gave out screeching noises, like the sound of timber being sawed. With this, a few goo masters from some places would call them as the sawing tree bunch. What first entered Fang Yuan's vision was a brute force longhorn beetle goo. Its entire body was a red metallic color, and it had a pair of antennae that was coarser than the usual longhorn beetle ones. On the top surface of the antenna there was a bamboo joint-like growth with every small interval. This brute force longhorn beetle goo was highly sought after in the market. Earlier the caravan that came to the Guyu village had people who sold large numbers of this goo. The brute force longhorn beetle goo gave goo masters temporary super strength. It had the reputation of the strength of one bull, and could sustain for 5 breaths. But it had 2 weaknesses. One was that every activation consumed too much primeval essence. Rank 1 middle stage required 10% primeval essence, but if converted to initial stage, it would consume 20%. Another was sequela. If the goo master had a weak constitution, using this goo a lot would cause their muscles to get injured, even experiencing muscle tearing. Only goo masters with a strong body would choose to use this goo. A small-sized person like Fang Yuan was unsuitable for it. Fang Yuan knew this too, and walked past the brute force longhorn beetle goo, continuing to look around. Oh? This is not bad. He halted his steps. It was a yellow camel longhorn beetle goo. The beetle's figure was a tiny bit thinner and longer than the brute force longhorn beetle goo, the entire body coated in dark yellow color. Its pair of long feelers did not have bamboo joints, and the roots were yellow in color, slowly fading into black at the tip. The brute force longhorn beetle goo could grant a goo master temporary strength, and this type of strength was immediate, only lasting for 5 breaths. But the yellow camel longhorn beetle goo could grant the goo master durability and allow their stamina expenditure to be greatly reduced, however it could only sustain for 15 minutes. At the same time it had no repercussions. Among the rank 1 goo worms, the yellow camel longhorn beetle had high market value, comparable to the moonlight goo and only losing to the jade skin goo and liquor worm. Fang Yuan inspected the surroundings and found that there was only 1 yellow camel longhorn beetle. The goo is not bad, but it is not compatible with me. Fang Yuan shook his head, giving up this goo. Very quickly he walked and reached the corner of the wall, having finished looking at the second wall, but he was not satisfied. The goo in the storage room were only of this quality, and if he wanted to get lucky or get a surprise goo, the chances were slim. Fang Yuan turned to the third wall and continued inspecting. On this wall, the boar goo were dominant. Boar goo was a series among the goo worm. There's the flower boar goo, pink boar goo, black boar goo and white boar goo. Pink boar goo had the least value, almost no goo masters chose them. It only had one ability, and that is to gain weight. After a goo master injects their primeval essence, the pink boar goo would change their constitution and cause them to get fat. No matter how skinny they were, they would be able to become a big fat person. There was only 2 to 3 pink boar goo in the storage room, obviously of no nurturing value. The flower boar goo was the most abundant, having a dozen at least lining into a row. These goo worms had flower patterns on the surface, either white and black, black and pink, or white and pink. There were even some that had all three colors. The flower boar goo's use was similar to the brute force longhorn beetle goo, temporarily adding strength to the goo master. The brute force longhorn beetle goo gave one bull's strength, and the flower boar goo gave one boar's strength. The flower boar goo spent the same amount of primeval essence as the brute force longhorn beetle goo but could sustain for 10 breaths, twice of the brute force longhorn beetle goo. This was because the goo master gained lesser strength, thus lesser side effects. The flower boar goo is the most common goo worm, and it is sold most abundantly in the market. Its price is half of the brute force longhorn beetle goo, truly value for money. But among the boar goo clan, only those two last goo has greater value, being even more expensive than the jade skin goo and liquor worm. Fang Yuan's eyes showed a light of deep thoughts. A black boar goo or a white boar goo could sell for 600 primeval stones in the market. Once it appeared, it was often sold immediately. The black and white boar goo's ability was to change the goo master's body constitution and raise their strength permanently. Although the brute force longhorn beetle could grant a bull's strength, it could only last 5 breaths, uses too much energy to sustain and had strong after effects. The black and white boar's strength increment, although a little at a time, would be accumulated over time, and once obtained, the strength would belong to the goo master wholly. Even if the goo dies, this strength will still remain on the goo master's body. This is the reason why the black and white boar goo's value is higher than the liquor worm. The public recognizes that the liquor worm's value should be slightly inferior to the black or white boar goo. The liquor worm can only refine primeval essence, and after an intense battle, a goo master's primeval essence is easily depleted. For the remainder of the battle, they can only rely on their martial arts and their physical strength. This is when the white and black goo show their worth, they are more reliable than the liquor worm. If I can refine a black boar goo or white boar goo, that would be good. Fang Yuan was just imagining the scenario, but with this type of goo storage room which only has one yellow camel longhorn beetle, how can there be white or black boar goo which are so rare? He walked another round and saw all the goo worms the room had to offer. As expected, there was nothing that truly captivated him. At last, he retrieved a little light goo at a corner of the wall. There were 5 little light goo in the storage room. This goo was oddly shaped, looking like a pentagram, and only half as large as a fingernail. The little light goo was mainly paired with the moonlight goo, a common assistance type goo worm for the moonlight goo. To Fang Yuan had chosen this goo, it was merely an average option, but at least it suited his development path. Fang Yuan is out. Geez, finally out after so long. I wonder what goo he chose. He already has the liquor worm, this is his 3rd goo, maybe he won't be able to raise them properly. Hee. Fang Yuan leisurely walked out of the storage room. The students were outside for such a long time and had started to become restless. It's my turn. I wonder what goo has Fang Yuan chosen. Once Gu Emochin saw Fang Yuan stepping out, he hurriedly took big steps and entered the storage room. He checked and found that the sole yellow camel longhorn beetle was still there. Emochin could not refrain from becoming overjoyed, immediately taking it away. Afterwards, Fang Zheng went in. I have the moonlight goo for a fence, but I lack a defensive type goo worm. Gu Fang Zheng, after long consideration, decided to choose a bronze skin goo. Gu Qiqing was the 4th to enter. I need an evasion ability, so in future battles I will be able to hit others, but others cannot hit me. I'll be virtually unbeatable. He looked left and right, and finally chose a dragonpill cricket goo. Chapter 63, Gifting the Jade Skin Under the Moon. White boar hidden in the ground flower. The sun lowers and the moon rises, the signal of the arrival of nightfall. This was one of the concealed courtyards in the Guyu village. A locust tree that stood with complicated branches and luxuriant leaves, its robust and spacious treetop that was like a jasper imperial canopy, enveloped the entire courtyard. The moonlight was gentle like water, traveling through the leaves and branches of the locust tree, spilling into the courtyard. A gust of wind blew over, sending the tree leaves rustling, the shadows of the tree swaying slightly. It was under this tree that 2 people stood. Gyubo used a gentle gaze and looked at Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng, today you chose your second gu, I wonder what it is? Reporting to clan leader sir, today I chose a bronze skin gu. Fang Zheng stood rigid, saying with a look of admiration. Gyubo nodded, and after pondering he replied, not bad, it is a good choice. Fang Zheng stood before Gyubo, his body tensed and tightened. Hearing Gyubo's praise, he did not know how to reply for a while, so in the end he only laughed, clan leader, I chose randomly. You think I'm not serious in praising you? No. Gyubo stared at Fang Zheng, a smile on his face, do you know? From choosing a gu, it shows a person's disposition. You chose the bronze skin gu for defense. Paired with the moonlight gu, it is both offense and defense. This shows your pure nature. In this world, offense and defense are like frontal and ambush, yin and yang, soft and hard, this is the king's path. Guyu chose the yellow camel longhorn beetle, this gu grants stamina and allows him to sustain battle. This shows his stubborn and strong attitude. As for Guyu Qiqing, he chose the dragon pill cricket gu, allowing him to increase his dodging ability. This shows he does not like frontal attacks, being a witty person, good at tactics, but also showed the weakness in his character. Fang Zheng was stunned after listening, for he did not expect that such a simple matter could reveal that much information and logic. Consequently, his attitude towards Gyubo became even more respectful. Clan leader, what did my brother choose? Fang Zheng thought of Fang Yuan and immediately asked. Gyubo laughed, he chose the little light gu. This gu is used to assist the moonlight gu and can make the moonblade attack stronger. This shows his extreme, active and invasive personality. Indeed, brother seems to be like that. Fang Zheng muttered. Gyubo took Fang Zheng's expression into consideration and etched it into his mind. Those who were rulers had their unique ability. Although Gyubo and Fang Zheng did not interact for long, Gyubo's experienced gaze had already seen through Fang Zheng. Him telling Fang Zheng about Amobe and Qiqing's decisions had deeper meaning. It was to help Fang Zheng analyze these two people, for he anticipated him defeating the two of them and establishing the role of clan leader with his agreed talent. But Gyubo would not say it out loud, and would not instigate Fang Zheng's actions. As the clan leader, his every word and action had political implications. If he directly controlled Fang Zheng and dealt with Qiqing and Amobe, if word spread it might be misunderstood as the clan leader's political assault. If that's the case, the implication would be huge and it might even cause a clan dispute, harming the entire village. There was another point, Gyubo was waiting for Fang Zheng to understand his intentions. He spent time and effort to nurture Fang Zheng, but it was not to nurture a rank 4 or 5 fighter. A fighter without political knowledge was like a double-edged sword. He needed the future leader for the clan. I analyzed Amobe and Qiqing's personality for Fang Zheng, but he did not notice my intention, instead asking about Fang Yuan's situation. It seems that he has great trauma regarding Fang Yuan, but he is also at his rebellious stage. He wants to beat Fang Yuan, that's understandable. Sigh, if only Fang Zheng had Fang Yuan's intelligence. I've seen many youngsters these years, but when it comes to political wits, Fang Yuan tops them all. It is a pity he only has C-grade talent. Gyubo sighed internally but his smile got even more gentle. He took out a gu worm from his pocket. This is, Jade skin gu? Fang Zheng on seeing this gu worm, said lightly with his eyes wide open. Gyubo said, compared to the bronze skin gu, this jade skin gu is much better, not only using less primeval essence but also gives greater defense. Fang Zheng, do you want it? Clan leader. Fang Zheng was shocked and he looked at Gyubo, stuttering, of course I want it. I can give it to you. Gyubo laughed even more amicably, but as the clan leader, I have to be impartial and cannot give it to you for no reason, thus I have a condition. Fang Zheng nodded repeatedly, staring widely, what condition? Gyubo's smile vanished, showing a stern expression, I want you to be the first to break through rank 1 into rank 2, be the first place in terms of cultivation. And this jade skin gu is your advancement reward. Ah, advance to rank 2? Fang Zheng hesitated for a moment. He had just become rank 1 middle stage, after middle stage was upper stage, and after that there was still peak stage. But now Guyubo wanted him to be the first person to advance to rank 2. What's wrong, are you afraid? Then I can only give this Gu to others. Guyubo pretended to keep the jade skin Gu. Fang Zheng was incited by this sentence. Immediately his brain heated up as he shouted, "No, I promise you. I will defeat everyone and be the first rank 2 cultivator. That's the way." Guyubo showed his gentle smile again, placing the jade skin Gu on Fang Zheng's hand. He thought in his heart, "Fang Zheng, I know you feel inferior, but this inferiority complex is too harmful to your growth. The best way to dispel your inferiority is success. You have a great talent, so advancing to rank 2 first is your greatest advantage, and also the easiest success you can achieve. You must succeed, for if you fail even this, I would be too disappointed." At the same time, Fang Yuan stepped into the secret cave behind the rock crack again, getting into the end of the tunnel. This time, he did not bring any steel spade, pickaxe, or hammer, but carefully observed the surroundings. He was discouraged by this setback the previous night, and on the way back to the village he felt something amiss. Only today in the dormitory where he used the spring-autumn cicada to refine the little light Gu did he suddenly understand the weird part of this situation. This huge rock blocking my path is too round and smooth, this is definitely man-made. That is to say, the flower wine monk purposely set this to block the path, but why did he set this hurdle at such a place? Fang Yuan pondered. He looked at the surroundings again. The ground of the path was smooth and the top was curved, the walls on both sides were red soil, emitting a red light. Eh? When he looked at the ground again, he found a point of suspicion. The ground near the giant rock was slightly darker in color. This color difference was not very obvious and not easily found under such a dimly lit environment. Fang Yuan knelt down, touching the ground, feeling a sense of wetness. No wonder the color was darker, it was wet. But this path was so dry, where was the water coming from? Fang Yuan grinded the soil with his fingers, finding out that the soil on this patch of earth had issues. It was very soft and loose, not lumpy like the dry red soil. Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Experience and intuition told him that this area had the key that the flower wine monk had hidden. And this key was the clue that would allow him to continue moving forward. Fang Yuan began to dig the soil. It was loose so he did not spend much effort. After digging for around an inch deeper, there was a peculiar fragrance rushing into Fang Yuan's nostrils. This fragrance is thick and luxurious yet not common, it seems delicate and elegant, could it be? Fang Yuan's heart moved as he thought of a possibility, his hands moving even faster. While digging, the area under the soil suddenly emitted a faint dark gold light. It really is what I'm thinking of. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, his hand movement becoming more delicate, carefully digging the surrounding soil away, expanding this hole. After a while, a dark gold-colored flower bud that was buried under the ground appeared in front of him. It was 2 inches deep in the ground, around the size of a stone mill, the bud's surface delicate and with the dark gold color, it appeared to be mysterious and elegant. It really is the earth treasury flower Gu. Seeing this, Fang Yuan breathed out deeply. He was not eager in peeling away the flower petals, but took a rest on the ground instead, wiping the soil off his hands. Then he slowly stretched his hand and pried open the dark gold-colored petals. The earth treasury flower Gu was like the combination of a lotus and kale. Its petals were tightly knitted together with numerous thick pieces, slippery when felt. As Fang Yuan opened the petals one by one, it was like revealing thick layers of silk. Once it left the main body, the huge dark gold-colored petals would disperse quickly. It was like snowflakes that melted into the air. After uncovering around 50 to 60 pieces of petals, the bud had shrunk in half, revealing the flower core. The coarse petals were smaller and thinner, its texture becoming more smooth and fine. It was no longer like silk, but more like thin pieces of paper. Fang Yuan's movements became gentler and slower, only opening a piece of petal in a few breaths. The petals became increasingly transparent, and after a while, When Fang Yuan had opened the pieces of thin paper-like petals, he stopped his movements. The Earth Treasury flower goo at this moment only had a last layer of petals left. These petals overlapped each other, forming a fist-sized ball. The petals were translucent, thin as paper. Inside these petals contained a golden liquid, and in the middle of this liquid, a goo worm was sleeping inside. Fang Yuan looked intently, but he could only see a blurry shadow of the goo worm, and he could not tell which goo it was. He was close to it, and his breath was blown on the flower core. The spherical flower core began to shake, the golden liquid also moving gently inside the petals. Goo worms would die without food, and only a few goo worms could seal themselves. To protect and conserve goo worms, goo masters have had thought of many methods. The Earth Treasury flower goo was one of them. It was a one-time use type goo, and once implanted on the ground, it could not be moved. Its food was simple, which was earth energy. As long as it was planted on the ground, it would be able to survive with sufficient earth energy. It only had one use, and that is to contain a goo within the flower heart and immerse the goo in the golden liquid. This golden nectar could to an extent imitate the sealing state and let goo worms fall into hibernation. The flower wine monk planted this Earth Treasury flower goo, so the goo within has to be for the inheritor. Fang Yuan stretched out a finger and peeled the remaining petals carefully, revealing an opening. The golden liquid flowed out along his finger, feeling like soybean oil. The flower core began to soften with the loss of the golden liquid. Fang Yuan moved his finger and the petals were split, allowing him to retrieve the slumbering goo worm. It was a cute ladybug. Only the size of the thumb's fingernail. Its body was a milky white color, and if overlooked from the back, it was like a circle. Its head only occupied a small area, while the rest of the body was its large fat stomach and bright shiny exoskeleton. Its 6 tiny limbs were also cream-colored, hidden under its stomach. White boar goo. Fang Yuan showed an expression of joy on his face. Chapter 64, Easy to do secretly, difficult to do openly. The temperature the past few days had gotten higher. The sun shone intensely in the afternoon, hanging right over everyone's head. The caravan left and the inn's business fell again. Fang Yuan stepped into the cafeteria, immediately attracting the attention of the shop assistants. A familiar face rushed over and gave him a flattering smile. "Oh, young master, you're here. Please take a seat. Give me a jar of wine and cut me 600 g of beef, and serve a few side dishes." Fang Yuan strode through the cafeteria and approached the window seat that he always sat at. The shop assistant showed a difficult expression. "Young master, my apologies, but during the last time the caravan came, the innkeeper sold all of the green bamboo wine. We do not have this wine here anymore." Fang Yuan nodded, not feeling surprised. "Then give me a jar of rice wine and tell the innkeeper, brew more green bamboo wine this year. I am pre-ordering 100 jars. As for how much the advance payment will be, you can count first and report to me." Now that the liquor worm was exposed and did not gather any suspicion, Fang Yuan did not have to be restrained in buying wine anymore. "All right, I will definitely convey your words. Please be at ease, young master." The shop assistant patted his chest, sounding confident. Soon, the dishes were served. Fang Yuan drank and ate while staring out of the window. In such hot weather, especially during meal times, there were few people on the streets. The sunlight shone on the ground and the green-colored bamboo tall houses. A few barefooted mortal farmers carrying cement, steel spades or shoulder poles walked in front. They had just finished their farm work, and were heading home. 2 children held the bamboo frame of their windmill toy and ran about. The one behind chased while crying and shouting. Apparently, the boy in front of him had stolen his windmill toy. At this moment, 2 young goo masters wearing green belts walked hurriedly on the street. "Get lost, don't block the way." A goo master pushed the farmer in front of him. The farmers frantically gave way. "Humph." The 2 young goo masters walked through arrogantly. Fang Yuan looked with a distracted gaze in his eyes, as part of his mind was already focused on his aperture. Within the aperture, the water wall continued to flow as his green-copper primeval sea rose with raging waves. The liquor worm was playing around in his primeval sea, at times comfortably rolling around, and at times curling into a ball. The spring-autumn cicada was in deep slumber, hiding its appearance. The round body of the white boar goo spread its wings and drew circles in the sky. The white and black boar goo were equally well known, both being precious and rare rank 1 goo worms. Their market value was even greater than the liquor worm. Although they had the same usage and similar appearance, their future advancement routes were greatly different. The black boar goo and the green silk goo would combine into the rank 2 black mane goo, and then into the rank 3 steel mane goo. But the white boar goo was most compatible with the jade skin goo, where it would turn into rank 2 white jade goo, and later into the rank 3 heavenly mugwort. 1. The steel mane goo could let the goo master's hair become tough as steel, raising both offense and defense. The heavenly mugwort goo allowed the goo master's body to become tough as white jade while at the same time reducing the damage from attacks such as the moonblade. Fang Yuan was slightly happy over this. Getting the white boar goo was just one aspect of it, but what made him truly happy was the flower wine monk strength inheritance. The white boar goo can increase strength. The flower wine monk set a giant rock to block the way, so it seems I need to refine this goo and with enough strength, push the giant rock away and continue forward. This must be the first test. With the flower wine monk's meticulous setup, I can infer that there has to be future inheritance trials, a second or third hurdle. Most importantly, I can confirm that he set this strength inheritance not as a trap, but with true sincerity. With this inheritance, I can reach rank 3 faster and leave this Qingmao mountain, and venture outside, gaining greater opportunities. What does a goo master need most in cultivating? The answer is but one word: resources. Fang Yuan needs to cultivate, thus he needs resources. But the clan's resources are limited, so if he wants more, he needs to fight for it. Not only fighting for resources, he also has to be victorious. To him, the more he fights and the more victories he obtained, the more he would reveal more of his trump cards and make others more wary. Wariness, when accumulated to an extent, would turn into suppression and hurdles blocking his path. Fang Yuan killed a family servant, but why did the Mo family stay indifferent? Robbing the classmates, why did their family not pursue it? Fang Yuan resisted the clan and refused to be part of the system, but why did the clan leader choose to be lenient? It is all because he was weak, because he was AC grade. They feel strong and do not feel like bullying the weak. Under the family system, being petty with the weak Fang Yuan not only causes them to face humiliation, it also makes others feel that the person is cold and unfeeling, ruining one's social relationships. Weakness was a safety umbrella that Fang Yuan had for now. But with his continued competition for resources, Fang Yuan would appear stronger. This would make everyone start being wary of him, and begin to try recruiting him. No matter which side he chooses, he would face suppression and troubles from the other factions. Suppression and restrictions would drag down his growing speed. Fang Yuan was aware of his predicament, he was in a delicate position. He seemed to have offended everyone, but he had not violated any law in reality. Yet with time, his cultivation level will rise, and conflicts will arise and worsen. Fang Yuan knows that this conflict would escalate, but the later it escalated, the greater benefit he would gain. Thus, the flower wine monk's inheritance was perfectly timed. With this strength inheritance, he would have hidden resources. Using this, he could be free of the system's control and walk his own path, cultivating at his own speed and secretly accumulate strength. Once he was adopted into the system, he would need to side with a faction. Even if he did not want to compete, he would definitely be dragged into the political strife. Inside the system, one is a pawn. You first have to be a proper pawn for others to use you willingly. After they trust and use you, you have the chance to climb upwards, and even during that process, you have to be careful not to become a discarded pawn. Fang Yuan was clear of this procedure, he knew it too well. Even with his vast knowledge, there was nothing he could do about the situation. These were the rules. The more crucial part was his C-grade talent. To the clan, there was no desire in investing in him. Often he would be treated as a discarded pawn. The most optimum progress route was to work alone. This way, he could avoid most competition. Towards the higher-ups in the village, the image he had created earlier would be sustained. This world's matters, it is always easily done secretly, but difficult to do openly. Using the flower wine monk's inheritance, I can cultivate and gather strength secretly without gaining attention and suppression. But the extortion has to continue, for if it stopped abruptly, it would invite suspicion, and I also need primeval stones. Fang Yuan considered his future plans. He really needed primeval stones. Other teenagers of his age had only started refining and feeding a second goo worm. He, however, had also refined the little light goo and recently acquired the white boar goo, thus having a total of 4 goo worms. Previously, he needed around 1 primeval stone a day just to feed the moonlight goo and liquor worm. Now, after calculating, he needed more than 2 pieces every day just as expenditure. If including his cultivating needs and living expenditures, he would need to use around 5 primeval stones a day. 5 primeval stones was enough to feed a family of 3 mortals for 5 months. On hand at the moment, he had several hundred primeval stones, but it was not enough to sustain such an expenditure in the long run. More importantly, the further he got, the greater his expenditure would be. Especially after advancing to rank 2, it cost him plenty every time he tried combining goo worm. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt troubled. The matter of primeval stones was a problem, and by relying on just extortion and the resources on hand, he could only delay this problem from erupting. Moreover, he had another problem, and that was the white boar goo's feeding. The white boar goo's food was pork. Boar obviously referred to pigs. The boar goo series' food was all pork. Black and white boar goo had huge appetites. Every 5 days they would need to eat around 1 fully grown pig's amount of meat. Pork in this world was not cheap, and mortals could only afford to slaughter one during the New Year celebration, and enjoy themselves. Without the large-scale cultivation technique of Earth, the price of pork and beef was not something mortals could eat often. At the same time, the topography of the Qingmao mountain was precipitous, the area of residence narrow. How much space could be allocated just for rearing livestock? You eat what you can procure at where you live. The villagers were able to eat pork occasionally because of the hunters hunting wild boars in the mountains. It seems that I have to go hunting myself from now on, for pork. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a glint. Relying on the village to purchase pork, first was the expenditure of primeval stones, second was that it would attract attention. Even if you loved eating pork, how could a person eat so much in such a short period? If he hunted himself, it would not only resolve this problem, but also alleviate his current financial stress. Shop assistant, bill. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan hesitated no more, and after footing the bill, he left the inn. These few days the academy was on break so that the students could refine their second goo worm. Fang Yuan decided that he could use this time well. He would leave the village and scout the mountains, and then kill some wild boars and get himself some pork. 1. Mugwort, a kind of plant. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/artemisia_princeps_back. Chapter 65. Quickly get lost. The mountain forest was boundless, and Fang Yuan walked through patiently. The sunlight permeated through the huge and tall woods, shining and creating a ground of mottled and fragmentary tree shadows. The green grass beside his feet was like a mattress, and the wild flowers bloomed with bright colors. His ears picked up the sound of birds chirping, or the trickling of flowing water. The further he got from the village, walking towards the outer surroundings, the more risky it was. Thus Fang Yuan was even more careful. The wilderness was very dangerous. Goo masters had to have at least rank 3 cultivation to be able to venture the wilds alone and explore. But this did not mean they were safe, as many rank 3 goo masters died in the wild, sometimes even rank 4s. Wild beasts, poisonous worms, human threats, and at times the weather, these were all causes of death. However, Fang Yuan wanted to kill the wild boars which were often found around the village's peripheral. Otherwise, the village hunters would not be able to catch wild boars. The environment around the village, every now and then, goo masters from the clan would come out and clear the area. This environment to a rank 1 middle stage like me, is still safe. But I still have to be careful, wild beasts and goo worms like to move around. With his experience from his previous life, Fang Yuan scouted carefully. Time gradually passed, but Fang Yuan gained nothing. Damn, Qingmao Mountain is still too big for the current me. I have no scouting type goo and I am not familiar with this environment, plus Qingmao Mountain is periodically cleared up, so to find a wild boar, it is too difficult. Let's go to the foot of the mountain. Fang Yuan's scouting was unfruitful, thus he changed his mind and went to the mountain foot. Qingmao Mountain has 3 mountain villages. Guyu Village, Xiong Family Village, and Bai Family Village. The Xiong Family Village was on the Four Mountain, the Guyu Mountain Village was at the mountain waist, and Bai Family Village was at the back mountain waterfall. Other than the 3 villages, there was also tens of tiny villages at the mountain foot, all being inhabited by mortals. The 3 mountain villages split these small villages among themselves, being the ones controlling them behind the scenes. Once they lacked family servants, they would pick from these small villages. But they would not choose goo masters. Nurturing a goo master, they would only choose a clansman. Even if they knew that among these mortals were people with talent, although rare, they would still not use them. This world was heavily sided towards bloodline, and holding power among relatives was the political stability that the clan needed. In order to expand in size, many mountain villages had adopted outsiders into their system. Eventually their power flowed out and caused internal conflicts, thus causing the entire clan to break down or weaken. No matter the world, political power was still based off military force, this is the truth. And troops are the brute force department, representing strength. By controlling strength, one gains status and authority. Of course, the clan's rules are not ever constant, they also adopt new blood. Every year, there would be outsiders marrying into the clan, leaving their servant status, and the children they give birth to would be a guyu, a new generation clansman. This is like connecting a tiny stream into a spring. Do not underestimate this stream, as without it, a spring would be still, and eventually rot. With it, there would be life, and the spring would grow even stronger. Fang Yuan's previous servant Shen Shui was betting on this idea of marrying into a guyu and leaving her servant status. Fang Yuan left the mountain, and after 30 minutes, could see thick smoke rising from under the mountain. After a while, he could see a wide hill in his vision, and a village around that area beside a small river. The small villages around the vicinity were under the rule of the Guyu village. Although they were close by, the small villages were not as safe, thus requiring regular cleanup. For mortals to live in such conditions and manage to survive, to Fang Yuan, he naturally could accept such a fact. Oh? On the mountain path nearing the village, Fang Yuan sensitively found traces on the ground. His past experience told him that this was a wild boar's traces. Chase. Fang Yuan raised his spirits as he followed the clues, getting deeper into the mountains. Green moss spread over the stones, ancient juniper trees and tall pagoda trees completing the great forest. Under the strong light of the sun, the mountain woods of summer was even more profound and serene. The lush underbrush suddenly moved a little. A few deer eating the sumptuous grass looked up, vigilantly staring at the bushes, their ears twitching. The bushes that were half a man's height split apart, and a young man crawled out from within. His skin was pale and his black hair was short. He was wearing a modest linen shirt, it was Fang Yuan. Swoosh. A few wild deer were frightened, and their 4 thin limbs quickly moved, sprinting away. In a moment, they vanished from Fang Yuan's vision. These are female deer, their fur can be shaved to make warm clothing, and deer meat is also some goo worm's food. If it's a male deer, the antlers are most precious, and some are even necessary ingredients for a goo worm's advancement. The wild was dangerous all over, and at the same time it had great treasures. Fang Yuan looked at the direction that they were escaping in, and retracted his gaze. His target was wild boars, not these deer. He continued moving. There was the sound of buzzing. Nearing these noises, Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks. Beehive. He looked forward and saw a beehive hanging on a tree. The bee's nest was massive, the size was that of a wicker basket. It appeared as a sort of grayish dark yellow color. Outside the bee nest was a few dozen bee soldiers flying around. Occasionally a few worker bees would enter and exit. Beehive has honey, and honey is the bear strength goo's food. Thus, the Xiong family has great demand for honey. This beehive is only a small-sized one, and the chances of producing a goo isn't high. If I had the bronze skin goo, I could risk getting stabbed and collect the honey. What a pity. Fang Yuan thought. In this world, not all insects are goo. Goo are the spirit of the world, the body of the laws. How can it be so cheap? Among a swarm of insects, normally only the insect king is a goo. But that depends on their size and development, so if the swarm is too small, there is no goo either. Taking the beehive ahead as an example, because it is too small, there is a low chance of having a goo. Fang Yuan routed around this beehive and continued forward. The traces of the wild boar was getting more evident, and Fang Yuan knew he was getting close to it, thus he became more careful, as wild boars were very dangerous. Wild boars are not reared pig. When a mature wild boar fights with a tiger, the tiger may not win. In this mystical world, wild beasts are not simple too. Oh? This situation. When Fang Yuan finally found the wild boar, he saw that it had fallen into a huge pit. A sharpened green bamboo was situated at the bottom of the pit, where it had pierced the wild boar and was causing it to bleed. Seeing the accumulated blood in the pit, he could tell that the boar had already been in the trap for at least 15 minutes. But this wild boar continued to struggle, whimpering and howling, still full of life. This trap is obviously set by hunters. To think I'm reaping the rewards. Fang Yuan smiled, but his expression was grim. These traps threatened him too. If he had fallen into it, after half a quarter of an hour, he would die. Although the village surroundings were cleared regularly, the hunters often came to hunt and set many traps. Some could be discerned, while others were designed to be hidden, and if Fang Yuan could not discover them, he might fall into the trap. Any area in this mountain could have a trap buried by the hunters. But among hunters, with every trap set they would inform each other on the location. It seems I have to find an old hunter's residence and find out about the trap locations from him. Along with the surrounding wild beasts activity area and with these intel, I would not have to search like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Fang Yuan thought internally. This was the problem of not having a scouting type of goo worm. But to find a good scouting type goo, it was not easy. In a short time, he could barely make do with a hunter's intel. With such a thought, Fang Yuan's wrist flicked and a moonblade flew out, easily hitting the wild boar. Whoosh! With a light ring, the entire moonblade cut through the boar's neck and caused a long and slender wound. Then with a plop sound, a blood fountain spewed out from it. The spewing blood caused the wound to become bigger, and thus the blood fountain also enlarged. The boar screeched, thrashing about with the last of its energy, until its movements became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan silently looked at the scene, his face calm. The wild boar's life faded as its eyes were staring wide and perfectly round, the muscles on its body twitching and the warm blood filling the trap hole, a thick smell of blood permeating the surrounding. Survival or death, this is the theme of nature. He sighed in his heart. At this point, human voices were heard. Second brother Wang, within our village, no one is better than you at hunting. Especially killing wild boars, your family's old Wang is the hunting king in the entire region, who would not know of his great name? That's right, second brother Wang inherited the old hunter's abilities. To hunt a wild boar, it is naturally as good as caught. Second brother Wang, why didn't little sister Wang come with you today? After all the bootlicking, a grave and stern voice said, Humph. Hunting a wild boar, how can it show my true abilities? Today I want to kill 3 boars, you'll see. Ergo Dan, stop lusting after my sister, or I'll thrash you. Ergo Dan retorted, men and women marry when they're of age, what's wrong with liking little sister Wang? Moreover, I'm not the only one, which guy in your village doesn't also fancy her too? Second brother Wang, in my opinion you are also 19 already, you should marry a wife and have kids already. The voice spoke again, Humph, I'm a true blue man, how can I lust after such a small temptation? One day, I will leave this Qingmao mountain and explore the world and learn about everything under the sky, that will truly be fitting of my manly status. Saying so, the 4 young hunters walked out of the forest. The leader hunter had a tall build, carrying a bow and arrow, his muscles bulging and his eyes full of spirit, showing a powerful aura. When he saw Fang Yuan, he frowned and screamed, Which village are you from, kid? How dare you try to take advantage of me? Wang Er, quickly get lost. Chapter 66, A person's death is akin to a pig's death. Get lost? Hearing Wang Er's words, Fang Yuan immediately broke into a cold smirk and he brandished his palm in front of him. Swoosh! With a light sound, a blue-colored moonblade shot forward. At the same time, he put strength into his leg and rushed towards the 4 hunters. Gu Master? The hunters were stunned and shouted upon seeing the moonblade. The moonblade had already fired over, and they rushed to evade. Plunk! A person did not evade fast enough, and his right forearm was hit by the moonblade. Immediately his bones and flesh split, the entire wrist and his forearm cut through and fell on the ground. Ah! He laid on the ground, screaming in fear and pain. His left arm was like an eagle claw gripping his right arm. His right limb spewed bright red blood non-stop, quickly dyeing the floor red. Spare me! We did not offend you intentionally. The other 2 mortals, on seeing their companion's state, went pale without a trace of blood in their face. They hurriedly got on all fours and kneeled down, kowtowing to Fang Yuan non-stop. A bunch of fags, what are you afraid of? It's just a good disciple. Only Wang Er was still standing. Fang Yuan attacked without warning, and this had made him frightened and angry. His arms went behind his back, and with a swift action, he grabbed hold of the bow and arrow in his arms. Stop, come further and I'll shoot you. Wang Er retreated as he readied the arrow while screaming. Oh? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. This Wang Er was rather intractable. Normally when mortals saw Gu Masters, they would be cowering in fear. Yet this man was able to remain calm, he must be rather bold. Pew! Another moonblade shot out towards Wang Er. Unappreciative bastard! Wang Er snorted and killing intent rose from his heart. He took a sidestep and evaded the moonblade while shooting an arrow. The arrow was fast, and with a swoosh, it reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan ducked, his head lowering slightly and evading the arrow as he continued rushing forward, quickly reaching Wang Er. Wang Er bravely threw away the bow in his hand and clenched his bull-sized fist, rushing towards Fang Yuan. He had a large build, his back strong like a wolf's and his waist like a bee's, and he was at least 50 centimeters taller than Fang Yuan. The sunlight shone from behind him, and as Fang Yuan rushed towards him, he could see a dark shadow hanging over his face, his eyes emitting killing intent like a wolf. No! Stop quickly! The 2 hunters, seeing that the 2 were going to collide into each other, frightfully shouted. Die! Wang Er's eyes were fierce as the muscles on his face twitched, showing a sinister and insane expression, like a bloodthirsty evil wolf. Both his fists flew towards Fang Yuan. Boom! His fist was fast and heavy, even cutting the wind. Fang Yuan could see the fist getting bigger in his eyes, but his expression was unchanging as he took a side step. Swoosh! At the crucial moment, he avoided the fist and forcefully rotated his body, knocking Wang Er's left hand away. Wang Er laughed sinisterly as he waved his fist horizontally, his fist striking first, about to reach Fang Yuan's back. But at this moment, a bright flash of sunlight entered his iris. His back was originally facing the sun, and now that he had turned around, the eye-piercing sunlight temporarily made his eyes hurt, and his vision went blank. Fang Yuan smirked as he backflipped in the air, dodging Wang Er's fist, at the same time waving his right arm. Pew! The 3rd moonblade flew along the sunlight trajectory. Wang Er's senses tingled as he felt unprecedented danger. He turned his head around and the next moment, the eerie blue moonblade flew past. Be careful, brother Wang Er. Did he avoid it? The 2 kneeling on the ground forgot to beg for forgiveness at this moment, staring widely. The piercing sunlight shone on their face. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. The surrounding sound vanished, and the world was silent. The afternoon's blazing sun paved a white background, and on this backdrop, Wang Er's body became a black shadow. His body was in the air at an arc, his muscular body stretching in a crescent shape like an open bow, full of masculine appeal. His head lowered as he tried to avoid the moonblade. The moonblade flew like a snail in the air, its eerie blue light almost invisible under the sun's rays. The white background, the black shadow, and the blue moonblade, these three formed a brilliant stage for a moment full of life and death. The moonblade flew over. The shadow that represented Wang Er landed smoothly as it flowed with the trajectory. He was safe and sound. Phew! Seeing this, a young hunter breathed out a sigh of relief. He avoided it. Another hunter was cheering internally. But at this time, a small piece of the shadow's head flew out along with red fluids, separating from the shadow and spewing everywhere. The blue moonblade gradually dissipated in the air. That black shadow was like a broken bough, as the energy accumulated within it disappeared at once. It turned into a beautiful but sad fallen leaf, silently landing on the ground. The two hunters' irises shrunk into pin size. Their mouths were agape, stretching to their bodily limits. Splat! The bright red fluid landed on their faces. The two touched their faces, blood. They jolted awake. In their perception, time had returned to normal, and noise returned. There were birds chirping, water flowing, and their companion screaming while grabbing his broken arms. Second brother Wang. A hunter called, his voice full of horror. All this time, Wang Er was their leader. He's dead. Another hunter cried out, his face grim to the limit. Brother Wang Er is our strongest hunter. A while ago he was still talking with us, but to think the next moment he's dead. He should not have angered that Gu master, we mortals are no match for Gu masters. The two hunters were frightened and shocked, at once they were like statues kneeling on the ground. Fang Yuan got up from the ground. Earlier, to avoid Wang Er's fist, he rotated his body in the air and lost his balance. After shooting the moonblade, he fell to the ground. But this fall was worth it, as Wang Er's fist would have caused him to vomit blood on the spot. After all, Fang Yuan had no defensive Gu, and his body was only a 15-year-old. Now, he stood up, other than his shoulders hurting, he had practically no injuries. This Wang Er is very strong, much stronger than that Mo family servant Gao Wan. If any other student encountered him, they would lose without doubt. Even a rank 1 upper stage Gu master would lose to him out of carelessness. Fang Yuan stared at the corpse of Wang Er deeply. Gu masters were still threatened by genius mortal martial artists when they are at rank 1 stage. This Wang Er was truly skilled. His archery skill was fast and stable, just relying on this it could match Moonblade. In fact, the Moonblade might even be inferior, as the arrow has a larger range. His fighting skill has reached the peak of mortals, a strong body with tough bones, and he was also ruthless. With Fang Yuan's small body, it could not go head-to-head with him. Thus, any other student would lose undoubtedly. Unfortunately for Wang Er, he met Fang Yuan. Once he appeared, Fang Yuan noticed his bow and deduced that he could not fight long range with him. The Moonblade only had a range of 10 meters. The bow had far greater range than the Moonblade. Thus, Fang Yuan ditched long combat. He quickly got closer and closed the gap between them, showing a physical fighting stance. Wang Er had no choice but to discard his bow and fight physically with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan did not really think of going close combat with Wang Er. He used the angle of the sun's rays and caused a weakness in Wang Er, before shooting out his third Moonblade. He was already middle stage now, and with the liquor worm's refinement, the Moonblade had the attack power of an upper stage Gu master. At such a close range, with Wang Er's weakened vision, his defeat was guaranteed. But this Wang Er is indeed skillful. I wanted to decapitate him, but at the crucial moment, he relied on his senses and reflexes and evaded half of my attack, causing my Moonblade to cut off only half of his head. Life and death is nature's law. All living beings are equal, and everyone has their right to survive and be killed. There might be royalty and lower beings, but in face of death, a person's death is no different from a pig's. What's the difference? They're both dead. Fang Yuan took a final look at Wang Er's corpse and sighed in his heart. Chapter 67. Don't worry, I'll spare you. The tree roots penetrate into the mountain soil, letting their green hands reach up towards the sky. Thick and solid tree trunks faced each other, looking similar through the distances. The exuberant branches and leaves intertwined in midair. Under the surroundings of these trees was a wooden house. The wooden house was made entirely from the solid thick barks, leaking out a type of genuine firm smell. The wooden house was not a newly built one, but it had gathered many years. Thus the house surface had green moss growing all over, and some of the tree trunks had begun to sprout out tender little branches. Around the wooden house was a tall and great fence constructed from green spear bamboo. The back and front area was all vegetable fields, and in the middle of the fields was a man-made well. At this time a young and beautiful lady was drawing water from the well. While she wore simple and plain clothing, this was still hard to mask her complexion. She was 16 years of age, and she had a big pair of black eyes, the black and whites of her eyes clearly defined, and pure like crystals. The sunlight penetrated through the overlapping and luxuriant tree leaves, shining onto her face, letting her skin reflect light like it was white snow, also showing a sort of transparent red flush and gentleness on her. Her black hair hung down unruly and half covered her cute earlobes. The pink lips were pursed at the moment, and she was clenching her set of white perfect teeth, her face showing an expression of full concentration. She used all her strength to pull the bucket full of water out of the well. With another breath, she moved the bucket to the ground outside the well. Huff! The young girl wiped her forehead and breathed out, using her pale hand to fan her own face. Hearing the bucket hitting the ground, the wooden house's door opened, and an old man came out. The old man's hair was a mix of black and white, his face having layers of wrinkles. Although his eyes looked tired, they showed a hint of brilliance sometimes. Like an elderly tiger, although old, the tiger's authority was still evident. "Lass, this bucket is too heavy," I said. "Let me carry it." "Why are you secretly watering the plants behind my back again?" The elderly looked at the young girl and showed an expression of doting affection. "Father," the young girl sweetly called, "you were hunting until late at night yesterday. I wanted you to sleep in later today. It's just a water bucket, look, I can carry it out, right? You, always loving to act tough." The old man's voice was full of helplessness, but his eyes were once again doting on her. He took a large step and got to the well, stretching out his hand and easily grabbing the bucket. "Come, lass, let's water the plants together." The air was full of the smell of wild grass and flowers, and the summer's wind blew warmly and passed by the trees, turning into a gust of refreshing wind. The wooden house on the mountain had a vegetable field, and the girl used the pail, lowering her back to water the plants. The father was in charge of getting the water, rotating between two water buckets. The atmosphere of a loving family was evident in this tiny space. "Sigh, I am too old, just a few buckets and I am already exhausted." After a while, the old man stood by the well, wiping the sweat off his forehead and sighing deeply. The young girl turned her head back, smiling like flowers, saying, "Father, you finally realized it. You're already so old, yet you want to act tough all the time. How many times have I told you, let second brother do the hunting, you should be resting at home enjoying your life at this age." He, the old man laughed, nodding, "Relying on your second brother's abilities, he can roam this mountain easily. With his archery skills, it even surpasses me in my youth. But I still cannot feel at ease, his heart is too wild, and with just martial art skills he wants to soar." Sigh, young men love to imagine freely, they all have this problem. "Father." The young girl dragged her words. The old man laughed even more heartily now, his tone carrying a mischievous hint. "Oh yeah, there's still you. You're not young anymore, it's time to get married. I have found a good partner for you, and with your good looks, there's no problems with finding a good family." The girl's face grew red like a tomato. Immediately she felt too embarrassed until she was lost for words. The old man looked at the sky, imagining the great future as he sighed. Once your second brother suffers some setbacks and curbs his nature, I will retire and never go into the mountains. Next I will find you a good family and watch you marry and have children, preferably a chubby boy. Heh, your father wants to take care of his grandson, that's all I want. A person's life is not easy, and as a hunter, how many can have a good ending? Sigh, all my partners and comrades from back then are already gone, I am all that's left. Father, you are wrong. The young girl consoled, what do you mean there's only you left? You still have us. Hee. The old man was laughing and was about to reply, but he suddenly heard a sound and turned his head. The little entrance of the bamboo fence was broken from the outside by someone. You are Old Man Wang? Fang Yuan's cold expression with his eerie eyes, stepped forward with a lump of moonlight in his right arm. The old man was shocked as he looked at the moonlight on Fang Yuan's hand, rapidly kneeling. This old man pays his respects to Lord Gu Master. Old Man Wang, your son dared to offend me, I have executed him. Bring his corpse forward. Fang Yuan stood proudly, staring at the kneeling old man as he brought out the main topic. His words had just finished, and two young hunters carried Wang Er's corpse in. Seeing this corpse, Old Man Wang's body shook. Second brother. The young girl screamed pitifully, rushing forward and grabbing Wang Er's corpse, her face flushed with tears. Wang family's daughter. The two young hunters, seeing the girl they liked crying in front of them, felt terrible. They wanted to console her, but no words came out. Old Man Wang, I heard you're a hunter, the best among the few villages. At such an old age, you can still hunt and get a good result every time, this is great. Fang Yuan paused here for a moment, and continued expressionlessly, draw me a map of all the traps of the nearby mountain area now, as well as the results of your observation of wild beast territories from your hunting experience all these years. Draw it for me and I will spare your son's sin of offending me, if not, These villages were under Guyu village's control. The villagers were all farmer slaves of the Guyu clan. With Wang Er's offense for offending his master, according to the clan rules, their entire family would be implicated. Old Man Wang's body shook again, almost falling to the ground. An impact like this was too sudden and great to him. Murderer, you are the murderer that harmed my brother. You treat human lives like livestock, and you dare to confront us? I will exact revenge for my brother. The young girl screamed, her voice full of hatred and anger towards Fang Yuan, and she rushed towards Fang Yuan. But she was only halfway there when she got stopped by someone. It was not the two young hunters, but her father. Disgraceful wretch. Old Man Wang screamed as he gave the young girl a tight slap, sending her to the ground. Your second brother is dead, do you want to die too? Do you want this old father of yours to be old and alone forever? The old man cried profusely saying this, his body trembling furiously. Father. The young girl was awakened by this, and her tears poured out. Her voice was full of sadness, unjust, pity, hatred, and helplessness. The old man turned his body, facing Fang Yuan as he kneeled down and placed his forehead on the ground, prostrating deeply at Fang Yuan's feet. His voice shook as he said, Lord Gu Master, my son offended you and deserved to die. I shall draw the map for you now, please spare us with your magnanimity. Fang Yuan's expression turned milder, he looked at the old man arrogantly, saying, be at ease, as long as you draw honestly, I will spare you. But don't think of lying to me, for if I find any suspicious points, your lives will be forfeited. I understand, this old man understands. Old Man Wang kowtowed non-stop, please Lord Gu Master, allow me to retrieve my brush and paper. No need. Fang Yuan waved his hand, looking at the two hunters he had forced along, ordering, enter the room and find paper and brush, and bring them out. Yes, Lord Gu Master. The two youngsters did not dare to rebel under Fang Yuan's authority. Lord, the paper and brush are on the square table in the kitchen. Old Man Wang said. Fang Yuan's eyes shone but he remained silent. The two hunters barged into the house and quickly brought out the paper and brush. In the southern territory, the paper were specially made of bamboo, where the quality was bad and the paper was tough with green overlays. Paper like this was suited to the moist weather of the southern territorial weather. If it was rice paper, it might be destroyed after a week due to moisture. The old man carried the brush and kneeled on the ground, drawing out black lines, curves, or dots. He used over 10 bamboo papers, before handing them all to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked through them and split these bamboo papers into 2, handing them to the 2 hunters. Take a look if there's any inappropriate areas. Every mistake, I'll give you 1 primeval stone. Chapter 68, There is no innocence in nature. The 2 hunters took the bamboo papers, their hands trembling, eyes shining. This is Hunter Wang's life experience and effort. Us hunters, although we keep in contact, it is all about trap placement. We will not tell others about the wild beast distribution. This bamboo paper, it is all the information that Hunter Wang had gathered since his ancestors. So this valley has a herd of wild deer, haha. After I hunt these wild deer, I won't have to worry about expenses for the next 3 months. Ah, this stream has a cave of mountain bears? How close, I almost hunted at this region last time. Note it, I must note it all down. These were precious information. It could be said to be a hunter's rice bowl. Normally not within a generation but all the way from their forefathers, these experiences and information were obtained at the expense of their blood and lives. But Old Man Wang's family had always hunted for a living. When it got to Old Man Wang, he had reached the peak of his family line, the acclaimed #1 hunter. Information in the hands of such a person is the most useful and truthful. The 2 young hunters checked for nearly 15 minutes, glossing through the map multiple times. Only after Fang Yuan rushed them did they finally hand over the bamboo paper reluctantly. During this period, Old Man Wang was kneeling on the ground, his forehead touching the ground as he expressed his respect. The young girl was lying on the ground, as if she had gone lifeless. There is no problem, Lord. The trap areas in these bamboo papers are all accurate. The 2 answered. Lord Gu Master, this concerns me and my daughter's life. I would definitely not lie to you. The old man on the ground shouted as he continued to kowtow. Not bad. Fang Yuan waved the stack of bamboo paper, yet suddenly his words changed. But, I don't believe it. Old Man Wang jolted, raising his head, but only saw an eerie blue moonblade enlarging within the reflection of his iris. Pew! A skull flew into the air, fresh blood spewing all over. Arg! Lord, this! The 2 young hunters were taken by surprise. Shock and disbelief showed on their faces. Father! The young girl cried out profusely as she leapt towards Old Man Wang's headless corpse, but midway, a moonblade flew towards her face. Splat! She fell onto the ground, lifeless. Her beautiful face, from her forehead to her chin, slowly showed a thin red line. The line became thicker as fresh red blood oozed out, flowing down along half of her nose and half of her lips. They flowed onto the black soil, dyeing half of her face bright red. The other half of her face, though, was still as beautiful, the skin fair and rosy. Under the bright blue sky, it seemed even more lustrous, like a work of art. At least she looks decent. Fang Yuan looked at the dead girl blandly, nodding satisfactorily. Using rank 1 middle stage primeval essence, the moonblade could slice goo. Now that he was using upper stage primeval essence, it could break bones and even cut steel. Wang family's daughter. A young hunter fell onto the ground in despair after seeing her demise with his own eyes. Lord Gu Master, spare us. The other hunter, feeling Fang Yuan's phase, nearly died of shock as he plopped on the ground. Get up, go inside and search. Fang Yuan ordered. I know that a hunter's family always keeps a beast skin map. On top of it is the terrain, trap locations, and the beast territories. Find it for me, and I'll let you keep your lives. Yes, 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 we will search immediately. Give us some time, Lord Gu Master. The 2 frantically got up and ran into the wooden house. Sounds of wardrobes overturning and falling could be heard from the wooden house. But a moment later, even though the hunters ransacked the house, there was no beast skin map to be found. Lord, please give me some time, we will find it right now. The two hunters were terrified as they got more desperate and searched boorishly, smashing many furniture in the process. Fuck, where is it? Appear, please appear. They muttered as their bodies shivered, their eyes getting bloodshot. Useless trash. Fang Yuan slowly walked into the house. Lord. Lord. Forgive us, please, wah. The two young hunters shivered like they were electrified and fell to the ground, begging for their lives. Fang Yuan ignored the two and observed the house. There were 4 rooms in the house, a living room and a kitchen. All the furniture were in a mess, like they were ransacked. Fang Yuan slowly stepped in, his steps producing echoes in the wooden house. It has indeed been searched, that shouldn't be right. Almost every hunter has a beast skin map inherited throughout the generations, getting refined along the way, recording all the beast's territory and pitfalls. This is the livelihood of a hunter, how can they not have it? Fang Yuan stood pondering. Moreover, I tested that old man Wang earlier, purposely getting the two hunters to search for paper and brush. The old man immediately called out the location of the paper and brush, probably worried that they might find the beast skin map, thus it has to be in this house. Fang Yuan observed the house again, and suddenly his inspiration struck as he looked at the fire pit. This fire pit was connected to the chimney, used in winter to gain warmth. There was even some residue charcoal in the fire pit. Fang Yuan walked to the fire pit, slowly squatting down and taking a shovel beside the fire pit, digging out the charcoal. Most of the charcoal still has their wooden shape, they were brittle and easily broken into two. Oh? Fang Yuan inspected, suddenly finding a charcoal block that had a very tough material and was very heavy, not light like the other charcoal blocks. He used the shovel to dig out this charcoal block, smashing it on the ground. The charcoal smashed into bits, revealing a bamboo tube. The two hunters gasped at this scene. Fang Yuan took the bamboo tube and opened it on one side, shaking it, causing a map to fall out. The map was heavier than the stack of bamboo paper, made with a piece of white beast skin. The beast skin was huge, over 1 meter long and half a meter in breadth. There was black, green, red, yellow, and blue lines on it, forming a complicated map. Fang Yuan was slightly taken aback looking at it. The map's range was very big, extending far beyond the village's vicinity. As a mortal, it was not easy to map out areas so far away. His gaze focused on 5 spots, those with wild boar herds. 2 were small-sized, 2 were medium-sized, and there was a large-sized boar herd. In the middle of the large-sized herd, there was a giant red cross. Seeing this cross, Fang Yuan snickered. On his bamboo paper, there was no such marking. The two young hunters had also seen the bamboo paper, and found no problems. This was their own inexperience, only certain of some areas. This red cross was far beyond the village, and from this, old man Wang's cunningness could be seen. This was why Fang Yuan killed them. To hunt for wild boars, he needed such a beast skin map. But he was not convinced by a map drawn by others. Only getting a real map like this, could it be dependable? Fang Yuan had heard of all sorts of remarks in his past life. Just a word scram was not enough reason for him to kill Wang Er. When hearing the 4 hunters' conversation beside the boar trap, Fang Yuan had already planned his murder. Killing Wang Er reduced his opposition, and gave him reason to obtain the map. Why wouldn't he kill him? Fang Yuan would not kill for the sake of killing, killing is only a method. Using this method, if it can solve the problem, then why not? The old man definitely had to die, even if he can endure the murder of his son, Fang Yuan would not be at ease. Otherwise, it would be a case of when cutting down weeds, you must get at the roots. Otherwise, the weeds will return with the spring breeze. What, you said killing the innocent? No matter which world, as long as one lives in this world, they would be intertwined in karma, how can anyone be innocent? Humans slaughter pigs, aren't the pigs innocent? Big fish eats small fish, and small fish eats shrimps, in nature there is only the food chain, there is no innocence. In this world, anybody can live, anybody can die, but nobody is innocent. Chapter 69, Life is as cheap as grass. The beast skin map was very thick. It was unlike paper that could be folded and carried around easily. Fang Yuan could only roll the beast skin up and put it back into the bamboo tube, where he then tied up both ends of the bamboo tube with hemp rope, and carried it on his back. The two hunters stared firmly at the bamboo case, their eyes unavoidably showing signs of greed. They were not idiots after all, they knew the value of the map. This beast skin map is something that Gu masters would not even bother looking at, but to mortals, especially hunters like them, it was the most valuable treasure. The Wang family had began to pass down this map since the time of their ancestors. Old Man Wang was able to become a famous hunter, his name known throughout the vicinity and beyond. The map had much contribution to this. It was truly an authentic family heirloom. I'm going to ask you, in Old Man Wang's household, is there anyone else? Fang Yuan's gaze was dark, his tone cold as he asked. The two young men kneeling on the ground shuddered immediately when they heard this question from Fang Yuan. They thought about what had just conspired earlier, and the greedy expressions from their faces disappeared in an instant, replaced with fear and terror. There is no one else, the entire family is dead, Lord Gu Master. Hunter Wang originally had a wife, but that was decades ago, and she was killed by wild wolves that intruded the village. Before his wife died she gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter. But the oldest son Wang De died on the mountain while hunting 3 years ago. There is no one else in the Wang family. This was the immediate reply from the 2 young hunters. Is that so? Fang Yuan narrowed his 2 eyes and he looked at the 2 men kneeling before him, knowing that they were telling the truth. When one's life and death was in the hands of others, the probability of lying was very small. But he asked anyway, did you lie to me? We would not dare to lie even the slightest, Lord. I thought of something. Old Man Wang actually also has a daughter-in-law, Wang Da's old wife. But after Wang Da disappeared, his wife died due to a broken heart. That year, the village even specially sent down a chastity memorial arch. But rumor has it that Wang Da's wife wanted to remarry, and she was actually hounded to death by Old Man Wang. When you killed Old Man Wang, Lord, you are helping us citizens, rooting out the evil and bringing people peace. The other hunter quickly added, that's right, that's right. Actually Lord, we have long found this old Wang unfavorable. Humph, he's nothing special, just that he can hunt better than us. We're all just mortals, yet he thinks he's more special than us and purposely moved out of the village to live here. As the younger generation, we sometimes will ask him to teach us and impart his experiences, but he would just outright chase us away and never allow us to show up again near the wooden house. Fang Yuan listened quietly while nodding. Although these 2 started belittling Old Man Wang in an attempt to keep their lives, he did not sense any resentment from these 2 men's mouths. Fang Yuan guessed inwardly that these 2 men asking to consult for hunting matters should be fake. He surmised that they were just over to covet for the Wang family's daughter and her good looks. Yet in the end they were found out by Old Man Wang and disciplined a few times harshly. Weeding out the wicked and let the law-abiding citizens live in peace. Enough of such bootlicking, this time I killed them because my motive was just for this beast skin map. Well, both of you have showed a satisfying behavior, you can both go now. Fang Yuan's tone softened, but at the same time the right hand behind his back shone with gloomy moonlight. The 2 young men kneeling on the ground felt surprise and joy once they heard this. Thank you so much for your mercy, Lord. Lord, your generosity and indulgence, we shall remember in heart forever. They cowed out on the ground, their mucus and tears overflowing, sounds of dull knocking could be heard. After several knocks they immediately got up and turned to leave. Although Fang Yuan was younger than them in age, but after witnessing firsthand what Fang Yuan was like in doing things, they were beyond fearful and terrified, wishing never to meet Fang Yuan again. Hold it. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly traveled over. The moment it finished there was a swoosh and a Gu master jumped down from a treetop. You both cannot leave, tell me what happened here. All of it. This Gu master that just jumped down was wearing a deep blue uniform, and there was a scarlet belt with a metal plate in the middle. There was a huge 2 word carved onto the metal plate. This rank 2 Gu master had a slim build, his 2 eyes slender. He wore arm protectors on his wrists, and his calves had sturdy leg bindings, his entire being radiating with a highly capable aura. This commoner greets Lord Jianghe. The 2 young men had just got up with the intention to leave, but once they saw this Gu master they instantly knelt down again, prostrating themselves in admiration while greeting. This Gu master was someone they knew. It was the Gu master stationed at the village. Every year to reinforce their control in their surroundings, the Guyu village would dispatch Gu master down into the little villages and hamlets, stationing Gu masters there. This would also prevent the other powers from infiltrating and at the same time strengthen their defenses on their borders. This Gu master named Jiang he did not bother with the 2 hunters kneeling on the ground, instead looking straight at Fang Yuan, asking in a cold tone, "I am the Gu master Jiang he of the Guyu clan who has been stationed here, you are?" Fang Yuan laughed lightly and stretched his right palm out, where the moonlight Gu was giving out a ball of moonlight in the middle of his palm. When the Gu master Jiang he saw the moonlight in Fang Yuan's hand, his gaze softened considerably. The moonlight Gu was the sign of the Guyu clan. This was something that could not be forged. This matter is simple actually. Old man Wang's second son offended me, so I killed the entire family off in anger. Those 2 can be my witness. Fang Yuan straightforwardly admitted with a bold and confident manner, pointing at the 2 hunters kneeling down at the same time. Fang Yuan was not lying, and these 2 hunters nodded in haste. There was no hesitation. Jiang he stared blankly for a moment before he started laughing loudly. "You killed well. Just a bunch of measly peasant servants, to actually dare to offend their masters, they deserved to be killed." But he quickly added with a change in tone, full of emotion and deep meaning, "However, young junior, what you've done has also brought problems to me. Although old man Wang resides far away from the masses and stayed here alone with his family, they are still villagers that I am in charge of. I was sent out from the clan and stationed here in this village. This means I'm supposed to protect the villagers and be on the alert as defense. Now that you've killed these few people, the number of villagers will have lessened. During the examination at the end of the year the clan's assessment towards me will drop." Fang Yuan's gaze shone, and he instantly knew that this Jiang he was using this as a pretext to extort money from him. He laughed and said out, "This isn't so difficult. Senior, you just have to report the truth back. Just say that this entire family was killed by me, and it has nothing to do with Senior whatsoever." When Jiang he heard this his eyelids twitched, anger rising in his heart towards Fang Yuan who did not know how to appreciate favors. His manner of speaking became extremely solemn. "Then I will have to conduct business impartially here. Junior, if you are not afraid of the clan's investigation then report your name, I will record it in detail as how things really are on paper." His words brought a strong implication of threat. If it was any other youngster they would have been frightened by this statement already. But Fang Yuan could see Jiang He's weakness from it, and he instantly said, "Then Senior shall report as how it should be." "All right, my surname is Guyu, and my name is Fang Yuan." "So you're actually Fang Yuan?" Jiang He's face evidently showed astonishment for a while. "I have been hearing about you all the time from my little brother recently. You thoroughly beat up all your classmates, extorting in front of everyone, getting 60 pieces of primeval stones each time. Every time my little brother speaks of it he's always jealous of how you can earn money so easily. Not to mention that time when you gambled out a liquor worm and a mudskin toad consecutively. This sort of luck sure makes people jealous." "Oh right, my little brother is Jiang Ya, you both should have met each other long ago." "So it's him." Fang Yuan nodded and admitted, "Yes, every time when I buy moon orchid petals, I would buy them in Jiang Ya's shop." "Ha ha ha, since this is the case then we both are acquaintances." "Oh well, let's forget about it, this matter I'll handle it." When he said this, Jiang he clapped his chest with his hands, putting out the appearance of one with the spirit of loyalty and self-sacrifice. He was merely using this favorable circumstance, there was no way he could have really reported the matter. After reporting of such a thing the clan's assessment towards him would still drop either way. You might as well just do a good turn to Fang Yuan. As for old man Wang's family's death, he could just report that they were invaded and attacked by a wild beast. It's old man Wang's fault for his unconventional ways of insisting to move out of the village. building a wooden house far away from the population. Jiang he was not afraid of the matter being disclosed, there was just a few mortal peasants around. Their lives were cheap-ass grass, who cares if they died? Even if the clan found out about the cover-up they would hardly care about such a small matter. But Junior, you have yet to graduate from the academy and do not have the Gu Master uniform like I am wearing now. If that Wang Er saw this outfit he'd know about your status as Gu Master and wouldn't offend you. Junior you are a smart person, don't you think so, hee, said Jiang He again. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Jiang He's words had implicit meaning, and was actually warning himself, do not run out of the academy and wander around for no reason, and you better not come to the area under my jurisdiction hereafter today to cause trouble and kill people again. In that case thank you very much for your advice, senior. Fang Yuan cupped his fists in greeting, bidding farewell to Jiang He, immediately taking his leave from here. Chapter 70, Using the white boar goo in the black of the night, the moon is shaped like a silver plate, hanging high in the sky spewing its watery moonlight down. The dense woods lightly unfold their dense green leaves and branches in the summer wind. The waterfalls crash down as they flow, but the sounds are unable to cover the noises of the sandalwood crickets chirping about. Fang Yuan stepped onto the green grass, quietly approaching a mountain boar. This mountain boar had its head buried, puffing and snorting as it digged the emerald earth with its snout, rummaging among the soil and grass to look for worms. The wild boar was an omnivorous animal. It not only ate worms, but also stole bird eggs and was adept at hunting wild rabbits, mice, even venomous creatures such as snakes and scorpions. Fang Yuan crept slowly from behind the boar. Under the bright moonlight, the grayish-black fur coat of the wild pig could be seen clearly. Its body was strong and firm, the forelimbs short and rough. On its back was a long and stiff mane, while atop its ears were sparse fur that was erect like needles. With all four limbs on the ground, each foot had 4 toes but only the 2 middle ones were digging against the soil. Its tail was thin and short, sometimes flinging about, chasing away the mosquitoes flying around. Suddenly it stopped digging for its meal, rearing its head up. At the same time the boar's sharp little upright ears quickly trembled a few times. Although Fang Yuan had managed to stop his tracks in time, this mountain boar still found him. It immediately turned around and groaned out with warning sounds. Fang Yuan was not surprised by this. A wild animal was not like a domestic one, they were all very alert. Especially the wild boar, they had a cute smell and could find bird nests that were often hidden very well. Even if this mountain boar did not hear any noises, when Fang Yuan neared around 100 meters away from it, it would be able to smell his body odor and will still be able to sense Fang Yuan's presence. Although Fang Yuan had 5 goo worms on him at the moment, the spring-autumn cicada, liquor worm, moonlight goo, little light goo and the white boar goo, these goo were all not able to match each other, and were incompatible. If Fang Yuan had a smell-lock goo that could cover up his body odor, and another quiet steps goo that concealed the noise of one's footsteps, he could completely and silently reach up to a distance of 10 steps away from the mountain pig. However, if he had these 2 goo, then Fang Yuan would have been keeping 7 goo worms. This would cause his primeval essence usage to be too great and he would have difficulty supporting them. Goo masters in general can only feed 4 to 5 goo worms of the same rank. Thus goo masters usually do not move alone, but instead form small groups of 5, or at the very least with 3. Among the groups, there would be someone specially in charge of detection, one responsible for advancement, one bearing the offense role, another responsible for medical treatment and someone in charge of resisting and holding back hostiles. Fang Yuan continued without stop, getting closer to the wild boar. The wild boar screeched lowly, the white fur on its neck standing, the symbol of its agitation. Finally, when Fang Yuan was near enough, closer than the wild boar's acceptable range, the wild boar's hoofs dug the ground 3 times before spreading its muscular 4 limbs, lowered its head and dashed towards Fang Yuan. Its upper jaw was withdrawn, its lower jaw turning upwards, forming 2 white tusks. Under the moonlight, the tusks shone with light as it stabbed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no defensive type of goo worm, and if he was pierced by the tusk, his stomach would be penetrated, his intestines would be punctured and he would be heavily injured if not dead. Moonlight goo. Fang Yuan's face was calm as he thought in his mind, causing the moonlight goo in his palm to absorb his primeval essence and emit an eerie moonlight glow, interweaving with the moonlight from the night sky. The wild boar charged towards Fang Yuan as his right palm swiped across the air. With a swoosh, the moonblade flew out and hit the wild boar in the face, causing blood to splatter all over. The wild boar cried out loudly, turning its anger into fuel as its charge became even faster, and in the blink of an eye, it reached a few steps before Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nimbly jumped to the side, rolling and breaking his fall. The wild boar charged right past Fang Yuan, and with a boom, crashed into a tree behind him. The tiny tree was only as thick as a human arm. After getting knocked by the wild boar, it received devastating damage as the tree trunk tore open and split into two. Fang Yuan stood up, quickly getting close to the wild boar while a moonblade shot out from his right hand at the same time. The eerily blue moonblade drew a straight line across the air as it landed on the wild boar. The wild boar's black fur had several thin cuts on it. The injury was very deep and bright red blood oozed out from it. The moonblade Fang Yuan activated used up upper stage primeval essence, thus it was able to break even a human's toughest bones in one shot. But on the boar, it could only cause such superficial injury, and not damage the bones. A small wild boar like this was so strong, this showed how cruel the living environment was in this world. The wild boar growled, and charged towards Fang Yuan again. In the process of sprinting, its blood-dripping wound continued to tear open, and its warm blood poured out like water. Fang Yuan used the same trick, taking a tumble sideways and dodged its charge. The wild boar, although strong and very ferocious, had one weakness: it could not change directions easily. Its speed was fast, but that meant it could not alter directions easily, so this way, every one of its charges is in a straight line. As long as a goo master is attentive enough, it is not hard to dodge. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the wild boar charged, Fang Yuan would shoot a few moonblades, causing its old wounds to be overlapped with new wounds, and the angrier it got, the more blood flowed. After a few times, its movements slowed and its growling also revealed a hint of weakness. Little light goo. This time, Fang Yuan not only activated the moonlight goo, but also deployed his primeval essence and injected it into the little light goo. The moonlight goo, after being refined, had always stayed in Fang Yuan's right palm, turning into a blue crescent moon tattoo. After the little light goo was refined, it also resided in his right palm, turning into the shape of a five-sided star. At this point, his dark green primeval essence entered the two goo, the moonlight emitting an eerie blue moonlight while the little light goo emitted a milky white glow. The milky white light fused into the moonlight, and the originally small lump of moonlight instantly became twice as big. Go! Fang Yuan's right hand swept, and an enhanced giant moonblade flew out. Using only the moonlight goo, the size was only palm-sized. But with the addition and help of the little light goo, the moonblade's size doubled, and its attack range also doubled as well. Swoosh! The moonblade hit the wild boar on the neck, creeping into its black-gray fur. It emerged from the other end and flew for about 3 to 4 meters before dissipating in the air. Glup glup. The wild boar stood on the spot, frozen for a moment, then blood oozed out from its injuries like a fountain. It abruptly collapsed, half of its head cut off, washed away by the pouring blood, and only a small piece of flesh kept it together with its body. A thick smell of blood gushed out into his nose. Fang Yuan did not dare to hesitate, pointing a finger at the wild boar, and the white boar goo which was residing in his aperture instantly turned into a milky white light and entered the wild boar's body. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, nervously staying alert of the surroundings. Although the beast skin map said that the area was relatively safe, there were always accidents in nature. What if beasts were attracted by the smell of the blood? After a while, the white boar goo flew back safe and sound. The entire boar had shrunk in half, only leaving behind its black-gray fur and the intestines under its skin. As for the meat, most of it was eaten by the white boar goo. But the strange thing was, although the white boar goo ate pork nearly 1,000 times its size, it did not change physically. There was not even a drip of blood on it, as it maintained that milky white worm appearance. After this meal, I'll come 5 days later to hunt boars. Fang Yuan kept the white boar goo, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he took out his knife and extracted the 2 tusks of the boar. The wild boar's body had a few things of value. The first was pork, the second was fur, and the third was its teeth. But now the wild boar meat was mostly eaten by the white boar goo. Its skin was full of holes due to the moonblades, being meaningless even if retrieved. Only this pair of tusks had some value. It could be used as food for certain goo worms which ate teeth as food, or used as a catalyst for some goo worm's advancement. Fang Yuan hid the teeth in the rock crack's secret cave before returning to the hostel. He did not sleep immediately, but sat on his bed and started to cultivate. Within the aperture, the primeval sea acted like waves, rising and falling. Fang Yuan was now a middle-stage goo master, so after using the liquor worm refinement, he had upper-stage primeval essence. Thus, while the people his age had middle-stage pale green primeval essence, Fang Yuan's primeval essence was dark green. Now that he killed a boar, there was only 23% of his primeval essence in his aperture. A rank 1 goo master was not that strong in battle. Or rather, nature's environment was too harsh. Even if the moonblade could break bones, to kill a normal wild boar, Fang Yuan had to use 20% of his upper stage primeval essence. White boar goo. His eyes were shut tight, his spirit immersed into his aperture. In the aperture, a gush of dark green primeval essence rushed up against the flow, injecting into the white boar goo. The white boar goo immediately emitted a bright white light, and the light enveloped Fang Yuan's body. If one looked from the outside, they would see that Fang Yuan's body was emitting a pure white light from the inside. Fang Yuan's every muscle and every inch of skin was soaked in this white light. A feeling of numbness and itchiness was felt by him. As the white light modified his muscles, it allowed strength to be slowly infused into his body, thus gaining roots and never to be lost again. However, after a moment, the numb feeling became pain. This pain was like getting electrocuted, from numbness to sharp pain like getting cut by razor blades. Fang Yuan hurriedly stopped the white boar goo. Anything prolonged was not good. The white boar goo could not be overused, it could be applied about 15 minutes a day. Exceed it, and extreme pain would be felt, increasingly painful. If he continued using it despite that, a person might even die from the pain. Chapter 71, Keeping a low profile even if one's strength can carry a boar. Time flies, and with the blink of an eye, it was already the middle of June. The summer night, with the golden arc of the moon hanging high in the sky, shining its radiance on the green mountain lands. The winds blew and the leaves danced with the moonlight. The song of the cicadas and bullfrogs were simultaneous with each other. At times the sound of a wolf howling could be heard from afar, echoing throughout the green mountain. On a river bank, a creek was scrubbing over a piece of smooth cliff rock. Beside this bank, a battle was ongoing. A mountain boar covered in fine and deep wounds all over kicked its legs and rushed forward once more towards Fang Yuan. The blood was pouring from its wounds, marking a road of fresh red liquid. Fang Yuan wrestled with it, showing no signs of panic. The wild boar was on the verge of death, but it was precisely these moments that wild beasts are the most dangerous. Using the last remaining potential of their lives, their insanity and tenacity could cause one to get gravely injured at any careless moment. Fang Yuan was peaceful, his black iris glowing eerily under the moonlight, showing the light of absolute calmness. He had the experience of 500 years, a part of him was engrossed in combat, while another disengaged from the battle, and remained alert towards the surroundings. Many times when he was hunting wild boars, other animals came to wreak havoc. At times a wild boar, another time wild wolves, and even once a wandering tiger. As time passed, the wild boar's attacks gradually slowed down. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he took a few strides forward, getting close to the wild boar. Raising strength in his shoulder and arms, he carried and raised the wild boar in one breath. Huff! Fang Yuan growled as his face was puffed red, his arms stretching out and raising the wild boar high above his head. The wild boar feebly struggled. Fang Yuan's body was unstable, he used all his strength to throw the wild boar. With a boom, the wild boar was thrown onto a large rock by the river bank. It cried pitifully as sounds of its bones breaking could be heard. It fell down from the large rock, blood oozing out from its ears, nose, and mouth. It struggled a few times before drawing its final breath. The surroundings regained its peace. The river water flowed endlessly, carrying the boar's blood along the river to some faraway place. My strength right now can compete with a boar. Tonight I'll go try that giant rock at the passageway. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, breathing in heavily with a hint of excitement flashing across his eyes. These days he had used the white boar goo non-stop to increase the strength of his body. He could feel strongly now that his strength was getting bigger. Back then when he fought wild boars, he could only use a kiting technique with the moonblade, but now he could even carry the wild boar, so the increment of his strength had shown great progress. Of course, the white boar goo would not endless give him strength. The limit was a boar's strength, and once he reached the limit, it would no longer grant him any additional strength. I can carry a wild boar now, but that does not mean I can go head-to-head with a boar, like how a strong man can carry another strong man, but it does not mean they have equal strength. My strength can continue to grow. Feeding all the pork to the white boar goo, Fang Yuan used his hunting knife to retrieve the boar's teeth, and finally diced up the already heavily torn boar skin, before going into the secret cave in the rock crack. As for the boar's corpse, it did not need him to do anything. During the summer night, wild beasts roamed freely, and not long after, there should be wild beasts picking up the scent of the blood and rush here to clean the scene for Fang Yuan. Or rather, even if someone found out, it was inconsequential. The wild boar's injuries were all edited by Fang Yuan, looking nothing like moonblade cuts. Back to the secret cave enveloped in red light, Fang Yuan threw the two wild boar teeth at a corner. The wild boar's teeth collided, causing a crisp sound. At this corner, there was already a pile of wild boar teeth. They were the results of Fang Yuan's hunting. Fang Yuan squirmed into the passageway, once again getting to the end of the tunnel. Walking on the tunnel, his footsteps could be heard echoing in the cave, his vision dyed red due to the light. Everything was unchanged, the giant rock was still there, quietly blocking his path. As for the hole created after digging out the earth treasury flower, it had already been filled up by Fang Yuan. Ha! Fang Yuan walked in front of the giant rock, raised both hands and pushed. Although his face grew red with exertion, and he used all his strength, the giant rock did not move an inch. With my current strength, I can only carry a wild boar. But this giant rock, it is at least the weight of 5 to 6 boars. No wonder I cannot move it. The flower wine monk's strength inheritance is not that easily obtained. Fang Yuan's gaze shone as he estimated in his heart. He did not give up, but instead came out of the tunnel and returned to the secret room upstairs. Taking a bamboo tube from the corner of the wall, Fang Yuan sat on the ground and opened the lid, taking out the beast skin map and sheets of bamboo paper. He opened the beast skin map and started to memorize it, using his fingers to draw on the traces on the map to aid in his memorization. Ever since he had obtained the map, he had been doing this every day. Fang Yuan did not have a storage-type goo, he could not bring the beast skin map with him everywhere. Carrying a bamboo tube on him while battling is inconvenient too. Thus, Fang Yuan put in some effort and was prepared to stuff the entire beast skin map's content into his head. Some things, even if troublesome, had to be done. In a person's life, those who did not actively resolve problems due to fearing trouble, would always face a dangerous predicament at the end. Fang Yuan understood this logic from his previous life. When one is young, their memory sure is good. I have already memorized more than half of this map. If I was old, I would probably forget the content while memorizing this. He. Of course if I had a bookworm, I would feed this map to it, and from then on, as long as I do not lose the bookworm, I will be able to recall this map clearly forever. Fang Yuan had the liquor worm, white boar goo, and was now beginning to have insatiable greed, starting to crave the bookworm. The value of the bookworm was quite close to the liquor worm and white boar goo, all being rare species among the rank 1 goo worms. The market price was expensive and they were often sold out in moments. In his previous life, Fang Yuan did not obtain the liquor worm or white boar goo, but he accidentally obtained a bookworm. This bookworm eventually advanced ranks with him, and accompanied him for a whole 60 years. Forget it, bookworms are rare and low in numbers, I won't be able to get one anytime soon. To speak the truth, my current stage is way better than my previous life at this point. Last time at this period, I was still a rank 1 initial stage, while the others like Fang Zheng, Qiqing, Mobe were already upper stage, far beyond me. Fang Yuan was not someone who worried over nothing, quickly getting over it. He was rather satisfied with his current progress. He was a middle stage, and the others were also middle stage. With his C-grade talent, he could maintain the same speed as these A and B grades. It was not easy. Much effort was given to the liquor worm, as well as Fang Yuan's rich cultivating experience. The other aspect was also due to Fang Yuan. His act of extortion had caused the classmates to bulk up on training their physical fighting skills under the help of their elders. Unknowingly, it caused them to be distracted, reducing the time they spent on nurturing their apertures. This resulted in everyone's cultivation level being even lower than Fang Yuan's past life. But even so, they were not so far from upper stage now. Gu Master's early stage of cultivation was rather easy, seeing effect in a short period of time. Especially Gu Fangxing, Mo Chen and Qiqing, their cultivation level had already creeped and even seemed to surpass Fang Yuan. With constant cultivation, these three with their talent, or the support behind them, had already begun to show their advantage. The lead that Fang Yuan had due to the liquor worm was starting to disappear. Of course, there was also the reason of him hunting recently and using the white boar goo to raise his strength, or spending much of his time and effort in doing so. At this rate, before long, someone will advance to upper stage. The first person that achieves upper stage will get a reward of 30 primeval stones. But this reward, I do not intend to contest for it. Fang Yuan had decided long ago. If he abandoned the white boar goo now and rushed for upper stage, he might have some hopes of winning. But that was not Fang Yuan's goal. 30 primeval stones might be good, but he did not lack primeval stones at the moment. The bigger reason was that he needed to remain concealed and keep a low profile to reduce other people's attention towards him, so that he can inherit the flower wine monk's strength inheritance successfully. This is his real motive. The academy has all sorts of rewards, but it is just carrots to pique the student's interest, and most importantly, it is a part of the family system. Fighting for these little rewards is not what a wise person would do. Fang Yuan collected his spirits and gazed at the beast skin map again. The beast skin map had 2 pages, one recorded the day while the other recorded the night. Many lines of different colors intertwined on it. These lines, some were straight, some were curved, but they all had their own specific meaning. Only Old Man Wang would be clear of their meaning, but it is a pity he died. But even if he was alive, by forcing him to speak, he might not say the truth. These days, Fang Yuan relied on his knowledge and experience, and according to the bamboo paper's comparison, he had already deciphered it all. The red cross represents danger, a forbidden zone. The area with the red cross seems to be surrounded by wild boars. It is probably a wild boar king there. With my current strength, I'm as good as dead if I encounter one. Humph. Thinking of Old Man Wang, Fang Yuan could not help but snort again. This area marked with a cross was not marked on the bamboo paper. If Fang Yuan really believed the bamboo paper, he would probably die by the fangs of the wild boar king one day. This Old Man Wang was indeed experienced. To avenge his son, he did not have to act himself, but borrowed the wild boar king's strength. This way, even if Fang Yuan dies, he would be able to avoid responsibility. But these 3 spots marked with a red circle, what do they mean? Fang Yuan was perturbed. This was the beast skin map's final suspicious point. 3 red circles, showing 3 very isolated areas. They were also very far apart, and had little surrounding beasts, considered safer areas in the wild. The red cross represents forbidden area, but what does the red circle represent? Fang Yuan fell into deep thoughts. Normally, red is the most alert color. Old Man Wang marked these 3 areas, meaning they are important. It is a pity these areas are far, if not I would inspect them myself and find the reason. Chapter 72. Any organization would also require loyalty. The hot summer sun blazes on, the mountain winds blowing the warm winds around, Qingmao Mountain steaming under the hot air. In the blink of an eye, it was already near the end of June. Guyu Fang Zheng. In the academy, the family elder called out. Guyu Fang Zheng got up from his seat and came before the academy elder. Under the admiring gaze of his classmates, Fang Zheng received a heavy bag of primeval stones. Fang Zheng, you are the first to advance to upper stage, this is your reward. Good job, continue working hard. Academy elder smiled pleasantly, patting Fang Zheng's shoulders. Fang Zheng acknowledged with a grunt, his face full of excitement. He took the money bag over with emotion and returned to his seat. I finally did it. The first to advance to upper stage, do you see that, brother? I finally beat you for once. His eyes shone with bright light as he swept his gaze over at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was sprawled on the table, sound asleep. Last night he had killed another wild boar, and after returning to the hostel, he used the white boar goo to improve his body and also used the natural essence within the primeval stones to refine his primeval essence using the liquor worm. Finally, he used his upper stage primeval essence to nurture his aperture, all the way until morning. He hurriedly ate breakfast before rushing to class, falling asleep as soon as he settled in. He was too exhausted, and Goo Master Cultivation could not replace sleep. Even if you don't admit it, this is the truth. Brother, I have finally surpassed you. This is the first, and there will be a second time, a third time. Fang Zheng clenched his fists. This success was extremely meaningful to him. He had already broken through the dark clouds in his heart, creating an opening to allow light to penetrate in. Even though this light was thin, it gave Fang Zheng hope and encouragement. I actually lost to that Fang Zheng. Guyu Imobe sat on his seat, arms crossed, feeling indignant. This is the advantage of an A grade, damn it. Guyu Qiqing said with a dark expression. As he cultivated, he felt strongly the advantages of a good talent. Even with his grandfather Guyu Qilian's support, plus his extremely hard work, he was still left behind by Fang Zheng. If only I had a liquor worm, plus grandfather's help, I might not lose to Fang Zheng. Those accursed Fang family brothers. Little brother is a grade, suppressing us, but the brother being a C grade has a liquor worm. Why did all the good things in this world go to these brothers? Guyu Qiqing felt really indignant. This time Fang Zheng broke through to upper stage first. Of course, he is a grade talent. Yeah, even Mobe, Qiqing, and Fang Yuan lost to Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng has gained all the attention this time. Fang Yuan having the liquor worm is not putting in effort. Wasting his time every day, even sleeping in class, he might as well give his liquor worm to me. The surrounding students discussed, feeling indignant in their hearts, helplessness and envy. The academy elder called them one by one, and students went up continuously to collect their primeval stones allowance, and returned to their seats. Everyone quietened down. After the allowance was given out, the academy elder used his hand to hit the table. All of a sudden, the academy became silent. Now, you've all mastered your second goo worm and even so much as broke through into the upper stage. In the past half a year, you have all worked hard, and now you have some basics, it is time for you to train in the wilds. True battles are not scarecrows or puppets, wooden puppets that stand there and await your attacks. The following mid-year examination will be held 3 days later, all students have to attend. The examination content is to hunt wild boars. By collecting wild boar teeth as results to record, those who collect the most wild boar teeth will get better scores. At the end of the examination, each wild boar teeth can be exchanged for 10 primeval stones. Furthermore, you are allowed to hunt in groups. The academy elder's words caused a commotion among the students. The mid-year exam is finally here. Every year students study at the academy for a year, and there is always a mid-year exam and an end-of-year exam. Looking at the time, it really is time for the mid-year exam. Every year's examination content is different. To think that this year, our examination is to hunt and acquire wild boar teeth. What should we do? My talent is only D grade, my vital goo isn't an attack type like the moonlight goo, how can I hunt wild boars? Didn't you hear, the family elder said, we are allowed to hunt in groups. For those with talent that can't make it, or those with goo worms that aren't suitable, we can help each other and cooperate. When we get boar teeth, we just need to share with one another, and that would work. Each wild boar teeth can be exchanged for 10 primeval stones. This is the academy encouraging us to hunt more wild boars, and the prize is set for that. For true market value, 1 primeval stone can buy 20 wild boar teeth. The students had varying expressions, some were happy while others fretted, some were eager to go, while others called on companions, even Fang Yuan was slightly moved. It changed. I remember that last year's examination was to collect wildlife honey. To think that it changed to wild boar teeth. Is this the butterfly effect? A butterfly flapping its wings can cause a giant storm on the coast of another ocean. A small change in the initial conditions lead to drastic changes in the results. Ever since his rebirth, Fang Yuan had made many changes. The conditions of his current self was vastly different from his previous life. Back then he had already been left behind by Fang Zheng and the others, but now he was adamantly at the top of the student board. In his past life he did not kill Jia. In fact they did not even meet. But this life, he did not only kill Jia, he even excavated the deeper treasures of the flower wine monk's inheritance. These changes are like a butterfly flapping its wings, indirectly causing changes to the environment. The mid-year examination change is only the first of such symptoms. If I continue changing things, will it cause history to become completely unrecognizable as well? In that case, the advantage from my rebirth would be significantly reduced. Fang Yuan looked calm, but was sighing internally. The feeling of inability and pressing urgency roamed his heart, but he quickly adjusted his mood. No matter what, since it has already happened, I can't stop it. What I need to do now is to actively change myself. Even if the events are completely different at the end, I would not slow down my growth just because of such concerns. In my past life I knew nothing about the future. Does that mean that in my current life I lack courage? Even if the world is full of thorns, I will cut through all the thorns in my way and pave out a blood-filled path myself. Every teeth for 10 primeval stones, this price is very high. Should I sell all those wild boar fangs I have stocked up at the cave? But if I do, I might attract suspicion? No, according to the Guyu clan's political situation, if I sell these wild boar teeth publicly, I might get screwed over. Fang Yuan shook his head, the risks were too big. If he really sold these teeth, what could he get in return? A little over 100 primeval stones? Wait, primeval stones aren't important. Maybe I can use this change to construct my image again. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He needed to get rich secretly now, being as low profile as possible. If the flower wine monk's inheritance was exposed, he might even lose his life. But his current position was awkward. He stood against all his classmates, being outside the system, and among the higher-ups, he was an untamable, unhappy, and indignant, intelligent and cold, C-grade talent teenager. This image was not good, it literally portrayed him as unloyal. But a clan requires loyalty, in fact, any organization requires loyalty. No matter which world, loyalty is the value that is most sought after in clans. Loyalty to the clan, loyalty to the country, loyalty to his leader, loyalty to his loved one, loyalty to his friends etc. As Fang Yuan's cultivation level got higher, the higher-ups would only get more concerned, and if needed, the family may even use hard-handed methods on him. At that point, Fang Yuan would be really thrown into passivity. Fang Yuan did not like passiveness, he liked to have the control of all matters tightly in his grip. Because of a series of events before, Fang Yuan could only operate on the go, relying on outside strength, and this image he constructed was only to protect himself in times of need. But now that he could protect himself, Fang Yuan needed to be stronger. Thus, he needed to change this image, letting the higher-ups think that he had given up and joined the clan system. But this conversation cannot be too abrupt, or it would be suspicious. More importantly, joining this system is only a facade. Fang Yuan would not really join them truly, and be manipulated and restricted. He had too many secrets. He needed large amounts of freedom, and in actuality he was still a loner in operation. But now the mid-year exam was a chance. It seems I have to do some plotting. I'll start from the extortion then. Fang Yuan's gaze became certain as everything fell into his scheme. Chapter 73, The Mysterious Red Circle Marking. You said that during Fang Yuan's extortion this time, although he defeated Fang Zheng, Qi Qing and Mo Bei, he left go of them and did not take their primeval stones? Hearing the guard's report, the academy elder revealed a slightly shocked expression. I dare not lie to Lord, it is indeed like this. The guard kneeling on the ground immediately responded. The academy elder did not express his opinion, and waved his hand. I have understood this matter, you may go. Your subordinate takes his leave. Once the guard had left, the academy elder immediately fell into deep thoughts. He was originally concerned with this matter as he was afraid Fang Yuan would snatch away the 30 primeval stones that Fang Zheng had gotten as a reward. If that was the case, the academy's reward system would have no meaning. They might as well give everything to Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan really did that, the academy would not allow it, and the academy elder was already prepared to punish Fang Yuan. But he did not expect that not only did Fang Yuan have no intention to take the 30 primeval stones from Fang Zheng, he even let go of Mo Bei and Qi Qing as well. Fang Yuan has hundreds of primeval stones on hand, he might not be too concerned with the 30 primeval stones, that is understandable. But giving up on extorting Mo Bei, Qi Qing and Fang Zheng, what is the reason? The academy elder contemplated, his eyebrows gradually easing. He had understood something. Mo Bei, Qi Qing and Fang Zheng, they could be said to represent the 3 factions of the clan. Letting go of them, the meaning was that he was appealing to the 3 different factions. This was understandable, as Fang Yuan's attitude change meant that he was finally willing to lower his head to the clan. Understandable. As he cultivated, Fang Yuan may have the liquor worm, but the situation has gotten clearer to him. The inability of AC-grade talent, after a few outbursts, and letting go of the majority of his negative feelings, he is probably rather downhearted and depressed now. It seems the clan leader's words make sense. Fang Yuan is after all a 15-year-old, how can he go against the clan system? Now that he has started to accept reality, once he finds the position that he belongs to, he would fuse into the clan naturally. Thinking of this, the academy elder breathed out a sigh of relief, his feelings becoming more cheerful. 3 days passed in a flash. Soon, the mid-year exam was here. Faster, faster, I've lured the wild boar out. A youngster ran as he shouted out frantically. On both his legs, there was a light green ring of swirling wind. With these 2 rings, it led to him having above-average speed at such a young age. However, the wild boar chasing after him became faster and faster, and the distance between them was shortening. The scorching sun penetrated the forest and reflected on the wild boar, causing both its teeth to shine brightly. The wild boar is coming, hold the rope tightly. The 4 ambushing youngsters quickly hid in the bushes and pulled the ropes tightly, instantly forming a tripping rope. The speeding youngster leapt lightly, jumping over the road and continued running. But the boar behind him tripped over the rope and fell harshly on the ground, crashing 5 to 6 meters before stopping. Ow! The 4 youngsters were pulled along by the rope, and fell to the ground along with the wild boar. Strike! The youngster running ahead turned around and shouted. The few people lying on the ground frantically stood up, and surrounded the wild boar. Gotcha! A small budding tree, under the impact of the wild boar, snapped in half and the tree crown fell to the ground. What a close shave! Qi Qing wiped the sweat off his forehead, feeling lingering fear. Luckily I managed to use the dragonpill cricket goo and leapt 3 meters to the left, otherwise this tree would have been my outcome. Pew pew pew. Moonblade danced in the air as it hit the wild boar's body, causing long and shallow cuts. Mo Bei's face was excited, his eyes glowing, his spirits immersed in this battle. Half an hour later, the wild boar collapsed due to excessive loss of blood. Gumobe breathed roughly and also sat on the ground, his entire body full of mud and grass, at the same time full of sweat. Fighting against a living being like the wild boar is indeed different from the wooden puppet, grass puppet during practice battles. I spent 30 minutes just to kill a wild boar. I wonder how are the others doing? On a hidden small hill, there was a temporarily built tent. The tent blocked the punishing sun rays and casted an area of cool dark shadowy shade. Under the cover, there was a few chairs and tables, with the academy elder sitting at the main seat. Beside him, there were other clan elders. A few Gu masters were standing behind them. In the surrounding forests around the tent, there were also some hidden Gu masters. At this time, the forest ahead had an abnormal disturbance. Whoosh! A Gu master emerged from the forest like a shadow and quickly ran out, kneeling outside the tentage. How is the situation? Academy elder asked. Reporting to Lord Elder, at this point, there are no casualties among the students. The Gu master quickly answered. Good, good. An afternoon had already gone by since the mid-year exam started. To have no injuries, this is different from the past years. It looks like this is all the academy elders' effort. The other clan elders nodded satisfactorily, praising in turns. The academy elder shook his head slightly, he knew the reason. This was due to Fang Yuan's emergence, extorting his classmates, causing them to practice hard on basic martial arts, thus having such a performance. He looked towards the kneeling Gu master, and continued asking, then at this point, whose results are the best? The Gu master answered immediately, reporting to Lord, at this point, Gu Fang Yuan, Fang Zheng, Mobe, Qiqing, are leading. Qiqing killed 3 boars, Fang Zheng and Mobe killed 5, and Fang Yuan has the most, at 8. Oh? To think Fang Yuan is leading. In all the years, it is a very rare sight that A and B grade talents are being suppressed by a C grade. He has the liquor worm, right? That means he has upper stage green copper primeval essence, so to have such a result, it is understandable. I believe that from now on, Fang Zheng, Mobe and Qiqing would surpass him. Although he has the liquor worm, his primeval essence recovery rate cannot compare to A, B grade talents. The other clan elders discussed. You may go. Academy elder waved his hand towards the kneeling Gu master. Instruct the others, focus on their protecting job. Especially Fang Zheng, Qiqing and Mobe, pay more attention and ensure their safety. Yes, Lord. The Gu master retreated. These outdoor combats to most students, it was really their first time. Thus, there was danger and the clan naturally has plans. Dozens of rank 2 Gu masters were concealed in the forests, controlling the safety of this entire examination. At the same time, some rank 3 clan elders were staying here to anticipate sudden accidents. The blazing sun slowly descended from the highest point in the sky, gradually nearing the northeast mountains. The sunset glow ignited the clouds, it was the sun's last flow of passion. As the last sunlight shone into the forest, another wild boar fell on the ground. 23rd. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart, and then squatted down, skillfully carving out a wild boar teeth. There was a bag on his back, inside was a large number of wild boar teeth. At the same time, he had another bag, carrying the teeth of those boars he killed last time. These teeth were originally stored in the rock crack secret cave, and were retrieved by Fang Yuan the previous night, stored into a bag and buried in a secret location. I am familiar with the terrain and wild boar distribution, at the same time I have upper stage primeval essence to use the moonlight goo together with the little light goo. The other's efficiency definitely cannot compare to me. Just with this bag on me, I can get number 1 easily. I wonder what expressions they would show when I take out the other bag later. Hee hee. Fang Yuan looked at the sky, it was time to retrieve the other bag. Thinking of this, in his head, a map showed up. These days, he had memorized the beast skin map. Fang Yuan was clear of his current position. If he turned left and walked along the stream for 15 minutes, he would reach the location where he buried the bag. But when he was about to move, he hesitated. With my current location, I am only 500 to 600 meters away from the nearest red circle marking. Such a rare chance, should I go take a look? Once he had the thought, it was unstoppable. Since he had already won anyway, Fang Yuan had a lot of time left. That beast skin map had 3 red circle markings. These 3 locations were very important to Old Man Wang. It is also the only meaning that I could not decipher on the map. I'll go see. Fang Yuan naturally knew that there were Gu masters controlling the scene, but this was also why he needed evidence. Immediately, he acted like he was going to continue killing wild boars, and moved deeper into the forest. 7 minutes later, he arrived at the red marking location. A treehouse was hidden among the bushes on a huge tree, and if one did not observe closely they would not be able to find it. This is Old Man Wang's temporary residence while hunting? Fang Yuan frowned, his heart getting confused. He climbed into the treehouse. When he saw the sight in the treehouse, his expression changed. Chapter 74, Solving the Mystery with Knowledge and Discovering Killing Intent. The space in the treehouse isn't large, but there were many items inside, so at one glance it seemed extremely messy. The floor in the center had a thick dark yellow-colored carpet. Inside the house, there was an iron stove beside the wall, and on it there was a bronze kettle. Inside the stove there was black-colored soot, and beside it there was a small pile of unburnt dried firewood. Despite it being summer, the nights in this mountain were still icy cold. The iron stove could maintain the entire treehouse's warmth when lit, despite its small size. The treehouse has 2 sets of windows, 2 to 3 ropes wrapped as the frame of the windows, connecting the 2 together in the middle of the room. On the rope hanged several torn pieces of clothing, the torn patches pieced together. It was obviously an adult's clothing and was still slightly damp, not completely dry from the sun yet. The light of the setting sun penetrated the windows and shone inside the treehouse. The treehouse was rather dark internally. At a corner there were axes and hunting knives with beast skin wrapped on the handle. On the blade there was even dark red blood traces. On the other side of the wall, there was a piece of bamboo paper with a dagger stabbed in the middle. There was a young man's face on the bamboo paper. It was Fang Yuan's appearance. This all meant that during this short period, someone had come to the hidden treehouse and lived here. The person's intention was obvious, his target was Fang Yuan. The paper was stabbed by a dagger and showed his evil intent to the extremes. Such a scenario, even Fang Yuan was taken aback. What does this person want, and why is he against me? No, maybe it isn't me but Fang Zheng. Fang Yuan's thoughts flew all over his mind. Fang Zheng was an A-grade talent, the only one in the last 3 years of the Guyu clan, and is their only hope. If he could be truly nurtured, he would be the next figure in the clan. But nurturing was a process. During this process, there were calamities and human-made disasters. Ignoring calamities, the most important was human disasters. As everyone knew, Qingmao Mountain did not only have the Guyu clan, but also the Bai clan and Xiong clan. These 2 forces would not be happy to see the dominating Guyu clan successfully nurturing an A-grade talent. Thus, sending assassins to get rid of him was a common thing. In this world, there are little geniuses, and even less of those who could successfully grow up. A-grade talent Gu masters, it was not that they did not exist. 3 years ago, one appeared in the Guyu clan. In even earlier generations, they also appeared on occasions. But on Qingmao Mountain, out of the 3 clans in these years, there was only one successful A-grade talent nurtured, the Bai clans by Ningbing of rank 3 cultivation. Such a scenario was enough to say many things. This person, is he from the Bai clan or the Xiong clan? They want to get rid of Guyu Fang Zheng so soon? Fang Yuan frowned, staring at the portrait. But why did Old Man Wang's beast skin map indicate this treehouse? Was he a spy from the other forces? No, this person is obviously after me. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. At this moment, he thought of many scenes. The first time, it was beside the trap, and the 4 hunters' conversation. A hunter said, "Second brother Wang, you're almost 19, it is time you got married and have children." Wang Er said, "As a true man, how can I be lusting after such small beauty?" One day, I will walk out of this Qingmao mountain and roam the world, learn everything in the world and live up to the expectations of my male body. The second time was after he himself acted, Wang Er's peculiar calmness. He pulled his bow and pointed at Fang Yuan. The others were already begging for forgiveness. The third was when Fang Yuan was asking questions. I ask you, in old man Wang's family, who else is there? A hunter answered, Hunter Wang originally had a wife, but that was decades ago, and she was killed by wild wolves that intruded the village. Before his wife died she gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter. But the oldest son Wang De died on the mountain while hunting 3 years ago. There is no one else in the Wang family. I remember. Old man Wang actually also has a daughter-in-law, Wang Da's old wife. But after Wang De disappeared, his wife died due to a broken heart. That year, the village even specially sent down a chastity memorial arch. But rumor has it that Wang Da's wife wanted to remarry, and she was actually hounded to death by old man Wang. When you killed old man Wang, Lord, you are helping us citizens, rooting out the evil and bringing people peace. The other hunter quickly added, That's right, that's right. Actually Lord, we have long found this old Wang unfavorable. He's nothing special, just that he can hunt better than us. We're all just mortals, yet he thinks he's more special than us and purposely moved out of the village to live here. As the younger generation, we sometimes will ask him to teach us and impart his experiences, but he would just outright chase us away and never allow us to show up again near the wooden house. Old man Wang's family, moving out of the village, away from people. Eldest son Wang De, died on the mountains 3 years ago while hunting. Wang Da's wife wanted to remarry, and was forced to commit suicide by old man Wang, and obtained a chastity memorial arch. Old man Wang chased away all the young hunters who were trying to ask for guidance. Old man Wang tried his best to hide the beast skin map, and on the bamboo paper, there were no such circles. Wang Er was at such a young age, but was calm towards Gu masters. At the same time he did not marry, and had the aspiration to surpass mortal realm in his heart. Most importantly, the circles on the beast skin map indicated a hidden realm. There was obvious human activity in the area. At the same time this person held strong hatred towards Fang Yuan. All the clues pieced together, if separated they were not easy to link, but once linked it was peculiar. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that the mist shrouding this mystery has thinned. The setting sun's afterglow passed through the window and reflected upon his face, the strong light alike to the color of blood. The surroundings had fallen into a deadly silence. Was there someone secretly peeping at him all this time? Suddenly, Fang Yuan's eyes lit up, his vision crossing through time and space. He had seen the truth. Wang De did not die. At this moment, the glow in his eyes radiated the surroundings. Not only did he not die, he even became a demonic Gu master by chance. It was not that mortals had no cultivating talent, but that the clan restricted the cultivation methods from leaking out, and controlled it tightly in their hands. But there was no absolute in this world. Mortals could become Gu masters as well, from accidents in the wild and encountering the Hope Gu, opening their aperture. Or inheriting a certain strength inheritance, or getting the personal guidance from a certain clan's member. But these Gu masters were not accepted into the clan completely, and could only be their henchmen. Thus, they would not be satisfied and became loner Gu masters. Their cultivation is extremely difficult. As time passed, as they competed for resources, they would have to kill, snatch and murder, turning towards the demonic path. Because of some lucky chance, the highest possibility is that he obtained a large fortune from a certain Gu master's corpse and became a Gu master 3 years ago. To hide from others, he sent out the fake information that he died, but no one had ever seen his corpse. Old man Wang's family found out about this and moved out of the village, risking the chance that wild beasts might invade, and lived alone, just to hide this truth. But there were some problems that occurred. Wang Da's wife did not agree and might have wanted to report to the Guyu clan. Wang family had no choice but to kill her, and released some seemingly real and fake information to hide the truth. Something about her remarrying, or forcing her to commit suicide to hide the truth under all these rumors. Once in a while, Wang De would return home to stay. Thus, Old Man Wang had to chase those youngsters who were seeking guidance away. Wang Er, after interacting with his brother, had dispelled his fear of Gu masters, and naturally developed the goal of wanting to be a Gu master and explore the greatness of the outside world. Because of the fear that Wang De might be exposed, even at such an old age, Wang Er did not get married. Wang De could not stay in the house, thus Old Man Wang drew 3 red circles on the beast skin map. These 3 locations should be hidden residential areas like this. Having 3 hiding spots, Wang De rotated his stay around the houses, and lived in the fringe of the 3 clans' authority. The meaning of the 3 red circles was finally revealed. Red indicated alertness, but most importantly to Old Man Wang, this was his eldest son's residence. Thus, when Fang Yuan wanted the old man to draw the map, he did not indicate it on the bamboo paper, it was to protect his son. Similarly, he drew fewer red crosses, to avenge the death of his son. Maybe at a certain time each year, Wang De will return home to stay for a while. When he returned, he found that his entire family was dead. After asking around, he found out it was me, thus he used the dagger to pin my portrait on the wall, so that he would exact revenge on me. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan was almost certain this was the truth. If it was some other power that wanted to assassinate Fang Zheng, they could be much more subtle. They did not have to develop a spy like Old Man Wang. After all, Old Man Wang lived at the mountain foot, not inside the Guyu village. To think that over a beast skin map, I provoked a murderer of the demonic faction. This world really works in wondrous ways, Fang Yuan could not help but snicker. He first killed Wang Er, the Old Man Wang and Wang's daughter, and it was all for the beast skin map. Old Man Wang was the #1 hunter in the village, so his beast skin map had the greatest value. At that time he was thinking, it's merely 3 mortal lives, what's the big deal, I'll just killing them conveniently. In this world, anyone had the right to live, and anyone could die just as easily. To think that out of nowhere, a demonic Wei-Gu master emerged. With regards to this, Fang Yuan did not have a tint of regret, but instead felt at ease. If he had been too merciful at the time, in his goal to obtain the Wang family beast skin map, Wang Er, Old Man Wang and Sister Wang would have been a huge disturbance. To protect Wang Da's secret, they would not give him the real product. Wang Er's battle strength could exterminate an ordinary rank 1 upper stage Gu master. Old Man Wang was even more experienced with age, and in terms of killing strength, he was even more of a threat than Wang Er. Even if he had gotten the real product, Old Man Wang would have informed Wang Da, and Wang Da would have gotten Fang Yuan's information immediately. No matter how he dealt with it, he would be in the shadows while Fang Yuan was out in the open. Wang Da would be having the advantage of being in control of the situation. Good thing I killed them at the start. Regardless of what, I have to control the situation in my own palm. This way, even if I do not get the real item, there is no loss to me, and I can even snatch other hunters. Killing Old Man Wang and that girl caused Wang Da to spend a lot of time just to get my intel. Needless to say, those 2 young hunters must have already been silenced. Fang Yuan confirmed in his heart. There was only a few people who knew the situation, and Wang Da would not attack Jianghe. Once Jianghe is dead, the clan would send people to investigate. But if those 2 hunters disappeared on the mountain, it was easy to manipulate. Jianghe would not reveal an incident like this as it would affect the clan's evaluation of him, and would even cover up the situation. 1. Glow in his eyes radiated the surroundings is a metaphor. Chapter 75, Resolution of the Demonic Way. The thoughts of Fang Yuan flew all over the place in the treehouse. With the knowledge acquired from his previous life, Fang Yuan could sense Wang Da's existence, but how was his strength? Fang Yuan had never seen this Wang Da, but with the information at hand, there was much he could analyze from this. Courage is built upon the basis of strength. He had collected my information and still wants to exact revenge on me. With such a confidence, his cultivation has to be above rank 1. These 3 years he had been moving around the 3 red circled areas, living on the fringe of the 3 clan villages. Almost every day, he faced the risk of getting discovered and purged. This shows he does not have the strength to roam outside, and roaming outside requires rank 3 cultivation. This means that, at first evaluation, he is a rank 2. Fang Yuan's eyes glinted with cold light. Counting the time, he disappeared for 3 years and cultivated to rank 2 now, so he should be a B or C grade talent, and his aperture should have about 40 to 70% primeval essence. These 3 years, he could survive and at the same time, live at home despite Jianghe's observation, so he has to have a stealth type of goo worm at work. Information was the most important thing to a goo master's showdown. Although Fang Yuan had no investigative type goo worm, with his experience and knowledge, he could forcefully reverse engineer Wang Da's cultivation level and goo worms to a highly plausible degree. Very quickly, his mental image of a rank 2 demonic faction goo master appeared, carrying the hatred of his family's murder and lurking somewhere to kill his revenge target. I can kill others, others can naturally come to kill me. This is nothing. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. In this world, anyone had the right to live, and anyone had the chance to die. Those who kill, are bound to get killed. Since he committed murder, he should be mentally prepared to get killed. If he was killed like that, then he would die like that. It was nothing much, and definitely no regrets. This was the path he chose. This point, Fang Yuan had great resolve already. This is the resolution of the demonic way. Wang Er wants to kill me, then in this mid-year exam, it is definitely the best chance. Normally, students would reside in the village, and with his rank 2 cultivation, he cannot creep into the village, that is courting death. Maybe he evaluated that I might come out to hunt. But Qingmao Mountain is so huge, he alone has to hide his traces and also have to search for me. It is too difficult. Now that there's this chance, he is most likely to strike. He is a rank 2 goo master, and one that has struggled for 3 years, living a life of danger and unknown, a demonic faction goo master nurtured like this. With my current battle strength, I am definitely not his match. But this does not mean that I have no chance of survival. Escape. Fang Yuan instantly decided. Nothing is too shameless if it is to survive, so if he can't fight it, run. For a goo master to make a sudden breakthrough is almost never happening. Fighting against a higher realm is possible, but that is built on the base that the goo master has special goo worms. Fang Yuan had a number of goo worms in his possession, but the spring-autumn cicada was hibernating and unusable, while the liquor worm, white boar goo, little light goo and moonlight goo were not trump cards to fight a higher realm. Obviously knowing the enemy was unbeatable, yet resolving to fight to the death, that is a stupid hot-blooded behavior. Even if he wins, that would not win him the favor of fate. Fang Yuan is cautious his entire life even with trump cards, and if the chances of victory is slim, he would choose to avoid combat. He liked to be in control of the situation, using unscrupulous methods to raise his chances to the limit. He loved fighting assured battles. Only when he has no choice would he engage in a risky fight. Thus, his favorite activity was to bully the weak and snatch resources to get stronger. Strong enough until he surpasses his enemies and then stomp on them afterwards, bullying the weak. There is nothing shameless about this. Those who find challenges just to prove their bravery and risk their lives to fight to the death with strong enemies, that is the real stupidity. But unfortunately, this quality has been praised and recommended, because any organization needed the individual to sacrifice themselves to protect the interests of the ones in power. One just needs to think slightly to know that survival is the prerequisite to all activities. In order to survive and fulfill the ambitions on their heart, this is a person's greatest courage. Dying for aspiration, those are fools. Surviving shamelessly for their ambitions, those are true brave warriors. On earth, Han Xian, 1, endured the shame of crawling through someone's legs. Chow Chow, 2, was chased till he shaved his beard and torn his robe, while Yu Wang, 3, had to eat shit to express his loyalty in order to live. That's why, fuck off with honor and reputation, and face. Regardless of organization, they would applaud such a value system. The more that needed to be sacrificed, the more they would be promoted, like a military. Which direction should I go, the one that has the lowest chance of encountering Wang Da? A map appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Wang Da already knows I have the beast skin map, now he should be hiding in the forest, searching for me by looking for the wild boar distribution on the map. I cannot go to these places, thus I can only move in reverse to find a chance to survive. Thinking of this, a slightly insane route surfaced in Fang Yuan's mind. Under the sunset in the mountain forest, tree shadows overlapped and wild grass grew abundantly. A pair of bloodshot eyes hid deep in the shadows. His eyes burned with hatred and anger, as if it couldn't be doused even with a tsunami. Fang Yuan, I've finally found you. Wang De gritted his teeth, growling the words out of his mouth. Under his gaze, not far away, a youngster with a thin body and pale face was traversing the forest. With his enemy nearby, Wang De did not act immediately, but turned his gaze to several other positions. From each of these positions, an invigilator Gu master was hidden. To prevent cheating and for immediate treatment of injuries, the area nearby had around a few dozen rank 2 Gu masters hiding. There was even rank 3 clan elders holding the fort on the mountains high up. Wang De carefully moved around the forest and collected a lot of intel. I want to kill Fang Yuan, so I need to get rid of these 3 Gu masters first. Otherwise, once I show myself, I will be disturbed. Maybe with surprise, I can kill Fang Yuan, but I will also get killed by the Gu masters that chase after me from there. I have rank 2 middle stage cultivation, and there's 50% primeval essence in my body. I have to act first and kill these 3 Gu masters. It is difficult. I have to strike consecutively in a very short period. Otherwise, once they find their companions dead, they would become alert and my traces will be exposed. Shadow follower Gu. Wang De closed his eyes and called in his heart. Immediately, his body became enshrouded in a lump of darkness and could move among the tree shadows. All was silent. In a thick bush nearby, the Guyu clan's rank 2 Gu master sprawled inside, yawning out of boredom. So boring, accompanying these junior students, I feel like a nanny. This Gu master complained softly, not feeling the shadow that was slowly creeping around him. A pair of bony hands stretched out from the shadows. This pair of hands was pale to the limit, the joints were huge and the 10 nails were sharp and long, the nails dyed a shade of dark purple and emitted a slightly fishy smell. What smell is this? The Guyu clan Gu master sniffed, frowning subconsciously. He just wanted to investigate, but it was too late. Wang De pounced like a snake, striking at lightning speed. One hand covered the Gu master's mouth and nose, while the other stabbed from the shadows towards his back. His dark purple nails were sharp as blades, his fingers easily entering the Gu master's body and reaching his heart. The fingernails were poisonous, and at that moment it invaded the heart. Through the blood, it spread all over the Gu master's body. The Gu master's body stiffened and lost all signs of life. Although they were both rank 2 Gu masters, one had assaulted abruptly with preparation, so before the battle even begun, it had ended. I used 10% of my primeval essence, 40% left. Wang De checked his aperture, and fused into the shadows once again. A moment later, the second Gu master hiding behind a rock also met his assault. His eyes shrunk to pin size as he collapsed on the ground. The poison invaded his body, and soon he turned purple, and from his nose 2 streams of purple blood flowed out. 30% left. Wang De chanted silently, turning into shadows again. Who is it? The third Gu master was hiding on a tree branch atop a huge tree. At the crucial moment he sensed something wrong, and at the time where Wang De struck, he turned around and grabbed the 2 poisonous hands. Damn it! Wang De laughed sinisterly, his 10 nails growing crazily, at once becoming 5 centimeters long, stabbing the Gu master's forearm and piercing his skin. His forearm bled and the blood quickly turned dark purple. This is the love-life separation? The third Gu master seeing this was shocked beyond doubt, the purple poison had already infected his face. He knew he had no poison resistance Gu worm and was surely dead, thus he showed resolve on his face, shouting, "Then let's die together." He opened his mouth and stretched out his tongue. There was a crescent moon tattoo on his tongue, it was the moonlight Gu. A moonblade shot out and slashed Wang Da's right shoulder, piercing through and coming out from his back. The blood splattered. Wang De grunted, his body swaying a little, but the goo master had already passed away, with a trace of life left. Correct, this is love-life separation. Wang De stood on the tree branch, slowly standing up, showing a bitter smile. Love-life separation, the number 1 poison among the rank 2 goo worms. To refine it, one needs the rank 1 life breath grass, widow spider, red needle scorpion and the heart of a lover. To refine this goo worm, Wang De killed his own wife who loved him deeply, and dug out her heart. It is all for survival, I could only choose strength, this is the resolution of my demonic path. Wang Da's eyes were red as he stared tightly at the nearby youngster. I gave up on love, and only had kinship left, but you took them from me. Fang Yuan. He growled lowly, I want you to deeply regret all that you have done. 1. Han Xian, famous general of First Emperor Han, Emperor Liu Bang. Back. 2. Cao Cao, famous statesman and general at the end of Han, noted poet and calligrapher, later warlord, founder and first king of Chao Wei, father of Emperor Chao Pai, as well as the main villain of the novel The Romance of Three Kingdoms. Back. 3. Yu Wang/King Go Jian of Yu, sometimes considered one of the 5 hegemons. Back. Chapter 76, Do you regret it? Kill. Wang De growled, ferociously leaping into the air from the tree branch. As he was about to get near to his mortal enemy, 3 moonblades shot out from nowhere suddenly and intercepted him midway. Why is there a 4th goo master? Wang Da's heart sank, twisting his body forcefully in midair, narrowing, avoiding 2 moonblades. The remaining one, which he could no longer evade, hit his left leg. Bang! Wang De crashed onto the ground, lowering his head to look at his left leg. There was a wound, deep and long, blood already dripping all over. Damn! Wang De gritted his teeth, his heart thinking, shadow follower go. Immediately, he turned into a lump of dark shadow as his speed rose drastically, moving backwards without a sound. At this moment, a goo worm flew out from nowhere. At the same time an old and weary voice sounded out, flash blink goo, explode. The goo worm exploded on command, turning into a blinding white light. The white light was unavoidable, abruptly appearing and turning the entire dark forest bright. Ah! Wang De shrieked. His body, which had turned into shadows, could not hide anywhere under the bright light, and went back to his human form. Although the flash blink goo was only rank 1 and also a consumable type, it was the complete counter of Wang Da's shadow follower goo. Once the darkness was dispelled by the light, the rank 2 shadow follower goo needed to rest 3 hours before it could be used again. In nature, all beings are equal, one counters another. Although the shadow follower goo had very strong lurking abilities, it also had a great weakness. After he was countered, Wang Da's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. This 4th goo master was more experienced. Not only did he know which goo to use, he also hid himself well, a true foe. More importantly, Wang De could no longer use the shadow follower goo, thus having no way to retreat. I am Gu Yu So, lad, if you surrender now, my clan might still spare your life. A white-haired, silver-beard rank 2 goo master appeared in front of Wang Da's vision. Spare me, humph, I'll kill you first. Wang De knew that if it was dragged, there would be more goo masters appearing to deal with him. He had to kill this 4th goo master as soon as possible. My primeval essence only has 20% left, be it revenge or preserving my life, I have to kill this meddlesome old fellow first. Wang De picked up his spirits and jumped towards Gu Yu. South Gu Yu So snorted. His entire body, be it hair or poor hair, grew insanely and intertwined, in the blink of an eye forming a snow-white battle armor with a spiky design. Seeing this change, Wang Da's expression changed. The experienced goo master was like a porcupine, causing Wang Da to not know how to strike. His rank 2 strong poison goo love-life separation, although the poison was extremely strong and deadly, it did not have strong attacking abilities, only usable as a sneak attack. Wang Da only had love-life separation and shadow follower goo. If he had a defensive goo worm, he would not have gotten hit by the moonblade. Humph, if I cannot deal with you, I'll kill Fang Yuan first. Wang Da was not stupid. The 3 years of living had made him cunning and ruthless. He moved quickly, getting around Gu Yu So and attacking the culprit of his family's murder. Dream on. Guyuso activated his primeval essence, and his body of spikes immediately shot out two sharp pins, spiraling and flying 5 to 6 meters towards Wanda's body shifted, narrowly avoiding the two snow-white spikes. On his hands, his 10 nails were half a palm long, purple and dark, the fog state poison circulating them. Die. Wanda was already mad from battle, laughing maniacally as he rushed towards his target. In his eyes, Fang Yuan's face was full of shock and panic. Killing intent had overtaken Wanda's brain, he could almost hear himself piercing Fang Yuan's skin, and his indignant last breath. You wish. Seeing that he was about to succeed, another person appeared, blocking Wanda's way. The fifth Gu Master rushed over from nearby. It's actually the love-life separation? This middle-aged man was unmoved by Wanda's crazy and ferocious demeanor. Rock-skin Gu. The middle-aged man activated his primeval essence, red steel primeval essence gushing out like smoke, his naked arms immediately turned from yellow to gray-white color. At the same time both his arms expanded like balloons, forming a large and thick rock arm. As both parties got closer, Wanda's expression became more twisted and insane. The middle-aged Gu Master had a solemn expression as he stretched out both arms to grab Wanda. Trying to get me with this speed? Wanda showed a mocking expression. The middle-aged man's limbs were covered by a thick rock skin, even Wanda's nails could not penetrate. But the arms were really too heavy and slow. Fangda felt that he could easily evade them. Really? Jade wind wheel. The middle-aged Gu Master shouted, and suddenly a pair of jade-colored cyclones circulated around his rock arm like armbands. The rock arm's speed immediately rose. How can that be, ugh? Wanda's face was shocked as he was swept by the rock arm and flew away. The middle-aged Gu Master was experienced in battle. If he had used the Bigu Jade wind wheel from the start, Wanda might not have fallen so easily. Wanda was sent flying by the rock arm, falling on the ground in a mess. The chest that was hit felt pain. Puke. He barely got up, but could not help but vomit blood. 5% primeval essence left, I'm gonna die. He checked his aperture, laughing bitterly. Seeing Fang Yuan near him, he showed insane resolve on his face, even if I die, you will join me. Aha! He ignored his injuries and rushed out. Block him. The middle-aged Gu Master was a pure close-ranged fighter with no long-range Gu, at once he could do nothing. The old Gu Master had already arrived, his body's white hair turning into finger-sized spirals as they flew like nimble snakes, extending 5 to 6 meters and reached from behind, piercing Wanda's body. But Wanda did not care, rushing out regardless. Die. He screamed loudly, his 10 fingernails already 50 centimeters long. The middle-aged Gu Master chased after, and upon seeing this scene, his expression changed as he could no longer stop it. Seeing that Wanda was about to get his way, a bright blue jade light burst from the other side. Jade skin Gu. Under the pressure of life and death, Fang Zheng screamed out loudly. Immediately, his skin was covered by a sturdy layer of jade skin. Wanda's fingers were like knife blades, stabbing at him. Although the love-life separation did not have strong attacking ability, the jade skin Gu was only a rank 1 Gu worm and could not block his nails. Hell! The elderly Gu Master, seeing Fang Zheng about to die, shouted frantically and his eyes expanded. Even more snow-white needles shot out and pierced Wanda's body. After that, the needles worked like snakes, first piercing his back to his chest, then circulating around his neck, his arms, and his legs. Boiling blood poured from Wanda's body, immediately dyeing the white hair red. His entire body was covered by white hair, just like the wild boar who had fallen into a trap of green bamboo spikes, stopping his charge and being unable to move. An intense feeling of dizziness hit him. Wanda laughed pathetically, he knew that death was impending. How unsatisfying. His vision was dyed blur, and on his death moment, the most vivid memory in his life surfaced again. One air. He subconsciously called out his wife's name, as the knife on his hand pierced her body. Why? His wife looked at Wanda, her beautiful face showing confusion and shock, tightly staring at Wang Da's eyes. Wang Da's eyes were red, as his body shivered, forcing out a word from his mouth, "Sorry." His wife smiled slightly, her smile full of love. There was not a single drop of hate. "I understand," she said. She wanted to stretch out her right hand, touching Wang Da's face for the last time before she died. But in the middle, her hand dropped. Killing his wife for her heart, and refining love-life separation. From then on he had strength and went on the demonic path. Do you have regrets? From that day on, he constantly asked himself this. I regret it. He regretted so much that he would rather die, thus he swore that he had to protect the remaining family members of his. But, if I could start from the beginning again, I would still do the same. Emotional tears poured from Wang Da's red eyes. Fang Zheng stared at him, his body glowing with jade light. From start to end, he was in deep confusion and suspicion. An unfamiliar Gu master rushed madly towards himself, and wanted to tear him to bits. But Fang Zheng did not know him. Under the thick death aura, Fang Zheng could not move an inch. His mind was blank as he only subconsciously activated the jade skin Gu. Wang Da's nails pierced the jade skin and stabbed 1 centimeter in, but did not move anymore. He died. He was full of tears when he died. It's over? Fang Zheng breathed roughly, his eyes losing focus and seemed rather hollow. Then, a strong sense of dizziness overcame him. Plop. He also fell on the ground. Love-life separation, the strongest rank 2 poison. Although it did not pierce through all the jade skin, the poison already invaded his body. Chapter 77, An odd coincidence. A wild boar almost as huge as an elephant was lying in the mud pit. It closed its eyes shut, half kneeling and half lying, a pair of tusks clean from soil, shining like sharp blades. The twilight reflected on its dark black fur, its huge stomach was white and with each breath, moved up and down creating a snorting sound. Wild Boar King. Fang Yuan was several hundred meters away from it, but still carefully walked along with the direction of the wind. Even though I can kill wild boars now, against this Wild Boar King, I can only run away. Even an average rank 2 Gu master cannot kill it. If he is not clear of the Gu worms on its body, he might even fall prey to it. King of the beasts normally have Gu worms inhabiting their bodies. On the Wild Boar King's body, there would normally be boar Gu, such as pink boar Gu or flower boar Gu. Other than the boar species, there might also be beast skin Gu or spike fur worm. In this world, there are all sorts of Gu worms. Normally, Gu worms reside in the bodies of strong wild beasts, and live alongside the wild beasts. When the wild beast gets attacked, the Gu worms will sense the danger and assist the wild beast in resisting the strong foe. This Wild Boar King's body was huge, and its strength greatly exceeded the average wild boar. Fang Yuan was no match against it alone, not to mention there was at least 1 or more mysterious Gu worms in its body. However, Fang Yuan's adventure this time was not to kill the Wild Boar King. It was to avoid Wang Da's pursuit. Wang Da knew that Fang Yuan had the beast skin map, and Fang Yuan used that knowledge to his advantage. Going nowhere but instead heading towards the Wild Boar King's danger marking area. The Wild Boar King, although dangerous, was still a beast after all, and had no human intelligence. Old Man Wang as a mortal, could venture to this place and retreat safely, so why couldn't Fang Yuan do the same? Going on a reverse path, although seemingly dangerous, hid a way to survive instead. As he moved even further, the Wild Boar King was slowly left behind by Fang Yuan. On the map, it would seem like Fang Yuan took a big circle and went around the red cross, forming a concave curve. Finally, he reached the hill where several clan elders were staying and having the mid-year assessment there on the spot. An hour later, a youngster full of grass bits, his shirt torn in several areas and his feet full of mud, carried a bag and ran up the hill. This pathetic-looking youngster was Fang Yuan. I'm finally safely back here. At this place, there are clan elders to protect me and my safety is assured. But I cannot afford to be careless. Fang Yuan sighed in relief, and slowly ascended the hill. The hill had a simple tentage and tens of students were nearby as the academy's guards were collating the wild boar tusks in their bags. The few clan elders that were stationed here were missing, and only one was left. Why is the atmosphere so weird? Fang Yuan frowned slightly, acutely feeling something important had occurred. When he got near the tentage, he heard the students' discussions. Did you hear, there was an assassination earlier, and several rank 2 Gu masters died. Are you serious? It's true, I came here early, and I saw Guyu Fangjing carried away by several clan elders, hurrying away. Guyu Fangjing is too unlucky to encounter something like this during the exam. Hehe, you don't know huh? The target was Fangjing, because he is a great talent. I wonder if he'll die. Even if he doesn't die, he's gonna be affected. Maybe his talent might drop after that injury. Fang Yuan's footsteps halted. He was clear in his heart, conjuring the truth of the matter. Wang De wanted to deal with me and avenge his kin. But after I found the treehouse, I changed my route and went towards the wild boar king. Wang De did not expect this and found Fangjing by accident instead. His source of information came from those hunters and he did not know that I have a twin brother. He mistook Fangjing as me and wanted to kill me, but was stopped by the surrounding Gu masters who were protecting the area. Right now the question is, did Wang De die? Fang Yuan frowned tightly. Wang De successfully escaping, Wang De captured, Wang De killed, these 3 possibilities would greatly affect his future plans and actions. Thinking for a while, Fang Yuan decided to follow his original plan. The academy elder's expression was ugly, Fangjing was actually assassinated. Without any clues or evidence, he would not be able to guess that Fangjing had become Fang Yuan's scapegoat, but thought of the Bai clan and Xiong clan. Fangjing was the only A-grade talent that the Guyu clan had for the last 3 years, the Bai clan and Xiong clan would naturally not let him grow. Sending an assassin Gu master to kill him and prevent him from getting stronger, this was normal. Even the Guyu clan would do something like this. Secretly sending Gu masters and targeting the other 2 clans' genius students. The assassin was killed on the spot, but I wonder how is Fangjing's injuries? Academy elder thought, and at this moment, his attendant brought him a piece of paper. Academy elder received the paper, reading without paying proper attention. In this year's examination, the results are as follows. Guyu Chiching 16 tusks, Guyu Imobe 14 tusks. The surrounding students' attention were obtained. The results were clear. D-grade students, even if they worked together, they could only obtain 3 to 4 tusks. B and C grades, at most 8 to 9. Those with more than 10 tusks were the good performers. The best was Guyu Chiching with 16 tusks. Next was Mobe, and as for Fangjing he had 10. Guyu Chiching showed a smug expression. He was lucky this time and encountered 2 wild boars fighting each other, thus he got the easy reward. Guyu Mobe was indignant, allowing Chiching to surpass him. The academy elder announced, as such, I announce the number 1 student for this examination is. Halt. Fang Yuan stepped out at this moment. Fang Yuan, you are late. The examination ended an hour ago. According to the rules, the wild boar tusks that you obtain will be deducted by 4 as punishment. Chiching immediately shouted. Fang Yuan ignored him and opened the bag on his back, grabbing the bottom of the bag and pouring out the contents. Crash. Dozens of wild boar tusks gathered into a pile by his feet. This. Chiching stared with his mouth agape. Mobe and the others stared their eyeballs out at the pile. How can there be so many? This is too much. The academy elder looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Fang Yuan, did you hunt all these? Fang Yuan cupped his fists. I only hunted a dozen tusks myself, but I found a bag that could have been hidden by hunters. Inside it were many wild boar tusks. I thought about it. The exam was that we had to obtain as many tusks as possible within a day, and did not specify that we have to kill it ourselves, thus I brought it here. Once he finished, the crowd burst into discussions. How can this be? Way too lucky. This is too fake. Could the questions have leaked thus he cheated? The academy elder stared at Fang Yuan, looking for a while, then declared, "This exam, Fang Yuan is the first." The family headroom's atmosphere was heavy. Guyubo sat at the leading seat, and the other dozen elders sat in 2 rows beside him, their faces full of rage. "Guyu Yaoji, you are the #1 healer in our clan, I'm asking you, how is Fang Zheng now?" Guyubo asked a clan elder. Guyu Yaoji was an old woman with a hunched back, her face full of tree bark-like wrinkles. She coughed twice, slowly saying, reporting to clan head, "The situation has stabilized. Fang Zheng's life is in no danger, but he is still sleeping. His talent did not drop because of this." Good if the talent didn't drop. Guyubo breathed a sigh of relief. They asked the punishment hall's elder, "Has the assassin's situation been assessed?" The punishment hall elder was not as senior as Guyu Yaoji, and immediately stood up, lowering his head. "Yes, 35 years old, male, identity unknown, possibly a demonic faction Gu master. He has 2 Gu worms, shadow follower Gu and love-life separation." Guyubo nodded, "Seems like an assassin, love-life separation, the rank 2 #1 poison, no wonder he could kill 3 of my Gu masters. Clan head, we have to investigate further. It's either the Bai clan or the Xiong clan." Guyu Qi Lian shouted, his eyes almost bursting into flames. "Shadow follower Gu, love-life separation, this is not like the Bai or Xiong clan's pawn pieces. He might be an outside demonic faction Gu master, wanting to get affiliated with the clans, thus being instructed to assassinate Fang Zheng to prove his loyalty. Regardless, this matter definitely has to do with the 2 clans," Guyu Emochin coldly said. These 2 clan elders in power, although they did not get along, once an external enemy appears, they would discard their hatred and knit tightly together. Guyubo nodded, thinking the same himself. Wang De had disappeared for 3 years, with no traces to be found. The villagers all thought of him to be dead, thus his identity became a mystery. The Guyu higher-ups did not know this, they would not be concerned with a servant's death. They placed all their attentions on the Xiong and Bai clans. At this moment, the academy elder walked in. "Clan leader." He looked worried and was about to speak when Guyubo answered, "Academy elder, Fang Zheng is fine, his talent is still a grade." The academy elder's face became relaxed. "Oh yes, are the other students safe? And for this examination, how are their results, which place is Fang Zheng?" Guyubo asked conveniently. The academy elder answered truthfully, and when he said that Fang Yuan had accidentally picked up a bag of wild boar tusks and got first place, Guyubo's eyes shone. The hall too went silent. The clan elders, as if they sensed it, subtly observed the atmosphere, and the originally nervous environment became slightly more peculiar. Chapter 78, Great Rewards. All according to plan. In the discussion room, Guyubo expressionlessly sat in the leader's seat with deep meaningful eyes. The remaining dozen or so clan elders all sat upright, looking down, only using the corner of their eye to sweep the surroundings and discern some clues from their expressions. The atmosphere became delicate. Fang Yuan getting first place, the deeper meaning behind this is definitely not simple. He actually said he found a bag of hidden wild boar tusks. This is too unbelievable. This bag might have been prepared by someone, it is not possible for Fang Yuan to do it himself. That means someone is helping Fang Yuan in the dark. This year's mid-year exam is unlike the previous ones. We had to deploy tens of rank 2 Gu masters to invigilate the exam. Thus the contents of this examination, not only does the academy elder know, but many of the elders in the clan as well. If anyone wanted to prepare this bag in advance, it can only be the clan elders present here now, or even the clan leader. The clan elders were all shrewd foxes. After being in the political field for years, they immediately thought of many things. Fang Zheng was an A-grade talent. If he really reached rank 4, what did that mean? That would mean he is the next clan leader. Fang Yuan is Fang Zheng's brother. Even if he is only C-grade, with that blood relationship, he is worth investing in. To the clan leader Guyubo, if he helped Fang Yuan secretly, that would be bringing him into his faction, and to Fang Zheng, it was a good belt to tie him to the leader faction together. To the clan elders, Fang Zheng, who is the only A-grade talent in years, has already been absorbed into the clan leader's faction. If he was really nurtured, the clan leader's faction would be even stronger. However, if the clan elders made Fang Yuan into their own, using this layer of blood relation, it would be a good chess piece when dealing in Fang Zheng in the future. Thus, the 10 over people in this hall, they all had the motive to help Fang Yuan. But who? Guyuqi Lian thought deeply. I did not recruit Fang Yuan, so who would help him secretly? Is it Imochen, that old man? Possible. Although Fang Yuan killed his family servant, but that's just a servant, even if they all died it wouldn't hurt him. The clan leader is more possible though, he took in Fang Zheng, so if he recruited Fang Yuan as well, that would increase his control over Fang Zheng. But, in previous years, the norm is to recruit them during the year-end exam. Taking his action now during the mid-year, it is breaking the rules. Not exactly breaking the rules, but it really is throwing a curveball. Just exactly who thinks highly of Fang Yuan, even more than me? Guyu Imochen was also thinking. The truth is, after Fang Yuan killed Gao Wan and sent the minced corpse, he changed his impression of Fang Yuan and had the thoughts of recruiting him. But such actions only happened during the year-end, after the students graduated from the academy. Fang Yuan being recruited in advance, it struck Imochen by surprise. Guyu Bo's gaze was focused on Guyu Imochen and Guyuqi Lian, the 2 elders in power. This clan leader had greater insight. Fang Yuan blatantly said a lie and got the first place. This action had the meaning of being fearless, thus sending a signal to everyone to show them that, I'm protecting Fang Yuan. He is now my member, and you all better not touch him. Then who is this person? The political field in the Guyu clan was split into 3. Other than the clan leader faction, it was Guyuqi Lian's Qi family, and Guyu Imochen's Mo family. Guyu Bo knew that he himself did not take any actions to recruit Fang Yuan. Thus, the greatest suspect was Qi Lian and Imochen. These 2 old fellows, their acting is improving. Seeing their expressions, I really cannot tell. Don't tell me it really isn't them, but some other small faction? Guyu Bo observed carefully as he investigated. He did not know that all the elders were like him, observing, suspecting and deducing. The academy elder was also guessing, but he had always been in a neutral position, outside of politics, thus his thoughts were simpler, so Fang Yuan has been recruited by a clan elder. No wonder he let go of Fang Zheng, Mo Bei, and Qi Qing while extorting, that means the one who recruited him was either the clan leader, Qi Lian or Imochen. This is good news. It shows that he has accepted reality and has started integrating into the clan. No matter what, he is now a member of the clan, so once he fully integrates, he will contribute his entire life to the clan. After a short silence, Guyu Bo could not see any more clues, thus he spoke, an eye for an eye, since the other party has started targeting Fang Zheng, our Guyu clan is not to be trifled with, we will show them. Dark Hall Elder, formulate a plan for this matter and report to me afterwards. Yes, Sir Clan Leader. Dark Hall Elder immediately nodded. As for Guyu Fang Zheng, I'm afraid his heart might be damaged from such an encounter. He is an A-grade talent, and to our clan, the status is monumental. From now on, I will teach him personally. Guyu Bo said. No clan elders objected. Many people knew that the clan leader had already given much benefits to Guyu Fang Zheng in the dark. Now that he mentioned this, even though it violated the fairness rule, with sufficient reasoning, the clan elders could not stop him. As for Guyu Fang Yuan, Guyu Bo dragged his words. At once, all the clan elders paid their fullest attention. Was the clan leader hinting that he was the one helping Fang Yuan secretly? Guyu Bo looked at everyone's expression as his gaze swept through, but he was destined to be disappointed. Thus, he could only continue, with his C-grade talent, he managed to get first place. It is not easy. Thus, in my personal name, I reward him 30 primeval stones. Academy Elder, pass my word and tell him to continue working hard. Yes, clan leader. The Academy Elder bowed as he received his orders. 30 primeval stones, such an ordinary reward, what does this mean? The clan elders frowned. No matter who absorbed Fang Yuan, this 30 primeval stones is my expression of goodwill. After all, there is still the Bai and Xiong clan other than Guyu. Guyu Bo sighed in his heart. Fang Zheng was assassinated by external foes. Fang Yuan's cheating was internal conflict. Against external foes, one had to use hard-handed methods to retaliate, but for internal conflict, Guyu Bo chose to use the soft approach, in order to avoid too much internal conflict and result in the entire clan's strength being weakened. Alright, this matter will be settled like this. Everyone may leave and do all your work well, the clan's prosperity has everything to do with your performances. Guyu Bo waved his hand. Yes, clan leader, we will take our leave. The clan elders left one by one, and after a few breaths' time, only Guyu Bo was left in the room. He sighed deeply, using his fingers to rub his two temples. As the clan leader, even if he was the person with the most authority in the Guyu clan, it did not mean that he had it easy. He needed to coordinate the interests of the different factions, and could not do as he wished. The clan's forces were dispersed and intertwined through many generations of inheritance, and they all had long history, restricting one another. Against outside forces, he had to deal with the arrogant and rude Xiong clan village and the gradually rising Bai clan village. Internally, he had to resolve the complicated political conflict in the clan. Although he was middle-aged, he already had white hair all over. These years of being the clan leader, although I had sufficient resources, my cultivation has barely advanced. My heart is tired from all these tiresome clan affairs. Sometimes, I really want to be a lone cultivator, free and easy with no burden. That would allow me to move faster and I might travel even further in my cultivation path. Guyu Bo sighed in his heart. As long as one is in the clan system, they had responsibilities on them. Once they had responsibilities, it would not be easy to wholeheartedly cultivate. But on the reverse, if one is not in the system, the clan's resources would not be available to them, and without resources, their cultivation would come to a halt. This formed a contradiction, a weird loop. Because of this loop, many people's futures were ruined, burying an insurmountable number of talents and geniuses. Wang De is dead. 3 days later, Fang Yuan got the news. At the same time, he also heard from Jiang He that the 2 young hunters vanished when hunting in the mountains. As for the hunter whose right hand was broken by Fang Yuan, he committed suicide in his home out of depression. Jiang He looked at Fang Yuan meaningfully when he said the news. He had seen Wang Da's corpse, thus recognizing him. But he did not dare to say Wang Da's true identity. He was the stationed Gu master, and held responsibility. As long as one is in the system, regardless of position, they had responsibility. Wang De became a demonic faction cultivator for 3 years, and Jiang He as the village Gu master did not investigate. If they really pursued responsibility, this would become the biggest flaw in his records, and his future in the clan would be ruined. The 3 hunters' peculiar deaths were covered up by him. Fang Yuan, since we're acquaintances, from now on you get a 50% discount when you purchase things from my cousin brother Jiang Ye's shop. During one time, Jiang He said this to Fang Yuan. Everyone else was dead, only Fang Yuan and him knew of this matter. But if the matter was revealed, it did not have a huge impact on Fang Yuan. He only killed 3 village servants, and even if he killed 30, the clan would not pursue it, at most he would pay tens of primeval stones as a punishment. Jiang He's bribery, Fang Yuan took it with ease. To him, this matter was full of surprise and danger, but the result was good. After this matter, Fang Yuan, who had no foundation within the clan, received half an ally and also a non-existent faction supporting him. This mysterious backer became Fang Yuan's second safety net. When he started showing his strength gradually, this safety net would have a crucial impact, at least able to allow him to cultivate until rank 2 without much opposition. At this point, he could feel clearly the academy elders changing attitude towards him, into a more amicable one. Over 10 days passed in a flash. After Guyu Fang Zheng and Mobe advanced, Fang Yuan and Qi Qing almost simultaneously advanced to rank 1 upper stage successfully. Although extortion continued, he no longer took Fang Zheng, Mobe, and Qi Qing's primeval stones, and he started becoming more low-key, while his strength grew rapidly at a speed multiple times of his previous life. Chapter 79, Breakthrough to the sixth Gu. In the inheritance ground, time was like a white steed that flitted past a crack, and summer left with the arrival of autumn. In the walled-in path, Fang Yuan stood once more before the giant boulder blocking the way. Due to the weather growing colder, he wore plain and simple garment with long sleeves. But his body figure was no longer the thin sort like how it was a few months ago. His chest, 2 arms and legs, and abdomen all showed obvious muscle. These muscles were not as protruding as a stone, but it showed as a type of streamline, matching up with Fang Yuan's slowly growing body. Matched as well with his white skin, this gave others a type of youthful, full of vitality. Starting from 3 days ago, the white boar Gu stopped supplying me any increase in strength. That means, I already have 1 boar's strength, thus reaching the flower wine monk's requirement. Today, I shall try pushing this round rock again. Fang Yuan's eyes shone as he took a step forward with his right leg, his left leg at the back, forming a bow step. His arms touched the surface of the round rock as he took a deep breath in and pushed with all his strength. The large boulder moved under the pressure of both his arms, moving slowly, gradually gaining momentum and rolling forward. The road before the boulder blocking the path was an inclined slope. Being turned into a round rock by the flower wine monk, it was most suitable for rolling. This must have been his intention, to allow the inheritor to push the boulder upwards and move it away. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. Fang Yuan slowly progressed, counting in his heart. Last week, I pushed it to 45 steps and that was the limit of my stamina, forcing me to quit. This time, I wonder how far I can push it. 40 steps, 45 steps. A while later, Fang Yuan broke his original record, but that was enough for him to feel unbearably tired. 46 steps, 47 steps. Fang Yuan could feel strongly, at this point his stamina was almost all gone. 48, 49 steps. He mustered all his strength and moved another 2 steps. Finally, he was at his limit, sweating profusely. Using his shoulder and leg to anchor the rock in place, he took a few deep breaths. Should I give up? Fang Yuan could not help but have such thoughts. This inclined slope, when returning he has to expend quite a bit of stamina as well. After all, the rock has to roll down and he had to slowly release it in the process. If he let go and ran, the rock would roll faster and faster. Fang Yuan did not want to get turned into a pile of flesh after being unable to avoid it. But thinking for a while, Fang Yuan felt indignant. Let's push it a few more steps. 50th step. He suddenly felt that the pressure from the huge rock had lightened. It had actually rolled into a straight platform. Fang Yuan pushed for a few more steps. After routing past the huge rock he found himself in a secret room. This secret room was like the rock crack's secret cave. He temporarily named it the second secret room. There was nothing in the room. The 4 walls were a strange red soil, glowing red. On the other end of the secret room, there was a simple gray-colored rock door. It should be the hurried product of the flower wine monk. Fang Yuan rested for a while but did not immediately open the rock door, as he had a new discovery. He found that the ground before the rock door was slightly damp. Don't tell me. Fang Yuan had a thought. He bent down, stretching out both arms and loosening the soil. The second earth treasury flower. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, carefully peeling the flower petals and retrieving the goo worm slumbering in the golden nectar. Once he deployed his primeval essence, it was instantly refined. This was a jade skin goo. Its appearance was like the bedbug, flat and wide with a small head, and its green body was oval in space, emitting a faint jade-colored glow. I obtained the white boar goo, and was still thinking where could I get a jade skin goo so I could refine it into the white jade goo. To think that the flower wine monk already prepared it for me, Fang Yuan contemplated, thinking about the significance of this jade skin goo. This is Fang Yuan's 6th goo worm. Although he had 5 already, none were defensive. Now that he had the jade skin goo, he could cover up his weakness in defense. At times, defense means offense. This was not hard to understand. Taking for example Fang Yuan's body. Using the white boar goo, his strength grew to 1 boar strength. Theoretically, with this strength, he could smash a rock in 1 punch, but Fang Yuan never did such a thing. Because he knew his defense was not sufficient, so with 1 punch, the rock would break, but his fists would also turn bloody from the damage. Now that he had the jade skin goo, he could supplement the advantage he had in strength. Obviously, there were advantages and disadvantages. The jade skin goo had a high value, being one of the best defensive rank 1 goo. It was not easy to feed, consuming 2 pieces of jade rock every 10 days. Jade rock's market price was expensive, and the source was often the problem. Fang Zheng also has a jade skin goo, but he has the clan leader's backing, providing him with jade rocks. If Fang Yuan wanted jade rocks, he would have to buy them, and that could easily expose him. Originally in feeding the white boar goo, I had to regularly kill wild boars, and that is already troublesome. With the addition of this jade skin goo, do I have to go dig in mines? Fang Yuan laughed bitterly, seeing a new problem in front of him. Keeping the jade skin goo, temporarily nurturing it in his aperture, Fang Yuan gradually opened the rock door. The rock door was heavy, and if Fang Yuan did not have the white boar goo's boost in strength, he would not be able to move it. But now, with Fang Yuan pushing it, the door slowly opened. The scene that was revealed to Fang Yuan caused his field of vision to expand all of a sudden. It was no longer a narrow tunnel or a secret room, but a large spacious plot of underground stone forest. Fang Yuan estimated at initial approximation, the stone forest size was over 30 mu, 1. On Earth, a standard football field was only 11 mu. I should be inside Qingmao Mountain now, this underground space should be naturally formed. Fang Yuan looked up at the stone walls. The stone walls in this space were over 16 meters tall, and the ceiling was also made of stone. From the top, there were large dark red pillars erected. Each emitted a faint red glow, and so did the walls, just like the tunnel and secret room. The light, although dim, allowed Fang Yuan to see some things at least. Fang Yuan looked far, and each stone pillar was like an upside-down tree, except without branches, and only leaving the stem. The stone pillar's surface was not smooth, and was full of dark eerie holes. Numerous pillars drooped down, forming an inverted stone forest within the mountain. Nature had its way with things. Fang Yuan, with his immense knowledge, was not shocked, but stared at the dark holes in the pillars, frowning more intensely. He had suddenly understood the flower wine monk's intention in placing the jade skin goo. If I am not wrong. Fang Yuan turned his right hand, and out came a moonblade. The eerie blue moonblade flew through the sky in an arc, precisely hitting a dark hole in the stone pillar. A shrill and angry sound came from the dark hole. With a swoosh, a gray monkey flew out from the cave and leapt towards Fang Yuan. Pow pow pow. Fang Yuan shot 3 moonblades. The monkey was in midair and could not adjust its position, but its tail was extremely agile, sweeping several times and causing its body to flip in midair. After avoiding 2 moonblades, it was finally hit by the third, plopping on the floor dead. It was dead, without a drop of blood. Only its gray body turned to stone, and in a second its flesh and blood body became a stone monkey statue. The statue's posture and facial expression was just like the monkey right before it died, imitated to perfection. After 2 breaths' time, the stone monkey's surface cracked, and cracks developed all over its body. Finally, with a boom, its entire figure blew up into tiny rock fragments. It really is an underground colony of jade stone monkeys. Fang Yuan knelt down, sweeping the fragments aside and taking out 2 jade green-yellow pearls. These 2 pearls were the jade stone monkey's eyes. This strange animal would turn into gray rock fragments once dead, and only its eyes would turn into 2 jade green spherical pearls. Each were very heavy, reaching at least 50 grams. This meant that as long as he killed jade stone monkeys, the jade skin goo's food problem would be resolved. I not only have to feed the jade skin goo, I also have to continue the inheritance. Flower wine monk's next clue should be hidden in this stone forest. Fang Yuan frowned. Things had become complicated. He tried taking a few steps forward, his eyes peeled to the stone pillar. On his seventh step, on the pillar closest to him, numerous jade-colored glowing eyes could be seen peeking out of the stone holes. At once, a drop of sweat fell from Fang Yuan's forehead. He quickly took a step back, and the numerous eyeballs in the dark holes faded. Evidently, each pair of eyeballs meant a jade eye stone monkey. The jade eye stone monkey was terribly agile, and to kill one Fang Yuan had to use 4 moonblades. On a stone pillar, there were at least 100 jade eye stone monkeys, and in the entire forest, who knew how many were there in total? With Fang Yuan's current strength, he would die from being attacked by 4 monkeys. If he included the Jade Skingu's defense, Fang Yuan could deal with 12 monkeys at once at most. Thankfully, these monkeys usually slept in their dark holes and ate rocks when they were hungry or thirsty. The stone pillar was their home and food. Unless he got within 10 meters of them or provoked them purposely, they would not come out. Using Earth's words, they were a bunch of neat/hikikomori monkeys. 1 mu is 666 and 2/3 meters 2 back. Chapter 80, A surge in battle strength. The autumn wind rustled through the air, while the red leaves drifted aimlessly. The wild grass was dried yellow, and brilliant red or orange-yellow wild fruit hung from the tree branches. Harumph! A black-colored wild boar rushed madly with its 4 hooves on the ground, its mane pricking up. There was a thick layer of fallen leaves that accumulated on the surface of the mountain. As the wild boar rushed forward, a gust of wind was wedged between it, and the fallen leaves were sent dancing behind its body. Fang Yuan silently stood there, showing a cold calculating expression as the wild boar got closer. Kill! He took a huge stride forward, and then both his legs stood firm, not dodging at all, facing the wild boar head-on. The wild boar's 2 snow-white tusks tore through the air with overwhelming killing intent. Fang Yuan turned his body to avoid the tusks, his shoulder knocking onto the wild boar's skull. When they were about to collide, Fang Yuan's shoulder shone with a faint green-colored light. Jade Skingu! Boom! With a loud crash, the two collided. Fang Yuan took 3 steps back, while the wild boar took 1 step back. To be fair, when comparing both sides' strength, Fang Yuan was stronger. But Fang Yuan ran with both legs while the wild boar used 4 to sustain its force, and at the same time the center of gravity of the wild boar was lower and more stable than Fang Yuan. However, after being harshly hit on the head by Fang Yuan, although the wild boar was still standing, its fat body was already wavering. With a roar, Fang Yuan rushed up again, his left hand grabbing the wild boar's tusk, his right hand raising high in the air, the light green-colored jade glow forming a thin layer of protection covering his fist. Bam! His fist crashed strongly downwards and the wild boar screamed in pain, struggling intensely. Fang Yuan's muscles on his left arm tensed, and the green veins popped like centipedes encircling his arm as he restrained the wild boar with all his strength. At the same time, his right fist continued to raise and slam down on the boar. Bam bam bam. Every time his fist hit the wild boar's head, the green-colored glow on his fist would shine once. The wild boar was smashed into oblivion by the fist, and its struggle became weaker. Last strike. Fang Yuan's eyes glowed like lightning. He loosened his upper body, his right arm stretching straight and raised to the highest point, before smashing down at full force. The green-colored jade light stuck to Fang Yuan's right arm and following his movement, drew a green arc in the air. Bam! Fang Yuan knelt on the ground on one knee, his elbow harshly whacking the wild boar's skull. Even before the wild boar could cry out, its noise came to a stop. An entire pig head turned deformed, the broken white skull pierced through the black skin, exposing outside. Fresh blood and brain matter slowly flowed out, and in the layers of leaf litter, it infected an area of bright redness. The autumn wind blew. Leaves flew about as the scent of the pig blood emanated. Life is splendid just like the flowers of summer. Death is as delicate as the leaves of autumn, Fang Yuan muttered, appreciating this frame of scenery. The survivor lives brilliantly while the dead is lonely and pitiful. Dead or alive, filled with intense difference, it reflected nature's cruelness and the excitement of life. No matter the world, the victor always gets all the fame, while the loser suffers defeat in the unrelentless world. Victory and loss, to me means life and death. Because I walk on the demonic path, once I lose, it means death awaits. Fang Yuan got close to the corpse and sat on the ground, taking out the white boar goo, letting it consume the meat while his consciousness entered the aperture in his body. Within the aperture, the black-green colored primeval sea's tides turned and crashed, ebbed and flowed. When the primeval sea is full, it occupied 44% of the space. After an intense battle, Fang Yuan used the jade skin goo multiple times to raise his defense, and some primeval essence was expended, thus there was only 36% primeval essence left. Counting the amount, he only used 8%, not even 10% of his total. But because this was the rank 1 peak stage black-green primeval essence, the expenditure was considered large. Rank 1 initial stage is jade green primeval essence. Rank 1 middle stage is pale green primeval essence. Rank 1 upper stage is dark green primeval essence. Rank 1 peak stage is black green primeval essence. The essence was in concentration, the relative amount of a particular substance contained within a solution or mixture or in a particular volume of space. The moonlight goo's activation required 10% of jade green primeval essence, and in terms of pale green primeval essence, it was 5%. For dark green primeval essence, it further halved, and the same went for black green primeval essence. That is to say, 10% of black green primeval essence was equivalent to 20% dark green, 40% pale green and 80% jade green primeval essence. Using the jade skin goo cost 8% black green primeval essence. If converted to initial stage jade green primeval essence, it would be 64%. If Fang Yuan was still at initial stage, his aperture would only have 44% primeval essence, and halfway through using the goo, his primeval essence would be completely expended. The higher the goo master's cultivation, the stronger their battle strength, and this shows in the primeval essence. The higher the stage, the darker the color of the primeval essence, and the more durable it is. My black-green primeval essence was on the basis of upper stage primeval essence, refined by the liquor worm. It is unlike Fang Zheng, who is already rank 1 peak stage cultivation already. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Time flies, it is already late autumn. 2 months had passed since Wang Da's attempted assassination. Fang Zheng was poisoned and was in comatose for 7 days and 7 nights. Once he woke up he was like a changed man, very hard-working and also cultivated extremely dutifully. Some people say, difficulties in life was wealth just like gold. Regardless of whether this saying is correct, Fang Zheng did emerge from this difficulty changed and obtained much experience. He was like a raw jade, and after some polishing, he finally showed the beautiful jade quality inside. He was the first to advance to upper stage, and not long ago, he was the first to advance to peak stage, leaving his classmates in the dust. The advantages of an A-grade talent has finally started showing. I am not far from peak stage either, at most half a month. In fact, I have been nurturing my aperture non-stop every day, but a C-grade talent really cannot compete with A and B grades, and I also have another reason. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly without sound as he thought of it. Once in a few days, he would have to kill jade eye stone monkeys to feed the jade skin goo. At the same time, he had to search inside the stone forest to find the next clue of the flower wine monk's inheritance. The stone forest was complicated with pillars of huge rocks drooping from the ceiling. If Fang Yuan was not careful and got too close to any pillar, he would trigger the attack of all the stone monkeys. A few times, he was chased by tens of stone monkeys and had to escape. The most dangerous time, when retreating he stepped into another pillar's territory, and ended up having up to 100 monkeys chasing after him. Luckily, these monkeys were sedentary, and every time they chased after him, they would not chase too far. After a distance, they would go back to their homes and continue being sedentary. Even so, Fang Yuan walked on the brink of death several times. During crucial times, the jade skin goo's defense came into good use. Such investigation and exploration caused Fang Yuan to devote much time and effort, and thus became the key reason why his cultivation was advancing so slowly. Even so, this is way better than my previous life. The stone forest exploration is not without results either. At least I already know that the walls around the forest have no problems. That means that the next clue of the strength inheritance should be somewhere in the forest. Fang Yuan continued thinking, but suddenly a shadow stepped over the dried branches and got close. This is a wandering old wolf. It had a brown fur coat, limping, and had one eye was damaged. Only the danger and alertness of its left eye remained. It stared at Fang Yuan tightly, its nose twitching. Wolves and dogs were the same, using their keen sense of smell. It must have been attracted by the pig blood. Wolves were often in packs, but there were also lone wolves like this. There were competition in wolf packs as well, and to maintain the atmosphere in the pack, they would sometimes get rid of those crippled old wolves. Fang Yuan quickly stood up and silently looked at this old wolf. Back then, when he killed a wild boar, there would be little primeval essence left in his body, and that caused his fighting strength to greatly reduce. Thus when he encountered other wild beasts, he would choose to avoid them. But these few months, his battle strength had increased tremendously, and with the jade skin goo, against a crippled wolf, it was more than enough. The unrestrained mountain trees were everywhere with their red leaves. The setting sun illuminated the dark hour. A person and a wolf distanced 50 steps away, silently observed each other. In the wolf's eye, green light shone as it showed a cruel and cunning expression. Fang Yuan's eyes, however, were dark and eerie, his black iris emanating chilling intent. The white boar goo came out. It was full and returned to Fang Yuan's aperture satisfied. The old wolf looked at the wild boar. It had only bones and skin left, the meat was all eaten by the white boar goo. The wolf's eyes shone with green light and contracted. It first took a few steps back, then jumped into the bushes. This wolf was still alive till today, it definitely had some intelligence. It keenly felt Fang Yuan's danger, and decided to retreat. Its entry and exit were both fast and abrupt. Without the wild boar's crashing sound, and without the tiger's growling. Against Fang Yuan, without a sound, the battle had started and ended. The main theme of life and death, such excitement born from great nature. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, and did not give chase. This wolf did not have anything worth Fang Yuan's attack. Aie. But the next moment, the old wolf's crying was heard. The wolf's howling suddenly erupted and ended suddenly. Even so, there was a thick surge of death aura overflowing. Crack, crack. In the bush, there were sounds of twigs being stepped on. The sound was fearless and got closer, causing Fang Yuan's iris to shrink. Able to get rid of that sneaky old wolf in a second. His gaze became more and more chilly. Chapter 81, Rank 2 Initial Stage. The footsteps got closer, and soon the dark green trees at the side of the slope were forcefully separated. A tall man stepped forward, appearing in Fang Yuan's vision. He had black short hair, each strand standing straight up. The upper half of his body was naked. He had a large and thick body, the entirety of his body muscles bright red color. He was almost 2 meters tall, and during the cold autumn, he gave off the feeling of a mobile cauldron, his every breath able to raise the surrounding temperature. On his waist, several wild beast corpses were hanged. There were foxes, wild rabbits, and chickens, not to forget the old wolf who had just left. Seeing Fang Yuan, he was slightly shocked, but quickly took large steps and walked past Fang Yuan. Guyuqi Shan. Seeing the large man's back leaving, Fang Yuan thought of his name. He was a representative of the Qi faction, having rank 2 upper stage cultivation. His experiences were similar to Fang Yuan even. This person was also very talented, having very great strength from young. At 10 he accidentally beat a family servant to death, and at 12 he could hold a heavy stone grinder and played it like a frisbee. Back then, the family all thought well of him, thinking he was an A grade. But during the awakening ceremony, they tested that his talent was only B grade. He had an originally wild and untamable nature, looking down on everyone. But he quickly changed after this experience, becoming more mature. Even with B-grade talent, he was the top student in his level. After a year of studying, he graduated from the academy and fought his way to the top. Years later, he had already become an elite among the clan's rank 2 Gu masters. Happiness cannot teach a person life's true meaning, while only pain and suffering can. In the clan, a youngster attends the awakening ceremony at 15 and enters the academy. At 16, they graduate from the academy and form a 5-person group and complete the clan's missions, at the same time inheriting the family fortune. From 16, they will fight and compete while continually raising their cultivation. As the missions get more dangerous, their status will also increase. Some die and some live. Some get injured, and their cultivation level drops, living a plain life thereafter. Some become a rank 3 Gu master after all the hardship and advance to clan elder, being one of the higher-ups. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, thinking of many things. The more a Gu master cultivates, the harder it gets, and advancing becomes way more difficult. Coupled with dangerous and tough living environment, those that can advance to rank 3 are few to none. Speaking of which, it is almost winter. That means I've spent almost a year at the academy. Each year there are 2 examinations. The first is the mid-year exam, with different contents each year. The second is the year-end exam, and the contents never change, being arena fights. After the arena fight, I would no longer be able to stay at the hostel, and I would need to move out. Move out, but stay where? Fang Yuan could not live with his aunt and uncle, which was what they wanted. In this world, 16 meant adulthood, the age to start reproduction. Coupled with Fang Yuan's numerous secrets, he needed to live independently. In my previous life, after leaving the academy I was only rank 1 middle stage. This time, the situation is much better, I would be rank 1 peak stage by then. But with AC grade talent, coming this far is really an achievement. Although it had its costs, expending much of my primeval stones. Fang Yuan's eyebrows raised, he did not have many primeval stones left. Restricted by his talent, the primeval stones he expended for cultivation was much more than Fang Zheng, Qiqing or Mo. He raised 6 Gu worms by himself. Furthermore, the liquor worm's refinement, nurturing the aperture, using the white Boar Gu to increase strength, they all needed primeval essence. After the primeval essence was used up, with AC grade recovery speed, it could not satisfy his needs, so he could only use primeval stones and retrieve the natural essence within to replenish. Luckily he had the spring-autumn cicada, and also retrieved 2 Gu from earth treasury flowers, thus refining Gu worms did not expend much of his primeval stones. This made him feel slightly better. But after this, when he leaves the academy, he needs to rent a house and get some income. After peak stage, it was to push for rank 2. This process would spend a lot of primeval stones. After rank 2, he still had to combine Gu worms, and each combination attempt was a hefty cost. With all these factors, he was even clearer that his financial situation could no longer support him. Furthermore, he still had to continue feeding his Gu worms and continue cultivating. If it wasn't for the mid-year exam where he used the wild boar tusks to exchange for quite some primeval stones and alleviated the pressure, he would not have survived till now. Primeval stones, the flower wine monk did not give any primeval stones in his inheritance, what a shame. Extorting my classmates is still my most important source of income. But after graduating, the academy's allowance would stop, and I cannot continue extorting. But if I get first for the year-end exam, I can get 150 primeval stones as reward, Fang Yuan contemplated in his heart. If he could get first place, the 150 primeval stones would alleviate his financial difficulty for a while. Time flies, autumn leaves and winter comes. On the arena in the academy, 3 stages had already been built. Beside the stage, near the bamboo walls of the arena, there were tents and long tables and chairs. The academy elder, clan leader and a few other clan elders were sitting below the tentage cover. There was a little snow in the sky. 57 students stood straight on the arena. Each of their noses were bright red from the weather, and every breath they took had steam coming out of their noses. The academy elder spoke loudly, "In a flash a year has ended. During this year you were trained in the academy and have started to grasp the qualities of a Gu master. Tomorrow, you will have the year-end examination to test the fruits of your hard work. Not only will the clan leader and clan elders come personally to watch, your family elders and seniors will also come to observe to pick excellent performing students to join their small teams. Your performances tomorrow will to a large extent affect your future. Getting first place, not only is it 150 primeval stones, but you also get an advantage in picking Gu worms. Now, start the final cultivation check in your academic life. Saying so, the academy elder nodded to a Gu master beside him. The female Gu master received the instructions and called out the name from the list, Gu Eugene Zhu. A young girl walked towards the Gu master with a nervous expression. The Gu master stretched out her hand, touching the young girl's abdomen. She closed her eyes to feel, then opened her eyes and declared, Gu Eugene Zhu, rank 1 middle stage. Next, Gu Yupeng. One after another, youngsters went up to check. Then they walked back down and returned to the group. Their expressions varied, some were happy while others were upset. The worst result was naturally rank 1 initial stage, all being the D-grade talents. A large number of the students were rank 1 middle stage, and little of them were B grade, mostly C grades. Gu Yu Chi Ching. The middle-aged female Gu master called. From the group, the shortest Gu Yu Chi Ching puffed his chest and walked out. After checking, the female Gu master opened her eyes, Gu Yu Chi Ching, rank 1 peak stage. Up till now, this was the first rank 1 peak stage Gu master. The clan elders present turned their heads. Some elders recognized, saying lightly, this is Qi Lian's grandson, having B-grade talent, no wonder. Outside the tent, the youngsters also commented. Qi Qing is rank 1 peak stage, I wonder if Imobe is too. They are rivals after all. Being able to advance to peak stage, they are all A and B grades. Sigh, we C and D grades encounter bitterness that cannot be envied. Humph. Gu Yu Imobe snorted, seeing Qi Cheng's proud expression, he was annoyed. Gu Yu Fangjing clenched his fists, his lips tightly shut, as if he was stifling in his emotions. Gu Yu Imobe. Soon, the examiner called. The horse-faced Imobe quickly walked out. Gu Yu Imobe, rank 1 peak stage. With this declaration, he walked back and stared defiantly at Gu Yu Chiching when returning. The examination continued, and the snow in the sky became smaller, until it vanished. The cold chilly air was rather refreshing. Gu Yu Fang Yuan. The middle-aged female Gu master called. Fang Yuan walked up expressionlessly. Soon after, she opened her eyes, looking at Fang Yuan in shock, before declaring, Gu Yu Fang Yuan, rank 1 peak stage. Rank 1 peak stage, did I hear wrongly? Fang Yuan cultivated to this level? The youngsters were shocked. Sigh, he's just lucky, having the liquor worm to nurture his aperture. Even against the A and B grades, with his C grade he isn't at a disadvantage. Some youngsters said with envy. Especially those C grade talents, they sourly said to console themselves, this isn't much. The liquor worm cannot refine rank 2 primeval essence, Fang Yuan would no longer have such an advantage anymore. Even if he is peak stage, he is still a C grade, this is of no concern to us. Mobe and Chiching stared at Fang Yuan, but quickly turned their attention to Fang Zheng, who was still waiting for his turn. In their hearts, only the A-grade talent Fang Zheng was a competitor. Brother, you've caught me by surprise. But from now on, watch carefully. Fang Zheng looked at Fang Yuan walking down, his eyes shone and revealed an anticipating expression. Gu Yu Fang Zheng. The female Gu master finally said. The A-grade talent? The clan elders focused their attention to Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng walked out from the crowd, he could feel the pressure that these gazes were bringing him, causing him to become slightly nervous. But when he saw the clan leader Gu Yubo smile, the nervousness in his heart melted. He walked in front of the female Gu master. She shut her eyes, and then abruptly opened her eyes, saying in shock, Gu Yu Fang Zheng, cultivation level, rank 2 initial stage. Boom. The youngsters erupted into a wave of discussions. What, he reached rank 2? As expected of the A-grade talent genius. Incredible, he left Mo Bei, Qiqing, and Fang Yuan in the dust. This Fang Zheng. At once, Mo Bei and Qiqing stared at Fang Zheng in shock. He, actually higher than in my previous life. Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped down as he laughed. He was not surprised, and after observing Fang Zheng's expression earlier, he could guess the result. A grade talent after all. The hope of our clan. This is the credit of clan leaders' nurturing. The clan elders praised. At once, Fang Zheng became the center of attention. Half a year ago, Gu Yubo gave him a jade skin gu and asked him to be the first person to advance to rank 2. He did it. Clan leader, I did not disappoint you, I did it. From now on, I will achieve even more, getting the approval of the clan elders and the people around me. Brother, I've left you behind, you are no longer the shadow in my heart. I, Guyu Fang Zheng, am no longer the one from back then. Fang Zheng yelled in his heart, his eyes shining with a kind of brilliance. This brilliance is called confidence. Chapter 82, Start of the Year-End Examination. The sun was bright after the snow passed. Gu masters streamed into the academy in the morning. The annual year-end exam has begun again. I wonder if the scene I saw from more than a decade ago when I graduated will be seen again. A middle-aged Gu master with long green hair cascading down his back stood outside the academy, reminiscing. Leader, get in, you love reminiscing. The young female Gu master beside him had blood-red lips, her hands placed in the pockets of her pants. There was a blade of grass in her mouth, and she rolled her eyes. Yao Hong, don't rush. We have to get in anyway. Since the clan leader had arranged it already, our new members have been decided long ago. The green-haired Gu master laughed. The A-grade talent Fang Zheng? The female Gu master Gu Yao Hong tooted in her mouth, saying unhappily, the clan leader's idea is to get us to babysit him. But this babysitting mission is not easy to accomplish. The green-haired male Gu master sighed, never mind, let's go in. As time passed, more and more Gu masters entered the academy doors, and stood in the arena. These were male and female Gu masters. There were young faces, middle-aged, and old people as well. Gu masters after graduating would come out and form small teams to complete the clan missions. The Gu masters that came to the arena were all the representatives of their groups, to assess the performances of the students and absorb them into their own teams. To the small groups, this was injecting fresh blood and expanding their group. To the newly joined members, under the guidance and teaching of the older members, they can swiftly adapt to the new environment and more effectively complete the clan missions and result in lesser deaths. The sun gradually rose, as the students entered the fray. So many people today. The youngsters proclaimed. Quickly see, that is Lord Qingshu. He is our Guyu clan's #1 person among the rank 2, and he is known for his mild and amiable temper. A person pointed at the green-haired male Gu master and shouted. Qishan Sr. is here too. That is the Mo family's little Miss Mo Yan. Qingshu, Qishan, and Mo Yan were the rising stars of the Gu masters, known by all students. Sigh, their teams are too hard to get in. I am only D grade, and my vital Gu is a gentle silk spider, I am meant to be a support staff. A youngster sighed, then asked his friend, you? Oh, I got it settled with relationships. Through the godson of my uncle's cousin's sister. As the students observed the Gu masters, Qingshu, Qishan, and Mo Yan also observed the students. Oh? There are 2 Guyu Fang Zhengs. Yao Hong saw Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, shouting out subconsciously. The green-hair male Gu master Guyu Qingshu helplessly sighed, did you see the information I gave you yesterday? Fang Zheng has a twin brother, they look very similar in appearance, but his brother is only C-grade talent. Oh, so that's the case. I seem to have heard that the one who made poems when he was young was Fang Yuan. Are we getting him into the team? Yao Hong patted her forehead with her palm, saying whatever she thought of. Qing Mao shook his head, the clan leader specifically mentioned, do not recruit him. He seems to be wanting to observe something. The brothers don't have a good relationship anyway. Even if we want to recruit him, Fang Yuan probably wouldn't join. Yao Hong did not think much of it, muttering, among the groups, we are the publicly acclaimed number one, joining us means a bright future. Any student would be interested. How could he be unwilling? Qing Shu laughed lightly, that's because you don't know him, look at the information I sent you first. At this time, the clan leader Guyu Bo, and the authoritative clan elders Guyu Qi Lian and Guyu Mo Chen entered, getting into the seats under the tentage. Not only the clan leader, but also Lord Qi Lian and Lord Mo Bei are attending this year. Seeing this, not only the students but also the Gu masters were excited. This did not happen in previous years. Nothing strange, Qi Lian and Mo Chen's grandsons are all in this year's class. Fang Zheng is the clan leader's successor, the hope of the future to go against Bai Ningbing. The clan leader naturally has to observe carefully. Discussions were aplenty among the people. Perform well, brother. Mo Yan looked at Mo Bei among the people, silently praying in her heart. Her group had the most people, it was of the largest scale. Thus there were a bunch of Gu masters around her, showing her imposing aura. As her most intense rival, Guyu Qi Shan from the Qi faction was standing alone, his huge figure easily acting like a giant red tower in a sea of people, standing out extensively. After checking out Qi Qing, he retracted his vision. With a speech from the clan leader, the year-end exam began. The three stages held fights at the same time. At once, shouting noises, sounds of moonblades flying, and the sounds of punches and kicks as well as the discussions of the Gu masters below the stages fused into a loud banter. This year's physical fighting skills is high. Soon, Yao Hong saw the difference. He, all thanks to Fang Yuan. Guyu Qingshu laughed. What do you mean? Yao Hong did not understand. Qingshu explained to her. Yao Hong exclaimed in shock after listening, Fang Yuan, this lad, he's really daring, almost to the point of fearless. He, bullying even his own brother. This is interesting. She looked towards Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng from the crowd, thinking internally, which is the elder brother and which is the younger one. Next, Guyu Jinzhu against Guyu Mo Bei. On the arena, the hosting Gu master shouted. Guyu Mo Bei leapt upwards, and Jinzhu walked up the stage with a serious expression. The two paid respects to each other and said no more, fighting at once. Moonblades danced in the air. The two continued to shoot and at the same time, moving and evading non-stop. Although a girl, Jinzhu had good basic skills and was able to fight equally with Mo Bei for a while. But as time passed, her stamina could not keep up, and she started to be suppressed. Finally, with her body full of sweat and having no energy left, she surrendered. Mo Bei on the other hand was not even phased. Increasing endurance Gu Ha, probably the yellow camel longhorn beetle Gu. Below the stage, Fang Yuan observed, quickly seeing through Mo Bei. Fang Yuan had 6 Gu worms, but that was an exception. Among the people of his age, they all had 1 or 2 Gu worms. Not only because of the financial stress of feeding Gu worms, but also because the Gu worms' usage needed constant practice to accumulate experience. Greed for more would backfire. The students only started interacting with Gu worms, and just began on their cultivation journey. 2 Gu worms were enough for them to practice. Only an exception like Fang Yuan with his rich experience from his previous life, could easily grasp every Gu worm that comes into possession and use them to the very best he can. The exam continued. Damn, jumping like a rabbit. On another stage, a youngster angrily shouted, Guyu Qiqing, you're not a man, do you dare to fight with me physically? TSK, only a fool would fight close range with you. On the stage, Guyu Qiqing laughed in disdain. He used the scarlet pill cricket Gu and jumped around, his body being very agile. His opponent only had a flower Boar Gu. Even if he could temporarily raise his strength by 1 Boar, it was useless. Qiqing would not go hand to hand with him. Finally, he got hit by a moonblade from Qiqing and lost too much blood, retiring from the fight. The healing Gu masters below the stage quickly rushed up and treated his injuries. As time passed, more and more students were mercilessly eliminated, and many youngsters also started to show their abilities. Qiqing, Mo, Fang Yuan, Fang Zheng. Until noon. The D-grade talents were all eliminated. They had limited talent and all chose support-type goo worms for production line or transport, which suited their lives. Thus, they had little help in battles. Little junior sister, your vital goo is a life breath grass right, my group needs a healer goo master. Senior, I wish to join your group, my vital goo is a moonlight goo. Sorry, we are not lacking any attack-type goo master. The small groups quickly recruited newbies, and the students also chose the groups they wanted. The fights on the stage did not have much visual appeal, and after a few rounds, there were not many highlights, it was even boring. This was because most people chose the moonlight goo, and to most people, the fight would start with shooting moonblades. Whoever expended their primeval essence first would lose. If both parties had no more primeval essence, they would fight with punches and kicks. At the end, one will fall. Be it students, goo masters, or clan elders, they got bored watching and some were about to fall asleep. Until evening, there were only less than 10 students left on the stage. Finally ending. Some goo masters lifted their spirits, shrugging off the sleepiness. At this moment, the goo master shouted, next round, Guyu Fangjing vs Guyu Mo Bei. Chapter 83, Sweeping Strong Foes. Fangjing displays his skills. Fangjing and Emochin both walked up the stage. Fangjing, don't think that I will lose just because you have rank 2 cultivation. Today I will challenge and beat a higher realm. Mo Bei gritted his teeth, his expression solemn, cheering for himself in his heart. Against the rank 2 Fangjing, he indeed felt a strong sense of pressure. Come! Fangjing roared, rushing out ferociously. Mo Bei's heart jumped, this Fangjing wasn't acting according to plan. Normally, they would first shoot moonblades before using hand-to-hand combat. But this time, he actually rushed up immediately, and wants to fight physically? Isn't he afraid of getting injured by my moonblade when exchanging punches and kicks? Mo Bei was perturbed. He was naturally not worried for Fangjing's safety, but knew that if they engaged in close combat, with such a short distance if Fangjing shot a moonblade, it was unavoidable. Mo Bei quickly took a step back, attempting to pull some distance. At the same time, he shot out a moonblade with a flick of his wrist. Fangjing was unfazed, taking a tumble and avoiding the moonblade, continuing his pursuit. At the same time, a lump of lunar energy collected in his palm. Mo Bei looked at the moonlight in his hands that hasn't been fired and felt tense in his heart, quickly taking steps back. Although he worked hard in close combat and also trained his moonblade, he was still inferior to Fangjing, who was nurtured personally by the clan leader. Mo Bei was not suited to this style of combat, and quickly fell into disadvantage. Eh? That side is interesting. The battle on this arena attracted much attention. They're actually fighting so closely, this Fangjing has guts. Yao Hong could now discern who was Fang Yuan and Fangjing. Fang Yuan had a cold expression and emitted an aura of maturity, while Fangjing was steel-willed, radiating a sunny aura. It must be the clan leader's teaching. Normally when students fight, they would be 10 meters apart. Further than this distance and the moonblade would dissipate. If they fought closer than this distance, the students would not react in time. Gu Qingshu's gaze shone, Fangjing's battle distance now has shrunk to 6 meters, but his ability to avoid the moonblade is proficient. It seems that not only is the clan leader helping Fangjing, but Fangjing also put in some hard work and went through much hardship. Little brother. Mo Yen, seeing Mo Bei forced into a corner by Fangjing, showed worry and panic on her face. She really wanted to go in and help out, giving Fangjing a good beating. Qi Shan, however, was expressionless, only watching and not speaking. After Fangjing got close to Mo Bei and shortened the distance to 6 meters, he no longer got closer, but used the moonlight goo and entered a firing contest. Mo Bei tried hard to improvise. His actions were in a mess, and many times he was almost hit by the moonblades, constantly in danger. Fangjing, on the other hand, already had his winning formula. Even if he could not evade in time, he still had the jade skin goo, and as long as he uses the jade green glow in time, he would be able to block the moonblade. Seeing how Amobe was defenselessly beaten by himself, Fang Zheng's thoughts flew back to a time in the past. Under the moonlight, the clan leader taught him the evasion movement step by step, unreservedly imparting him all the experience he had. Clan leader, I will not let you down. Fang Zheng's eyes shimmered with hope, he was getting braver as he fought. Fang Zheng, you have the talent and the endurance, studiously training. The result is all because of your blood and sweat. This is the fruits of your hard work, continue like this, Fang Zheng. Using this aura, go and show your brilliance. Under the tentage, the clan leader excitedly cheered on inwardly, even though he looked like he was quietly watching the fight, his lips curled into a smile. Although Amobe struggled furiously, resisting adamantly, but after 15 minutes, his entire body was full of injuries, the blood oozing out and dyeing his shirt red. The organizing Gu master, upon seeing such a scene, announced, the victory goes to Gu Fang Zheng. I haven't lost yet. Amobe shouted loudly, his entire bloodbathed body wavering in the air. But after struggling to no end, he was forced to receive treatment by the healing Gu masters. A battle of such an intensity is already beyond the graduating standard. An A-grade talent is after all a genius. I heard he received personal guidance from the clan leader, can he not be amazing? Seeing such a result, the Gu masters below the stage praised endlessly. Gu Fang Zheng panted as he walked down the stage. 3 Gu masters came to him and healed him, while also providing free primeval stones to allow him to quickly recover his primeval essence. After resting for a while, he recovered to his peak condition and ascended the stage again. This time, he was against Gu Qiqing. Qiqing looked at Fang Zheng, laughing dryly, very good. Fang Zheng, you defeated Amobe that rascal, if I defeat you now, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He seemed very confident. Fang Zheng's lips remained tight, as he said nothing but rushed towards him. Dragonpill cricket Gu. Qiqing's thought flashed, and immediately an orange-red colored glow came from both his legs. He leapt lightly and instantly retreated 10 meters away. The distance that Fang Zheng had just shortened was immediately lengthened. He. Qiqing got smug and laughed, Fang Zheng, you have no speed increasing Gu, and with your 2 legs, you cannot catch me. Although this stage isn't big, it is enough for me to maneuver. Your tactic might have worked on Mobe, but against me it is ineffective. Is that so? Fang Zheng stopped his movements and stood on the spot, staring intently at Qiqing. He smiled, his eyes showing iron will, shouting loudly, continue dodging like that, but every time you use the Dragonpill cricket Gu, you have to use a certain amount of primeval essence. You have merely rank 1 peak stage green copper primeval essence, but I am already at rank 2 red steel primeval essence, 3 times your endurance. Your talent is inferior to me as well. At the end, you would run out of primeval essence and the loser will be you. You. Qiqing was shocked, he only saw his advantage but did not notice his weakness. Right now, he could not help but agree with Fang Zheng, and his fighting spirit dampened. What, Fang Zheng is rank 2? The surrounding Gu masters gasped. The examination results were only obtained the day before, thus they were only spread among certain people, so most of the crowd did not know about it yet. An A-grade talent no doubt, amazing, this Fang Zheng might really be the rising star of our clan. By clan has that by Ning Bing, he is really too powerful. If Fang Zheng can grow up, he might be able to resist by Ning Bing. This lad is interesting. Getting to rank 2 in the academy and with such solid basic skills, this is such an uncommon scene. No wonder the clan leader poured so much effort into him, Yao Hong muttered. Qingshu replied, the clan leader's guidance is only part of it, don't look down on this lad. Ever since he survived the assassination incident, he has become very hardworking, cultivating to the best of his limits, he is a good seedling, with both talent and hard work. If he can grow up, sigh, I feel like my burden is increasing. He. Clan leader Gu Yubo laughed lightly. Qiqing's weak nature was analyzed by him to Fang Zheng. Now that he saw Fang Zheng using it to his advantage, Guyubo was very pleased. It seems that Fang Zheng is this year's #1. Beside the clan leader, Guyu Emochan said. Guyu Qi Lian snorted, staring at the scene intently. He obviously wished for his grandson to win and defeat Fang Zheng, that way he would win honor for the Qi faction. But things do not go as he wished, and on the stage after getting demoralized, Qiqing could no longer display his 100% ability against Fang Zheng, and made continuous mistakes. Eventually, Qiqing was caught with a fatal flaw, and was swept down the stage. Guyu Fang Zheng wins. Gu Master announced. Guyu Qi Lian's face was black. At once, Fang Zheng was famous, getting all the attention from the clan people. Fang Zheng beat Mo Bei and Qiqing simultaneously with wits and courage. It seems he is the first place this year, some people praised. Makes sense, I think well of him as well. Too bad he cannot join our group. As the groups choose students, students are also choosing groups. A seated student like Fang Zheng was already long booked. Fang Zheng is the clan leader's faction, while Mo Bei, Qiqing are the Mo faction, Qi faction's future leaders. This way, it seems that the Guyu clan would be heavily dominated by the clan leader faction, suppressing the two clan elders. Some people could see even further. On the other two stages, the battles continued. Fang Zheng walked down the stage long ago, hearing the people's praises, his heart roaring as he felt himself being reborn. Different, it was very different from before. His heart was filled with the excitement of recognition, the anticipation of being appreciated, and the joy of being commended. A gust of winter wind blew, and although he felt the chilly wind, Fang Zheng could only feel the sense of warmth like the summer day. Last match, Guyu Fang Zheng vs Guyu Fang Yuan. A while later, an announcer shouted. Chapter 84, Trample Ruthlessly. The final battle, Guyu Fang Zheng vs Guyu Fang Yuan. Oh, interesting. To think that at the end, it is a showdown between brothers. Fang Zheng. Seeing this, the clan leader's smile faded slightly. The greatest obstacle in your heart is your brother Fang Yuan. Go ahead and defeat him. You have red steel primeval essence while also having the Jade skin Gu. With both offense and defense, you have the greatest advantage. Break apart this obstacle in your way, and you shall be reborn. The final match finally started. The two brothers stood on the same arena, staring at each other. The last remaining sunrays were like blood. The light of the sunset was like a luxurious carpet for the arena. Two very similar faces. The little brother's fighting spirit burned on, while the older brother's gaze was deep as the abyss. Brother. Fang Zheng's fists were clenched as he stared intently at Fang Yuan, speaking with a firm voice, admit defeat. I am already rank 2, and I have over 80% red steel primeval essence. Your green bronze primeval essence is only 44%, you have no chance. Fang Yuan lightly looked at his brother, you are surely clear about my primeval essence. But it's better if you don't spout nonsense. If primeval essence can decide the victory, what's the point of fighting? Fang Zheng was stunned, but soon he raised his spirits, and his vigor could be seen burning in his eyes. In truth, in the deepest part of his heart, he also did not want Fang Yuan to admit defeat. But Fang Yuan was his older brother after all, thus in view of their relationship he had to say it. If not, that would be too cruel. Since brother is so determined, then I have no choice but to attack. Before he finished his sentence, Fang Zheng rushed towards Fang Yuan. This again. Below the stage, Mo Bei, looking at this scene, gritted his teeth. He made up his mind to harshly train himself after going back and return this humiliation tenfold to Fang Zheng. Fang Yuan is finished, he does not have my dragon pill cricket Gu. Qiqing folded his arms and smirked, enjoying Fang Yuan's troubles. Fang Zheng sprinted and instantly shortened the distance. In his hand there was a ball of moonlight. Fang Yuan's expression was like steel, there was not a single change as he looked at the charging Fang Zheng. He did not take a single step away, but blue-colored moonlight also gathered in his right palm. Suddenly, Fang Yuan took a firm step after stomping the ground, and moved towards Fang Zheng instead of backing away. This. Fang Zheng did not expect Fang Yuan's movement. He panicked internally and quickly fired a moonblade. Fang Yuan rushed quickly and twisted his body, avoiding the moonblade by a hair's breadth. His expression was cold, without any shouting or aggression. But in his silence, there was an aura of absolute iciness emitting from him. Fang Zheng subconsciously took a few steps back. His limit was 6 meters, but now Fang Yuan was 5 meters away from him. This time he had to be the one trying to increase their distance. Dun dun dun. Fang Zheng retreated while flicking his right wrist several times, sending moonblades flying to try and push Fang Yuan back. Fang Yuan took fluid steps that were one after another, his body extremely agile. He moved intensely, and every time he managed to avoid the moonblade with no margin for error. This Fang Yuan is even more daring. Yao Hong shouted. Such a battle, they've disregarded death already, Qing Shu also exclaimed. Another battle maniac. Mo Yen gritted her teeth, giving a glance at Qi Shan who was not far away. Qi Shan was expressionless, but his eyes glimmered occasionally. The noise from the audience stopped, they were all captivated by the battle on the stage. The moonblades and Fang Yuan brushed past each other. From time to time there was a blue light that would reflect upon Fang Yuan's face. His cold expression remained as it was without any change, and each time he narrowly evaded death, showing his extreme battle talent. The clan leader and clan elders all showed a serious expression. Qi Qing and Mo Bei stared with their mouths wide open, looking at Fang Yuan dodging every single moonblade in an impossible manner. How did he do it? Numerous students had a giant question mark on their heads. Fang Yuan who had 500 years of battle experience, how can he be compared to Fang Zheng who was only taught for a year by a rank 4 Gu master? In Fang Yuan's eyes, Fang Zheng was as thin as a clear stream. No matter how the stream flowed, or turned its way among the mountain rocks, he could see through it clearly to the bottom of the river. The moonblade's every attack was not instant, it needed a process. Fang Zheng had to flick his wrist, and that was the greatest foretelling. In Fang Yuan's eyes, Fang Zheng's shoulder movement, the movement of his wrist, every step he took provided a large amount of information. Fang Zheng's every attack, evasion, and dodging was easily seen through by Fang Yuan, even as to what was going on in Fang Zheng's head, Fang Yuan could guess to a degree. Fang Zheng's mind right now was flabbergasted. Fang Yuan was the obstacle in his heart for more than 10 years, the shadow quickly expanding into darkness, dragging him into the abyss. The nervous emotion made him forget to use the Jade Skingu. Fang Yuan's strong approach caused him to panic and he was unable to regain his tempo, thus not allowing him time to think. This was the difference in experience, this was the difference between inside knowledge. In Fang Yuan's perspective, his inside information was even more important than the spring-autumn cicada, it was his greatest reliance. He was able to not rely on the clan leader, family, friends, or Gu worms. He had always and only relied on himself. In this world, only oneself is the most reliable. Those teammates and battle partners, they were just the masks of weaklings, the excuse to anticipate help from others. He finally reached near Fang Zheng. Bam! Fang Yuan's punch was pulled from a hidden angle, smashing right into Fang Zheng's stomach. Fang Zheng's body curled as the force of the fist almost caused him to vomit. He quickly protected his head with his arms and took a large step back. At the crucial moment, it showed his steady basic skills. Where is he? Fang Zheng's eyes stared wide, looking around from the gap between his arms, trying to find Fang Yuan's location. Behind. With this thought, Fang Zheng felt a strong force at his waist. He lost his center of gravity and fell on the ground. But Fang Zheng had gone through tough training. With this movement he flipped around on the ground and at the same time, shot out a moonblade from his palm towards his back. This movement was the battle experience imparted by the clan leader. If it was a normal person, they might follow closely behind Fang Zheng. If they could not react in time, they would be hit by the moonblade. Even if the moonblade did not hit, they would be forced back. But who was Fang Yuan? Even Gu Yubo could not compete with him in terms of experience. Fang Yuan moved steadily, not giving chase. Instead, he moved in a circle and got near to Fang Zheng. The moonblade only managed to hit air. Fang Zheng thought he was able to pull some distance and quickly stood up. He was about to reorganize himself, but he suddenly heard a swoosh sound. This is the gust of a punch. At that split second, Fang Zheng had such a thought. Immediately after, he was harshly hit in the ear by Fang Yuan's fist. Bam! He immediately felt his vision darken, and a strong sense of dizziness caused him to lose balance, completely collapsing on the ground. He sprawled on the ground for over 2 breaths' time, and finally he recovered slightly. His vision became clearer, seeing Fang Yuan's 2 feet right beside him. He suddenly understood how ugly his situation was. He was sprawled on the ground like a dog while Fang Yuan stared at him from that high position. Damn it! Fang Zheng was furious and tried to get up. Under everyone's eyes, Fang Yuan lifted his right leg and stepped down firmly. Bam! Fang Zheng's head was harshly stepped on, like a rock hitting the stage, making a loud sound. Fuck! Fang Zheng raged and tried to get up again. Fang Yuan stared coldly, trampling down once again. Bam! Fang Zheng's head hit the stage again. His scalp knocked open and blood bled non-stop. Damn! Damn it! Fang Zheng's teeth were about to be crushed from his clenching, and the rage in his chest burned through his entire body. He raised his head again, trying to get up. Bam! Fang Yuan's third step came down. This time he continued to step on his head, not letting go. Under the immense force, Fang Zheng's face was harshly squeezed on the stage floor. Fang Zheng's face was almost deformed, and he breathed raggedly, struggling to no avail. He felt that on his head, there was a huge rock that would not move no matter how he struggled. Right, how could I forget, I have the moonlight goo. Under the despair, Fang Zheng's inspiration struck, and he thought of the moonlight goo. His right palm gathered moonlight again. But how could Fang Yuan not notice? With a light sound, he shot out a moonblade onto Fang Zheng's right palm. Arg! Fang Zheng cried out, the immense pain sending his body into a spasm like he was struck by lightning. His palm was almost pierced through by Fang Yuan, showing his white bones. The moonlight goo on his palm was already struck a great blow, it was on the brink of death. Chapter 85, Hot-blooded and cold-blooded. These two brothers really aren't on good terms, Yao Hong mumbled. This Fang Yuan is too cruel, treating his brother like this. Many people frowned unhappily. Fang Yuan is too savage, extorting our primeval stones for an entire year. Now he's treating his brother like this, the students gritted their teeth. Fang Yuan's coldness forced out their hatred towards a common enemy. Fang Zheng, stand up, stand up. Defeat Fang Yuan. Some unknown student shouted. Defeat Fang Yuan, defeat Fang Yuan. Instantly, many youngsters shouted. This Fang Yuan is indeed a hated person. Mo Yen snorted, enjoy his predicament. Fang Zheng, hang in there, stand up. Defeat this monster Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng, stand up. We're with you. Fang Zheng, you can do it, you can do it. The crowd cheered on fiercely, and sounds of encouragement entered Fang Zheng's ears. Huff. 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 Fang Zheng gasped heavily. As the sounds entered his heart, it gave him an unimaginable strength. The scenes of the past played in his head. On the streets, the clansmen's comments. That's Fang Yuan, the future genius, he is not to be underestimated. Who's that behind him? Oh, probably his brother, who knows what his name is. Uncle and aunt laughed. Fang Yuan, now the entire village is discussing the new poem you wrote. This is very good, uncle and aunt are proud of you. Fang Yuan waved his hand, saying calmly, I only made those on a whim. Uncle and aunt nodded, saying to Fang Zheng, learn well from your brother, if you are half as talented as your brother, we would not have to worry. Under the moonlight, deep in the courtyard. Clan leader Guyu Bo looked at Fang Zheng, saying gently, Fang Zheng, have confidence. You must find your purpose, believe in yourself. But, Sir Clan leader. Bo patted his shoulders, encouraging, the shadow in your heart, others cannot dispel it for you. You can only rely on yourself. I await that day. The night before the year-end exam. Shen Shui looked at Fang Zheng with love in her gaze under the lamplights. Young master, I believe that you can get number 1. I have always believed it. Work hard. The morning before departure. Uncle and aunt stood at the doorstep. Fang Zheng, after the year-end exam, you would be leaving the academy. Seeing your growth, we are very happy. Go, and show everyone the strength of an A grade. And, under the setting sun, in a dark corner, a female classmate cried profusely, the allowance is only 3 primeval stones, but Fang Yuan snatched a piece away, leaving me with 2. I am almost unable to feed my moonlight goo at this rate. Fang Zheng's heart softened, this is my primeval stone, I'll lend it to you. The female classmate took the primeval stone, saying with tears, Fang Zheng, you are too nice, please defeat your brother and end his tyranny in the academy. Fang Zheng was silent. A bunch of classmates appeared in front of him. Fang Zheng, you are an A-grade talent, you can do it. Fang Yuan is too much, constantly bullying us, you are our only hope. Fang Zheng, from today onwards, we're with you, we will always support you. Everyone. Fang Zheng observed the surroundings, seeing the concerned pairs of eyes, and felt extremely touched. Everyone. Everyone has expectations of me. My classmates, uncle, aunt, Shen Shui, and Sir Clan Leader. Everyone is waiting for me, looking at me, supporting me. How can I lose? How can I fall here? How can I? Boom, 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 boom. His heart pounded in his chest, and Fang Zheng's eyes shone with brilliance. I cannot fall here. I will dispel the shadow and stand up. Fang Zheng's fists were tightly clenched, no longer feeling any pain at this point. He felt a lion in his chest, awakening from its sleep and opening its huge mouth to roar. Hot blood boiled in his body. Stand up, stand up. Break the shadows, break the darkness. Arghahar. Fang Zheng opened his mouth wide to shout, his body starting to emit a green jade light. What's that? The crowd silenced. Jade Skingu. Someone shouted bam. The students roared towards the heavens. Fang Zheng, you can do it. Fang Zheng, we have your back. Finally only one last cheer remained, stand up. Stand up. Everyone. I can hear your voices. Fang Zheng clenched his fist, his teeth almost crushed. Fang Yuan's pressure was no longer so imposing, he could finally get up, slowly and steadily. The shouting intensified. He's burning with anger. He's going to do a comeback. Gu masters, hearing such cheers and excitement from the crowd, were all starting to feel moved. That's right, Fang Zheng, that's right. Stand up, abandon the past, dispel the shadow and stand up, you will become a new person. Clan leader's eyes shone with bright light as he cheered Fang Zheng on in his heart. Jade Skingu. Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped. He pulled back his leg and saw Fang Zheng stand up slowly, the Jade Skingu's radiance turning his face green. Fang Zheng had always been hiding this trump card up till now and did not reveal it to anyone, thus nobody knew about it. Fang Zheng got up. The crowd's cheers exploded. He stood up. Clan leader was moved, uncontrollably standing up from his seat. At this moment, he saw the rise of an A-grade talent. He saw the future of the Guyu clan. I stood up, brother, I will defeat you. Fang Zheng's eyes burned with determination, his entire body enveloped in bright green light like he was wearing jade armor. Oh wow, this defense, even the moonblade can't pierce it. It seems Fang Zheng wins. Yao Hong raised her brows, blowing a whistle. Indeed, even with the little light goose reinforcement, hitting on this barrier, it would only cause Fang Zheng's primeval essence to be consumed faster. But comparing primeval essence expenditure, Fang Yuan is no match for Fang Zheng. After this match, Fang Zheng is going to rise. Qin Shu laughed lightly. Fang Zheng had a jade skin goo, but only used it now. It seems Fang Yuan's earlier attacks confused him. But now, victory is already waving towards him. Mo Yan folded her arms, her gaze slightly uncertain. Time seemed to have paused. On the stage, the brothers faced each other. The two's distance was so close yet so far. Fang Zheng's firm determination, Fang Yuan's eternal indifference. Little brother. He looked at Fang Zheng peacefully, his lips curling into a smirk. Thinking of defeating me, you're still far from it. He raised his right hand, his right arm flexing, pulling into a bow shape. Brother, you've lost. Fang Zheng felt amused in his heart seeing Fang Yuan's raised fist as long as he had primeval essence. Even with the little light goose reinforcement, the moon blade could not break the jade color barrier, not to mention his fist. Unless he used the flower boar goo or the brute force longhorn beetle goo to raise his strength. But even so, he would need a defensive type goo. Fang Yuan did not say anything, but he used his fist to give the most straightforward answer. The next moment, the right fist flew in the air and hit Fang Zheng harshly on the cheeks. Bam! After a loud crash, blood spilled as the jade light smashed to bits like broken mirror fragments dancing in the sky before vanishing. What? Fang Zheng was hit by such a shock once again, and after a stunned moment, his neck was almost broken as he hurriedly retreated. Fang Yuan followed up closely, using a bow step and raising his left fist, pulling back and striking again upwards. Bam! Fang Zheng's other half of his face was hit by the impact, his head rising high up with blood and broken jade light flying in the air. Bam, 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 he took 3 steps backwards, his ears buzzing as a dizziness 10 times greater than before assaulted him. How can this be? His vision darkened, and he collapsed on the arena. Plop. Fang Zheng fell on the ground, the light dissipating on his body as he fainted in the next moment. The shouts and cheers came to an abrupt end. The happy, excited expressions of the students were still glued on their faces, unable to change due to such a shock. The entire arena was silent. Fang Yuan's fists were bloody, to the point his bloody finger bones could be seen. Drops of blood fell and dripped on the stage. Swoosh. A cold winter wind blew, freezing away all the hot-bloodedness. Fang Yuan's hair wavered in the air as he stood still on the stage. It was almost as if the heavily injured person with both his fists almost crippled was not him. He looked coldly at the surroundings with a calm expression. Everyone was silent. In the tentage, the clan leader was still standing, staring dumbfoundedly. Sorry, I've let you all disappointed, Fang Yuan said lightly. Chapter 86, Suspicion and Probing. On the stage, Fang Zheng fainted on the ground with no more movements from him. Fang Yuan, however, continued with his cold expression, standing in the middle of the stage. After a momentary silence, the crowds erupted. How can this be? Some people hugged their heads, revealing an expression of disbelief. 2 punches breaking the Jade Skin Goo's defense, this. Some people were tongue-tied. Too savage, even the Jade Light got smashed by him. Does he not feel pain? Some female goo masters took in a chilly breath. Without any defensive goo worm and using his bare hands to break the Jade Light, this is true blue self-harm. Even male goo masters' eyes twitched upon seeing Fang Yuan's hands, and were shocked by his ruthlessness. Being ruthless to others, that is easy, but being ruthless to yourself, that is hard. Fang Yuan using his bare hands to break the Jade Skin Goo's defense, it was not only savage to his younger brother, but even harsher on himself. I'll go take a look. The academy elder could no longer stand it, and after saying so, he jumped onto the stage. He first squatted down and observed the fainted Fang Zheng, sighing in relief as he found that Fang Zheng was not in a critical condition. His head just had a huge impact, causing him to fall unconscious. Unbelievable, with the Jade Skin Goo's defense, he still suffered such heavy injuries from someone using their bare hands. The academy elder was shocked internally, raising his head and looking at Fang Yuan, his eyes shining with a fierce light. Fang Yuan, I'll heal you. The academy elder stood up, taking a few huge strides towards Fang Yuan and grabbing his forearm. Fang Yuan's arms were in terrible condition. Not only was the blood and skin vaguely mashed, even his bones were revealed. Because of the huge impact there were also cracks on the bones. how intense this pain is, yet he didn't even frown a bit. Even if it was the Academy Elder, his heart shuddered seeing such injuries. His tone was complicated, saying to Fang Yuan, "Endure it, the healing is very itchy and also very painful." Saying so, his 5 fingers spread open and emitted a wave of blue moonlight. The moonlight got brighter and caused the Academy Elder's right hand to be translucent from the shine. At a glance, the Academy Elder's entire right hand was like a piece of blue jade, the blood vessels and bones were all turned into jade. The Academy Elder lightly raised his right hand and covered Fang Yuan's injured fist. It was just like a piece of cold jade touching on an injury that was mashed with blood and flesh. Fang Yuan felt a heart-piercing pain, but he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. The Academy Elder's hand emitted gentle moonlight and the moonlight nourished Fang Yuan's injured spot. On the bones, the cracks started to mend, and the flesh and skin started to grow rapidly and heal. Fang Yuan felt an intense itching, causing him to breathe heavily. The Academy Elder's expression was calm. While healing Fang Yuan, he diverted a part of his concentration towards Fang Yuan's arm, and also inspected his aperture. In the aperture, the black-green colored copper primeval essence was raging like waves in the sea. A white and fat liquor worm was swimming and playing in the primeval sea. The 4 walls of the aperture were all made of white-colored crystal walls. This showed Fang Yuan's rank 1 peak stage cultivation clearly. The Academy Elder did not look away, but continued to scan Fang Yuan's body. Finally, he found that on Fang Yuan's palm, there was the moonlight goo and little light goo. No other goo worms. Did Fang Yuan really use his own strength to break the defense of the jade skin goo? Such strength is far beyond a mortal adult. He is only 15 years old, how can he have such strength? The Academy Elder's eyes shone with suspicion. Clan Elder, thank you for your treatment. Fang Yuan took back his arm from the Academy Elder and shook it around. Although there was still some pain, the injury had already healed. If this was back on Earth, such an injury would have taken a year or 2 to heal and would even leave some serious side effects. This was the magical aspect of this world. Now that Fang Yuan's arms were healed, although he still felt like they were weak when he grabbed the air or waved them around, 7 or 8 days later, the strengthless side effect would disappear. But Fang Yuan was not grateful to the Academy Elder. His injury could also be healed by other healing goo masters, and he was well aware, the Academy Elder's motive was to inspect his aperture. Fang Yuan had expected this from the start, so he left the white boar goo and jade skin goo in the second secret cave. As for the spring-autumn cicada, with its rank 6 status, if it wanted to hide, even the rank 4 Guyubo would not find it if he inspected personally. The Academy Elder did not find anything, and that caused him to frown. Although he was still suspicious in his heart, but in front of so many people, he did not have the proper opportunity to ask. Fang Yuan, you performed well, continue working hard. Finally, the Academy Elder patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and declared loudly, this year's final exam, the first place goes to Fang Yuan. Ever since the Academy Elder's ascension to the stage, the audience watched quietly. After hearing his announcement, they started discussing fervently. To think that at the end, Fang Yuan had the last laugh. He's merely AC grade, but he beat the rank 2 Fang Zheng who has a jade skin goo. Did he cheat? Probably not, from the Academy Elder's personal treatment and probing. If he did not find any problems, Fang Yuan probably did not cheat. Fang Yuan's fists were greatly injured, that's normal. But as a 15-year-old, having such strength that surpasses an adult by far, isn't it suspicious? What is there to be suspicious about? There are always people who are born with strange talents. Either super strength, or super smart. Actually Fang Yuan's strength isn't that scary, think about that guy. The speaking goo master indicated at the standing Qi Shan. People were immediately enlightened, oh yes. When Qi Shan was still a kid, his strength was already greater than an adult. Is Fang Yuan also such a monster? That has to be it. When Fang Yuan was young, he could make poems. Those poems were famous around the village back then. We thought he was an A grade, but he turned out to be C grade, but it seems heaven has other plans and compensated him with strength. He is still a C grade anyway. If he was B grade he would be another Qishan. Humph, nothing to be envious about. A Gu master's cultivation relies on their talent. If I can get a black boar Gu in the future, I would have even greater strength than him. That is nothing much, he can only be arrogant for a while. Some people shrugged, speaking unconcernedly. Fang Yuan walked down the stage, his eyes picking up the people's discussions as he smirked coldly inside his heart. The liquor worm's origin was already perfectly explained by Fang Yuan, but once the Jade skin Gu was exposed, Fang Yuan would not be able to explain it. Thus, he had to keep this secret and could not use it in public. As for these people's thoughts and explanations, it was the direction Fang Yuan wanted them to go. Or rather, even if the higher-ups were suspicious, they would only be suspicious of his mysterious backer. Half a year ago, I risked the danger and used the wild boar tusks to create a second layer of protection at the camp. It is finally coming into play. Fang Yuan's eyes were dark like the abyss. The Guyu clan leader did not sit down. He kept on standing and frowning deeply. This matter had developed out of his control. Fang Yuan getting first place, he did not really care much. It was just a year-end exam's first place, it was nothing significant. He was worried about Guyu Fang Zheng. Undeniably, today's impact was too great on Fang Zheng. If Fang Zheng was beaten completely from the start and lost the fight, so be it. But it just had to be at the point where he used his full strength and got a huge confidence boost, that he was sent sprawling by Fang Yuan's two fists. Such a psychological trauma might negatively impact his growth. Under my guidance and arrangement, Fang Zheng was the first to advance to upper stage, peak stage and rank 2 initial stage, continuously gaining success and confidence. But this confidence is probably gone by now. Sigh, my hard work has all gone up like smoke. Guyu Bo sighed deeply, naturally gaining a little sense of disgust and loathing towards Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan had lost to Fang Zheng, everything would have been perfect. But he actually won, that is too infuriating. Not only the clan leader, but the other clan elders were also full of solemn and complex gazes. Fang Yuan's strength is actually so huge, is he really a monster like Qishan? Actually, he was strange from young, making poems when he was younger than 10, so his strength getting larger as he grew up is nothing strange. But there is another possibility, and that is human action. Fang Yuan has a mysterious backer, maybe the backer assisted him. But the person behind him, who could it be? The clan elders' hearts were overturning, but their expressions said otherwise. Clan leader Guyu Bo went silent before revealing a smile, saying, Fang Yuan, getting first place with AC grade talent, this is an unprecedented grand feat. Becoming first place, you have 100 primeval stones as reward and also Gu worm choosing priority. Now, I shall reward you further, you can choose any small group you want and join it. Regardless of the group, whichever one you want, just say it and you can join. Upon saying so, all the rank 2 Gu masters and students stared at Fang Yuan in envy. Small groups had their differences too, and joining a good group meant a bright future. Guyu Bo's reward was very generous. Although I made this decision on the spot, I believe the clan elders here would agree with me. Guyu Bo smiled even more intensely, looking at the clan elders beside him. With Guyu Qi Lian and Guyu Mo Chen as the head of the clan elders, all of their faces were grim and some even frowned, but no one stopped him. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Trouble had come. Chapter 87, Attitude is the mask of the heart. Fang Yuan could see the intentions behind such an action. This was a small probing test from the clan leader. His gaze swept through the arena, the entire clan's best performing 3 groups were here. The clan leader's faction's Qing Shu group, Qi faction's Qi Shan group, and Mo faction's Mo Yen group. If it was a regular student, joining any of the 3 groups meant getting a huge backer, representing a bright future. But to Fang Yuan, it was the reverse. In the clan's higher-ups' perception, he was already part of a mysterious faction. Joining any of the 3 spelt trouble. For example, if he joined the Qi Shan faction, the Qi family obviously know they did not recruit him, so their first thought would be, Fang Yuan is a pawn of another family, but now that he's joining our group, what intentions does he have? Next they would think, the mysterious faction that recruited Fang Yuan earlier had already broken the rules, and now that Fang Yuan is present here, the clan leader would think that we were the ones who recruited him, so isn't this carrying the fault for them? That will not do, we have to arrest Fang Yuan, keep a close eye on him and investigate him. We shall find concrete evidence and reveal the mysterious backer of his. But the truth was, Fang Yuan has no backer. Once I join any of the three groups, it means I am offending one out of the three biggest factions in this clan. That will definitely not do. Sigh, I originally wanted to keep a low profile and join Jianghe's group, but Jianghe's group is backed by the Punishment Hall Elder. Under everyone's watchful eye, if I join abruptly, that is inappropriate as well. Fang Yuan inevitably hesitated. Du Yubo's smile became even more intense, continuing, Fang Yuan, if you don't choose, I'll select for you. The clan elders beside him watched quietly with an unmoving expression, each of them standing like statues. Humph, forcing me? Fang Yuan's gaze shone, immediately guessing Du Yubo's next words, either throwing him to Qi Shan's group or Mo Yan's group. Du Yubo knew in his heart that he did not recruit Fang Yuan. To him, this act can not only remove suspicion on him but also weaken his foe, as well as reveal the mysterious faction. It was killing three birds with one stone. It was a play that could divert the problem away, although seemingly simple, it was a strategic move showing Du Yubo's experienced political ability. No, I must not let him dictate it. It seems I can only choose a crappy group. Fang Yuan was about to open his mouth and speak. Suddenly at this moment, someone spoke, why don't you join our team? Our group is lacking an attacker. Who said that? At once, everyone turned around towards the source of the voice. The person speaking was neither tall or short, with dark yellow skin that made him look sickly. A pair of triangular eyes shone with brilliance. It's the sickly snake Guyu Jiao San, one. Someone pointed out his identity. Guyu Jiao San? It's just a trash team with no background. The clan leader and clan elders all showed a disappointed expression. Jiao San. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with an undetectable dark shine. He and this Guyu Jiao San person had never met or spoken before, and he had no memories of such a person. Why did Jiao San open his mouth and invite him into his team? Was it purely because he had gotten first place in the examination? How can that be? Only someone as childish as Fang Zheng would have such a naive thought. But since Jiao San opened his mouth and invited Fang Yuan personally, such a situation was a good breakthrough point. The clan's higher-ups must be very disappointed now. Hee hee. Fang Yuan smiled thinking of this, his eyes looking downwards, hiding the brilliance in his expression. Then I'll join your group, Fang Yuan agreed on the spot, blocking Du Yubo's upcoming words. Is this Fang Yuan retarded? Ignoring those top-performing groups and joining the sickly snakes group. He must be bonkers, Jiao San's personality, hee hee hee. The students and Gu masters started to discuss, looking at Fang Yuan like he was a fool. The clan leaders and elders' expression turned dim. Today's probing was thwarted by this Guyu Jiao San. No. Perhaps this Jiao San was also a pawn in this game, but regardless, they needed to investigate this Guyu Jiao San. 3 days later. It had already been snowing for a day, and now that it was gradually getting smaller, pieces of snowflakes flew in the air gliding with the wind. On Qingmao Mountain, there was a layer of white color over it. Many branches were naked with no leaves, except the evergreen pine trees and Qingmao bamboo, which had retained their original colors standing proudly in the snow. A group of 5 people ran in the snow. The leading person was neither short nor tall, bearing a sickly yellow skin, it was Guyu Jiao San. As he ran, he turned towards the quiet Fang Yuan, smiling gently with kindness, Fang Yuan, don't be nervous. Although this is your first clan mission, the contents are simple. Just follow us and learn along the way. Yes, Fang Yuan lightly replied, staring forward with a solemn expression. It was already winter. Running on the snow, the chilly winter winds were even more intense. Every breath was like eating snow dust, chilling his entire chest. Fang Yuan's face was originally very white, and now that the snow shone on it, it appeared even paler. In the process of running, the snow kept falling on his short black hair, his shoulders, and forehead. What was different from before was that Fang Yuan had changed his clothes. This was a dark blue-colored battle attire. The attire had long sleeves and long pants, with bamboo sheets tied on his legs as wrappings, and bamboo shoes adorned his feet. On his head there was a bright blue headband, and the headband fluttered in the air as Fang Yuan ran. On his waist, there was a loose belt. The belt was navy blue with a bronze plate on it, carved with the number 1, it was very much eye-striking. This was a Gu Master's attire, showing Fang Yuan's status as a rank 1 Gu Master. The youngsters had to stay a year in the academy and graduate before they were allowed to wear this. This attire had much meaning. Once worn it meant that one has transcended the realm of mortals, leaving the lowly life and stepping into the upper society, being the middle class of the entire human race. Even if rank 1 Gu Masters were the bottom of this tier, from now on any mortal had to give way to Fang Yuan and pay respects to him. Guyu Jiaosan's gaze continued to shine. This battle attire when worn by Fang Yuan, coupled with his cold expression, showed the atmosphere of a cool and collected person. While running, he continued asking Fang Yuan, "We are out on a mission, and normally we would have to rush when traveling, so running is a common thing. Are you used to it?" "I can cope." Fang Yuan's words were precious like gold, using the corner of his eye to look at Guyu Jiaosan. Jiaosan's warm and kind expression caused him to think about the legend of Renzu. Words have it that Renzu used the rules and regulation Gu and obtained strength but lost wisdom, leaving behind 3 Gu worms. One was suspicion, one was trust, and another was attitude. Renzu grabbed the attitude Gu. Attitude Gu followed the betting rules, submitting to Renzu, telling him, "Human, you caught me, I can only curse my bad luck. From now on, I will be at your command. Wear me and you will be able to use my ability." Attitude Gu's appearance was like a mask. Renzu put it on his face, but in the end he could not wear it. Even if he used a rope to tie it, it would still fall off. "What's going on?" Renzu was troubled. Attitude Gu laughed. "I know, human, you have no heart. Attitude is the mask of the heart, so without a heart, how can you wear me?" Renzu realized at once, he had already given his heart to hope. He was heartless. Someone who is heartless cannot wear the attitude mask. In other words, to someone with a heart/an intention, their attitude is a mask. This kind and warm attitude is only Guyu Jiaosan's mask. What is his real intention? Fang Yuan pondered. While the person sickly snake Jiaosan observed Fang Yuan was also secretly observing him. 1. His name Jiaoshan means 3 angles. Probably referring to his triangular eyes. Back. Chapter 88, Initial Display of Authority, Picking on, and Suppression on the Snow. 5 small groups were running. Guyu Jiaosan looked at the sky, saying, "The sky's getting dark, our mission this time is to collect permafrost decayed soil. Although it is easy, it consumes too much time. We have to speed up, everyone follow me, try not to get left behind. Fang Yuan, if you are unable to keep up, just inform us. Don't worry, you are a newcomer, we will take care of you." Guyu Jiaosan smiled very amicably. Fang Yuan nodded silently. The other 3 members exchanged glances. The sky was actually still bright, Jiaosan had no need to say this. In reality, he wanted to give Fang Yuan an initial display of authority. The 3 knew this deep down, but did not expose him. In actuality, these kind of authoritative displays were common. When a new member joins, the older members would usually exert their authority to get rid of the younger members' arrogance so that it would be easier to command and control them. "Let's go," Jiaosan said lightly, taking huge steps and being the first to rush out. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, heading out with the same speed as the other 3, following closely behind. The bamboo shoes stepped on the snow, leaving behind traces of footprints. The mountain road was full of obstacles, being difficult to maneuver. Especially with a layer of thick snow, it was even easier to fall down. At the same time, due to the snow cover, who knew if underneath it was sharp rocks or pitfalls? If one stepped into a hunter's trap, they would be even more unlucky. Living in this world was tough. Traveling seemed easy, but in fact it had much to do with experience. Many newcomers suffered due to this. Only through a long period of training, having gone through much hardship, a Gu master that has accumulated much experience would be able to avoid these obstacles. The chilly winter winds blew directly towards their faces as Fang Yuan strode through the snow. At times he took small leaps, at times he ran long distances. Sometimes he sidestepped, sometimes he climbed, following closely behind Jiao San. The entire Qing Mao was covered by a layer of snow coat, and many of the trees had naked branches, without a single leaf. At times, squirrels or wild deer were frightened by these people and ran away quickly. 30 minutes later, Jiao San stopped in his tracks as he had reached his destination. He turned over his head, looking at Fang Yuan, smiling, and praising, "Good job. You truly are this year's champion, following behind me and not losing your pace once." Fang Yuan smiled silently. This kind of authoritative display, he was clear of it. In fact, sprinting in the snow had become a traditional event. Many small groups used this to suppress the newcomer's arrogance. The two stood on the spot and waited until the remaining 3 members arrived. Puff, huff, puff. They took deep breaths, their foreheads full of sweat, their faces red as they placed their hands on their weights, the last members plopping on the ground. Jiao San harshly stared at them, barking, "Stand straight. Haven't you embarrassed us enough? Look at Fang Yuan, then look at yourselves. After this mission, go back and reflect on yourselves." The 3 immediately stood up straight, but lowered their heads. They were chided by Jiao San until they did not dare to raise their heads or rebuke him. Only their gaze towards Fang Yuan changed. How strange, how can this Fang Yuan be so experienced? I did not see him fall even once. Sigh, we only have normal strength, how can we compete with this monster? Not only did we not get a show to watch, we even became the sacrificial lambs. This guy. Enough, buck up. Jiao San pointed forward, "This small-sized valley is our destination. Inside, there are large amounts of permafrost decayed soil for us to collect. Let's split up here and harvest the frozen earth. An hour later, we will gather here. Kong Jing, distribute the tools." Jiao San had just spoken, and the male member called Guyu Kong Jing stood up. He opened his palm wide and a yellow light shot out from the aperture in his abdomen, landing on his palm. The yellow light dispersed, showing its true form. A frog with a golden back. This golden frog was plump with a giant snow-white belly, causing its entire body to look like a ball when inflated. The frog's mouth and eyes were all at the top of its head due to this belly being squeezed into a spot. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, recognizing this Gu worm. This was the rank 2 Gu worm, large belly frog. Soon after, Kong Jing's hands emitted traces of red steel primeval essence, and were absorbed by the frog. Ribbit. The large belly frog screeched, opening its mouth to vomit out a steel spade. The steel spade flew in the sky, turning large quickly. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the ground, becoming a large steel spade half the size of a person. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. It called for several times, throwing up a tool each time. Eventually, the snowfield in front of everyone had 5 steel spades, and 5 wooden boxes. The wooden boxes all had 2 ropes for carrying. Gu master feeding Gu worms was a large burden. Thus, Gu worms were limited in numbers. During the initial stages, it was hard to single-handedly deal with different environments, and with different intensity of troubles, Gu masters thus often worked in groups. In a small group, there was someone doing reconnaissance, someone for offense, someone in charge of defense, someone healing, and someone as logistics support. The Gu master who stood up, Kong Jing, was a logistics support Gu master. He controlled this large belly frog, which was a support Gu worm, where its belly had another space that could be used as storage space. Of course, every Gu had its strengths and weaknesses. The large belly frog's weakness was that not only was the storage space limited, every time it vomited an item, it had to croak once, and this was irritating. Especially when a goo master is hiding in the battlefield, if handled poorly, it would reveal one's location. Another thing was, the large belly frog could not store goo worms, and it was not immune to poison, unable to store poisonous objects. After distributing the tools, each of the group members had a steel spade and a box in their hands. Let's set off, Jiao San waved his hand, leading the party into the valley. Fang Yuan held the steel spade and carried the wooden box, choosing another direction. He's after all a newbie, rushing in like that. Hee. Is the permafrost decayed soil so easy to harvest? If he cannot differentiate it, he might get normal frozen earth, wasting his efforts. The truth is, it is really difficult to differentiate. The permafrost decayed soil's color is around the same as normal frozen earth, especially under the cover of all the accumulated snow, so newbies can only dig relying on their luck. The three members seeing Fang Yuan's back view laughed internally. An hour later, they saw that Fang Yuan returned with an entire box of permafrost decayed soil, and were all stunned. Including Jiao San, all their wooden boxes were only half filled with permafrost decayed soil. Seeing Fang Yuan's wooden box, they were almost ashamed to show their results. It is all permafrost decayed soil. A member observed carefully and was even more shocked. Fang Yuan, how did you gather so much frozen earth? A female member could not hold in her curiosity and asked. Fang Yuan's brows raised, and the snow light shone on his iris, showing a clear and transparent gaze. He laughed lightly. The Academy elder said before, the permafrost decayed soil is a fertilizer created when the snow freezes the swamp. It has a tint of purple in the blackness, and is actually very smelly, but because it is frozen by the snow, it cannot be smelled. It is the smelly fart fatworm's food. At the same time it is also very fertile, often mixed in the soil to grow crops, fruits, and vegetables. The clan sending out this mission is probably because they want to use it in the underground cave and fertilize the moon orchid flowers. His words caused the four to be frozen on the spot. These theories are obviously learned in the academy. But theory and reality are very difficult to be linked. Has Fang Yuan collected permafrost decayed soil before? The three members looked at each other in shock. Guyu Jiaosan's gaze shone, saying, "Good job Fang Yuan." As he praised, his usual warm and kind smile became a little forced. Jiao San turned around, saying to the rest, "This way, our mission is completed. Everyone pass your spades and boxes to Kongjing, and let's return." When they got back to the village, it was already afternoon. The five walked out of the Internal Affairs Hall, Jiao San distributing the 6 primeval stones they earned. He got 2 pieces, while the rest of the members got 1. The primeval stones were so easily earned, so the members all broke into a smile. Fang Yuan kept his primeval stone stealthily. Only in his heart did he think, when a newcomer joins a small group, the clan would usually give a large reward for the mission as a form of supporting the newcomer. Collecting the permafrost decayed soil mission, the reward was at most 2 primeval stones, but because of me there were 3 times more. According to logic, I should have gotten more stones. If the snow sprinting was an authoritative display, then having us purposely collect the frozen soil alone was a sign of picking on me, and the distribution of primeval stones is suppression already. 1 or 2 primeval was not a concern for Fang Yuan. He was only wondering strangely, he and Guyu Jiaosan never had any interactions, so why was he suppressing him? Unless... An inspiration struck Fang Yuan. Chapter 89, a sickly snake coiling around the legs. The 5 stood on the walkway. Guyu Jiaosan laughed kindly and said to Fang Yuan, "Little brother Fang Yuan, your performance really impressed all of us. It seems we did a correct thing inviting you to join us. You have just graduated from the academy, and might be unclear of some things. Let me introduce you to them. Firstly, the clan missions. Each Gu master must complete at least 1 a month. The more you complete and the more perfect it is, the higher your evaluation. Secondly, the missions are distributed by the Internal Affairs Hall or the External Affair Hall. Each Gu master can only accept 1. once accepted, they must complete it. Thirdly, under special conditions, a Gu master may choose to abandon a mission, but that will cause their evaluation to fall greatly. At the same time, rank 1 Gu masters have no rights to give up, and only rank 2 Gu masters do. But they can only abandon one mission a year. Fourth, the clan's evaluation is very important. It concerns your future in the clan, and the higher your evaluation, the greater your future and the brighter it is. Fang Yuan listened, nodding. These things were already memorized by him. Guyu Jiaosan was right and did not misdirect him, but many key contents were not spoken. Alright, the permafrost decayed soils mission has just been completed. Next, I accepted a wild deer hunting mission. The danger is low, so it is suitable for you to practice. Jiaosan said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but said, "Thank you for your concern, group leader." Guyu Kongjing immediately followed up, "Little brother Fang Yuan, you should really properly thank the group leader. Although simple missions are easily completed, they have a small reward. The group leader's actions are to take care of you." The other 2 female Gu masters also spoke. Yeah, little brother Fang Yuan, action speaks louder than words. Why don't you thank the group leader by treating him to lunch? Little brother Fang Yuan, you just left the academy, society is complicated. Human relationship is very important. If you don't know anything, just ask us during lunch. Guyu Jiaosan laughed, purposely waving his hand. Don't put him in a spot, he just left the academy, he must be tight on primeval stones. How can that be? Besides, just being the first place in the year-end exam gave him 100 primeval stones as reward, right? A female Gu master purposely said, and then showed an expression of envy. I'm really envious of you, 100 primeval stones is a huge sum even to us. Group leader, you've mistaken our little brother Fang Yuan. How can he be so stingy? Am I right, little brother Fang Yuan? Guyu Kongjing laughed heartily, as if he was very happy. Another female Gu master got nearer to Fang Yuan, as if they had a close relationship, saying, "Little brother Fang Yuan, a word of advice. You can choose not to suck up to us, but the group leader, you have to. You know, our group's evaluation has a portion written by the group leader. If he says you're outstanding, you're outstanding. If he says you performed badly, it means you really performed badly." That's right, that's right. Evaluation is very important to us Gu masters, we need at least an outstanding evaluation to be noticed by the higher-ups. In the future where we have sufficient achievements, we would be able to work for several years less. Kongjing immediately followed up. Throughout the entire process, Guyu Jiaosan was smiling and watching. Finally he waved his hand with a kind expression and laughingly said, "Don't speak nonsense. I am always impartial when writing my evaluation, and will not be easily bribed by you. But don't worry Fang Yuan, you are a newcomer, so now that you're in our group, I will take good care of your evaluation." If it were a normal teenager, they would have been led by the nose by these few people, feeling touched secretly. They are bullying a newcomer's ignorance and naivety. But Fang Yuan's iris was calm as the sea. Group leader being involved in the members' evaluation, that was the truth. This is the clan system, giving the authority to the group leader, so that they can manage each small group. But it is not as severe as these people said. For the clan evaluation, the group leader's evaluation is only a very small portion, and it is still mostly attributed to the clan's internal affairs hall. Or rather, even if the group leader had a great influence on it, so what? Fang Yuan didn't give a damn about the evaluation. He had already decided, quickly raise his cultivation, reach rank 3, and then leave this place. He had never thought of staying in this clan for over 100 years to slog his life away. To these ignorant and lowly peasants, the evaluation was the most important thing. But to Fang Yuan, it was lower than dog shit. Thus, their somewhat threatening tone was of no use to Fang Yuan. "I understand what you all have said. I still have something on, so I'll take my leave," Fang Yuan after being quiet for a while, said. "Eh?" At once, the 4 Gu masters showed a shocked expression. What is the meaning of this? Did you not hear what we said earlier? A female Gu master stared with her eyes wide, screaming in her heart. Is your comprehension ability really okay? Gu Kongjing at this moment really wanted to grab Fang Yuan by the collar and ask him. Jiao San's mouth twitched. Fang Yuan's indifference caused their self-directed performance to look like a joke. It made the scheme that they set up become a laughingstock. Seeing Fang Yuan turning around and walking away, the fury in his heart blazed on. Come on Fang Yuan, don't leave so quickly, don't listen to their nonsense. Jiao San controlled his temper and conjured a smile, quickly chasing up and blocking Fang Yuan. You're going to rent a house, right? Let us go with you. I have some personal relations, I am more familiar with the rental situation. I am indeed going to rent a house, I can't stay at the hostel anymore, do you have any ideas? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, asking calmly. I know a few houses that are considerably cheap, and with good location. Jiao San smiled, leading the way. My house, 15 primeval stones a month, no second price. Pfft, renting my house with 8 primeval stones? In your dreams. You must pay a deposit, 25% deposit. Other vendors are doing this too. My house has good feng shui, and it's quiet at night. More importantly, it is facing the clan leader's pavilion, you know how good the location is. It is really cheap, only 25 primeval stones a month. All the way until night time, Fang Yuan did not find a house to stay. Little brother Fang Yuan, you're too stingy. The village is only so big, the prices are all like this. In my opinion, you should get the house near the clan leader's pavilion, the second floor is very spacious and the scenery is nice. Little brother Fang Yuan, don't be so thrifty, it is only 25 primeval stones. The reward that you got is enough for you to stay for 4 months. The 2 female Gu masters continued to urge him on with ill intent. Fang Yuan shook his head, I do not have many primeval stones, I cannot be wasteful. Then rent an underground apartment, it's cheaper. Gu Kongjing's eyes shone with cold brilliance, suggesting. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart, this Kongjing has such a vile heart. The village is already high in precipitation, and now that it is winter, the underground apartments would have poor airflow, and tenants would easily catch a cold. Even if there aren't diseases, it would cause problems in the long term. Seeing that Fang Yuan kept his silence, Jiao San said, actually the big hall's first floor is good too. Co-staying with other people causes the rent to reduce as well. Fang Yuan shook his head, I want to stay alone, I do not like to stay with others. Gu Kongjing snorted, saying unhappily, you don't want this, you don't want that. I'm not trying to scold you, little brother Fang Yuan, but you're too picky and expect too much. With such high standards, it is not realistic. Fang Yuan listened, laughing coldly in his heart while thinking, even if they fulfill the criteria, I would not accept any house you recommend. His act of pacifying them was just for the sake of being careful, finding out if there are any traps. Just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, Matron Shen appeared. Young Master Fang Yuan, I finally found you. The academy can no longer be stayed at, and the old master and his wife have already prepared a banquet, specifically asking me to invite you home. Staying at home is so much better, there is no need for you to go about renting houses outside, she urged. Finally here. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, this matron Shen really found a good time. Finding him here at once, someone must have notified her. Just as he had expected, the masterminds were his uncle and aunt. And Jiao San was the chain that his uncle and aunt created to bind him. Fang Yuan's silence looked like hesitation. Fang Yuan, why don't you stay at your uncle and aunt's house, why make life difficult? Renting a house will spend a lot of primeval stones. Gu Jiao San spoke in a concerned manner at an appropriate juncture as he looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes shining ominously. Chapter 90, It's just a little wind frost in the hall, the lights shone brightly. On the round dining table, the wine was already cold, and the dishes were cool. The brilliant red candle flickered and danced, projecting the shadows of aunt and uncle onto the wall. The 2 figures' shadow combined into one, and swayed gloomily with the candlelight. In front of them, Matron Shen was kneeling. Uncle broke the silence. To think this Fang Yuan is dead bent on going against me. Sigh, I wanted to calm him down with nice words and keep him in the house first before finding a reason to chase him out of the house. To think that he did not fall for it. He has made up his mind, rejecting my invitation without a single way to negotiate. Not even taking a step into my house. Aunt gritted her teeth, her expression slightly flustered. This scoundrel is already 16 years old, so if he wants the family fortune now we cannot deny it to him. Years ago we obtained that family fortune and it was clearly recorded in the Inner Affairs Hall. Now that we cannot deny it, what shall we do now? Leave first. Uncle waved at Matron Shen to withdraw, laughing coldly, don't be anxious. Throughout the year, I have already been planning for this. First, to get back the assets, he needs to have rank 1 middle stage cultivation. He already achieved this and is even at peak stage, and gotten number 1 in the exam. That is very impressive. Hee. But, to successfully obtain his family fortune, it is not so easy. Rank 1 middle stage cultivation is only a precondition. To split the assets, Fang Yuan has to apply for it, and the Internal Affairs Hall has to approve it and send him a mission to test if he has the qualifications. This is to prevent the clan from splitting family assets nonsensically, causing internal strife and weakening the clan. Aunt was enlightened. This means that he has to complete the mission before he can get his parents' inheritance. That's right. Uncle laughed sinisterly. But the Internal Affairs Hall's missions are sent to groups. The family asset mission will be the same. If Fang Yuan wants to complete it, he would have to rely on the group, he cannot do it alone. The family does this to make sure that the small groups stay united and increase their cohesiveness. Aunt laughed loudly, husband, you're too smart. Getting Jiao San to recruit Fang Yuan, this way, if Fang Yuan wants to accomplish the mission, he would need their strength. But Jiao San is on our side, so Fang Yuan can never accomplish this mission. Uncle's eyes shone smugly, even if he cannot get him into the group, I have other ways to deal with him. Not to mention completing the mission, even if he wants to apply for the splitting of the fortune and receive the mission, it might not be possible. Nightfall arrived and the snow stopped. Fang Yuan walked on the streets. The bamboo houses along the way were all covered by a layer of white snow. The snow that he stepped on emitted a light sound. The cold air entered his respiratory system, causing Fang Yuan's brain to be extremely awake. After rejecting Matron Shen, Fang Yuan disregarded Jiao San and the group's advice and said goodbye to everyone, leaving by himself. So that's it. He walked and thought, Uncle and Aunt are trying to trap and delay me, causing me to lose the chance to take back my inheritance. After the new year, I would be 16 years old and be qualified to split the assets. My parents are dead, and my brother has new parents. If I am successful, the entire inheritance is mine. But to take back the inheritance, there are 2 crucial steps, each being extremely important. The first is to apply for the mission at the Internal Affairs Hall without any other missions at hand. The second is to complete the mission to earn the rights to inherit the asset. Jiao San is in cahoots with Uncle and Aunt. Leaving aside the second step, he's already trying to trap me at the first step. The clan rules state that Gu Masters can only be on 1 mission at a time. This is to prevent Gu Masters from hogging and causing negative competition in the clan. Jiao San received missions consecutively. After finishing the permafrost decayed soil mission, he immediately accepted a new mission for catching wild deer. The clan's missions were all given to groups, that is to say, according to clan rules, Fang Yuan has to finish the deer capturing mission before applying for his asset splitting mission. But at that point, I believe Jiao San would just accept another new mission. As the leader, when accepting missions, he will always be a step ahead of me, causing me to be unable to accept my mission, thus always stopping me. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone ominously. These plots and schemes were irritating, like an invisible rope blocking Fang Yuan's progress. But Fang Yuan did not regret entering this group. At the arena, he was backed into a corner. Jiao San's invitation became a way for him to be free from the predicament. If he did not enter the team, his uncle and aunt would have other ways to deal with him. This cannot be prevented and will be hard to defend against. But now that he is in the group, he can clearly see their schemes and easily counterattack. Solving this problem, I have my ways. The easiest way is to just eliminate Jiao San, or assassinate uncle and aunt, then no one would compete with me over the family assets. But this way is too risky, they are all rank 2 Gu masters and my cultivation is still too low. Even if I kill them I cannot get out of the troublesome aftermath. Unless there is a good chance for me to take advantage of, but these chances are usually by luck. Fang Yuan could kill the servant Gao Wan and could kill old man Wang, but that was because they were mortals and servants, with life cheap as grass. Killing them was akin to killing a dog or pulling off weed, it was insignificant. But assassinating Gu masters was very troublesome. Gu masters were all Guyu clansmen, no matter which one died, the punishment hall would investigate. Fang Yuan evaluated his own strength and knew there was too much risk in killing them now, he might even get killed. Even if he kills them, the punishment hall's investigation is even more troublesome. His future actions would be spied on and they might even find out the flower wine monk's inheritance. Attracting a much larger problem when eliminating a small problem, that is not what a wise person does. Oh? I'm here, Fang Yuan spoke lightly, stopping at a worn-out bamboo building. This bamboo building was torn and worn out, like an old man about to die, panting for his last breath in the cold harsh winter. Seeing this bamboo building, Fang Yuan's face showed a trace of reminiscence. This was the room he rented in his previous life. In his previous life, after being thrown out by his uncle and aunt, he had less than 15 primeval stones left and had to sleep in the streets for a few days before finding this place. This place was too worn out and had much lower rent than other places. In addition, while other places counted the rent by months, this place calculated it by days. I do not know about other places, whether or not they have uncle and aunt's traps. But my previous life's memories tell me that at least this place is safe. Fang Yuan rang on the door. After half an hour, he established the renting terms and was brought to the second floor by the owner. The floors were old, emitting dangerous and concerning sounds when stepped on. The room had only one bed, and a blanket. The blanket had many patches but was still riddled with some holes, and the yellow cotton wadding leaked out from inside. The head of the bed had an oil lamp. The landlord left after lighting the lamp. Fang Yuan did not sleep, but sat on the bed and started cultivating. As his primeval sea raged on in the aperture, every drop of primeval essence was black-green. The aperture's 4 walls were a white crystal color, in a translucent state. Rank 1 peak stage. Suddenly, the green-bronze primeval sea started to have currents, like wild beasts raging and suiciding towards the 4 aperture walls. Bam bam bam. The huge waves crashed onto the aperture walls, causing the little ripples to break into small droplets before dissipating. After a while, the 44% primeval essence sea was quickly expended, with large amounts of primeval essence used up. On the sturdy aperture walls, there was lines of cracks. But just cracks were not enough. Fang Yuan wanted to break through rank 1 peak stage and reach rank 2, thus he needed to break this aperture wall completely, evolving through its destruction. Black-green primeval essence continued to attack the crystal wall, and the cracks increased, forming a giant piece. At some places, the cracks were even deeper, forming very evident lines. As he used up the primeval essence, he did not continue to use primeval essence to attack, and the crystal walls started to heal, causing the cracks to vanish. Fang Yuan was not surprised, collecting his spirits and opening his eyes. The oil lamp had gone out already. There was not much oil anyway. The room was dark, with only the window providing a little bit of light through the crack. The room had no fire pit and was not warm. Fang Yuan had sat on the bed for a long time without moving, and felt that the chilliness had intensified. His dark iris fused with the darkness. To break through Jiao San's lock, there is an easier and safer method. That is to advance to rank 2. Rank 1 Gu Masters have no right to give up on missions, but rank 2 Gu Masters can do it once a year. If I advance to rank 2, I can give up on my mission and apply for the asset splitting. But to break through to rank 2, it is not an easy task. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sighed. Coming down from his bed, he strolled around in the tiny room. From initial stage to middle stage to the upper stage, these are all small realms. From rank 1 peak stage to rank 2 initial stage, that is breaking through a large realm. Between these two cases there was an extremely different difficulty. Simply put, to break the crystal wall, it needed explosive strength, forming a strong impact in a short time to smash the wall. But Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent, and the primeval C is only at 44%. If he used his entire force to attack the wall, his primeval essence would be used up immediately. Just like earlier, after his primeval essence was exhausted, he would no longer have the strength to continue. And the wall had recovery ability, so before long, it would heal up. Whatever Fang Yuan did earlier would have been wasted. Breaking the wall and reaching rank 2 without special situations, one needs 55% black-green primeval essence. But my talent is limited, having only 44%, thus people say that talent is the key in a Gu master's cultivation. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan slowed in his steps. Unknowingly, he had moved to the window, thus he opened the windows casually. Every gust of wind shook the bamboo lattice window, and when opened the snow-covered mountain greets one's eye. Under the moonlight, the snow was like white jade, spreading out and letting the world resemble a crystal palace before one's eyes, untainted by dust. The snow light shone onto Fang Yuan's youthful features. His expression was peaceful and calm, his brow smooth, his pair of orbs looking like the ancient spring underneath the moon. As the cold winds blew onto his face, the young man laughed. It is merely a small bit of wind frost, 2. 1. This is a line from a poem. Back, 2. Just a little wind frost, non-literal sense refers to hardship/obstacles. A pun to the obstacles that he is facing. Back. Chapter 91, Fang Yuan, we're very worried about you. It was a night without sleep, and once day came, Fang Yuan stepped out of the room and started to purchase stuff wantonly. The room was poorly furnished and the blankets were torn. If he lived there for long, the chill would enter his body and cause him to get sick. Fang Yuan's primeval stones were already half used up, but he still had to purchase the necessary equipment. He could not scrimp on these things. Firstly was a blanket. He had to get a large blanket stuffed with cotton, or at least 2. He also needed bed sheets and a mattress. He needed another oil lamp so that it could illuminate the room, and he needed at least 2 pots of lamp oil. Thinking about it, although the room was small, it could still hold a table and a chair, thus he bought those as well. Most importantly, it was a stove. In the winter, if he did not have a stove to warm himself when sleeping in the room, he would still get shocked awake by the cold. Other than these, he also bought some dry rations and some water to last around 7 days' worth. The winter sun slowly rose, giving out languid rays of light. Guyu Jiao-san and the other Gu masters stood at the north door of the village, waiting anxiously. Something's not right. Last night we agreed to meet at this time and place. But it has already been 15 minutes, and this Fang Yuan still hasn't shown up. A female Gu master asked. Calm down and just wait. It is inevitable that a newcomer is late, Jiao Sa laughed. He had been fretting over not having any reasons to fault Fang Yuan with, but to think he faltered on the second day. Never mind that we are waiting. Even the group leader has to wait for him. This lad thinks too much of himself. Guyu Kongjing complained, his tone indignant. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan was still nowhere to be found. Jiao San's face was darker than night. This scumbag, did he remember the wrong location? We said clearly that we are meeting at the northern door, Kongjing said suspiciously. I'll wait here, you guys go look around the different doors, Jiao San instructed, and the 3 obliged. 15 minutes later, they returned with no fruit. Did this Fang Yuan see through our ploy and left the group directly? A female Gu master asked. You think too highly of him. Even if he is the first place in the year-end exam, he is still a young newbie. His age is apparent. Kongjing said. Jiao San's face was grim. It is secondary to whether he has seen through us. The crucial thing is to find him now. I am afraid that he has left us behind and is trying to break through to rank 2 on his own. Once he reaches rank 2, he can abandon this mission and apply for the splitting of assets from the Internal Affairs Hall. Find him, go and find him. The village is only so big and there are only that many rental houses. We must find him and not give him the time to break through to rank 2. Yes. In the room, Fang Yuan sat on the bed. In front of him were a few money bags, and inside them was all primeval stones. Not enough primeval stones, Fang Yuan sighed, his expression grim. Primeval stones are the driving force behind a Gu Master's advancement, and if they are lacking, the Gu Masters would need to rely on their own recovery speed for primeval essence, which would greatly reduce their cultivation speed. At the same time, without sufficient food, the Gu worms would die of hunger. Fang Yuan's primeval stones, during his time at the academy, it had reached the peak of being slightly above 1,000. But it could not stand up to the expenditure over time. A same stage Gu Master up till now, only has 3 Gu worms. But Fang Yuan, after getting number 1 in the year-end exam, entered the Gu Hall and chose another little light Gu for free. He must choose, for if he gave up, it would invite suspicion. Like this, he had 7 Gu worms on hand. Undeniably, this was a huge financial burden. If this continues, I can only hold out for 2 months. I must get back my family assets, that is the greatest financial support. But to get them back, the first step is to advance to rank 2. Fang Yuan's gaze was dark. To Fang Yuan, advancing to rank 2 was not easy. For a Gu Master's cultivation, first was resources, second was talent. Without talent, the path of cultivation would be difficult and their accomplishments in the future would be lower. Talent is split according to D, C, B, and a grade. But this is only a rough distribution. In fact, every grade has another specific differentiation. Taking a C grade for example, the primeval essence storage in the aperture would be around 40 to 59%. Fang Yuan's primeval essence was 44%, so in the C grade range, he was only middle-lower class. Rushing to rank 2, he needed at least 55% black-green primeval essence. To an A and B grade Gu Master, this was not difficult, and to the 55 to 59% C grade Gu Masters, they could pass as well. Thus, for C grade Gu Masters, once they reach a certain accumulation, most of them would advance to rank 2. Only very few can attain rank 3. Thus, the talent could determine most people's achievements in their lives. Fang Yuan being given the cold shoulder, he could not blame the people for being biased. Although my C grade talent is only 44%, if I want to break the wall and reach a new height, attaining rank 2, it is still not impossible. The easiest way is to find a talent-raising Gu worm. Secondary, I can get a support-type Gu like the liquor worm, and that can help to break the barrier as well. Lastly, I can attain the help of a higher-ranking Gu Master, but using external primeval essence has a huge backlash, unless I can get the cleansing Gu in future to eliminate the external presence. Fang Yuan thought about it while using both hands to take out a primeval stone, using his fingers to rub the smooth surface of the stone. But the above methods are not recommended for me. I do not have any friendly Gu Master to help, and even if I do I will not let my aperture be at their mercy. Gu worms like the liquor worm are too rare, even getting the liquor worm was my extreme luck. As for talent-raising Gu worm, I got it in my previous life and attained rank 6 cultivation, and I also know where to find them, but I cannot go to those places now with my current cultivation. Even if I get them, I cannot keep them, or even use them. But other than these methods, there is a final most stupid method. Using primeval stones to force it. Thinking so, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed as he gripped the primeval stone tightly. Gu Master cultivation, first was resources, second was talent. Without sufficient talent, one can compensate using resources to a degree. My primeval essence is only 44%, I do not have enough to break the aperture walls. But if I absorb primeval essence while attacking the walls, I can hold on much longer, and in about 4 to 5 days, I would be able to smash the walls. Making up his mind, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, his heart sinking into his aperture. Green copper primeval sea raged on as the waves crashed into the aperture walls. But this time, to prevent his primeval essence from drying up and becoming insufficient to maintain the cracks and causing the aperture to recover, Fang Yuan purposely slowed the attacking speed. This way, the green bronze primeval essence expenditure would be greatly reduced, but the crack formation would also slow down. Despite so, Fang Yuan continued to absorb the natural essence of the primeval stones. Primeval essence recovery has to be slightly above the crack recovery speed. This way, even if it is slow, showing less than 1% progress, there would be hope as time passes. The only thing about this method would be that other than eating and shitting, Fang Yuan had to cultivate non-stop. The more time he wasted, the more primeval stones would go down the drain and the more his hard work would squander. He could stop for a maximum of 15 minutes, and after that if there isn't any primeval essence to continue attacking, the aperture would fully recover. Thus, once the attack began, he had to persevere until he succeeded, and cannot be disturbed. Once he stopped for too long, he would have to restart the process. Fang Yuan did not have so many primeval stones on hand to do it multiple times. Time flies when cultivating, and in the blink of an eye, the sun set. Under the setting sun, Jiao San with a cold expression said, "After finding for a day, you still haven't found him?" "No, group leader." Kong Jing wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "That lad, he did not go to any of the houses we recommended, we have no idea where he is hiding." "Humph. Continue searching tomorrow, we have to find him. Remember to search the inn as well, I do not believe that we cannot find him. The village is only so big, no matter where he is hiding, there has to be a trace." Jiao San walked away in fury. Until the afternoon of the second day, their search finally bore fruit. A female gu master walked to Jiao San excitedly, reporting, Found him, found him. Fang Yuan is at a worn-out bamboo building, and has rented the second floor. According to the owner's description, it should be him." "Humph, as I expected, he really hid himself and is trying to break through to rank 2. Jiao San laughed sinisterly, "Let's go and make ourselves guests in his room and show him some concern. He's a newcomer after all." He. The others also started smirking. The four immediately came to Fang Yuan's residence. There was a paper on the door. Jiao San took it down and read it. It was Fang Yuan's handwriting, saying that he needed to go into closed-door cultivation for a few days and will not leave, as he would be attempting to break through to rank 2. If others saw it, they should not disturb him. If Jiao San saw it, it was a request of absence application. Jiao San snorted, throwing the paper away. "How can I let you advance to rank 2 so successfully?" He laughed coldly, knocking on the door. Knock knock knock. "Little brother Fang Yuan, are you here?" He purposely said loudly, "We are here to see you, how could you not tell us about your closed-door cultivation, seriously?" There was no reply. Knock knock knock. Jiao San knocked loudly. "Little brother Fang Yuan, it's not that I want to nag at you. But you are making decisions on your own. Now that you are our group member, you should listen to instructions and obey orders, moving together. We have already accepted the wild deer hunting mission, this is specifically for you to train, so why don't you stop first and complete the mission with us, then cultivate." Jiao San's eyes squinted as he said in a gentle tone, although his expression was dark. There was still no reply. Jiao San suddenly raised his voice, "Little brother Fang Yuan, why are you not replying, did something happen to you? It is not so easy breaking through to rank 2, you can ask us for experience." "Fang Yuan. Did you hear me? Oh no, could it be that you fainted?" Jiao San talked to himself, smirking coldly, but his voice was full of concern and anxiety. The other 3 members observed the show. Kong Jing interrupted at an appropriate timing, "Leader, you might be right, Fang Yuan hasn't responded after so long, let's go in and save him." "Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, quickly open the door. We're really worried if you keep silent. If you don't open the door, we will break in. You are our newest member, we cannot let you be in danger." Jiao San shouted loudly. Still, there was no reply. Jiao San's mouth curled, indicating to Kong Jing. Kong Jing acknowledged and raised his foot. With a loud bam sound, the entire door was sent flying, crashing onto the bed. Chapter 92, The future is in sight. Hang in there, Fang Yuan, we're coming to help you. Jiao San shouted with a concerned expression, taking huge steps into the room. But the next moment, he was dumbfounded. The room was empty, Fang Yuan was not inside. The four became silent. How can this be, where is he? Jiao Sa broke the silence, saying frustratingly. He performed outside the room for such a long time, but it turned out to be a one-man performance as Fang Yuan was never inside. The three looked at each other, not expecting such a result. This is weird, if Fang Yuan isn't here, why would he paste that paper on the door? Kong Jing said carefully. Get the landlord here now. Jiao Sa raised his foot and sent the door flying. You looking for me? Humph, I was just about to find you. Coming to my house and raising a huge ruckus, even breaking down my door. Young man, you sure are capable. The landlord was an old man, but his tone was very firm. Being able to own additional houses in the Guyu village and renting it out, he was obviously a Gu master. A Gu master's strength and status supersedes a mortal. Mortals do not dare to operate such a business. In fact, they do not own property. The entire village's property is owned by the Guyu clan. The mortals who live here are the farmers and servants of the clan. Senior, we are here to find a young man, he is our group member. Facing the landlord, Jiao San controlled his temper. An old Gu master like the landlord, even if he is old and no longer striving for his career, he still has strong relationships and connections. Even if he is retired, his ability is still not to be underestimated. Those without human relationships and trump cards, how would they dare to do business? This is not a peaceful era, it is full of violence and plunder. The landlord shook his head, his tone rigid. I do not care about my tenants' whereabouts, but I do know that you broke my door. You need to compensate me. Hee, this is our fault, it is only right that we compensate you, Jiao Sa laughed dryly. Although he was furious inside, he still forced himself to compensate some primeval stones and even gave some extra. The landlord's expression turned slightly better. If the young man who rented this room is who you are finding, then I must tell you that he has not turned in for a day. After paying a month's rent, he bought a huge amount of things yesterday and asked me which place sold coal cheaply. I told him that there was no need to buy coal, as there is a valley outside the village towards the north. A mine is situated there where he can excavate the coal. After thanking me, he left and never returned. So that's it. Jiao San looked at the decorations in the room. Indeed, the mattress and bedding was new. The table and chairs were old goods bought by Fang Yuan that were seemingly firm. The stove was empty, it indeed did not have coal. Jiao San breathed out slowly, being at ease. It seems Fang Yuan was delayed by excavating coal. Never mind, let's come again tomorrow. He walked out of the room first. But on the third day, Fang Yuan still did not show up. Jiao San and the others stood outside the room, hesitant. Digging for coal, it does not need so much time. Fang Yuan wants to do closed-door cultivation, so maybe he dug more. But it's been so long, could something have had happened to him while he was excavating? Kong Jing conjured. Jiao San nodded unnoticeably, pointing towards the bed and stove. This lad is very stingy. He paid a month's rent all of a sudden and even bought so many things, and especially pasting that paper on the wall. He probably wanted to cultivate here. Too bad he was unlucky. These days the wolf hordes have gotten bigger, and the wild beasts around the village have gotten more active. He might have encountered some wild beasts. Leader is wise. The two female Gu masters said at the same time, flattering him. Jiao San laughed while raising his head. Ha ha ha, I was still fretting over how to deal with him. Though we have that deer-catching mission, let's not rush out to do it. If we meet him in the wilds, we are forced to save him, right? He. The other three members started laughing. Day 4. In the aperture, waves of black-green primeval essence hit against the crystal walls relentlessly. The translucent white crystal wall was already full of cracks, crisscrossing each other. This is Fang Yuan's result after working hard non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights. At most, when he really could not take it anymore, he would quickly take a meal and settle his bowels. These days, Fang Yuan had purposely slowed the wave-crashing process, and at the same time he drew more primeval essence from his primeval stones. Thus, after such a long time, the green-copper primeval sea had only dropped from the 44% limit to around 20%. As time passed, when there was only about 13% primeval essence left, the wall could no longer hold up, and had reached its limit. Crack crack. The originally sturdy crystal wall broke into pieces, and the fragments fell into the primeval sea, causing ripples and waves. After that, it turned into white dots and vanished into thin air. What replaced the crystal wall was a brand new white light wall. This was the rank 2 light wall. Although there was not much difference and it still emitted white light, it was much more glimmering than the rank 1 light wall. At the same time, traces of red primeval essence were produced in the sea and it mixed around with the black-green primeval sea in the aperture. This was the rank 2 initial stage red steel primeval essence. Finally I did it, I broke through to rank 2. Fang Yuan opened his eyes abruptly, the room immediately brightening up. But a second later, a strong wave of nausea hit him. I went through 4 days and 3 nights of non-stop cultivating, it is too intense and my body is going to collapse soon. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly, slowly lying down. My cultivation was not disturbed at all, it seems that my setup at the rental house had worked. It was worth spending this sum, next I shall rest well for the night and return to the village tomorrow. Thinking of this, intense sleepiness assaulted him. Fang Yuan forced his eyes to stay open and used his intense will to cover himself with the blanket. After closing his eyes, in a few seconds, he fell soundly asleep. The cultivation earlier had used up most of his spirit. He slept until the afternoon of the second day. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, feeling his spirit recovering to around half, but he was still feeling weakness in his body. He opened the door, walking out of the room for the first time in 5 days. This attracted a person. This person had slim long eyes with a thin body, it was Jiang Ye's brother Jiang He. Seeing Fang Yuan, he exhaled in relief, saying, "You're finally out." "Humph, I would have broken into the room if you still did not come out after the next few days. After all, if you die here, I'd be held responsible." Fang Yuan laughed but did not say anything. The winter sunlight broke through the window, shining onto his face, amplifying the trace of pale white weakness on his features. 5 days ago, he purposely asked the landlord and gave Jiao San the clues of his coal story. After that he left the Guyu village and went to the hamlet at the mountain foot. Because of old man Wang previously, Jiang He was half an alliance mate of his. Using this relationship, Fang Yuan stayed a few days in the village and advanced to rank 2 without any interruption. Of course, the rock crack secret cave was much more elusive than Jiang He's place, but it was not completely safe. Fang Yuan had to consider the possibility of Jiao San and the others relentlessly finding him, and might find the rock crack secret cave. Although chances were slim, if the flower wine monk's inheritance was found out, Fang Yuan's life would be in danger. Fang Yuan was a very cautious person, and he naturally would not take such risks. At the same time, it was safer at Jiang He's place. Even if they had a shared secret, Jiang He would not kill him to silence him. The risks and troubles of killing a Gu master was too great. Without sufficient benefits, Jiang He had no motivation to do it. In fact, to preserve the secret, Jiang He would even have to worry about Fang Yuan's safety. After all, if the clan's punishment hall investigates Fang Yuan's death, they might find out about old man Wang's secret. Seeing Fang Yuan safe, Jiang He was really relieved. But quickly, he felt the aura of Fang Yuan and his expression changed. "To think that you really succeeded, reaching rank 2 in one go." He was shocked in his heart. 5 days ago when Fang Yuan approached him and stated his intentions, he was actually feeling disdainful in his heart. Absorbing the primeval essence from the primeval stones and breaking through to rank 2, this kind of multitasking method was very draining on the spirit. Normally speaking, Gu masters needed a very strong will, patience, and years of cultivating experience. Only with the experience, a Gu master could treat the extraction of primeval essence from the stones as an instinct. At the same time, manipulating the primeval sea skillfully and causing the impact to be controlled at a degree, and it had to be perfectly calculated, just enough to match the recovery rate of the primeval essence so that the process could be sustained. In Jianghe's opinion, Fang Yuan had no chance of success. But to think, he did it in one go. Fang Yuan laughed indifferently. I was lucky. I plan to return to the village today, but before that, it would be nice if I can have a meal. He, little brother Fang Yuan, since you're here, of course I'm taking care of your meals. Jianghe patted his chest, his attitude even more friendly than before. Although he did not think well of Fang Yuan's future, but now that he has advanced to rank 2, it meant that he had gone through a difficult hurdle and has the qualifications to be on par with him now. After a scrumptious meal, Jianghe brought Fang Yuan to the entrance of the small village personally. Little brother Fang Yuan, be careful this time. Recently the wolf nest area has gotten slightly fiercer, causing the wild beasts to become more active. It is snowing. Jianghe paused, then continued, my opinion is, don't go now. How about you stay here for another night? After Fang Yuan reached rank 2, he became really friendly. But Fang Yuan was insistent on leaving, thus saying goodbye to Jianghe. The snowflakes fell calmly, just like pure white fur that was floating down slowly. The light of the setting sun turned the snow into a golden yellow. Flake by flake, the snow drifted onto Fang Yuan's head and shoulders. In the far distance, the Guyu village stood upright over the mountain waste, watching over quietly. Chapter 93, Small Beast Horde Run Faster, Don't Fall Behind. The clansmen in front are fighting a bloody battle, they are waiting for our backup. Follow closely, or you will easily lose your direction in the midst of battle at night. Newcomers better pay special attention. On the way back to the village, there would be a 5-man group from time to time running hurriedly past Fang Yuan's side. Did something happen? He had not walked for more than 500 meters when Fang Yuan saw the 13th group. He could not help but contemplate, but to be quite honest, with 500 years worth of memories it was just too superfluous and messy. Mentioning this, although Fang Yuan was reborn, he had never given up any of his old memories. Yet, much of his memories were enshrouded in a layer of thick fog, and if he tried to retrieve them by force, he would only get lost in the fog, getting more losses than benefits. Only a few deep and powerful memories that were like sparkling and translucent pearls ran through his previous life's 500 years like a connected thread. It was evident that what was happening right now was in fact not in any of these pearls. The life of his in the Guyu village was just the beginning of the preceding period, it was just way too long ago. Besides, there's a possibility that this never happened in my previous life, but because of my change, a butterfly effect happened and caused changes to the surroundings. Just like that, he walked while pondering. Subconsciously, Fang Yuan reached the northern gate of the village. By chance, there was another group about to set off. On seeing Fang Yuan, only one person from this group stopped in his tracks. Fang Yuan, why are you still here? What's wrong? Fang Yuan raised his eyes and looked at this person. It was no other than his fellow schoolmate, Guyu Qiqing. Qiqing immediately frowned and said, oh geez, you still don't know yet? There's been a small-scale beast tide that formed near the village. If we let it be, it will slowly become a big-scale beast tide. When that happens the villages at the foot of the mountain will be crushed. Without those lowly mortals and slaves, we'd also be in a difficult position sometimes. Oh, so it's like this? Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Being reminded like this, he was able to remember that such a thing did happen in his memories. In this world, it was hard for humanity to survive. Every few years a beast tide would happen. Humans need resources and living space. This is no different from wild beasts and insects, they also needed such things. To explain the beast tide as a war between wild beasts and humanity, perhaps this will be easier to understand. Taking Qingmao Mountain for example, every 3 years there would be a large-scale wolf tide that attacks each of the big mountain villages. According to my calculations, the real outburst of the wolf tide will happen next year. However, this small-scale beast tide is a subsidiary of that. The wolf group will continue growing stronger and bigger, and this will cause the other beast groups around the area to lose their living space. As this effect accumulates, when it reaches the maximum limit, it will cause the migration of beast groups. Migrating beast groups will naturally influence other beast groups. Under such an intertwined influence, there is a chance that the influence would be expanded and cause all sorts of beast groups to relocate, causing the beast tide to be formed from this matter. If this problem is not controlled in time, the tide would only get bigger. Although it is still unable to endanger the existence of the Guyu village, if we leave it alone, the village's power would be greatly reduced. Wait. If this is the case. Ha 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 ha. There was a sudden flash in his eyes, but Fang Yuan promptly cast his gaze down, hiding away the change in his eyes. Seeing that Fang Yuan had not said anything, Qiqing continued to speak. At the present time, the Internal Affairs Hall and External Affairs Hall have both already given out the order to mobilize. They proclaimed this as an urgent mission. Fang Yuan, don't you think of goofing off? Your group has already left in the morning, you must also go. But. As he spoke up to this point, Qiqing purposely dragged out his intonation. Danger lurks everywhere during a beast wave. All kinds of wild beasts roam about, and most of all a battle in the night is way more dangerous than the day. You're just a small little rank 1 Gu master, unlike a rank 2 like me, you should be careful. Ha ha ha. As he said this, he purposely held his head high and puffed his chest out, stroking his own belt, his expression joyfully satisfied and proud. His belt was no longer the green-colored rank 1 belt, but a rank 2 Gu master's red-colored belt. At the same time on top of the metal plate on the belt, there was a 2 word. It was thanks to his grandfather Guyu Qi Lian's help that he ascended to rank 2 not long ago. I just heard about this news, but since this is the case. Fang Yuan suddenly smiled and said, then I'll follow you guys and set out together. Once on the front lines I'll leave the team and return to mine. What? Ugh, who wants to bring you? Qiqing folded his arms, his mouth twitching disdainfully. Fang Yuan's tone was distant. The clan rule states, Gu masters that are left behind must merge into the closest group to their location. They have an obligation to continue fighting. Qiqing, you don't even know this point? You. Qiqing glared, just about to flare up. Indeed, this is the case. Qi Shan, who had been watching quietly, finally spoke. His body stature was close to 2 meters tall, and his figure was powerful and strong. His upper body was bare, the muscles hard and tough like metal. His entire body was covered in fiery red skin that seemed to faintly emit hot air. Undoubtedly, he was the leader of this group. Seeing him speak, even Qiqing, who was the chief faction's inheritor, kept his mouth shut. Qi Shan expressionlessly looked at Fang Yuan, continuing, let us depart, you keep up. His voice was low and deep, his words short and simple. There was an aura of him that caused people to hardly question him. Fang Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, taking it as agreeing. Qiqing laughed coldly, his gaze harboring malicious intentions as he looked at Fang Yuan, speaking in an emphasized, peculiar tone, then you had better keep up. Fang Yuan did not reply to him. Humph, why do we have to drag him around? Just a rank 1 Gu master. Qiqing mumbled to himself angrily, but since he was hindered by Qi Shan's authority, he did not dare act impudent. At once, a group of 6 people set out from the entrance, following the mountain road and running down the slope. Guyu Qi Shan took the lead. He may be big-sized, but his speed was also not slow. Besides him and Qiqing, there were also 2 men and 1 female, their facial expressions indifferent. As they ran, Qi Shan's group started to display the graceful bearing of being one of the 3 strongest groups. Each of them had rhythmic breathing, their footsteps fast and easy. Only Qiqing seemed to be in a difficult situation. but he would use his scarlet pill cricket goo from time to time, catching up reluctantly. Yet it could also be seen that he had received good teaching, for although he often staggered along the way, at least he never fell down. When they reached the mountain foot, with one hand gesture from Qi Shan, the group swiftly stopped in their tracks. Huff huff. Qi Qing had fallen behind by 300 meters, and he was the last to catch up. His face was pale and he panted heavily, his gaze inconceivable as he looked at Fang Yuan. During the journey Fang Yuan had always been following tightly behind, and up till now his breathing was only slightly heavy. He did not look the least bit like a newcomer who just graduated. Qi Qing, remember, regulate your physical strength, Qi Shan looked back and advised Qi Qing. Then he swept his gaze past Fang Yuan, his eyes showing a hint of praise. The looks that the other few group members gave towards Fang Yuan had also softened a little. We will be nearing the beast tied down there. Qi Qing and Fang Yuan, come towards the middle of the team. Qi Shan looked at the pitch-black mountain forest before him as he spoke. This sentence let Fang Yuan re-evaluate Qi Shan. This huge boulder of a man sure had tolerance. The middle of a group is often the safest spot. Although Fang Yuan was not a person of the Amo bloodline, Qi Shan still maintained the manner of protecting a newcomer. To compare him to the sickly snake Jiao San, the latter would immediately pale in comparison. The sky had already become completely dark, and the black clouds were in layers, causing the accumulated snow to also become dark and gloomy. Qi Shan's group had already changed their group formation. Their speed dropped greatly as they ran slowly through the complicated terrain of the mountain forest. Fang Yuan and Qi Qing were in the middle part of the group, where on the left side was the huge Qi Shan, while the right side was an old man. Behind them was a young woman with a head of watery blue-colored long hair. And in front of them was a male Gu master called Qi Shi. He was the reconnaissance Gu master of this group, and he gave out hissing noises. From time to time he would stick his tongue out into the air. Right now his tongue had a small divide in between, becoming the bright red forked tongue of a snake. As they entered deeper into the mountain forest, their surroundings started to show wild beasts violently running about wildly. Suddenly Qi Shi opened his mouth and spoke, "Before us, 3 medium-sized animals have appeared. Suspected to be wild deer. Drive it away." Qi Shan's expression was unchanging as he immediately gave the order. The 6-man group did not change their direction, they continued pursuing forward. 3 wild deer appeared before them, quickly changing their direction and dispersing. Not long after, Qi Shi's expression changed. A group of medium-sized creatures. Suspected to be turtleback apes. Shift, Qi Shan said. The small group immediately broke to the left side, bypassing this group of troublesome apes. This was the benefit of having a reconnaissance Gu master, he was able to anticipate and inform earlier, letting them make accurate decisions from it. Qi Shi is probably using the snake tongue Gu. This rank 2 Gu worm can sense heat temperatures. But it has 3 very obvious flaws. Firstly, the perception radius is small, secondly it is easily interfered with. Thirdly it cannot detect cold-blooded creatures. Yet no matter what, it is better than not having any detection. I have reached rank 2 now, and in future to survive in the wild, I will also need a detection type of Gu, Fang Yuan thought. Suddenly Qi Shi urgently spoke, "A middle-sized creature, suspected to be a white tiger. It's found us and is quickly approaching. Engage." Qi Shang's tone was calm and collected. Roar. A fierce tiger jumped out from the thicket in front of them, and the group met it head-on. Without Qi Shi's warning in advance, perhaps they would be caught unprepared. But right now, the group had long anticipated. Firstly, the old Gu master on the right suddenly drummed up his cheeks and then spit out a white-colored, viscous substance. The substance abruptly expanded in mid-air, becoming a huge spider net. It used its strong viscosity and trapped the white tiger full in the face. The white tiger struggled fiercely in the net, and Qi Shan immediately stepped forward and brandished his fist, pounding onto the tiger's head. His fist had a golden luster flashing through, and with a bang, the tiger's head was smashed into pieces. The white tiger died in one breath. The group did not stop to stay behind, but instead walked over the tiger's body and continued forward. Qi took Qi Shan's place again and ran in front, taking the lead. Through the entire process it was like moving clouds and flowing water. All the group members displayed mutual understanding. That entire process did not take more than 3 seconds. If it was me right now who was taking on that tiger alone, I would need at least 5 minutes to contend with. Fang Yuan's gaze was flashing. These goo masters were also rank 2 like him, but the main disparity was still goo worms. They all used rank 2 goo worms, and this enabled them to bring out the best in each other. However, all the goo in Fang Yuan's hands were still rank 1. Goo master, the word goo is before the word master, signifying that goo worms have a huge impact on a goo master's fighting power. 1. Although I have advanced to rank 2, I still need to have rank 2 goo to be able to display the fighting power of a rank 2 goo master. However, right now I do not have many primeval stones on me. I have used up a huge portion from breaking into rank 2. Refining 2 goo worms together will also use up a considerable amount of primeval stones. As Fang Yuan thought of this, Qi who was in front of him suddenly said, I found the sickly snakes group. 1. The Chinese like to repeat things sometimes when emphasizing something. Goo master, goo master. Goo and master. Goo is before master, goo is so important. Chapter 94, suddenly withdrawing strength, found the sickly snake group in front. They are currently contesting with a large-sized wild beast. Only half a second later, Qi said again, this time more specific. What's the situation? Qi Shan frowned. There's no mistake, Qi's snake tongue continued to stretch and shrink. Jiao San's red lava python is the only one in the entire village, and now they are fighting against Wild Boar King. Everyone's expression changed. Wild Boar King. If I want to combine goo worms, I require the wild boar's tusks. Undoubtedly, the Wild Boar King's tusks are the most suitable. Fang Yuan's heart stirred, and in actuality he had the intention to kill the Wild Boar King from the start. That Wild Boar King? Watery blue hair female goo master raised her brows. Other than that one, there is no other in the vicinity. But relying on just the strength of the sickly snake group to reap the Wild Boar King, their appetite is too big. The old goo master sneered in disdain. If old man Wang could grasp the terrain of the mountain himself, these rank 2 goo masters who were always roaming around on Qingmao Mountain would obviously be more familiar with it. Not eliminating the Wild Boar King before this, they had their reasons. Qi Shan pondered, then said, go support them. Hee, I'm afraid they might not reciprocate. The old goo master laughed coldly. Even if we do not go and support them, we still have to send someone over, right? Qi looked at Fang Yuan, saying in an unhappy tone. The team's direction steered towards the left. Although Qi Shan and the rest always looked down and did not like Guyu Jiao San, but as clansmen, towards outside foes, even if they had amnesty normally, they would group up and work together. This is the cohesiveness of a clan in this world. And especially relying on this cohesiveness could a 100-year-old clan sustain itself without dying out, even becoming a 1,000-year-old clan. Everyone moved through the jungle in the darkness, heading towards a low-lying land. Sickly snake group's 4 goo masters were surrounding the Wild Boar King, engaging in fierce combat. In the center, the elephant-like Wild Boar King was fighting with a thin and long red-colored python. This red giant python had dark red rock pieces all over its body, the temperature very high. It was like a thick chain coiling around the Wild Boar King. The Wild Boar King cried out angrily, constantly rolling on the ground, its snow-white tusks piercing the darkness and drawing cold light in the air. Its body was full of big and small injuries, its tail already broken. While flipping around, it revealed its fresh red injuries, stuck to the red lava python's body and scalded by the high temperature. The Qi Shan group did not get closer, but observed from a distance. Taking a few looks, the old goo master was enlightened. I say, how did the sickly snake have this courage? Looks like the Wild Boar King was actually injured already. TSK, he sure picked up the cheap goods, this scoundrel got lucky. Do you guys think that this Wild Boar King's body would have the black boar goo? Qiqing excitedly said with glowing eyes. Fang Yuan's expression was unchanged as he watched silently. At this time, Jiao San and his gang also realized the situation of being watched, and immediately the support Gu Master Gu Yu Kongjing, who was the furthest away from the Wild Boar King, left the battlefield and ran over. "Oh, it is Lord Qishan. There's no problems here now, we can handle it. There are many wild beast groups in front, they need your support," Kongjing said to the people. "Humph, what do you mean you can handle it? You're clearly lying through your teeth, I can see that this python isn't going to hang in there much longer." The old Gu Master's experienced gaze revealed the situation at once. "You're just afraid of us wanting to split the rewards after helping," the watery blue long-haired female Gu Master immediately pointed out Jiao San and his gang's intention. "This Wild Boar King is yours," Qishan said, looking at the old Gu Master. The old Gu Master snorted, but he still bent down, vomiting out a piece of white sticky spider web. The spider web expanded in the air and spread out, enveloping the Wild Boar King. The Wild Boar King struggled intensely in the web, breaking threads after threads, but it could not get free quickly. During this period, sickly snake Jiao San quickly got the red lava python to retreat. After that, together with the healing female Gu Master in the group, they underwent emergency battle healing on the python. In the fierce battle earlier, the red lava python's rock body already had some cracks. Through the healing, the cracks mended, shrinking until they disappeared. "Fang Yuan, you should go back. You still want to depend on our group?" Qiqing said in annoyance. Fang Yuan took a step out and walked out from behind Qishan. Gu Yu Kongjing was blocked by Qishan's huge body earlier and did not see him. At the moment when he saw Fang Yuan, his expression turned weird. Jiao San turned his head around and upon seeing Fang Yuan, was overjoyed at once. "Fang Yuan, you're finally here. Quick, the spider web is not going to hold, you have huge strength, go and restrain the Wild Boar King and buy us time. We need time to heal the red lava python." Without a defensive Gu and only with rank 1 cultivation, getting close to the Wild Boar King was nothing but risky. Qishan took a look at Fang Yuan and said, "Go." Saying so, he took a huge step and left the place. He kept his word, although the Wild Boar King had much value, he turned around and left without hesitation. Seeing Qishan's group leaving, Jiao San and the gang breathed a sigh of relief. From start to finish, they did not say a word of thanks. Jiao San continued shouting, "Fang Yuan, hurry, the Wild Boar King's strength is huge, the spider web is not going to hold out. If you perform well this time, I will not pursue the matter of you leaving the team on your own." "Okay." Fang Yuan agreed, quickly getting to the Wild Boar King and grabbing its 2 huge tusks. He used all his strength and pulled, causing the Wild Boar King to be suppressed, its struggling suddenly diminished. "Good job." Jiao San praised, but his eyes shone with cold light. This Fang Yuan came at a good time, the small beast horde was the perfect chance. Jiao San had never thought of killing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was his member, and if he died, the clan's evaluation of him would drop. This did not suit his interests. He only promised his uncle Gu Yudong to slow Fang Yuan's growth. If he could drag it beyond 16 years old, he would obtain a fortune promised by Gu Yudong. The truth is, even with his scheming and intolerant nature, he did not think of killing Fang Yuan before. This is not just because after a Gu Master dies, the punishment hall would hold a thorough investigation, thus being risky, but also because of the clan's belief, blood is thicker than water, family comes first. This notion is ingrained into the people's hearts. Unless there is a feud of killing one's parents or stealing one's wife, there is no such phenomenon of disputes. Like how the Gu Yu clan leader once taught the academy elder, not only does the system and rules hold the clan together, there is also the thick family relationships. Any organization would need to have a system and values as their basic core. Using this opportunity, I'll let Fang Yuan get injured and return to the village to nurse his injuries. Let's see if he can cultivate to rank 2 like that. Of course, I cannot strike personally, if I get discovered that would be bad. Since there are so many beasts in the horde anyway, I'll borrow from their strength." Gu Jiao San laughed coldly in his heart, but he asked, Fang Yuan, how long can you hold out? A while more, don't worry group leader. Fang Yuan replied with much strength. Very good, Hua Xing, go and plant the corrosion blood grass goo, Jiao San instructed while healing the red lava python. Yes. A female goo master walked up. She came to the side of the wild boar king and stretched out both hands, giving a thumbs up on both hands. The nails on her thumbs had a purple vine insignia coiling around. Light red-colored red steel primeval essence gushed out and surrounded her white thumb, and entered the insignia. The vines were brought alive immediately, extending a delicate tentacle from her nails. The tentacles moved like snakes, extending to the wild boar king's mouth, and then along its teeth, going deep into its stomach. He. Fang Yuan covered his mouth in the darkness as it curled into a devious angle. Others would think about kinship and not have killing intent on their clansmen. This was going against the traditional moral values of the clan. But he did not put these values into his heart. The strength he placed on the wild boar king's tusks suddenly vanished. The wild boar king furiously growled and summoned all its strength. Its tusks swung in the air as Fang Yuan, who was holding on to both tusks, was brought along with the force and was thrown away. The wild boar king once again turned its head, and the tusk swept through. The female goo master was beside it and could not react quickly enough to such a change. She was hit by the tusks and screamed in agony. Then her slim body, after getting hit by the tusks, broke into two with a snap. The female goo master flew away like a broken bag. She was swept high into the sky, and then plopped down again. She landed on the ground, her eyes wide open. She was dead on the spot. Chapter 95, Garbage Teammate. The female goo master's body was like a rag doll. From the waist and across it was broken, and her upper body laid on the ground, displayed at an odd angle against her lower body, the arms parallel to the ground while her legs were pointing towards the sky. From afar, Fang Yuan also started to descend. First, he hit the tree canopy and broke many branches before landing on the snowy ground. He turned his body nimbly and stood up on the snowy ground. Because he had utilized the Jade skin goo earlier, other than some pain in his back, he was unscathed. On the battlefield, after a momentary silence, Jiao San's angry howl could be heard. Fang Yuan, didn't you say you could hold on? Fang Yuan laughed coldly in the dark, but suddenly his body twisted and he almost fell down. He used his hand to hold on to the tree trunk as support and was able to maintain his body balance. He pretended to limp as if he could not walk, but his gaze swept across the surroundings to see if there was any other goo masters. Against the beast horde, the goo masters were fighting with all they had, and could not be free enough or even have the mood to observe Fang Yuan. Even though he had been observing in secret and found no goo masters nearby, Fang Yuan still discreetly chose to hide himself. From the other side, intense battle noises could be heard again. Evidently, the wild boar king had escaped its entrapment and was fighting once again with the red lava python. Fang Yuan shifted step by step towards them with a face of anxiety, almost falling onto the ground a few times. Dirt, soil, grass, and snow were all over his body, making him appear battered and exhausted. He finally got back to the fringe of the battlefield. On the battlefield, 3 people and a pig were fighting. The red lava python coiled around the body of the wild boar king and its 2 hind legs. The wild boar king's 2 front legs could only thrash around randomly, causing it to roll on the ground, sometimes struggling. With the movement of its 2 front legs, it knocked and crashed into things randomly. There were even more injuries on its body now. The boiling pig blood had dyed the floor red. Seeing Fang Yuan, the outermost positioned Gu Kongjing said, Fang Yuan, you scum, you caused Hua Xian to die. I didn't mean it. But I really couldn't hold it. Fang Yuan shouted. Fuck, then why did you promise so confidently if you couldn't? No means no, giving false promises like this will kill us all. Gu Kongjing furiously screamed. If he was not in combat at the moment, he would go up and give Fang Yuan 2 tight slaps. Sorry, I won't do it again. Fang Yuan quickly yelled back. Fang Yuan, we'll talk about this later. Sickly Snake Jiao San roared, feeling his pressure intensify. The almost dead wild boar king had flown into madness, and the red lava python had injuries and cracks all over its body. Kong Jing, don't bother with Fang Yuan. Quickly take out the knife-scale web. When Jiao San saw that the red lava python was almost at its breaking point, he shouted in panic with cold sweat all over. Yes. Kong Jing quickly retrieved the big belly frog and used his primeval essence, vomiting a piece of steel web. On this steel web, there were sharp spikes and apparent blades. Fang Yuan, grab the other end and rush up with me, we'll entangle the wild boar king. Kong Jing said. But my leg is injured, I cannot walk. Fang Yuan said with an anxious expression, crippling his way there. Useless thing. Kong Jing, with no other choice, had to do it himself, his hands dragging the knife-scales web and throwing it at the wild boar king. The wild boar king was covered by the knife-scale web, causing it to cry out as fresh blood splattered. It had predicted that its death was impending, and struggled even more fiercely. As its struggle intensified, the knife-scale web's entanglement got tighter, and its injuries worsened. As for the red lava python, because of its rock body, it did not take much damage from this knife-scale web. What a waste of this fur! Jiao San said in pity. Finally settled. Kong Jing breathed out in relief. At this time, Fang Yuan shouted, let me help you guys. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Numerous moonblades flew out and hit the knife-scale web, causing the steel threads to be torn apart. With the wild boar king's intense struggle, the hole got even bigger and the knife-scale web was torn into pieces, allowing the wild boar king to escape. At once. Kong Jing stared with bulging eyes, lost for words. What the fuck? Another female Gu master could no longer care about her feminine image and swore loudly. It seems I messed up. I wanted to help. Fang Yuan said, sounding very sincere and innocent. Jiao San dodged the wild boar king's charge, rolling on the floor. Before he even got up, he shouted, Fang Yuan. You dumb piece of shit, see what you did. You're simply garbage for a teammate. Leader, you must trust me, I didn't mean it, Fang Yuan defended himself. Shut the fuck up, from now on, do nothing, wait at the corner. Jiao San shouted, rolling again and dodging the wild boar king's trample. Fang Yuan snickered, but still obediently took tens of steps back. All of you get back. Jiao San shouted, finally showing his true trump card as 2 strands of poisonous yellow air came out from his nostrils. The poisonous air continued to come out from his nose, growing more and more until they gathered into a lump of yellow poisonous cloud. The wild boar king and Jiao San's shadow could be seen outside the poisonous cloud. Kong Jing, Fang Yuan and the others observed outside the yellow cloud. Fang Yuan said to the remaining female Gu master, heal my leg, it's injured. The female Gu master flew into a rage, my good sister is dead, and your leg is only stumped. Why don't you go and die? Fang Yuan said in grievance, I didn't want this to happen either. But his eyes shone with a trace of sharpness. Should I act, and eliminate these people? It is a chance to act now. In their subconscious minds, they would not expect me to have killing intention. If the sickly snake group is exterminated, there would be fewer restrictions on me. But if any Gu master saw this process, I would fall into the abyss. The crime of killing a clansman is the most unforgivable in this world. Not only will I be executed, I would also have to face all sorts of torture for 7 days and 7 nights. Death is not scary, but for such a small group, it is not worth the risk. A pity the wild boar king is dying. After this battle the sickly snake group would be greatly weakened and their battle strength would be at the lowest, they would definitely leave the battlefield. What a pity, this was a godsend opportunity. Fang Yuan felt regret and pity in his heart. But he had done it to the greatest limit, and if he exceeded this, the feeling of sabotage would thicken. The others were not stupid, they would notice, and if other Gu masters saw this, the risk would intensify. 5 minutes later, the wild boar king plopped onto the ground. The yellow cloud dissipated, and Jiao San breathed loudly with a pale face. He had used his final trump card, and now he had little to no primeval essence left. All of you come here and dissect the corpse quickly, we will retreat after taking the spoils of the battle. Jiao San shouted. Fang Yuan surrounded the wild boar king and quickly began to dissect the corpse. The wild boar king's blood was still hot, and the smell of blood was thick. Throughout the surrounding forest that was enshrouded in darkness, there were continuous howls from wild beasts and intense battle noises. But there were no wild beasts in this tiny battlefield. This was the authority of the Beast King. There were rules among the wild beasts. The thick aura of the wild boar king caused other wild beasts to shrink in fear, and if the beast horde came here, they would find their way around this region. Of course, if it was another stronger beast horde or another beast king, they would not care about the wild boar king's aura. At this time, pairs of blue eyes glowed in the surrounding darkness. From other places, blood-curdling screeches and alarmed cries of goo masters could be heard. It's the wolves, the wolf pack. The lightning wolf pack actually appeared. Damn it, why is there a wolf pack here? It is still not the time for the outburst of the wolf tide, right? Retreat, forget the wild boar king, we have to retreat quickly. Jiao San shouted, and the faces of the surrounding people also turned white. One lightning wolf was not scary. But a pack of lightning wolves, even the wild boar king would have to run. Most importantly, the lightning wolves' durability and endurance were high. They also had great speed, being most proficient at chasing. At such a critical moment, Jiao San could no longer care about the others, abandoning the three and running for his life. Group leader, wait for me, Kong Jing shouted in panic, catching up to him. I do not have a goo worm that enhances my speed, I can't escape. Jiao San and the others have no primeval essence left, so even if they have a speed-type goo, they can't escape the chase of the lightning wolves. Under the danger of death, Fang Yuan evaluated calmly. He quickly hit the neck of the female goo master near him who was in a daze, causing her to faint. Next, by dragging her, he burrowed into the wild boar king's stomach that was cut open. The wild boar king's stomach was already cut open with a huge wound. Fang Yuan squeezed his way into the bloody wild boar's body, at the same time using the female goo master's body to block away the entrance and cover up his body. The wolf pack quickly descended, mostly chasing after Jiao San and Kong Jing, while a portion of them surrounded the wild boar king and feasted. While Fang Yuan was inside the wild boar's body, he could hear the wolves chewing and swallowing, as well as their biting, causing vibrations in the corpse. To think that the first beast horde had lightning wolves, this is a surprise, the clan would definitely send reinforcements. The wild boar king's body is huge, so if the lightning wolves want to eat it completely, they would still need some time. As long as I can hold out, I would be spared from them. Fang Yuan pondered deeply. Without accident, Jiao San and Kong Jing should be dead meat. They had little primeval essence and were not speed-oriented, so with such a small distance, they would definitely get slaughtered by the wolves. When people panic, they would make dumb decisions. Under the pressure of death, there are little who can remain as calm as Fang Yuan and make the most appropriate decisions. Even if the wild boar king's flesh was all eaten, exposing Fang Yuan who was hiding, the amount of lightning wolves that Fang Yuan would have to deal with is definitely lesser than the others. According to his experience, at most 5 would appear, which would be his limit. He had much greater chance of surviving. The lightning wolves continued to chew and bite, the sound indicating that they were getting closer. The wild boar king's flesh had mostly gone into the lightning wolf's stomach. If a normal person was in such a predicament, they would feel as if the seconds that were passing by were like an eternity. But instead Fang Yuan closed his eyes and took out his primeval stones, fighting against time to recover his primeval essence. Chapter 96. For the sake of those who died, the primeval essence that Fang Yuan recovered while in the boar's stomach went unused ultimately. The beast horde this time was under the supervision of the Guyu higher-ups, and the lightning wolf gang was just a small accident. Quickly, the Guyu higher-ups gave their response. 3 clan elders led their respective teams and swiftly grasped the situation. Merely 10 minutes later, Fang Yuan could hear fighting sounds from outside the boar's stomach, as well as the cries of the lightning wolves. He quickly kicked the female goo master out, and crawled out with blood stains all over him. Fang Yuan was naturally not afraid of the lightning wolves, but he was afraid of getting caught in the battle. If a Gu master accidentally attacked the corpse, wouldn't he be too unlucky? By then who can he hold responsibility for? With a big living person suddenly crawling out from the boar's stomach, this caused the few Gu masters fighting the lightning wolves to be taken aback. Fang Yuan's entire body was a bloody mess, and his leg was still entangled in the wild boar king's intestines. His entire body emitted a nose-piercing bloody smell, and the few Gu masters frowned in response. But Fang Yuan paid no heed to that. He breathed deeply in enjoyance, extending his limbs and observing the battlefield. As he had predicted, there were 5 lightning wolves. But these lightning wolves were either old or injured. They were the bottom of the pack's hierarchy. As the wolf pack got stronger and bigger, in order to protect the young and healthy lightning wolves, the Wolf King would expel all these old and sickly wolves in order to allocate resources efficiently. These lightning wolves gathered together and rushed towards the surrounding beast groups, and under each other's influence, eventually formed this small beast horde. The 5 lightning wolves quickly had casualties under the Gu master's attacks. They were too full from eating, and their stomachs expanded, affecting their battle strength. At the same time, new arriving Gu masters had sufficient primeval essence in their aperture and had their peak battle strength, unlike Jiao San and the rest. Primeval essence was especially important to Gu masters. A weakened phoenix is inferior to a chicken. With less primeval essence, a Gu master's battle strength would fall rapidly. And without primeval essence, they were even inferior to mortals. Why do you think, for example, the liquor worm, black and white boar Gu, these Gu were so precious? It had to do with this fact. Firstly, with the liquor worm, it can refine primeval essence and allow Gu masters to store much more primeval essence. Remember that higher tier essence is essentially double of the previous tier. 88% mid-tier equals 44% upper tier, and the black and white boar Gu worms gave Gu masters strength. Without requiring primeval essence, they can unleash their worth. And for the black and white boar Gu, once one person has used them, they can be given to another person to use, showing great collective value in a group. The battle continued for a while and stopped. The 5 lightning wolves continued to fall, and the new reinforcement group did not venture further. Their primeval essence had been used up nearly, and their battle strength had been greatly reduced. To be safe, they stopped on the spot. As they recovered, they awaited further reinforcements. A group of 5, with the reconnaissance Gu master keeping alert while the other 3 used primeval stones to recover their primeval essence, the healing Gu master bent down and observed the female Gu master's corpse. She's dead. Healing Gu master sighed deeply. Seeing his sad expression, it seemed like he knew the female Gu master. Fang Yuan watched coldly. This female Gu master which he had knocked unconscious was blocking in front of him. Now she had lost her right chest, and a leg. Her arm was also greatly injured by the wolves, eaten until the bones could be seen. But these injuries and the massive loss of blood was not the true cause of her death. What caused her demise was cardiac arrest. The lightning wolves' bites carried electric currents with them. The currents flowed into the female Gu master's body while she was unconscious, and caused her to have a heart attack. The originally beautiful and sexy body was now lying on the ground, still and unmoving. Her previous glamour was nowhere to be found, being just an ugly dead corpse now. She's dead, and it is all your fault. As a man, why did you hide behind a woman? You're a disgrace to men. The healing Gu master looked up, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shrugged emotionlessly, his expression calm. The truth is, she competed with me over the spot, but eventually I won, so I'm very glad about the results. Scumbag. The healing Gu master rushed up. Bam. Fang Yuan raised his feet and sent him flying. Healing Gu masters were normally weak at combat, and because of the clan rules, he did not dare to use his Gu worms. Just competing with physical strength, how can he be Fang Yuan's match? This detestable guy. Healing Gu master crawled up with a dusty face and wanted to rush up again, but was stopped by the reconnaissance Gu master. If you think I committed a crime and caused her to die, you can report it to the punishment hall. I'll take it, Fang Yuan said lightly as he stared at the healing goo master, and left. Damn. Damn it. The healing goo master's eyes were blowing fire as he stared at Fang Yuan's back view, urging to rush up but was restrained by his teammates. Calm the hell down. Even if you report it to the punishment hall, the clan won't punish him. We know you liked her, but although the clan cannot punish him, we can spread this matter out. Under the urging of his teammates, the healing goo master calmed down and lowered his head, crying. A boat encountered trouble, a man grabbed onto a wooden plank and was temporarily saved. At this time, another man swam up and wanted to grab the plank as well, but this plank can only hold the weight of one man, so the first man pushed the second man away so that he could be safe, causing the other person to drown in the sea. The rescued man was later tried in court but declared not guilty. This is the wooden plank incident on Earth. Meaning, to save oneself under forced circumstances, endangering another person's life is no crime. On Earth, it is the necessity law. In this world, there are similar clan rules. This means, even if the healing goo master reports it to the punishment hall, I will not be punished. But Fang Yuan continued to walk as he pondered. He moved in a steady pace without any rush. Along the path that had been cleared, Fang Yuan would discover corpses, the majority of these being wild beasts of all kinds of varieties, and in the mix were some goo master corpses. At the same time, there were small rescue groups rushing to the front lines. When they met Fang Yuan on the way, they would look at this bloody young man with curious and confused gazes. Fang Yuan paid no attention to them. His eyes were a dark abyss, continuing his train of thought. But if the fact that I knocked the female goo master unconscious was found out, I would be tried for harming a clansman. Yet at that time, nobody should have seen it. Jiao San and Kong Jing were all looking at a different direction and rushing for their lives. Eh? Fang Yuan's footsteps came to a halt. He saw the corpses of Kong Jing and Jiao San. The former's body had already been eaten until it was unrecognizable, while the latter's corpse was still well preserved. The red lava python was already a pile of lava rocks, completely dead. And beside the sickly snake, there were a few lightning wolf's corpses. Evidently Jiao San's final struggle caused a huge battle. Good, that means that other than me, everyone else is dead. Fang Yuan evaluated internally, feeling joy. This means I would have fewer restrictions around me. Eh? Fang Yuan stopped, he saw Jiao San's finger twitch softly. Not dead, what a stubborn life. Fang Yuan snickered, killing intent rising again. At this point, there was tens of healing goo masters coming from the front. Quick, save the injured. They are our clansmen, we have to save what we can. If they are confirmed dead, retrieve their goo worms. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated. What to do? They were so close, he would have to take a huge risk to kill Jiao San. Whether using strangulation or a moonblade, there will be traces. In front of these goo masters, he had no time to clear the traces. So, let him live? Even if Jiao San is treated now, he might not survive. No. If I can exterminate Jiao San, there would be a lot lesser opposition in my way. Such an opportunity, if lost, I would have a hard time finding another one. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan had an inspiration. He gradually half-kneeled beside Jiao San, removing his upper shirt and covering Jiao San's face and upper body. He was inside the boar's stomach for a long time, so the pig's blood had soaked his shirt, causing it to be heavy and wet. He put the upperwear on Jiao San's nose and mouth, preventing him from breathing. Fang Yuan half-kneeled, silently watching, his expression solemn and pained. At this point, a goo master came over. Little lad, I am the medicine hall's goo master, let me take a look. Scram. Fang Yuan growled angrily, pushing him away. The goo master fell on the ground, but he was not angry, instead consoling him. Little brother, my condolences. I know how you feel right now and I know how it feels to see the clansman that you live with die in front of you. But you are covered in blood now, you must be heavily injured. For the sake of these sacrificed clansmen, you have to live properly. Come, let me heal you. Fang Yuan did not open his mouth. He remained silent, the lower half of his face covered in a dark shadow. He allowed the schoolmaster to check his body. The result was rather surprising. Although Fang Yuan was bathed in blood, appearing terrifying to everyone, he actually had no injuries at all. But the Gu master quickly collected his spirits, concentrating on Jiao San. I'm very sorry, the clan needs to take back the Gu worms. The Gu master sincerely looked at Fang Yuan, then he lifted the bloody shirt slowly off Jiao San. Jiao San's eyes were half open without any life in them. The Gu master professionally used his finger to prop open Jiao San's eyelids, looking at his iris and then touching his neck. But he felt no pulse. Dead. Completely dead. The Gu master did not suspect anything. He sighed and placed his hand on Jiao San's stomach. His stomach still had some warmth and the aperture was slowly disappearing. There were no Gu worms inside. The Gu master looked at Fang Yuan, whether intentionally or unintentionally, every Gu master's Gu worm is stated in writing, and after a Gu master dies, his Gu worms will be treated as an inheritance for his inheritor. Taking it for oneself is against the clan rules. Fang Yuan was fearless, staring right at the Gu master. Of course I know that. You suspect that I took the group leader's Gu worms? Taking these Gu worms involved risks and trouble. If his secrets were dragged out, they would bring more loss than gain. Fang Yuan knew this, even if with the spring-autumn cicada he could instantly refine any Gu, it was difficult to do in the clan. It was not worth inviting such troubles for these minute gains. Apart from this, there was another point, with his financial status now, even if he got them, he might not be able to feed them. To Fang Yuan's question, the Gu master laughed quickly, I did not mean that. People cannot come back to life after dying, so please restrain your grief, little brother. For the sake of the deceased, you have to live even better. Fang Yuan gradually stood up. He used an extremely sad and pained expression, staring at sickly Snake's corpse with rapt attention. The night wind howled in his ears. You are right. After a while, Fang Yuan broke the silence, his gaze determined, saying with an intentional meaning, for the sake of those who died, I have to live even better than before. Chapter 97, Devils Run Amuck. Internal Affairs Hall, Interrogation Room. The light of the winter sun shone on the ground through the only window. Fine dust particles slowly floated on the light pillar. The light pillar enshrouded a chair. Fang Yuan was sitting on that chair, bathing in the sunshine. In the darkness ahead of him was a long table where 3 elders were seated. The interrogation had already continued for an hour. Fang Yuan, are you sure there are no mistakes in your narration? An elder asked. Yes. Fang Yuan's eyes were down, looking at his toes. The sunshine shone on his fair face, making him look like a white sculpture. He had already expected this situation. After all his group members had died except him. In fact, every Gu master would go through a certain degree of interrogation which conveniently helped the clan to gather battle statistics. But, Fang Yuan was continuously interrogated for an hour, clearly, someone was making it difficult for him from behind the scenes. This was completely understandable. As long as one was human and had social relations, there would be series of people involved. Then narrate your account on the battle situation at that time again. The elder continued to ask. Okay. I used several days to break through to rank 2. Upon returning to the village gate, I met Qi Shan group, and reunited with Jiao San group after finding them. At that time, they were having a fierce fight with the wild boar king. Fang Yuan calmly narrated. He took the initiative to reveal his breakthrough to rank 2. With no concealing Gu worm, he wouldn't be able to conceal his rank 2 aura. Now the sickly snake and the team were dead, so he naturally fabricated the events. But, he could only conceal some main details and narrate the majority of the events as they were. This was already the 5th time Fang Yuan narrated the events. The 3 elders frowned as they listened. They couldn't find any holes, but they knew, if it was fabricated, then there would be unnecessary details. After one kept on talking about it several times, there would naturally be holes. But after 5 times, although there were some differences in how Fang Yuan narrated the events, the contents were the same. It should be true. The 3 elders communicated with each other using eye signals. But one elder was not satisfied. Her daughter was the sickly snake group's healing goo master whom she loved dearly but ended up dying a cruel death in the wolf's mouths. Thus she was very angry and her gaze carried coldness as she looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you cut the knife scales net with your moonblades, why did you do it? This middle-aged female elder spoke sternly. Because I wanted to have some contributions, but it ended up being a bad move. Fang Yuan replied. Then let me ask you, did you intentionally use your teammate, the female goo master, as a shield when you hid in the boar's stomach? The elder asked again. I don't know. I was very scared at that time and hurriedly tried to hide inside the boar king, but she also entered inside and fought me for the inside position. She couldn't defeat me and was bitten to death by the lightning wolves. I am ashamed. Fang Yuan answered. The middle-aged female elder grinded her teeth. Fang Yuan's answer was cunning, he only stated the fact but didn't mention his subjective intentions at all. This made the elders who wanted to suppress him, not find any handle on him, their hearts were filled with anger but they couldn't do anything. Under such situation, they couldn't judge Fang Yuan guilty. It had already been 3 days since the small beast died. The statistics of the casualties made all the higher-ups have ugly expressions. There were losses in the past small beast tides too but they were definitely not as grave as this. The cause was the lightning wolf's pack. Before, these lightning wolf's packs would only appear after at least 3 waves of small beast tide. The environment was dangerous in this world, survival, difficult. From a human standpoint, to survive, apart from fighting with other humans for resources, they still had to struggle against fierce beasts and nasty weathers. And these struggles were often very difficult. The small beast tide was still only a prelude. The real terror would be the large wolf tide, a year after. Tens of thousands of lightning wolves would charge towards the village with the terrifyingly powerful lightning wolf king. The female elder continued to ask several questions but she had to finally give up under Fang Yuan's invulnerable answers. Then Fang Yuan, what do you plan to do from now on? Another elder asked with deep intention. I plan to apply for the family assets, inheriting and continuing my family's heritage. Fang Yuan spoke openly, there was no need to conceal it. Sickly Snake Group was destroyed and now only Fang Yuan was left. Because of this, he didn't have to use rank 2 Goo Master's right to give up a mission and could accept the family assets mission. The elder nodded his head then shook his head, you didn't understand my meaning. Apart from you, your group is no more. I can give you a suggestion, join another group. Internal Affairs Hall's mission's difficulty is designed for groups, it is very difficult for a lone person to complete them. Whether it is your family inheritance mission or the compulsory monthly missions, they are both like this. Fang Yuan was silent. This elder continued, of course, there is another option. You are already a rank 2 Goo Master. You have the qualifications to become a group captain. You just need to pass the examination mission and you can build your own group. Which do you want to choose? Fang Yuan blinked his eyes, I don't know yet, I need some time to consider. Then you can leave. Think it over as soon as possible. After a few days pass, it will be difficult for you to join a group, the elder said concernedly. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, he wouldn't choose any of these 2 paths. He had a lot of secrets. Only by himself could he be safe and do things properly. Otherwise, wouldn't he be annoyed to death if there were others with him all the time? Leaving this interrogation room, Fang Yuan didn't immediately leave the Internal Affairs Hall but instead applied for the family inheritance mission. However, he was informed that he could only take it after 3 days due to the busy events recently. Coming out of the Internal Affairs Hall, he gazed at the sky. It was just an ordinary winter afternoon. The winter was bleak along with biting wind. The sky seemed to be pervaded with deep grief. Today is Group Memorial Assembly. Gu Jinju is dead, did you know, Fang Yuan? Mo Bei, along with a group of youths, were walking through the path. Other than Mo Bei, there were Fang Zheng, Qing, and others. Mo Bei and Qing normally hated each other very much, but today, they seemed to forget this grievance and walked together. Brother, Jinju studied with us for a year. Come with us. Fang Zheng said. Gu Jinju. A girl's image immediately appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Previously, she had been evenly matched with Mo Bei on the arena but lost because of her lacking stamina. She was a hard-working girl. But, death didn't discriminate between beauty and ugly. Most people would feel pity, but Fang Yuan was indifferent as usual. Ah, she is dead? But dying of old or sickness, they are both normal events. After seeing it many times you'll be indifferent to it. You guys go, I am busy. Fang Yuan brushed past the group. This guy. At once, many among the group were angered. He is really cold-blooded and heartless. He simply doesn't have a feeling of friendship. Hee, there is a rumor going around recently. You should have all heard it, right? The reason Fang Yuan survived was because he hid inside a boar's stomach and used his female Gu Master teammate as a shield. He is really a disgrace with no worth. He doesn't even have the manners of a man. Qing folded his arms and laughed coldly. Brother. Fang Zheng lowered his head and grinded his teeth. Hearing these discussions, as Fang Yuan's little brother, he felt shame. Fang Yuan left and as he walked farther, the mockeries behind him gradually couldn't be heard anymore. His heart was calm. Why would insults matter to me? Insults were insults, what could they do? A superficial person would be angry due to curses and would be happy due to praises. These were just bystanders' way of looking at you. Those who lived according to others' point of view were really pitiful. In fact, some people had deliberately spread the rumors to degrade Fang Yuan's name. Sacrificing a female teammate to protect oneself wouldn't be subjected to punishment, but would be criticized by moral consensus. But, this was the exact situation Fang Yuan wanted. Once one enters the system, one would be a pawn with no freedom and must follow the system's rules. To Fang Yuan, it was a huge obstacle, he needed resources and even more needed to be solitary. So, he wanted to be a loner. What if you were rejected by the crowd? Haha, only weak-hearted people would be afraid of being rejected. If this happened on Earth, no matter who, they would end up dead. After all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, social connections were the way to survival. But in this world, if the cultivation was strong, one person could beat 10, hundreds and thousands of enemies. So what if you were rejected? Just kill the ones who block your path. If you don't have resources, snatch them. Every world had different rules and regulations, the society structure was also bound to be different, causing the difference in human behaviors. And in a world of martial arts, group thoughts were rather weak. So in this world, devils run amok. Chapter 98, Difficulty of Refining Gu. What? That lad, he's a rank 2 Gu Master now, and even applied for the asset-splitting mission from the Internal Affairs Hall. Uncle Gu Yudongtu's furious and shocked voice reverberated throughout the main hall. That is indeed so. Although I accepted your primeval stones, I cannot do much to stop him, I only managed to tell him to collect the mission in 3 days. I can only stall that long for you, that is my limit, the middle-aged Gu Master beside him said. Gu Yudongtu snorted in his heart, he could sense the hidden meaning in the Internal Affairs Hall's Gu Master's words. Stall for 3 days, it is the limit, such words were merely an excuse to extort even more money. But, top priority now is still to do all I can to retain the assets. This rascal is really too troubling. Gu Yudongtu's sweat poured from his forehead as Fang Yuan's growth was so rapid it gave him the feeling of a heart attack. I came here especially to tell you this, so I'll take my leave now. The middle-aged man stood up to depart. Don't be in such a rush, brother. There are some things I still need for you to assist me a little with. Gu Yudongtu hurriedly stood up, retrieving a money bag and stuffing it into the middle-aged Gu Master's hand. The male goo master took the entire bag of primeval stones and stuffed it into his chest pocket, his tone quickly changing, laughing loudly. Brother Dong too, you are too polite. We have such a great relationship, we've known each other for over 10 years. Don't worry, I will prepare the toughest mission for Fang Yuan, but he might employ other goo masters to help him. You have to watch out for this. He, you can be rest assured. Although I have retired, I still have my relationships, I've sent people to observe him. If that lad employs outsiders, that is against the clan rules, and I am still waiting to get a hold of his weakness. Then I am at ease, goodbye. Let me send you out. It is okay, please stay. Du Dong too stared at the leaving goo master, his smile slowly collapsing. This Fang Yuan, he is only C grade, how can he advance to rank 2 so soon? Damn it, what were Jiao San and the others doing? Can't even guard against a newbie. Sigh, now Jiao San and the team were all killed by the beast horde, what incompetent fools. Fang Yuan also advanced to rank 2, this way he can definitely receive the family asset mission. My previous methods to block him will no longer work. But he is now working alone, and aiming to complete the asset inheritance mission alone is really difficult. No. This lad's luck is absurd, first I got Jiao San and the rest to suppress him, and immediately the beast horde came. If he relies on this luck again and completes the mission, what then? I have to prepare for the worst. An old sly fox, Du Dong too being able to enter and lead the fighting life peacefully and live up until now, it represented success already. Compared to the newly independent Fang Yuan, his interpersonal relationships were much stronger. Collecting honey wine? When Fang Yuan received the asset mission, his eyes shone with cold glimmer. This mission was very troublesome, it was to collect 5 liang of golden bees honey wine. Golden bees were all fist-sized with gold and black stripes, and they had a sharp stinger packed with a strong attack. That was not all. Among normal small hives, there was only honey. Only those large or medium hives had the precious honey wine made from a large accumulation of honey. This mission, even for a 5-man group, is very difficult. Because the number of people no longer matter, the goo master collecting honey wine has to have a defensive type goo to withstand the stings. It seems that Uncle's relationship has struck and is bullying my lack of a defensive goo worm. Unfortunately for him. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. At this point, it showed the inherent benefits of the flower wine monk's inheritance. Easy to do things secretly, difficult to do things openly. The more one worked openly, the more their trump cards get revealed, and they become easier to trap. Conversely, working secretly helps to hide trump cards and lets others be unable to assess your situation, thus not being able to nip the problem in the bud. But, if I want to collect honey wine, the Jade skin goo isn't enough. Jade skin goo is only a rank 1 goo, but if it can advance to the rank 2 white jade goo, I would be able to do it easily. Without the need to attempt to take risks, his rich life experience allowed him to take less pointless steps. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan is already a rank 2 initial stage goo master, but the goo worms on him, other than the spring-autumn cicada, were all rank 1 goo worms. This situation is like a grown man who is able to wield a halberd only holding a small dagger. The dagger is unable to display the full extent of the man's strength, and only with a halberd is it the most suitable. Fang Yuan had 7 goo worms in his possession. The vital goo spring-autumn cicada, moonlight goo, liquor worm, white boar goo, jade skin goo and 2 little light goo. In this mix, the moonlight goo can fuse with the 2 little light goo to form the moonglow goo. The white boar goo and jade skin goo can fuse into white jade goo. Moonglow goo represents a surge in attack power, while white jade goo is an increase in defense. If Fang Yuan had enough primeval stones, he would choose to refine them both. But not long ago, in order to push his cultivation to rank 2, he expended most of his primeval stones. Now, with the primeval stones on hand, it was only enough for one use. Undoubtedly, choosing to refine the white jade goo is a better choice. With the white jade goo, I can retrieve the honey wine. And with the white jade goo, I can advance better in the flower wine monk's inheritance. But if this fusion fails, the results will be dire. My finances are on the brink of collapse, so without the white jade goo, I cannot get my parents' assets. Stuck at this point, it will greatly slow my growth. Fang Yuan felt a subtle pressure. He knew that he was at a crossroads, and if this fusion succeeds, the future is bright. If he fails, then he would fall into the abyss. To get back to the current point, he would need even more effort and management and spend a longer time. Goo masters use their primeval sea as the base, and goo worms as the method. Goo is a goo master's necessity, without goo they are not goo masters. Other than their own cultivation, goo masters also have to refine, nurture and use goo. In the room, clan leader Gu Yubo meticulously explained to Fang Zheng. Refine, nurture, and use. These three aspects, whichever one is also a huge knowledge trove. Even if you spend an entire lifetime, you cannot completely finish it. On the aspect of refining goo, you already know how to refine a goo and make it yours. But this is only a single refinement. There is also the more important aspect of fusion. Through fusion, you can fuse multiple goo worms into one with a higher rank. This is the evolution of life. Fang Zheng, you are already a rank 2 goo master, but your goo worms are all rank 1. It is time you refine a rank 2 goo worm. Fang Zheng asked, clan leader, how do I do fusion? Gu Yubo said, to fuse, you have to know the recipe. Some goo worms cannot be fused together. Through many eons of trial and error, and endless failures, our ancestors have come up with several recipes. Our Guyu clan has the most in-depth research with the Moonlight Goo, and we now have 2 rank 5 recipes on hand. What is a rank 5 recipe? In accordance to this recipe, through multiple fusions, one can finally refine up to a rank 5 goo worm. Fang Zheng, you have 1 jade skin goo and a moonlight goo on hand, it satisfies the condition for one of the rank 5 recipes. If you follow this recipe, you will get the rank 5 goo eventually, Moonlight Treasure King Goo. Moonlight Treasure King Goo? Fang Zheng's face was full of desire. He, telling you about a rank 5 goo now is still too early. Come, take out your jade skin and moonlight goo, I'll teach you how to fuse these 2 goo into the rank 2 moon raiment. Saying so, Gu Yubo's expression turned solemn. The most important thing about fusing goo is parallel thinking, fusing your consciousness. The moonlight goo and jade skin goo in your hands now have no wild consciousness anymore, overwritten by your own consciousness. What you have to do now is to fuse these 2 thoughts together. Fuse together? Fang Zheng blinked, confused. Gu Yubo smiled, no worries, practice more, you will be able to grab hold of this feeling. Let's begin. Fang Zheng nodded, and under Gu Yubo's guidance, his light red-colored red steel primeval essence rose like smoke, enveloping the jade skin goo and the moonlight goo in midair. Fang Zheng shut his eyes, feeling and manipulating the 2 goo worms' consciousness. Gu Yubo was outside watching, and saw the jade skin goo and moonlight goo circling each other like 2 planets. As the consciousness fused, the distance between the 2 goo worms shortened. After 3 hours of continuous tries, their consciousness was finally controlled by Fang Zheng, and fused together perfectly. At once, the jade skin goo and moonlight goo both erupted in a bright white light. The 2 lights linked together, forming a lump as big as a face. Maintain this condition, and throw primeval stones into the light. Gu Yubo advised. Fang Zheng took out a primeval stone and threw it into the light. Strangely, after throwing the primeval stones, the stones turned into a surge of pure natural essence, completely fusing with the lump of light. Only rock powder remained, scattered over the bed. Continue throwing until the rank 2 goo is complete. Gu Yubo said. Fang Zheng was about to throw a second piece, but at this point, the light disappeared, and the 2 goo flew in 2 opposite directions like they were pushed away ruthlessly by each other. The fusion failed. Damn, I forgot to maintain the fusion of the consciousness earlier. Fang Zheng immediately realized his mistake. No worries, failing at the start is normal. Gu Yubo consoled, but reminded, but be careful, you cannot fail too many times, if not both the moonlight and jade skin goo will perish. Fang Zheng recalled back the jade skin goo and moonlight goo, and found cracks on the moonlight goo surface, while the jade skin goo looked like it was weakened. His heart sank, feeling the difficulty of refining goo. Liang, 1 liang is 31.25 grams. Chapter 99, Human, Not God Crash. Great waves tumbled in the primeval sea, rising up and down. The sea was light red in color. This was not the green copper sea of a rank 1, but a red steel sea. The aperture was covered with a layer of light coating. This was the appearance of rank 2 initial stage. The whole red steel primeval essence sea occupied 44% of the aperture. Above the sea, the spring-autumn cicada appeared. After going through a year of recuperation, it had already somewhat recovered. Previously, there was no shine from its body, it looked rough and dim like withered wood. Now, it had some gloss to it. Its 2 wings had been like the yellowed and withered leaves of autumn and the tips had been damaged. Now, there was some green to it and there were black leaf lines on its tips, making a complete arc without any previous defect. Spring-autumn cicada, spring and autumn. I see now, it needs to experience the changes of spring and autumn to recover. Since rebirth, a year has passed by, which means a turn of spring and autumn, and so it has recovered. Fang Yuan looked at the spring-autumn cicada and this thought rose within him, increasing his understanding of the spring-autumn cicada by another stage. A goo master needs to refine, nurture and use goo. Among them use was further classified and contained myriads of variations. Fang Yuan had been in contact with the spring-autumn cicada all the time, his comprehension of the spring-autumn cicada was slowly accumulating and deepening. But the spring-autumn cicada is still weak, it has only moved a few steps away from nearing death. I can only use its aura to suppress goo worms and increase the efficiency of single refining. As for fusing, it won't be of any help. There were mystical goo worms that raised the success rate of fusion. Everything had their own specialties, the spring-autumn cicada possessed the ability of rebirth. Other than the spring-autumn cicada, there was the fat liquor worm which was curled up in a round ball, floating and playing around in the sea. The ladybug-like white boar goo and the jade skin goo which had green jade color were revolving around each other. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and slowly unfolded his right palm. In it were the imprints of a crescent moon and 2 5-sided stars. They were precisely the residents of the moonlight goo and the 2 little light goo. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, his line of sight falling on the bed sheet. There were 3 money bags on the bed sheet, 2 were bulging and 1 was mostly thinned out. Apart from this, there was also a snow-white tusk from the wild boar king. It looked like an elephant's tusk, lying close to Fang Yuan's leg on the bed sheet. Sickly Snake Group had used all their strength to kill the wild boar king, but they met with the lightning wolf pack's attacks and the majority of the skin and flesh of the wild boar king had been eaten away by the lightning wolves. The 2 snow-white tusks were thus the most valuable spoils of war. According to the clan's rules and regulations, Fang Yuan, being one of the members in killing the wild boar king, received one of the wild boar king's tusks. Fang Yuan looked at these items, his expression was heavy. I don't have much primeval stones left and it is only enough for 1 fusion. After this fusion, no matter success or failure, my financial condition will drop. But if I don't fuse it now, my primeval stones will only last for 12 or so days and I will even lose the chance to fuse. Fang Yuan was raising 7 goo worms so he had a large financial burden. And because of his C-grade aptitude, he had to repeatedly use the liquor worm to quickly improve his cultivation. Thus, his primeval stone consumption was more than an ordinary goo master's. Recently, he no longer used primeval stones to recover the primeval essence in his aperture. The red steel sea in his body now was all recovered by its natural self-recovery rate. Fang Yuan was already beginning to cut the primeval stone's consumption, he couldn't misuse them after calculating his expenditures. The current situation was like he was about to fall off a cliff. He could only grab onto the wild grass at the side of the cliff to stabilize his body without falling. But as time passed, these lifelines would be continuously used up. If he didn't take any risks, it wouldn't take long for him to fall off the cliff. What he had to do now was to use these lifelines and climb up the cliff with all his strength. If he succeeded, He could seize the opportunity to obtain the family inheritance and ascend to another level, and it would be a whole new scene in front of him. If he lost, he would drop down, and in trying to climb up to this stage again, he would need to spend large amount of time and energy. No matter what happens, let's begin. Fang Yuan took in a deep breath and focused his gaze. White boar goo, jade skin goo. The two goo worms followed his will, drilling out of his aperture and floating in front of Fang Yuan. Fuse! Fang Yuan shouted inwardly. White boar goo and jade skin goo suddenly emitted dazzling lights and directly bumped into each other. This was a silent bump, but it created a ball of light. The white light was more dazzling than before. This showed that Fang Yuan's two consciousness were fusing. Fang Yuan used his consciousness to maintain the white ball of light, taking out primeval stones from the bag and throwing them into the ball of light. The primeval stones were engulfed by the ball of light and only rock powders remained, scattering on the bed. Each time the ball of light swallowed a primeval stone, its edges would expand a little. The ball of light absorbed the natural primeval essence and became bigger and bigger. Gradually, it changed from the size of a washbowl to a grindstone size. Almost there. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. He decisively threw the wild boar king's snow-white tusk into the ball of light. If anyone were to witness the scene, they would be astonished. The secret recipe of fusing white boar goo and jade skin goo to form white jade goo was well known and circulated for over 1,000 years, but no one had ever heard of adding in a wild boar king's snowy tusk. However, not being used in the past doesn't mean that it won't be in the future. 150 years from now, a goo master would improvise this recipe. He discovered that adding a wild boar's tusk would greatly increase the fusion success rate. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience. He naturally knew of this trick. The snowy tusk was thrown into the ball of light and a fantastic transformation happened immediately. The previously dazzling light turned softer. The light that was blindly shooting off everywhere now had a movement pattern to it, naturally changing between light and dark. Under Fang Yuan's gaze, the ball of light slowly shrunk and finally dissipated into the air. Instead of the jade skin goo and white boar goo, there was now a completely new goo worm calmly hovering in front of Fang Yuan. It was like an oval pebble, its whole body was completely white. This white was not pale like Xian paper and was not milky white like milk, but was a kind of moist white like that of the luster of jade. This was rank 2 white jade goo. Only now did Fang Yuan let out a mouthful of turbid air, his heart relieved. You might think that this process looks simple. It is not. First, the consciousness merging needed multitasking. Drawing a circle with one hand and a square with another is called dual tasking. A lot of people cannot even do this, let alone the highly difficult multitasking. One can only achieve multitasking after years of hard cultivation, suffering through countless defeats and setbacks, and even then one would still need some talent. Fang Yuan could do this so proficiently because of his 500 years of deep experience. Not a hint of his experience was fake or forged. Second, was understanding and knowledge of goo worms. The deeper the goo master's understanding of goo worms, the higher the success rate of fusing. This point, in about 300 years from now, would be a widely recognized knowledge. Thus, the longer you use goo worms, the greater the probability of success in goo fusion. Third, was the correct and original recipe. For example, this time, adding the snowy tusk was like the finishing touch, increasing the success rate by 20%. Its efficiency was extraordinary. Some recipes were widely spread in this world, but there were many recipes which people would collect and weren't circulated. Such as in the Guyu village, the recipe of refining moonlight goo was held by a small number of elders and successive generations of clan leaders. Especially those rank 5 and above recipes. They would be hidden and treasured like their lives. Many goo masters would not spread these recipes until death. But even with these 3 points, there was no absolute guarantee of success. Even a person like Fang Yuan, who had 500 years of memories, plentiful experiences, deep understanding of goo worms, could multitask and knew a lot of recipes, had a possibility of failure when fusing goo worms. One can only say that his failure rate is lower. Fusing goo worms was an evolution of life, a type of creation. It condensed time to the extreme, making the long evolution process bear fruit in an instant. On Earth, only gods could do this. This was no doubt a miracle of life. Goo masters making divine intervention with a mortal body, how could it succeed every time? If it succeeded every time, that would not be human, but God. Chapter 100, White Jade Goo. In the blink of an eye, 10 more days passed. Deep in the mountain, in the underground rock forest. Squeak. Tens of jade eye stone monkeys jumped in the air with blurred silhouettes. They continued to leap and attacked Fang Yuan aggressively. If it was like before, Fang Yuan would retreat without a doubt. But now, he stood on the spot with a cold expression, still like a rock. The stone monkeys slammed, scratched, and bit Fang Yuan's body, but a crisp ding-ding sound could be heard, as if they were not attacking a person, but a sturdy jade pillar. A bright white jade light covered the area as it attached itself to Fang Yuan's body. This light, although it was thinner than the jade skin goo's jade green glow, it had more than twice of the defensive power. Jade skin goo's defense can only handle up to 16 monkeys' simultaneous attack, but now Fang Yuan could face off against more than 30 monkeys alone. On the arena, I could break Fang Zheng's jade skin goo's defense with my bare fists, but if Fang Zheng used this white jade goo, even if I broke my wrist bone, I would not be able to penetrate his defenses. Fang Yuan pondered while diverting a part of his thoughts towards his aperture sea. In the red steel primeval sea, the white jade goo sank to the bottom of the sea, constantly absorbing primeval essence. Its surface also emitted a faint white jade glow, like a light bulb. Every time the stone monkeys attacked Fang Yuan, the white jade goo's surface, which resembled an oval pebble, would flash faintly. At the same time, Fang Yuan could feel a trace of his primeval essence being expended. White jade goo's defense is the same type as the jade skin goo, they both require a continuous source of primeval essence. At the same time, the greater the intensity of the attack, the more primeval essence is expended. Fang Yuan concluded in his heart. At the same time, he counterattacked. Punches and kicks kicked up a sandstorm. His strikes were simple, yet brutal and effective with an imposing aura. Although the white boar goo was gone, the strength it gave to Fang Yuan still remained in his body. Endless monkeys were hit by Fang Yuan. Some were kicked away, knocking on the stone pillar, some were killed in midair, turning into stone and breaking into fragments when they landed on the ground. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, Fang Yuan sent moonblades flying around, like the scythe of the reaper, harvesting the lives of the stone monkeys. With the supply of red steel primeval essence, the rank 1 moonlight goo could cause the greatest attack damage to the monkeys with every hit. Squeak squeak. The stone monkeys screamed in fright, retreating. Fang Yuan had exterminated the stone monkeys in a short moment of counterattack, with only 5 or 6 remaining. Fang Yuan killed another, and the remaining stone monkeys broke down, frantically running around and escaping deep into the stone forest. Fang Yuan did not chase these escapees, but continued forwards deeper into the stone forest. These days, he had been working hard to find the next clue for the inheritance. With continuous exploring, he had stepped foot on most of the areas around the stone forest, but did not find anything. He had a hunch, vaguely guessing the flower wine monk's idea. He felt that the next step of the inheritance was likely linked to the most central area of the stone forest. The deeper he got into the forest, the larger the stone pillars were, and the more stone monkeys lived inside them. Fang Yuan walked as he observed. At the center of the stone forest, there was a large stone pillar. Its circumference was wider than tens of men surrounding it and attempting to hug it. This stone pillar was his objective. But, the deeper he got, the larger the monkey gangs, and the higher the difficulty. Fang Yuan took a crucial step out and entered the alert zone of a group of monkeys. Squeak squeak squeak. The black caves in the stone pillar had emerging furious jade-eye stone monkeys, and up to 100 jumped in Fang Yuan's direction. Fang Yuan ran for his life. Against so many monkeys, even with the white jade goo, he could not massacre them. The stone monkeys chased Fang Yuan for a while, then some started to abandon the chase and turned around, going back to their caves. Eventually, only 30 or so monkeys trailed after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, seeing the time was right, turned around and fought. After a round of fighting, the last few monkeys ran and escaped, not even daring to return to their original caves. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan killed over 100 stone monkeys. On the road there were traces of broken stones from the corpses of the stone monkeys. Insufficient primeval essence. Fang Yuan inspected his primeval sea and sighed, forced to stop in his tracks. If it was before, he would use his primeval stones to recover swiftly, but now, after fusing the white jade goo, he had a severe lack of primeval stones, or rather his entire finance was on the brink of collapsing. Fang Yuan picked up the jade rock eyeballs and stuffed them into his bag. It should be at the bottom of the center of that rock pillar. But to reach there, I have to open a path. This feeling was getting more intense. Fang Yuan gave it one last look before opening the stone door and returning to the second secret room. At the corner of the hidden room, there were some items. A small bag with hundreds of eyeball jades. Fang Yuan opened the bag and poured his loot in from today. The jade pearls collided with one another, emitting a crisp sound. There was another bag, and wild boar tusks were inside. But now Fang Yuan no longer needed to slaughter wild boars. He used the white boar goo and the jade skin goo to refine the white jade goo. The white boar goo had disappeared, and reduced his necessity for pork to zero. The new white jade goo was more like the jade skin goo, it consumed jade rocks. Jade skin goo needed 2 liang of jade rocks every 10 days. While the white jade goo needed 8 liang of jade rocks every 20 days. Normally speaking, the higher the rank, the longer interval there is for each meal. Rank 2 goo usually feed every half a month, while rank 3 goo feed every month, or longer. Of course, higher ranking goo also consume more food. On average, the white jade goo consumed more in cost than the jade skin goo and the white boar goo combined. But to Fang Yuan, he had this rock forest and did not lack jade rocks. At the same time he did not need pork, so he did not need to kill wild boars, thus this saved him a lot of trouble and a lot of time. Tying the little bag up, Fang Yuan picked up a bullskin water sack. Inside the water sack, there was golden honey wine inside. A few days ago, Fang Yuan had relied on the jade skin goo and endured the bees' attacks, and gathered enough honey wine. I only have 2.5 primeval stones left, it is time to go to the Internal Affairs Hall and turn in the mission. Fang Yuan kept the water sack well and returned to the tunnel, squeezing out of the rock crack and returning to the outside world. It was sunset now. The golden sunset of winter was in fact not cold, the weather bright and fair. The setting sun emerged with comfortable rays of a red-orange color, the exquisite sunlight passing through the crown of pine trees and shining onto the mountain floor. Walking alone, he headed towards the village. Yet Fang Yuan did not go directly, but took a few reroutes to prevent the rock crack from being found out. Winter wind blew on his face, this was the smell of freedom. Back in the academy, he could only sneak out at night. Now that he was rank 2, he could move about freely in the day without any suspicion. More importantly, the death of Sickly Snake and the others allowed Fang Yuan to move alone with fewer restraints. The only thing is, Fang Yuan was now alone without any supporting group members. The following clan mission, which occurs monthly, he had to complete one at least, and that would be difficult. Now, after the small beast horde, all the groups had regrouped. Fang Yuan had missed the chance. Because of his reputation, Fang Yuan was also ostracized by the Gu masters. Joining other small groups was not going to be easy. So what if I'm left out? The more I float around at the brink, the less attention is on me, and the more advantageous it is for me. As for the clan mission, it is mandatory, so I have to take it. But thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with cold light, he had plans already. The clan mandates that every Gu master had to accept a mission every month, but did not force them to complete it. Being unable to complete the mission will result in falling evaluation. This was something no Gu master wanted to see, thus they did their all to complete the missions. But to Fang Yuan, this evaluation was crap. Walking into the village, there was an endless stream of people walking along the limestone paths of the streets. At this time it is normally the peak period. Many Gu masters complete their missions with injuries and whatnot, returning to the village. After working for a day, farmers drag their muddy feet and tired bodies, quietly moving along. In this world, living was not easy, it was full of pain and suffering. The setting sun slowly dropped below the mountain top, giving out the last ray of warm light. This light would be diminished by the unevenly crisscrossed branches of the withering trees, becoming the fragments of time scattered upon the green jade walls of bamboo houses. "Oh no, my toy," a girl cried out, chasing her spinning top among the crowd. The spinning top rolled to Fang Yuan's feet, and the girl also hit Fang Yuan's leg, falling on the ground. Sorry. For offending Lord Gu Master, please pardon us." The little girl's father hurried over. When he saw Fang Yuan's clothing, his expression was white as paper, bringing the little girl and kneeling down, kowtowing to Fang Yuan. The girl cried out of shock, pearls of tears trailing down her white and rosy face. The walking mortals upon seeing this scene, turned away and avoided them like the plague. Some Gu masters stared coldly, before turning away and leaving. "Stop crying, you troublemaker." The father was frightened, angry and afraid, moving his hand to give her a slap, but Fang Yuan grabbed his hand, not allowing any movement. "Just a small matter, no worries." Fang Yuan laughed lightly, touching the little girl's head, softly consoling, "Don't be afraid, it is okay." The girl stopped crying, using her teary eyes to look at Fang Yuan, thinking this brother was really gentle. Thank you Lord, for your kindness." The girl's father was overjoyed, kowtowing to Fang Yuan without a break. Fang Yuan continued forward, his rented house was not far away. And on the ground floor of that bamboo house, his uncle Gu Yudong too stood, staring at Fang Yuan who was still a distance away, evidently waiting for him.